Chapter 001, Sending a Trainee School Beauty Wife to You at the Beginning. The latest news is that the 78th population census of Akahoshi has been completed. The published results show that the global gender imbalance has further intensified, reaching 1:3000. It is imperative to intensify efforts to protect the legitimate rights and interests of men and continue to improve their social status and welfare benefits. Longwa announced the latest male-to-female population ratio, which has returned to 1 to 1,000, the highest in the world. This month, Longwa issued another 8 new regulations, the main contents of which include increasing the extra points for men in the college entrance examination from 150 to 200 points. The monthly living allowance for underage males has been increased from 25,000 star coins to 30,000. The number of adult men marrying and taking concubines has further increased. Every male from birth to death will have all his study and medical expenses waived, and any charges or disguised charges will be severely punished. The Longwa Husbands Association announced this month that it has added and revised 24 articles to the men's protection regulations. The main contents are as follows. If a woman continues to pursue a man after being rejected 3 times, she will be committing a crime and will face a minimum sentence of 6 months in prison. Even if the man agrees, it is a crime if a woman does anything that makes a man feel uncomfortable or offended during communication and contact. Calling on adult men to give up work and focus on taking care of their bodies. For men who are already working, the government demands a 50% salary increase and an early retirement age of 35. Revise some provisions on divorce in the marriage law to allow divorce to be sought when the woman initiates the divorce or when there is fault in the marriage, including verbal insults and harm. The woman has no right to share the common property of the couple and must leave the house empty-handed. Multiple departments in Longwa have jointly called for the protection of men, who are as rare and precious as pandas, and the whole society should protect men as we protect our eyes. Caring for men is the responsibility of all people. Ding Yang was sleeping soundly, but various voices kept ringing in his head. It was like a news report, one after another, making him dizzy. He couldn't bear it any longer, so he slowly opened his sleepy eyes. What I saw was that he was lying on a big soft bed. This is a clean, tidy, and warmly decorated bedroom. But this was not his home. The environment felt unfamiliar to him. Next to him lay a girl with long hair, her clothes neatly arranged, sleeping soundly with her back to him. What, is this for me? Ding Yang rubbed his dizzy head and felt a little dazed. He vaguely remembered that he was drunk last night and seemed to have luck when crossing the road. How come when I opened my eyes, I was lying on the bed with a young girl next to me? Could it be that I encountered? Just when Ding Yang was stunned, the long-haired girl woke up in shock. She quickly jumped out of bed and explained in a panic. Brother Ding Yang, you finally woke up. You had a high fever and slept all night, and I stayed by your side the whole time. I was so sleepy just now that I couldn't help but fall asleep for a while. Sorry. But don't worry, I didn't do anything inappropriate to you after you fell asleep. The girl's voice was as sweet as a silver bell, but her tone was uneasy, as if she had made some serious mistake. Ding Yang hadn't figured out the situation yet, so he just said him without commenting. The girl breathed a sigh of relief as if she had been pardoned. Brother Ding Yang, please get up and wash up first. I prepared lunch, I'll go check it out now. The girl bowed to Ding Yang and quickly left the bedroom. Ding Yang gradually came to his senses and roughly guessed what was going on. He quickly got up and walked into the bathroom. Looking at the young boy's immature face in the mirror, he felt a little dazed for a moment. The boy in the mirror was in his early 18 years old, about 1.85 meters tall, with a well-proportioned body and a somewhat handsome appearance. Isn't this what I looked like when I was 18? Many memories flooded Ding Yang's mind and he couldn't help muttering to himself. In his previous life, he was an ordinary young man from Blue Star. And now, he came to Chixing and became an 18-year-old boy in Longwa. Not only do they have the same name, but they also look exactly the same, without a single difference. It's like being in another world. The technology and living standards of this world are not much different from those of the blue planet in the previous life. However, the ratio of men to women is extremely different. Taking Longwa as an example, it is as high as an astonishing 1:1000. Here, women hold up the entire world and society. The few men there are precious treasures and resources, enjoying extremely high social status and various special treatments. The law stipulates that every adult man must choose at least 9 wives and up to 90 concubines. Starting from adulthood, you must choose at least 1 spouse to register every year. Otherwise, the state will force matching based on men's profiles and preferences. Fortunately, this policy is relatively humane, and the matching targets have a 3-month trial period. After the expiration date, the man can choose to register for marriage or give up based on the performance of his target. If a woman wants to become a man's spouse, she must not only prepare a high dowry, but also a car and a house. This world is quite interesting. After learning about the current situation of Chixing and Longwa, Ding Yang smiled and felt a little expectant and curious. At this time, the knock on the door sounded again. "Brother Ding Yang, are you done washing up? It's time for lunch. If not, I'll keep the food warm for a while and eat it when you want." The girl's voice was gentle, her tone full of concern and a request for instructions. This was treatment and experience that Ding Yang had never had in his previous life. "Here I come," he responded, walked to the door and opened it. Only then did he take a serious look at the slender figure standing at the door. This is a girl about 18 years old, wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and a white skirt, and cute house slippers on her feet. She is about 1.7 meters tall, has waist-length hair, a fair and tender oval face, and looks very pure and beautiful. Although she is not very old, her figure has developed to a considerable size, with a really curvy figure. At this time, she was wearing an apron with a cartoon cat printed on it around her waist and pursed her cherry lips. A pair of big, Caroline eyes looked up at Ding Yang, carefully examining his expression. Ling Shintan's pictures are here. At the same time, after Ding Yang looked at the girl from head to toe, corresponding memories emerged in his mind. The girl's name is Ling Shintan. Both of them are students of Dongyang No. 1 High School and have been classmates for 3 consecutive years. Ling Shintan is a model student with 5 good grades, a role model and example for all students in the school, and is also a recognized school belle. The total score of the college entrance examination was 750. She scored a brilliant 725 points, ranking first in the school, first in the city, and second in the province, and was admitted to Qingshan University, one of the top 10 universities in the country. In comparison, Ding Yang is unremarkable in all other aspects except that he is a little handsome. In this college entrance examination, I only scored 452 points. Thanks to the 200-point bonus for boys, I was able to get a score of 652. The admission score lines for colleges and universities across the country have different standards for boys and girls. The admission score for girls at Aoyama University is 680 points, and the admission score for boys is 650 points. With Ling Shintan's score, she could clearly choose one of the top 3 universities among the top 10 prestigious schools. But when Ding Yang was admitted to Qingshan University, she made the same choice without hesitation. The reason is, after the college entrance examination, the government required Ding Yang to choose a spouse for registration. But the original person was a social phobic and had always kept his distance from women. Naturally, he had no target to register with, so the government could only arrange a match for him. Ling Shintan had excellent personal qualities and was lucky enough to be matched with Ding Yang, becoming his first trainee spouse. Since the matching was completed, Ling Shintan took the initiative to move in and live with him. Over the past 2 months, Ling Shintan has been taking care of him with all her heart and soul, meticulously. But the original body has always been taciturn. Not only did he not develop any feelings with Ling Shintan, he even rarely spoke to her. Most of the time, I stay at home alone, playing games and reading novels in my room. Chapter 2, Chapter 002, Target, Invincible Charm. Brother Ding Yang, let's go eat. Ling Shintan smiled sweetly and spoke in a gentle voice. Ding Yang put his thoughts aside, nodded, and followed her to the restaurant. He took the opportunity to look around and found that the house was clean and tidy, spotless, and the floor was shiny. On the bookshelf in the living room, there are many figurines that the original body liked, as well as hundreds of comic books, most of which are new. Various cute dolls are placed in cabinets, entrances, and other places within easy reach, all with colorful sticky notes on them. There are beautiful handwriting on it, with various words of encouragement and blessings written on it. It's a sunny day today. I hope Brother Ding Yang is in a good mood too. It's going to thunder and rain heavily tonight, don't be afraid, Brother Ding Yang. I'll be waiting on the sofa in the living room. Just call me if you need anything. School is about to start, and I only have 1 month left in my internship. I hope Brother Ding Yang will accept me. I will work even harder. Ding Yang's eyes swept over the notes, and a faint smile flashed in his eyes. As soon as he walked into the restaurant, his attention was attracted by the dishes on the table. There are a total of 6 dishes and 1 soup. Not only are they a combination of meat and vegetables, but they are also colorful, fragrant, and delicious, and look very appetizing. The appearance and aroma of those dishes alone are comparable to the star-rated hotels in Ding Yang's previous life. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that this was the cooking skill of an 18-year-old girl. "Brother Ding Yang, please sit down." Ling Shintan took the initiative to pull out a chair, and after Ding Yang sat down, she took out a few cans of beer, cola, orange juice, and a cup of milk tea from the refrigerator. "Brother Ding Yang, which one do you want to drink?" Ding Yang didn't answer. He looked at her calmly and asked, "What do you want to drink?" "I'll just drink plain water." Ling Shintan pointed to the water glass on the table. Girls in this world have to learn how to manage their appearance and body shape from a young age, and also study skills such as dressing, makeup, and cooking. This is not only for self-improvement, but also for pursuing boys and having stronger competitiveness when matching with boys. Ling Shintan was able to successfully match with Ding Yang with a 1 in 1,000 chance, and was clearly the best among them. In order to maintain her figure, she rarely drinks beer or other beverages. After learning about the background, Ding Yang picked up 2 cans of beer and handed one to her. "I'm happy today, would you like to drink with me?" he asked casually, intending to test Ling Shintian's attitude. Ling Shintian was obviously stunned for a moment, her beautiful eyes slightly widened, and she looked at him in disbelief. But just a second later, she smiled sweetly and nodded obediently and excitedly. "Okay, I'll listen to you, brother." For her, it was just the calories in a can of beer. At worst, she could do some more exercise after dinner. And brother Ding Yang was in a good mood, so he actually took the initiative to tell her and even invited her to drink together. This is such a pleasant surprise. Ling Shintian quickly opened the beer, poured it into a glass, and handed it to Ding Yang. Next, she drank with Ding Yang and picked up some food for him. Not only did she help Ding Yang peel the shrimp shells, she also helped him wipe his mouth and sweat, just like a gentle and considerate wife. She herself had hardly eaten anything except beer. Her eyes were always bright and she looked at Ding Yang lovingly. Seeing that Ding Yang had a great appetite, he not only tasted every dish but also praised her cooking skills. She was even more happy and smiled from ear to ear, her heart leaping with joy. In a short while, the two of them finished 4 cans of beer. Ling Shintian was a little tipsy, so she took advantage of Ding Yang's happiness and, with the help of alcohol, bravely expressed her thoughts. "Brother Ding Yang, we have been together for 2 months. My internship will be over in 1 month. Do you think I can be your spouse, one of your wives? My mother has helped me collect 880,000 yuan as a gift money and has also prepared the down payment for the house and car. If you think it's okay, then I'll start choosing the hardware and customizing our wedding diamond rings in advance." On weekdays, Ding Yang rarely communicates with her. She must take this opportunity today to ask Ding Yang about his thoughts and attitude. After all, she doesn't have much time left. Ding Yang held the beer glass and stared at Ling Shintian in a daze. Seeing her eyes full of hope, nervousness and expectation, he didn't know how to start talking for a moment. This world is too good to men, it can be said to be the opposite of Tiangang, and he has not adapted to it yet. Since a man can marry 99 wives, he certainly won't agree to get married without thinking. Moreover, he had just traveled through time and had only spent half an hour with Ling Shintian. You must observe her more and get to know her better before making a decision. Thinking of this, he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and said to Ling Shintian, "Shintian, I'm sorry, I can't make a decision for the time being. Don't be anxious, give me a few more days to think about it." Ling Shintian was stunned. The light and expectation in her beautiful eyes gradually faded away, and her pretty face, which was slightly drunk and flushed, gradually turned pale. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she said with a choked voice, "Brother Ding Yang, I'm sorry, it must be that I'm not good enough and haven't worked hard enough. If you can point out what I did wrong, I will do my best to correct it until you are satisfied. Brother Ding Yang, please don't reject me. Give me some more time and I will definitely get better. I really like you. Ever since that afternoon 3 years ago, the day we both started school together, I've already." As she spoke, 2 crystal tears rolled down from the corners of Ling Shintian's eyes. She held Ding Yang's hand tightly, begging and confessing her feelings earnestly. Ding Yang was a little embarrassed, and quickly took out a tissue, helped her wipe her tears, and comforted her with a smile. "Don't cry, sweetheart. I didn't reject you. You are already very good and excellent. I just haven't gotten used to it yet, it'll take some time. Don't we still have a month? Don't worry, you don't have to wait that long. I will definitely make a decision and give you an answer." Ling Shintian was stunned again, staring at Ding Yang blankly, her eyes full of disbelief and emotion. She couldn't believe that Ding Yang actually said so much to her today. Not only did he comfort her in a gentle tone, he even wiped her tears affectionately. She felt like she was dreaming. Not only did she feel a strong sense of happiness in her heart, but her affection for Ding Yang also soared. At the same time, a clear electronic female voice suddenly sounded in Ding Yang's mind. Ding dong! The host's trainee spouse is detected, and the host's favorability is greatly improved. The charmer system is officially activated and bound. The service purpose of this department is to help the host gain the favor of the opposite sex in all aspects and improve personal charm and comprehensive abilities without limit. The goal is to make the host an invincible heartthrob and enjoy a perfect life. Serious reminder, the host currently has 72 points of favorability with the opposite sex. Starting immediately, the host's words and actions will affect the increase or decrease of the opposite sex's favorability. When the favorability of the opposite sex reaches 100 points, you will receive a surprise novice gift package. Life has no rehearsal, it is always a real battle, come on host. As the electronic female voice ended, a light curtain appeared that only Ding Yang could see. Host, Ding Yang, age, 18 years old. Height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms. Physical fitness, 6.1 normal male standard, average female fitness of the same age is 8.5. Appearance, 7 slightly handsome, out of 10 charm, 6 passing, out of 10 for this stage. Strength, not good talent, none skills, none. Opposite sex favorability, 72. Other properties and functions are to be opened. Chapter 3 Chapter 003 You are already very beautiful now. Looking at the extremely sci-fi light blue curtain in front of him, Ding Yang was stunned. Charming system? Opposite sex favorability? My brother Tonzi is here? In his previous life, he liked to read novels on Tomato in his spare time. The readers there are humorous and handsome, and they speak very nicely. He likes the atmosphere there very much. The more books you read, the more accepting you become of time travel and systems. Ding Yang quickly accepted and understood Tonzi. Although I don't have any talents or skills for the time being, it seems that there is nothing I can do. But when he recalled the system prompts, he immediately understood the importance of favorability with the opposite sex and how to improve it. So he stretched out his hands, held Ling Shintan's little hands, and looked at her gently. Then, in her slightly surprised and shy eyes, he said in a low and magnetic voice, "My dear, I have always believed that marriage is a sacred thing. Two people must understand each other well enough, have spiritual resonance, and have a common language before they are suitable to get married and live together. After all, this is a major event in life, and being cautious is a respect for each other. Only in this way can marriage life be happy and fulfilling. So, it's not that you're not good enough, but I don't want to make a hasty decision. I have to take responsibility for my life and yours, do you understand?" Ling Shintan was completely stunned, her beautiful eyes widened and her heart was beating wildly. She didn't expect that brother Ding Yang, who had always been taciturn, was so gentle and kind. Despite his seemingly aloof appearance, he actually acts so steadily, manly and responsible. These words in particular moved her deeply. It turns out that brother Ding Yang doesn't hate me, nor does he ignore me on purpose. He actually thinks about me, not only respects me, but also takes responsibility for my life? But I was so stupid that I never understood him and even misunderstood him. Thinking of this, Ling Shintan secretly blamed herself and her affection for Ding Yang deepened again. Although there was no system prompt, Ding Yang took a look at the attribute table and found that the favorability of the opposite sex had indeed increased to 76 points. That's exactly how it works. It seems I need to think of a way to get my favorability with the opposite sex to 100 points as soon as possible. Ding Yang was increasingly looking forward to the surprise gift package for newbies that the system mentioned. Brother Ding Yang, I understand. Thank you for being so kind and willing to give me a chance. Ling Shintan was no longer sad, she cheered up and smiled sweetly. After lunch, Ding Yang stood up as usual to help clean up the dishes. Ling Shintan was startled and quickly pulled his hand and asked him to sit down on the sofa. Not only did she help him turn on the TV and tune to his favorite anime channel, she also brought him drinks and snacks. Brother Ding Yang, husbands are meant to be pampered, how can I let you do housework? You watch TV for a while, I can finish the housework quickly. After settling Ding Yang down, Ling Shintan began to clean the table and then went into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Ding Yang felt a little complicated and couldn't help but recall the words that were popular on the internet in his previous life. A wife is brought home to be pampered, how can she do housework? Women get married to enjoy life, not to be free babysitters for men. Men are responsible for making money to support the family, while women are responsible for looking beautiful. Thinking of these ridiculous words, Ding Yang looked at Ling Shintan again, his eyes softened a lot. After sitting on the sofa for a while, he couldn't concentrate on watching the TV program at all. He couldn't help but look at the slender figure busy in the kitchen. He got up and walked into the kitchen, wanting to help Ling Shintan do something. After all, such a pure, beautiful, well-behaved and sensible girl is as busy as a nanny. If he sat there and enjoyed himself like a big boss, he would feel a little guilty. But when Ling Shintan discovered him, she quickly wiped the water off her hands and pushed him out of the kitchen. He also said a few words to him with a reproachful expression. "Brother Ding Yang, housework is a girl's job. How can a boy like you enter the kitchen?" If others saw this, they would definitely accuse me of being ignorant and unable to fulfill my responsibilities and obligations as a wife. Actually, I have nothing to do. Ding Yang wanted to explain a few more words. But Ling Shintan said to him like coaxing a child, "Okay, brother Ding Yang, be good, go to the sofa and wait for me for a while. 10 minutes at most. I'll come and accompany you when I'm done." Ding Yang laughed in silence, feeling that many concepts in this world have long been deeply rooted in people's minds, and he still has to adapt slowly. Although he had just crossed over, he already felt the feeling of being cared for and protected. A feeling of warmth and happiness quietly spread in his heart. He hasn't experienced this in many years. So he took out his cell phone, pointed it at Ling Shintan, found the right angle, and took a photo. Ling Shintan, who was washing dishes, heard the shutter click and subconsciously turned her head to look at Ding Yang. "Brother Ding Yang, are you taking a picture of me?" Ding Yang had clearly muted his phone, but he didn't expect to hear the sound of someone taking pictures. He suddenly felt guilty as if he had been caught taking pictures secretly, and smiled awkwardly. "Yes, I want to record the beauty in life." Ling Shintan was stunned, with surprise welling up in her eyes, and she felt unbelievable. "This is the first time brother Ding Yang took a photo of me. Record the beauty in life? Is he admitting that there are good moments in our life together?" For the past 2 months, she had been the only one making the effort. She also secretly took a lot of photos to record every detail of her life. But she did not get Ding Yang's permission, so she never took any photos of Ding Yang. She had a crush on Ding Yang for 3 years and lived with him for 2 months during their internship. The only photo of her and Ding Yang together was the graduation photo with the whole class. "Brother Ding Yang, I don't look good right now. Can you wait a moment while I change my clothes and reshoot?" After coming to her senses, Ling Shintan suppressed her excitement and asked nervously. Ding Yang smiled and shook his head. "No need to change, you are already very beautiful now. Of course, I'm not just talking about looks. Ling Shintan was stunned again. Not only did her heart skip a beat, but her voice was also choked. Even if she heard it with her own ears, she couldn't believe that brother Ding Yang actually praised her. Moreover, words have some connotation and deep meaning. This is definitely the best compliment to her and the most powerful affirmation of her efforts over the past 2 months. For a moment, Ling Shintan was so excited that she almost wanted to cry. But an even bigger surprise was to come. Ding Yang walked up to her, tilted his head towards her, and framed the two of them on the phone screen with the camera. "Sweetheart, come and take a picture with us." Ding Yang silently added in his heart, "Record my first acquaintance with you, and the touching moment you brought me today." Chapter 4, Chapter 004, Deep Love, Already Fallen. Ling Shintan was so surprised that she was at a loss for words. She looked up at him with eyes full of emotion. The happiness and love in her eyes overflowed the screen. Crack! The shutter sounded and the picture froze. In the photo, Ding Yang has relaxed brows and smiles from the heart, looking clean and sunny, no longer as silent and melancholy as his original self. Ling Shintan looked up at him lovingly, with a look of panic, surprise, and happiness. "Brother Ding Yang, can you send me a copy of the photo?" Ling Shintan asked with a slightly blushing face, her eyes full of pleading. "Silly girl, do you even need to ask? I've already sent it." Ding Yang chuckled and subconsciously reached out to touch the top of her head. For him, sending a copy of a photo to someone after taking one with them is basic practice and courtesy, and it is perfectly normal. But Ling Shintan was stunned, her mouth slightly open, as if she was stunned by the huge happiness. When she came to her senses, her pretty face was flushed, even her ears were tinged with red. Ding Yang called her a silly girl and patted her head, they were as intimate as a couple. She was filled with happiness and surprise, and her head was dizzy. She took out her cell phone with trembling hands and saw the photo in the Fission dialog box. She held it to her heart as if it were a treasure and quickly bowed to Ding Yang. "Brother Ding Yang, thank you, you are so kind." Seeing her eyes sparkling with love, Ding Yang quickly checked the attribute table. Before I knew it, my favorability towards the opposite sex had risen to 90 points. Obviously, his series of unintentional words and actions just now had a huge impact on Ling Shintan. According to the system's evaluation criteria, Ling Shintan has a 90-point favorability towards him, which is equivalent to deep love and affection, and she has already fallen for him. I haven't given anything yet, and such a good girl has fallen deeply in love with me and can't help herself? Ding Yang felt a little emotional. It was really rare to have such a simple and kind girl who was so devoted to him. At this rate, he would soon be able to gain 100 points of favorability from the opposite sex. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang twice. He gave Ling Shintan an apologetic look and returned to the living room. When I opened Fission, I saw 2 unread messages from Mom. "Yang Yang, have you had lunch? The weather is nice today. Do you want to go out for a walk? How are you getting along with Tian Tian? Tian Tian and her mother came to see me yesterday and wanted to discuss your marriage with me. Mom didn't agree to them. After all, everything depends on your thoughts. Yang Yang, if Tian Tian doesn't take good care of you, tell your mother. If you want to buy something or eat something, just tell Mom." After reading a series of messages sent by his mother, Ding Yang felt a little warm in his heart and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In his previous life, he was an orphan, without any family, and no one cared for him. Now reborn on Red Star, he was not only an 18-year-old boy, but also had a mother who doted on him and could feel her love. This is simply a gift from God. Looking at the dignified middle-aged woman in the Fission avatar, some information emerged in Ding Yang's mind. My mother's name is Ding Wanlan. She was very beautiful when she was young, but after working in a bank for many years, she couldn't even find a boyfriend. Not to mention marrying a man as his wife, you don't even have the chance to pay a 1 million yuan betrothal gift to a man to become his concubine. In the end, it was thanks to his outstanding work performance and great contributions to the bank that he was qualified to match the National Seed Bank at the age of 26. She waited in line for a whole year before she got a seed and successfully conceived after in vitro fertilization. The laws of the Dragon Kingdom stipulated that a man could marry 9 wives and take 90 concubines, and could legally have a maximum of 99 spouses. Only a woman with excellent overall conditions such as figure, appearance, education and ability, who offers a high dowry and a house and car, can marry a man. The vast majority of women remain single their entire lives and never even get to experience what it's like to be a man. They can only match a seed from the National Seed Bank through work contributions or purchase at a high price when they are of childbearing age and undergo in vitro fertilization. After giving birth to a daughter by cesarean section, she raised her with great difficulty and finally had someone to take care of her in her old age and see her to the end of her life. If a mother is as lucky as Ding Yang and gives birth to a son, then she will have changed her destiny and become honored because of her son. From the moment a boy is born, the state rewards him with a 150 square meter urban house. Ding Yang and Ling Shintan are currently living in a house awarded by the state. Before the boy turns 18, he will receive a monthly subsidy of 30,000 star coins. In addition, boys' tuition, tutoring and medical expenses are all free, and they can also enjoy a 10% discount on various daily necessities, clothes, socks, shoes, and hats. Not only will you get 200 extra points on the college entrance exam, you can also have priority in choosing top-ranked universities, and your food and accommodation will be provided, and all other fees will be waived. Even in terms of legal protection, the focus is on men. There are even husbands' unions that have formulated many strict regulations on the premise of protecting men's rights. In short, every man born on the Red Star enjoys extraordinary treatment and benefits. 10 minutes passed. Ding Yang sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, accepting and digesting the information from the world. Ling Shintan had finished her housework and changed into a white silk suspender nightgown. She walked lightly to Ding Yang's side and silently reached out to massage his shoulders and neck. Sweetheart, you. Ding Yang opened his eyes and was about to speak, but when he saw Ling Shintian's clothes, he was stunned. The thin silk nightgown fits her graceful curves perfectly. Large areas of skin as smooth as mutton fat jade exude a crystal clear luster. The loose skirt only covers 10 centimeters below the thighs. A pair of long, straight legs were exposed in the air, fair and well proportioned, without any excess fat. Her arms were as white and tender as jade, and her fingers were slender and soft as if they had no bones. The swan-like slender neck and the 2 clavicle pits seemed to be shining with white light. The youthful scent and the girl's faint body fragrance that hit him in the face made Ding Yang unable to take his eyes away, and he almost couldn't hold back his nose bleeding. He secretly sighed that those so-called top school beauties in his previous life were not on the same level as Ling Shintan. After all, the world's population is exploding, and girls have been competing fiercely since childhood. They pay special attention to appearance and body management, and also deliberately cultivate their posture and temperament. Under such circumstances, Ling Shintan can still become the school belle of the #1 high school in the city. You can imagine how valuable her status is. Ling Shintan rubbed Ding Yang's shoulders and back while observing his reaction. Seeing him staring at her with eyes full of amazement, she felt a little shy, but more of joy and relief, and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. What my mother taught me was indeed right. As long as I take the initiative and show him more of my strengths, he will not be able to ignore them. As long as I am completely honest with him, he will eventually develop feelings for me over time. Chapter 5 Chapter 005 Ling Shintian's Good Intentions. After Ling Shintan matched with Ding Yang, her mother was also very happy. She kept giving her advice and cheering her up. In the previous 2 months, Ding Yang deliberately avoided Ling Shintan and the two had little interaction. Today, Ling Shintan clearly felt that Ding Yang had changed and was willing to communicate with her sincerely, so she used the method her mother taught her. This was also the first time she wore such light and sexy clothes in front of the opposite sex. She was also very shy, and her crystal earlobes were turning red. But in order to finish her internship as soon as possible and successfully become a full-time employee, she must seize the opportunity and work hard to improve herself. Brother Ding Yang, what's wrong? Is it that my clothes don't fit? Then should I go change? Seeing that Ding Yang observed for 10 seconds without saying anything, Ling Shintan asked nervously. No need to change, just wear this, it looks great. Ding Yang came back to his senses, smiled and shook his head. To him, Ling Shintian's thoughts were written on her face, and he could see through them at a glance. Such a pure and beautiful school beauty actually overcame her shyness and let go of her reserve, using this method to please him, just to win his favor. All he could say was, "Hey, you're really good at judging people." Seeing that Ding Yang's expression didn't seem like he was lying, Ling Shintian was secretly delighted. She was no longer shy and nervous, and her movements became more natural and bolder. Even though her body was in frequent contact with Ding Yang, and many beautiful scenes were exposed to him at close range under her thin nightgown, she no longer hesitated or dodged. After Ding Yang's mind was completely relaxed, Ling Shintian squatted beside his legs and helped him massage his feet and legs. Ding Yang enjoyed her gentle service and smelled her faint body fragrance, feeling relaxed and happy. Before I knew it, half an hour had passed. After enjoying Ling Shintian's full body massage, Ding Yang lay comfortably on the sofa and took a nap. Ling Shintian did not rest, but spread out a yoga mat on the balcony of the living room and started doing body shaping and fat-reducing exercises. As soft music played, she performed various movements carefully and changed her postures continuously. Ding Yang began to feel distracted and couldn't help but open his eyes and stare at her figure. Her flexible figure and the spring light that she inadvertently revealed always touched Ding Yang's heart. The afternoon sun is so bright. Oh no, it's so beautiful. Ling Shintian seemed to notice Ding Yang's gaze and turned her head to look back several times. But when she saw Ding Yang closing his eyes and seemed to be asleep, she couldn't help but smile. Another hour passed. Ding Yang pretended that his lunch break was over and got up to go to the bathroom. When he returned to the living room, Ling Shintian had changed out of her silk nightgown and was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. Her long, smooth hair was also tied up with a headband. Brother Ding Yang, take a look, what would you like to eat for dinner? Ling Shintian held a thick notebook and handed it to Ding Yang. Ding Yang took the notebook and looked at it. There were more than 30 kinds of dishes written densely on the page. The time was marked on the header of this page, and it was this week's menu. He flipped through the pages again and discovered that Ling Shintian had designed the menu every week since they started living together. Moreover, every time Ling Shintian made a menu, she would change the styles and flavors in the hope that he would like it. The few dishes that have been preserved are all his favorites. Of course, this is not what the original body told Ling Shintian. Rather, it was the result of Ling Shintian's own observation. Ding Yang felt warm in his heart when he understood Ling Shintian's good intentions. He carefully looked at the menu and pondered for a moment before choosing 4 dishes. Shintian, the menu you designed is basically to my taste. With your cooking skills, I like all the dishes you make. There are only 2 of us, so we don't need to cook too much. 4 dishes are enough. As he spoke, Ding Yang returned the menu to Ling Shintian. Ling Shintan was stunned for a moment again, and a smile of surprise and happiness quietly appeared in her eyes. Before, every time she asked Ding Yang to order food, Ding Yang would not look at the menu and would just say whatever lightly. Now, Ding Yang not only carefully checked the menu, but also praised her cooking skills and dedication. Ding Yang even sympathized with her hard work in cooking and only let her cook 4 dishes for a meal. Brother Ding Yang has really changed. He's so gentle and considerate, so heartwarming. Ling Shintan was deeply moved and her love for Ding Yang deepened. Brother Ding Yang, why don't you play games or read some novels at home? I'm going out to buy groceries now and will be back soon. If you need anything, call me. Ding Yang quietly looked at the attribute table and found that his favorability towards the opposite sex had increased again, reaching 93 points. Seeing that he was not far from 100 points, as long as he spent another hour or two with Ling Shintan, he would be able to get the novice gift package. How could he stay home alone at this time? So, he smiled and said, Shintan, wait a moment, I'll go shopping with you. Ah? Ling Shintan thought she had heard wrongly. In the 2 months they had been together, Ding Yang rarely went out, let alone went shopping with her. Although she was very happy and excited, she decided to dissuade him. Brother Ding Yang, it's too hot outside. Why don't you rest at home? Ding Yang smiled and said, you are not afraid of the heat, so why should I be afraid? Stop talking, wait for me to change my clothes and then we'll set off. Seeing that Ding Yang insisted on going out with her despite the hot weather, Ling Xian was sweet and moved. How could there be a boy as gentle and considerate as brother Ding Yang in the world? I can't even say I'm lucky to be matched with him, it's a gift from God. Ling Shintan stopped trying to dissuade him and quickly went to the closet to find clothes for Ding Yang. After a while, she found 6 sets of clothes in different styles and showed them to Ding Yang one by one for him to choose. Brother Ding Yang, these 6 sets of clothes are all newly bought by me. Do you like them? If you don't like it, I'll buy you another one. Boys need to be cared for and dressed up, and the styles of their clothes should be well matched so that they can show different temperaments in different occasions. The clothes were bought a month and a half ago, but the original owner never went out and just changed into a few sets of pajamas all day long. Ling Shintan was a little worried that Ding Yang might not like the style she chose. Ding Yang looked at the 6 new sets of clothes and could tell at a glance that she had chosen them carefully. The colors and styles of each outfit are well matched. If he were to choose, he certainly wouldn't have as good vision and aesthetic taste as Ling Shintan, and the matching wouldn't be so harmonious. Seeing that Ling Shintian's eyes were full of tenderness, but there was a hint of uneasiness in them, as if she was afraid that he didn't like her, Ding Yang couldn't help but smile. Looking back on his past life, no one had ever been so kind to him. And now, this 18-year-old pure school beauty not only treats him well with all her heart, but also always considers and cares about his feelings. He just wanted to say that this was the ideal world he wanted. Chapter 6 Chapter 006 Newbie Gift Pack is in hand. Brother Ding Yang, is there no style you like? Please tell me what kind of clothes you want to wear, and I will buy it for you right now. Seeing that Ding Yang was silent for a few minutes, Ling Shintan became even more nervous, and her slender fingers twisted together and squeezed tightly. Ding Yang came back to his senses, pointed at a white t-shirt and denim shorts, and smiled. Just wear this one. Ling Shintan was stunned for a moment, then she understood what he meant. Her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled and she smiled sweetly. Because, that set of white t-shirt and denim shorts, and the white t-shirt and jeans she was wearing, were a couple style that she carefully selected. Although the style is simple, the effect of the clothes when worn is quite good, fresh and unobtrusive. Moreover, the style is youthful and most suitable for student couples. Okay, brother Ding Yang, I'll help you change your clothes. Ling Shintan was filled with joy and anticipation, and subconsciously wanted to help. Ding Yang smiled and refused, I can do it myself, just wait a moment. It wasn't that he was shy or embarrassed, but the system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with the opposite sex has reached 100 points. You have successfully obtained the newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Ding Yang went into the bedroom with clothes in his hand, full of anticipation. As he closed the door, he silently said to himself, open the gift package. Then, the system prompt sounded again. Open the novice gift package and get the following rewards. 1. Reward 2 points of free attributes can only be used to enhance your own attributes. The minimum unit is 0.1 point. 2. Reward skills and strengthen weapons omitted. 3. Reward talent, instrument proficiency mastery of both popular and classical instruments. Friendly reminder to the host: if the favorability of the opposite sex exceeds 500 points, you will receive more generous advanced rewards. Other rewards and achievements are waiting to be unlocked. The gift pack not only contains attribute points, but also talents and skills. What a surprise! Ding Yang secretly praised and began to think about how to allocate the 2 free attributes. He has learned that the world of Chixing is a little special, and there are warriors who practice martial arts. Women's physique and various attributes are generally higher than men's. His physique of 6.1 is considered normal among men, but much weaker than that of women. If he fights with a girl of the same age, he will definitely lose because he is not as strong, fast, or as stamina as the other party. However, the current living environment in Longwei is very safe, and the society is relatively stable and harmonious. Ding Yang is quite satisfied with his figure, so he won't waste points on his height and physique for the time being. Since the male-to-female ratio is 1 to 1,000, he is equivalent to the son of the version. The best choice is of course to maximize your appearance and charm, so that you can be invincible and more easily gain the favor of the opposite sex. The goal of the charmer system must be achieved by charming the beauties into the point of idiocy and luring them into becoming black carp. The gender ratio in Chixing is huge, even a 200-pound fat guy is in high demand. My appearance score is 7, which is considered quite handsome, but that's enough for now. However, my charm is only 6 points, barely reaching the passing level, which is a bit of a drag. After thinking about it, Ding Yang added both free attribute points to charm. Immediately, his attribute table changed, and his charm value became 8 points. He used his cell phone as a mirror and found that his facial features had not changed, but his temperament had changed obviously. The boy's immaturity faded away, and he became more manly, more stable and profound, and even his eyes became much deeper. He felt like he had become a bit of a show-off, and his attractiveness to the opposite sex had definitely gone up 2 levels. He continued to check the attribute table and found that the none in the skill column disappeared and turned into enhanced weapons. The none in the talent column also disappeared and was replaced by instrument proficiency. Ding Yang doesn't feel anything about this talent for the time being. I just felt that a vast amount of knowledge and memories had quietly appeared in my mind. I have become very knowledgeable and familiar with instruments such as piano, guitar, saxophone, violin, bass, guzheng, pipa, arrow, etc. Considering that Ling Shintan was still waiting for him, he didn't waste time to investigate further. A few minutes later, he changed into a white t-shirt and denim shorts and walked out of the bedroom. Ling Shintan, who had been waiting outside the door, was visibly dazed when she saw his appearance and dress. Just as I imagined, brother Ding Yang looks youthful, energetic, clean and fresh in this outfit. He seems to have become more handsome and his temperament has become more unique. I didn't expect that he would be so charming just by changing into new clothes. Ling Shintian's eyes were full of amazement, and she looked at Ding Yang lovingly, her heart beating like a deer. She didn't know what changes had taken place in Ding Yang, and she thought that Ding Yang had become charming after changing out of his pajamas and putting on the clothes she chose. Okay, let's go. Seeing that Ling Shintian was completely bewitched and her favorability reached 105 points, Ding Yang had a more intuitive feeling of the power of increasing the charm value by 2 points. The two went out happily, and when they took the elevator downstairs, they met a white-haired old lady. The old lady looked at them with a kind smile and said, "What a handsome man and beautiful woman. You two are such a perfect match." Ding Yang just smiled and nodded without saying anything. Ling Shintian was so happy that her pretty face flushed slightly. She quickly bowed to the old lady and said thank you several times in a row. A few minutes later, the two got on the subway together and prepared to go to the vegetable market 2 stops away. There were a lot of people in the subway car, and the air was filled with various perfumes and the smell of sweat. Ding Yang looked around and found that the carriage was full of women, ranging from 17 or 18 years old to 40 or 50 years old. He is the only man. As soon as he and Ling Shintian found a place to sit down, they noticed that many women were looking at him. Even most of the women stared at him, their eyes full of scrutiny, admiration, and covetousness. This made him shiver and feel very insecure. Only then did he realize what a male-to-female ratio of 1 to 1,000 meant. Those are not cold numbers, but under the huge disparity in proportion, every man is like a treasure. No matter how tall or short, fat or thin, beautiful or ugly, once you appear in public, you will definitely be the focus of attention. It is said that public security is rather poor in many countries of Red Star. Every day, many men suffer violence from women. Fortunately, Longhua has a high level of education, good living conditions, and the people have a high quality. Even though many women looked at him with desire and restlessness, at least no one did anything out of the ordinary. However, he still heard many women whispering about him. How could a cute boy go out in this hot weather? Yeah. He actually squeezed into the subway with us. Isn't that so down to earth? He looks like an adult, tall and a bit handsome. If he just marries a wife and takes a few concubines, he should have assets worth tens of millions. Even if you want to go out in this weather, you should drive a luxury car, right? Look at the girl next to him. She's wearing matching outfits with him. Is she his spouse? That girl could have just taken the subway by herself, but she dragged the boy through this? How selfish. Chapter 7 Chapter 007 Ling Shintan is angry. The complicated looks and whispers from the crowd made Ding Yang feel a little uncomfortable. He finally understood why his original body was unwilling to go out and even rarely went downstairs. No wonder Ling Shintan was very happy, but still didn't want him to go shopping with her. After all, it's not a very comfortable feeling to be scrutinized, looked at, and judged everywhere. Ling Shintan happened to hear the discussions of others. She pursed her lips secretly, her eyes a little dim and full of self-blame. At this time, not far from Ding Yang, there were three beautiful girls, looking at him and talking with a smile. That boy is so handsome. If he could marry me as a concubine, I would be happy to drive a luxury car and live in a villa. Haha, you're so shameless, eating and taking at the same time, dream on. How about we go over there together, add him as a fashion friend, and try to woo him? Can your family afford $1 million gift, a house, and a luxury car? Don't go over and try to strike up a conversation, only to be called a toad wanting to eat swan meat. How embarrassing that would be. Listening to the three girls chattering away with such youthful energy, Ding Yang couldn't help but smile. No matter what time and place, young people are always happy and free when they get together. However, his casual smile made the girls around him exclaim in surprise. Wow! That boy smiled. He actually smiled at me. Is he interested in me? Come on. He was obviously smiling at me. Look at his smile, it's so gentle and elegant. He's quite handsome, and his smile is so bright. I love him. Sisters, I can no longer contain my overwhelming power. No one can persuade me, I am going to charge forward for love and give it my all. This time, not only the three girls who were traveling together, but also the girls around them were ready to make a move. They all wanted to come over and chat with Ding Yang and add him as their friend. Even if Ding Yang had a partner, no one would care. After all, every man can marry a maximum of 99 wives, and as long as they can become one of them, it would be a great honor for their ancestors. Seeing everyone's reaction, Ding Yang quickly checked his attribute table. The favorability of the opposite sex has indeed increased again and has reached 110 points. I just smiled unintentionally a little while ago, and it made those girls exclaim and talk about it, and my popularity among the opposite sex also increased rapidly. It seems that increasing my charm by 2 points was indeed a wise choice. In the future, I need to interact more with the opposite sex so that it will be easier to improve my favorability. In a world where there are more women than men, this is not difficult for me. Ding Yang gradually mastered the essentials and gained more confidence and courage. He also began to look forward to the advanced reward of 500 points of favorability with the opposite sex. At this moment, Ling Shintan, who had been observing her surroundings and staying alert at all times, suddenly walked in front of a girl. Excuse me, what are you doing? Your phone is pointed at my boyfriend all the time, are you taking pictures of him? Ling Shintan, who has always been gentle and well-behaved, is a little angry at this moment, like an angry little lion. Because someone was taking secret photos of Ding Yang, this was an infringement of Ding Yang's rights and interests, and she absolutely could not tolerate it. The person she questioned was a round-faced girl in her 20s wearing glasses. At this moment, she was holding her mobile phone, placing it under her backpack, and taking pictures quietly. She was startled when Ling Shintan suddenly asked her the question in public, and quickly put her phone back into her pocket. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. The round-faced girl was obviously a little guilty and flustered, and kept shaking her head to deny it. Ling Shintan became more certain of her judgment, crossed her arms over her chest, and stared at her with a frown. Even if the phone is in silent mode, there will be a shutter sound when taking a photo. So, it's no use for you to deny it, I've already heard it. Taking photos of others without their permission violates their portrait and privacy rights. If you really made a mistake, you should delete the photo, apologize to my boyfriend and get his forgiveness. If it turns out that I have misunderstood you, I will apologize and offer compensation. Seeing that Ling Shintan spoke clearly and logically, the round-faced girl was completely suppressed by her aura and was so scared that she almost cried. The other people in the car also cast strange looks at him. While looking at the round-faced girl, they all started whispering and talking. Although that boy is very charming and a bit handsome, everyone is just admiring him. Who would dare to secretly take pictures? Doesn't she know anything about the law? Handsome and elegant boys like this basically don't take the subway. Maybe it was her first time seeing it with her own eyes, so she was confused for a moment. No matter how foolish you are, you can't do something illegal like this, right? If that boy pursues the matter, she will definitely be severely punished. According to the laws of our dragon nation, if her actions are proven, she will not only be detained, but will also have to pay a hefty fine. Honestly, her behavior was a bit foolish. With so many people watching, it was so embarrassing. Everyone, please stop talking. I have already reported this to the train police. The right and wrong will be determined by the justice. Maintaining a clean and upright social environment and promoting positive energy is everyone's responsibility. Everyone pointed and talked at the round-faced girl, and their expressions and words were full of condemnation. The round-faced girl was so embarrassed that she felt at a loss as to what to do and almost cried. Seeing this, Ding Yang quickly stood up, walked to Ling Shintan and patted her shoulder. Shintan, wait a moment, let me understand the situation first. Don't worry, brother Ding Yang, I will take care of this matter. I am confronting her now. If she can admit her mistakes and repent, you can consider how to deal with her. Ling Shintan comforted Ding Yang in a gentle tone, fearing that he would be angry. She had already made up her mind to protect brother Ding Yang at all times. Thank you for being so sweet, but let me handle it. Ding Yang smiled at her and looked at the round-faced girl. If I'm not mistaken, you're still in college, right? Don't be nervous, classmates. I won't extort money from you, nor will I necessarily use the law to put you in jail. I just want to ask, did you really take a picture of me? If so, I hope you can admit it honestly. If not, you can explain and prove it to everyone. Ding Yang's voice is gentle and magnetic. He speaks slowly and with a smile on his face. When the women around heard this, their eyes widened in surprise, and their liking for him soared. Ding Yang took a look at his personal attribute table and found that his favorability towards the opposite sex had indeed increased by a few points. The round-faced girl was very scared and kept her head down, feeling very panicked inside and out. But Ding Yang's voice seemed to have some kind of magic that calmed her heart and made her no longer so afraid. In particular, when she looked at Ding Yang's handsome smiling face, she was stunned for a moment and forgot to breathe. After being stunned for 2 seconds, she came to her senses and bowed to Ding Yang in panic to apologize. Chapter 8 Chapter 008 You are the embodiment of light and warmth. Handsome guy, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Thank you for being so kind and willing to tolerate me. I really couldn't help myself, and took a photo of you. Because I have never seen a boy as handsome as you on the subway. Sorry, I was wrong. Please don't be angry, I will delete the photo now. The round-faced girl apologized with a guilty look on her face, then quickly took out her cell phone, opened the photo album on the spot, and wanted to delete the photos. That was a photo she took when Ding Yang was smiling. Although only the side face was photographed, the angle and timing of the shot were just right, and the light and shadow effects were also very consistent, making it look quite stunning. It has the beauty of youthful sunshine, as well as a clean and handsome side. It perfectly shows Ding Yang's unique temperament. Ding Yang took a look at the photo and raised his hand to stop the round-faced girl. No need to delete it, it's just a side profile photo, no big deal. Besides, your photography skills are pretty good. Even without filters, I can still look so good in these photos. I feel like my appearance has been elevated to a higher level. Ding Yang's few words, spoken in a relaxed tone and with a hint of sarcasm, made the entire carriage silent. Everyone was stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. After a brief silence, everyone burst into exclamations and discussions. Oh my God! What did I hear? That boy was secretly photographed, but instead of getting angry, he praised others for their photography skills? That's impossible. What boy isn't proud, cool, and arrogant? If you get caught secretly taking photos of a boy, you'll be skinned alive if not dead. Yeah. There was a news story last month about a man who was secretly photographed by a woman and sued her, demanding a prison sentence and 200,000 yuan in damages. I must have heard it wrong. How could there be such a kind and considerate boy in this world? Handsome boy. You don't understand the law, do you? For behavior like hers, you can definitely let her be punished and give you compensation for mental damages. Everyone was very emotional, and many people were blaming the round-faced girl and reminding Ding Yang to hold her accountable. But Ding Yang felt very happy when he saw his favorability towards the opposite sex was constantly increasing. He waved his hand for everyone to be quiet, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern and reminder, but I don't think it's a big deal. Everyone loves beauty. Whenever we see beautiful scenery, flowers, plants or sunset, we take photos to record them. In my opinion, this matter is similar in nature. As long as they have my permission to take photos, don't use my photos for commercial purposes, and don't do anything inappropriate, it's not a big deal." After hearing his words, everyone's innate concepts were almost overturned. Although they understood the logic, they had never heard a man say such words in public. This kind of tolerant mind and magnanimity is simply unbelievable. How can this be called a handsome boy? Is this the Bodhisattva descending to earth? And then, a scene appeared that made everyone feel even more unbelievable. Ding Yang took out his cell phone, handed it to the round-faced girl, and then stood side by side with Ling Shintan. "Classmate, I'm in a good mood today and want to take a photo with my girlfriend. You have good photography skills, can you take a picture for us?" After saying that, Ding Yang smiled at the camera of his mobile phone. At this moment, the entire carriage fell into silence, and everyone seemed to be petrified. The round-faced girl was so excited that her face turned red, but she couldn't say a word. She was both grateful and relieved, her mood was like a roller coaster, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry out loud. "Wow, handsome boy, how can you be so kind? You are like the embodiment of light and warmth, making me feel ashamed. Sorry. I'm such a piece of shit, I actually did something like that. I'm so sorry." She thought that if she was caught red-handed today, she would not only be detained and fined, but her reputation and studies might also be affected. But she was so lucky. "I unexpectedly met such a kind, gentle, elegant and perfect boy." Not only did he not hold her accountable for her mistakes, he also helped her out. He even asked her to help take a couple photo. This not only resolved her embarrassment, but also made her feel a strong sense of kindness. This must be the blessing she accumulated in her previous life that allowed her to have such a dreamlike experience today. At this moment, Ding Yang is like the sun. It not only illuminates her life, but also brings her warmth and kindness, which she will remember for the rest of her life. "Okay, help us take the photo, posing is tiring. Also, don't do this again in the future. It's disrespectful to boys, illegal, and can get you in trouble." Ding Yang reminded with a smile. The round-faced girl nodded quickly. "Well, I'll remember what you said and never make this mistake again." Then she turned on the camera and began to adjust parameters such as angle and exposure. Ding Yang is so gentle and kind, and his girlfriend is so pure and beautiful. She must give her all to take the best-looking photos. Ling Shintan was also very touched. This was the first time Ding Yang called her his girlfriend, and he said it in public. Everyone around her envied her, which made her feel sweet inside. She suppressed her shyness, quietly took Ding Yang's arm, and held his hand, their fingers tightly interlocked. Crack! The picture froze. Ding Yang tilted his head slightly towards Ling Shintan, smiling gently and brightly. Ling Shintan held his arm, looking like a little bird, with a sweet and happy smile. Especially in her eyes, the deep love and admiration overflowed from the screen. Thank you, handsome. Today's experience is the most precious experience and memory in my life." The round-faced girl returned the phone to Ding Yang, bowed excitedly and thanked Ding Yang. Ding Yang glanced at the beautiful photo and nodded, "Thank you too. We like the photo very much." The women in the carriage were all amazed to see that a dispute that could have turned into a case had such a perfect ending. A burst of cheers and discussions once again swept through the entire carriage like a tide. I think using the word handsome to describe him is too weak and too pale. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that there was such a warm-hearted boy in the world. He is neither arrogant nor rude, but rather gentle and polite, with a kindness that makes people feel distressed and admired. The ancients said that the man on the street is as beautiful as jade and the young man is unparalleled in the world. This must be what he is like. To be honest, I've lived for 40 years and have seen all kinds of people. But I have never seen a boy who is so considerate, gentle, and kind. Compared to other men, he is simply perfect. Auntie, I don't allow you to compare him with other men. Those men are not qualified. Before, I thought he would collect evidence first and then settle the score with the girl. After all, this is a common tactic used by many men. I didn't expect that I was too dark. Yes. He is as bright and warm as the sun. And we are like rats in the gutter, with low and dirty thoughts. In front of him, I really feel ashamed, humble, and ridiculous. Everyone was so excited that the favorability of the opposite sex was particularly strong, and cuckoo was rising. In just 2 minutes, it soared to 175 points. Ding Yang only made a slight move, and the favor of the opposite sex came in droves. This made him more confident and sure, and his mentality became more relaxed. He waved his hand again to signal for silence, and then said with a smile, "Thank you all for speaking up just now. Your intention to abide by the law and protect boys is very good. But because of individual incidents, people may have formed some stereotypical bad impressions of men as a whole. I want to tell you that most men are actually tolerant and generous. It's just that the world and the background of the times are fixed, and no one can change it. Some men may react excessively when their rights are violated, but that is also to protect themselves. If everyone is kind-hearted, does not harass or harm boys, and is more tolerant and understanding of each other, why worry about the correction of social trends? In such an era, life is not easy for everyone. We must shoulder the responsibilities of work and society, lead the development of the times, and contribute to the country and society. Everyone is remarkable. In my opinion, everyone who lives seriously, has a kind heart, and knows how to take care of and protect boys deserves respect." Chapter 9 Chapter 009 Is this the benefit of being the son of the Virgin? Ding Yang just said a few words casually, but the whole carriage fell into silence again. The police were called immediately, and the female flight attendant and the beautiful flight attendant who rushed to deal with the case also stared at Ding Yang in a daze. Like hundreds of other women in the carriage, the two of them stared at Ding Yang, their expressions and eyes filled with shock, disbelief, admiration and gratitude. 200 years ago, Shixing was invaded by an alien race. After decades of bloody fighting, they finally won the victory with great difficulty. In that protracted war, almost all the men were killed and almost died. After the war, the male-to-female ratio reached 1 to 50,000, and the entire Red Star became a woman's world. For nearly 100 years, it is women who have worked tirelessly, struggled through dire straits, and shouldered the heavy responsibility of rebuilding their homes and developing Shixing. They not only support the country and society, but also find ways to reproduce. But no matter how hard everyone tried, the effect was very weak. Because the invasion of alien races brought a special virus to Red Star, which eroded human genes. The most direct impact is that the male birth rate is shockingly low. Even after more than 100 years of recuperation and several generations of biological scientists studying day and night, they are still unable to solve this problem. Today, it is very difficult for Longwei to restore the male-to-female ratio to 1 to 1,000. Among the dozens of countries in Red Star, it is a far-leading powerful country. The few men who are born noble and superior enjoy extremely high status and treatment. First of all, this is compensation to men from the whole society. After all, almost all the men died in that war. The Red Star was not enslaved and colonized by alien races thanks to the sacrifices and contributions of that generation of men. Secondly, the principle that things are valuable because they are rare applies at all times. Therefore, the whole world cares for and cherishes men, and it is natural for women to take care of, be polite to and protect men. Men are used to women's pampering and care, and feel at ease. But at this moment, a man suddenly stood up and expressed his affirmation and gratitude to the women who abided by the law and protected men. Be considerate and encouraging of women who work hard and contribute to society. What a warm, loving and considerate boy. For a moment, many women had red eyes and wiped away tears quietly. Ling Shintan also felt the same way. She held Ding Yang's hand tightly, her eyes full of admiration and love. She likes Ding Yang very much and has been secretly in love with him for 3 years. But this doesn't mean that she only looks at people's appearance. Of course, she also hopes that her beloved partner can resonate with her spiritually and be a man with substance. Now she is very sure that Ding Yang is not only a gentle, kind and well-educated man, but also a light in her life. The perfect companion to make her feel proud and proud. Not only was she emotionally infected by Ding Yang, but she was also conquered by him spiritually and mentally. Good. That's very well said. Ling Shintan came to her senses and led the applause. Suddenly, everyone in the car applauded and cheered for Ding Yang. After a long time, the deafening applause stopped. A girl with delicate makeup holding a mobile phone bowed to Ding Yang with tears in her eyes and asked cautiously, "Handsome boy, could you please say it again? Your words were so inspiring and encouraging that I want to record them and show them to my family." As soon as she finished speaking, someone next to her immediately tried to dissuade her, and even the female conductor frowned slightly. After all, the ideas that Chixing has maintained for more than 100 years cannot be easily reversed. In the eyes of everyone, her request was a bit excessive and was considered to be asking for too much. But Ding Yang's favorability among the opposite sex is still a little far from 500 points, so of course he has to continue to perform. Seeing someone so cooperative, he agreed without hesitation. No problem, go ahead and record it. As long as the intention and purpose are good, it's okay to spread it. The girl bowed again excitedly to express her gratitude and quickly turned on the video. Under the gaze of everyone, Ding Yang spoke in a calm tone. Red Star suffered a disaster 200 years ago, resulting in a serious imbalance in the gender ratio. The men and ancestors who sacrificed their lives to protect the Red Star are heroes who will always be respected and remembered. Even after thousands or tens of thousands of years, future generations will never forget their sacrifices and contributions. At the same time, we also acknowledge that after the war, it was women who held up the world. Without the hard work of women, there would be no Chixing today, and no beautiful home and stable life. Women also made important contributions to post-war reconstruction and recuperation. But everyone must understand that solitary young cannot produce life, and solitary yin cannot grow. Little Tiger bot document anti-piracy, find, book, machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable, don't step into pits. The number of men is too small and they deserve special care and protection, which requires the joint efforts and contributions of the whole society. When the number of men becomes too small, our country and race will perish. I believe everyone knows that after that great disaster, how many countries and races on Red Star were wiped out in history. We should learn from history, understand and appreciate the implications of national decisions, and support them with actions. When we support the national policy, we are not only caring for and protecting boys, but also protecting our country and nation and contributing to the reproduction of mankind. Each of you can be a hero. Ding Yang had just traveled through time and didn't have a deep understanding of Chixing, so what he said wasn't detailed or specific enough. But his words were expressed very fluently and were very contagious. Many women only know that protecting and caring for men is responding to the call of the country and society. But they do not agree with it from the bottom of their hearts, and sometimes they feel it is unfair, so they will not strictly enforce it. But after Ding Yang interpreted it this way, this matter became a great mission and rose to the level of making a contribution to all mankind. Every word he said made the women's hearts surge, and they felt proud and moved. Almost all the women felt ashamed and secretly resolved to respond to the country's call and take better care of the men. After all, it is a major plan that benefits the country and the people, and it is the important task entrusted to them by the times. Soon, Ding Yang finished his speech. Everyone in the car applauded and cheered, and many people had tears in their eyes. The applause was continuous and deafening like the tide. The female conductor and the train attendant also had red eyes and bowed deeply to show their respect to Ding Yang. Led by them, more people were inspired and bowed to Ding Yang to express their feelings of gratitude and respect. At the same time, many young girls approached Ding Yang with their mobile phones. With gratitude and admiration, they wanted to get close to Ding Yang, talk to him more, and even take a photo with him. Seeing the crowds pouring in, the carriage began to become chaotic, and the train police and conductors rushed to maintain order. Ding Yang was surrounded by a group of women and couldn't get away. He was almost squeezed and fell. Ling Shintan hurriedly protected him and helped him block those overly enthusiastic women. Fortunately, the female conductor took out a loudspeaker and spoke in a serious tone, warning everyone not to riot. Everyone finally calmed down. Although they were unwilling, they could only return to their original positions one after another. After a while, the beautiful train attendant came to thank Ding Yang with some valuable subway models and souvenirs. "Handsome man, thank you so much for taking this subway and giving us such an inspiring speech. We would like to adopt your speech as video material for staff training and education to inspire everyone to work hard. These small gifts are for you. On behalf of all the staff, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. Please also accept the Supreme Membership Card. From now on, you can ride the subway for free within Dragon Country." Ding Yang didn't expect that what he said in order to gain the favor of the opposite sex would cause such a huge response. Not only did the women present take better care of and cherish the boy, but he also received such a valuable gift. You don't need to work hard at all, just move your mouth and you can achieve this effect. Is this the benefit of being a child of the version? Ding Yang was secretly happy. He took the gift and membership card, and thanked the beautiful train attendant with a smile. "Thank you. Chapter 10 Chapter 010 The First Bouquet of Flowers in Life. The beautiful train attendant in her early 20s had long been attracted by Ding Yang's temperament and speech. She looked at Ding Yang with watery eyes and her heart began to beat faster. After taking a deep breath, she mustered up the courage to ask, "Handsome guy, I don't know your name yet? Can I add you as my Fishan friend? Let us make friends?" Ding Yang was an experienced person. After hearing what she said and looking at her charming eyes, he immediately understood what she meant. Although she is young and beautiful, Ding Yang already has Ling Shintan as his internship partner. This girl is completely devoted to him, and he doesn't want to have any other affairs for the time being. "Sorry, my Fishan friend list is full." This was obviously a polite refusal, and it left space and room for both parties. Although the beautiful train attendant felt a little regretful, she did not insist. She smiled, nodded, and left tactfully. Ding Yang quickly opened the attribute table to check the favorability of the opposite sex, and it had risen to 420 points. In other words, from the time he boarded the subway until now, in just about 10 minutes, he has gained 315 points of favorability from the opposite sex. Especially the passionate but not particularly professional speech just now, which touched all the women in the car. Not only did he win their respect and admiration, but he also made their favorability soar wildly. In just that one wave, he gained more than 200 points of favorability. "I seem to have found a shortcut to gaining favor with the opposite sex," Ding Yang thought to himself, and became more and more looking forward to the advanced reward of 500 points of favorability. At this time, the subway slowly stopped at the platform, and he and Ling Shintan arrived at the station. Amidst everyone's admiring and reluctant gazes, he smiled and waved goodbye to everyone, then pulled Ling Shintan out of the car. Such a polite and elegant gesture successfully gained 10 points of favorability from the opposite sex. It's 430 points now, only 70 points left to claim the reward. Ding Yang muttered to himself and followed Ling Shintan into the bustling vegetable market. Men in this world basically don't do housework, nor can they do laundry or cook. So, in such a huge vegetable market, there were at least more than 2,000 people, but not a single man could be found. Ding Yang became the odd one out again. As soon as he entered the vegetable market, all the women stared at him. Young and old, everyone looked at him with curiosity, admiration, or amazement. Of course, most women looked at him in a normal way and had good intentions towards him. However, there were inevitably a few people whose gazes were too direct and fiery, making him feel a little uncomfortable. No matter where he and Ling Shintan went, there would be many women nearby who would gather around to watch the fun, talking and laughing. "What a handsome boy! Not only is he good-looking, but he also has a unique temperament. How rare! This is the first time I've seen a boy in a vegetable market. This is so strange. Boys are all delicate and have very precious bodies. In such hot weather, he actually wants to go to the vegetable market? How strange. Maybe he's with his girlfriend? He and that girl are wearing matching outfits, and they look like a good match. As a boy, he actually accompanies his girlfriend to the market? How much does he love his girlfriend? I envy that girl so much. If I could be his girlfriend, I would be happy to do it even if it means I lose everything. Forget it, big sister, you are already over 30 years old, why don't you give all the family property to your daughter and let her pursue him? If you can't be his girlfriend, you can be his mother-in-law." All kinds of playful, curious, and amazed discussions came like a tide, always surrounding Ding Yang. Ling Shintan felt sweet in her heart after hearing this, and subconsciously held Ding Yang's hand and interlocked her fingers with his. The envy and jealousy of others made her feel distressed and grateful to Ding Yang. She silently swore in her heart that she would only love Ding Yang in this life and never change until death. As time passed, more and more women came to watch Ding Yang. Wherever he and Ling Shintan bought vegetables, the stall would be jam-packed with people. 2 security guards who managed the vegetable market rushed over and followed him to maintain order and protect his safety. After all, there are more and more women, and safety issues must also be paid attention to. If some woman with extreme personality or impulsive emotions does something to hurt Ding Yang, it will have a bad impact. Ling Shintan comes to the vegetable market 3 to 4 times a week, spending about an hour each time and carefully selecting vegetables for 2 or 3 days. But today's situation was special. The two of them only strolled for 20 minutes before she wanted to take Ding Yang away. Because she was more nervous than anyone else and more worried about Ding Yang's safety. After buying the vegetables, Ling Shintan carried the shopping bags in both hands and walked towards the market gate with Ding Yang, who was empty-handed. She smiled happily and said, "Brother Ding Yang, usually I would spend 3 or 400 yuan to buy so many vegetables. Today, the ladies and aunts at every stall gave us discounts out of your kindness. Thank you for helping me save money." Ding Yang couldn't help laughing. "Then I'll accompany you every time you come to buy groceries. I'm sure you can save a lot of money." Ling Shintan quickly shook her head. "That won't do. A handsome and charming boy like you can't show up in public so often. Especially in crowded and chaotic places like this, it becomes unsafe if you come here too often." The 4 words "show yourself in public" made Ding Yang feel familiar and a little bit amused. At this time, the two passed by a flower shop and Ling Shintan suddenly stopped. "Brother Ding Yang, please wait here for 2 minutes. I'll go buy something and come back." Ling Shintan put down 2 heavy shopping bags and walked into the flower shop. 2 minutes later, she came back with a big bouquet of flowers. "Brother Ding Yang, you are so dazzling and brilliant today, it's amazing. You are like the sun, dispelling the haze of many people and illuminating everyone's life path. I am happy and proud of you. This bouquet of flowers is for you as a commemoration of this special day. I also hope that you can always be so happy, so sunny and warm." Ling Xintian's eyes were clear and she spoke sincerely, then she smiled and handed the flowers to Ding Yang's arms. "Sweetheart, are you giving me a gift?" Ding Yang was a little surprised. Ling Xintian nodded quickly, "Of course. Brother Ding Yang, do you like it?" I like it very much." Ding Yang took the flowers with both hands and held them tightly in his arms, feeling mixed emotions. For most men, the first time they receive flowers in their lives is usually at their grave. There are a few men who are even more miserable. Even after they die and are buried, they don't receive a bouquet of flowers. He was an orphan in his previous life, and he certainly didn't even have a funeral after his death, let alone anyone going to his grave to offer flowers and pay tribute. He didn't expect that on his first day in the Red Star world, he would receive flowers from the pure school beauty. For a moment, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and he cherished Ling Xintian even more. Please add it to your bookshelf and continue watching. The exciting content will start soon and we will never let you down. Please. Chapter 11 Chapter 011 Can't even beat her with one hand? In the evening, Ding Yang and Ling Xintian returned home. Ling Xintian entered the room first, took out Ding Yang's slippers, and squatted down to help him change his shoes. I poured him another glass of ice cola and let him lie on the sofa to rest and play with his mobile phone. Then she carried 2 bags of vegetables into the kitchen to wash them and cook dinner. Ding Yang had nothing to do, so he wanted to go to the kitchen to help pick vegetables. But the result was no surprise, he was pushed out by Ling Xintian again. Not to mention helping with the work, Ling Xintian didn't even allow him to enter the kitchen. This little episode also made Ling Xintian sure that Ding Yang really cared about and understood her, and it was not just a whim. As a result, her favorability towards Ding Yang increased a few points. No housework allowed, just treated like a young master. No wonder all the men in this world are spoiled. Ding Yang muttered to himself. This afternoon's experience further deepened his understanding of the world. He stood up and walked to the bookshelf, casually flipping through the comic books and figures. Although he is not interested in these. But he knew that these were all bought by Ling Xintian and were also the original body's favorite things. Even the expensive computer with a 5090 graphics card in his bedroom was a gift from Ling Xintian. Looking around the whole house, Ling Xintian's care and love can be seen everywhere. When he has nothing to do, Ding Yan lies on the sofa, playing with his mobile phone and watching short videos. He casually scrolled through the video clips and saw all kinds of beautiful women dancing and performing their talents. The screen was filled with long legs and big breasts, which was dazzling. Girls in this world always pay attention to image management. Coupled with beauty and special effects, there are really beauties everywhere, with all kinds of styles, which are dazzling. Ding Yang watched videos for 20 minutes and saw girls of all styles, but he didn't see a video of a man. There is only one account that belongs to a man, but he never shows his face and only posts audio clips telling stories. Maybe it's because his voice is so charming and pleasant that he has attracted millions of followers. The laws of Dragon Country are quite strict in protecting men's portraits and privacy. No wonder those women, no matter how much they are attracted to and drool over, dare not take pictures of boys casually. Muttering to himself, Ding Yang turned off his phone, got up and walked into the bedroom. He opened the high-end computer with a very cool case and started searching for information online. There's no way. My original self was just a student and a otaku with very limited knowledge, and my understanding of akaxing was rather one-sided. He first looked up the history of Red Star, focusing on the devastating war 200 years ago. After all, that is the source of disaster and pain, and the direct reason why there are more women than men in Chixing. When he learned about the war known as the Zenith War, he felt very heavy-hearted. Seeing the many shocking figures in the post-war statistics, I can't help but feel horrified. We also pay our highest respects to the men who sacrificed their lives to defend the Red Star during the Battle of Zenith. In addition, after the Zenith War, Red Star did not gain true peace and tranquility. The invasion of alien races brought an almost unsolvable virus, which changed the pattern and status quo of Red Star. There are three most prominent impacts. First, the male birth rate is extremely low, and the entire world is dominated by women. Second, the genes of various wild creatures have been contaminated, turning them into ferocious alien beasts, posing a great threat to humans. 150 years ago, there were hundreds of countries on Red Star, but now there are only more than 80 left. The demise of most countries is related to mutant beasts. The third impact is that human genes have changed, allowing people to practice martial arts and become warriors. Most of the top universities in the country are martial arts universities. For example, Qingshan University, where Ding Yang and Ling Shintan were admitted, focuses on martial arts, supplemented by culture, art, and music. A powerful warrior with superhuman strength and means. Not only can they live long, but they can also defend their country and have a very high social status. The reason why Dragon Country was able to rise quickly and become one of the most powerful superpowers in Red Star was, firstly, because of its high level of technology, and secondly, because it had enough martial arts masters. 100 years ago, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom paid a huge sacrifice to eliminate most of the alien beasts in the territory and drove the terrifying beasts out of the country. Since then, the people of Longhua have lived a stable life and have been able to develop science and technology with peace of mind and improve infrastructure in people's livelihood. Today, Longhua has already included martial arts training in compulsory education, starting from junior high school. Even though most ordinary people do not have high qualifications, they cannot become real warriors. But at least, the physical fitness and health level of the people have improved a lot. Most importantly, due to the genetic changes, ordinary women cannot ovulate. Only warriors who have reached the 5th level or above can produce and discharge mature eggs, meeting the conditions for conception. Martial arts training, warriors, improve physical fitness and blood. Ding Yang muttered, becoming more interested in this world. He suddenly remembered that his original self was a weakling in combat, with only mediocre academic performance. After adding 200 points to the total score, I was barely admitted to the Martial Arts Auxiliary Department of Aoyama University. And Ling Shintan looks slim and sweet, but in fact she is already a martial artist of the first rank. No wonder she didn't let me carry things, took care of me everywhere, and told me to rest more. The 2 large bags of vegetables and meat weighed dozens of kilograms. She carried them all the way back from the vegetable market without blushing or getting out of breath, and she didn't even break a drop of sweat. So, she can lift me up with one hand and use me as a dumbbell? When this thought popped up in his mind, Ding Yang was a little amused and helpless. He is 1.85 meters tall and looks tall and strong. Ling Shintan, who is just over 1.7 meters tall, looks like a little bird in front of him. As a result, he couldn't even beat Ling Shintan with one hand? How is this possible? Moreover, he had read the attribute table and found that the average physique of girls of the same age was more than 2 points higher than his. This also means that he basically cannot defeat any adult woman with healthy limbs. No wonder women think that boys are delicate and soft. It's really not unfair. With the heartthrob system at my side, I will definitely become a heartthrob that hundreds of millions of beauties are obsessed with. If my physique remains so weak, what if I meet an irrational and desperate woman? Then I will be powerless to resist and will be. Thinking of this, Ding Yang immediately decided that next time he got the free attribute points as a reward, he must improve his physical fitness. If possible, he also wants to become a powerful warrior. After all, if your physique and strength are strong, you will not only live longer, but your abilities in all aspects will also be improved. Having made up his mind, Ding Yang began to inquire whether boys could practice martial arts. 10 minutes later, after browsing a lot of online information, he got the answer. Men can also practice martial arts. But practicing martial arts is very hard, requires years of persistence, and the results are very slow to show. Therefore, few men who are born to enjoy life practice martial arts. In their view, that is suffering without any effort. The most crucial thing is that men are born with weak constitutions and poor aptitude, so it is very difficult for them to improve their strength, and their chances of becoming warriors are even smaller. Chapter 12 Chapter 012 Let us try it tonight. In Dragon Country, powerful female martial artists continue to emerge. It can be said that there are many geniuses and strong people. But the number of male warriors is extremely small, and those who can become martial arts masters. Since the end of the Zenith War, not a single one has appeared in more than 100 years. Even the powerful Dragon Country is in this situation. It is conceivable that the situation in other countries of Red Star will be even worse. This made Ding Yang a little worried, and he secretly wondered, could it be that there is something wrong with men's genes, so they are not suitable for martial arts training? I have a system that can add points and quickly improve my physical fitness, so it shouldn't be affected, right? With worry and doubt, he continued to search for information to deepen his understanding. Soon, he found relevant records and articles. Only then did he understand that it wasn't just men who couldn't become powerful martial artists. Instead, after the Zenith War ended, the alien race retreated to a distant galaxy, but left behind a large amount of mysterious equipment in space. Those mysterious devices have been monitoring Red Star. Any man who surpasses the 9th grade warrior and breaks through to the martial artist level will be wiped out by the mysterious power. This resulted in the fact that for more than 100 years after the war, the limit for male warriors was the 9th grade warrior, and there had never been a martial arts master. In the martial arts system, there are 3 major realms: warrior, martial artist, and grandmaster, and each realm is divided into 9 grades. A warrior is just the beginner in martial arts, a martial artist is considered a master, and only a grandmaster can be called a martial arts expert. The alien race not only reduces the male birth rate, but also suppresses the level of male martial arts training. Their suppression of men is truly cruel. Why do they do this? With doubts and guesses, Ding Yang continued to look up information, but could not reach a conclusion. This seems to involve some secret. He frowned and secretly made up his mind, I will secretly improve my strength in the future and try not to be noticed by others. After all, I want to enjoy a wonderful life, and I can't be wiped out by mysterious forces and die young. At the same time, Ling Shintan was busy in the kitchen, preparing dinner. The cell phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She took it out and saw that it was Mom calling. So she answered the phone while cutting vegetables. A gentle middle-aged woman's voice immediately came from the receiver. Tian, how did you get along with Ding Yang today? Have you mentioned to him about the gift money, the RV, and the marriage? What does he think? Yeah, I mentioned it. Don't worry, Mom. I have good news for you. Brother Ding Yang seems like a different person today. He has become so gentle, considerate, and understanding. I didn't know him well enough before, but today I discovered that he is so profound and charming. Tian, tell me the truth, did Ding Yang refuse? Mom knows you feel wronged and sad, but you don't have to pretend to be strong and make up lies to make Mom happy. If you want to cry, just cry, don't hold it in. If you encounter a problem that you can't solve or can't make up your mind, just tell your mother, okay? Or, Mom can come over and take care of him with you. If you don't understand something, your mother can help you and teach you. In short, we must cherish and seize this opportunity. As long as you can marry Ding Yang, it doesn't matter if we suffer a little. Ling Shintan was originally in a very excited mood and was planning to tell her mother what happened today. Hearing her mother's worried and concerned tone, she was a little confused. After a brief moment of surprise, she came to her senses and couldn't help laughing. Mom, I didn't lie to you, everything I said is true. Listen to me, brother Ding Yang is in a good mood today and even asked me to drink with him. He never drank before and rarely talked to me during meals. But today, not only did he talk to me a lot, he also wore matching outfits with me and went shopping for groceries with me this afternoon. Ling Shintan didn't give her mother a chance to interrupt and quickly recounted her experience of the day. In particular, she vividly portrayed what Ding Yang said on the subway and the scene where everyone in the car applauded and bowed in thanks. After listening to this, my mother was silent for a long time. Ling Shintan quickly asked, Mom, are you still listening? Isn't brother Ding Yang very kind, considerate, profound and insightful? I really can't believe that he is so good. Mom, I'm so lucky to be matched with him. Well, Tian, you're right. Ding Yang is indeed so outstanding and so rare. My mother's voice was a little choked. She was obviously moved by Ding Yang's words and had just cried secretly. Tian, don't be too happy too soon, Mom must remind you. Ding Yang is so outstanding, he must have high vision. It is not enough for you to just accompany him and take care of him. A boy like him who values inner qualities doesn't want a virtuous wife who is like a nanny. He needs a girl who has spiritual resonance, connotation, and interest. So, you have to find a way to provide him with emotional value, you understand? Ling Shintan was stunned for a moment. Mom, what should I do? Silly child, you should take the initiative to communicate with him, praise him, flatter him, and give him respect and dignity everywhere. It's best to show him some talents and skills that he is interested in. Didn't your mother ask you to learn dancing and prepare all kinds of clothes for you? You should find a chance to try it and see if he is interested. Okay, I'll try it tonight. Ling Shintian's eyes lit up, but when she thought of the styles of those clothes, she blushed again. Mom sighed and said anxiously, Tian, school is about to start, and your internship is about to end. No matter what, you have to speed up and get his approval as soon as possible. Your Aunt Wang's daughter downstairs finally matched with a man and lived with him for 3 months. She was treated like a slave and served like a cow or a horse, but was ordered around and scolded all day long. During those 3 months, she not only spent millions on the man, but also gave him her body and was even injured several times. But when her internship ended yesterday, she was rejected by that man and kicked out. Now their savings are gone, their marriage hasn't happened, and they don't know how they're going to live in the future. Listening to her mother's story, Ling Shintan felt a little sympathetic. Aunt Wang downstairs' daughter is a few years older than her and just graduated from college this year. Sister Wang is a very gentle and beautiful girl with a simple and kind personality. 3 months ago, she successfully matched with a very fat and greasy man, and everyone was very happy. At that time, everyone in the building wished her a successful internship, a quick job, and that she could become one of that man's wives. Unexpectedly, after 3 months, he ended up losing both his money and his life. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, any money or gifts a girl gives to a man during his spouse's internship are considered voluntary gifts. After the woman's internship period expires, regardless of whether the man agrees to marry or not, the recovery and compensation will not be supported. Chapter 13 Chapter 013 Is he really drunk? Ling Shintan felt sorry for Sister Wang, but was also glad for herself. After all, Ding Yang just didn't communicate with her before and his attitude was rather cold. But he never humiliated or beat her, nor did he take advantage of her physically. Today, Ding Yang not only communicated with her frankly, but also showed his steadiness, connotation, and charming temperament. She felt that God was blessing her. Tian, Mommy is not telling you this to gossip, nor to make fun of Aunt Wang. Mom is worried about you. You love Ding Yang so much and are so infatuated with him, and he is so outstanding, you must seize the opportunity. No matter what method you use, make him accept you as soon as possible and establish a relationship with him, then Mom will be relieved. Her mother's heartfelt words made Ling Shintan feel even more stressed. She comforted her mother a few words and ended the call. She secretly made up her mind that she must muster up the courage to take the initiative. It's getting dark. Ding Yang is still searching for various information online. At this time, there was another knock on the door, and Ling Shintian's gentle and sweet voice came. Brother Ding Yang, dinner is ready, come and eat. Here I come. Ding Yang responded, turned off the computer and walked out of the bedroom. The two sat down at the dining table, and dinner indeed included the 4 dishes and 1 soup that Ding Yang ordered. However, Ling Shintan cooked 2 more dishes, saying they were for Ding Yang to eat with his wine. After saying that, she took out a few cans of beer, a bottle of red wine and a bottle of white wine, and asked Ding Yang to choose with a smile. Ding Yang took a look and found that the bottles of red wine and white wine were not cheap, both costing over 1,000 yuan. His salary in his previous life was not high, so he could not afford to buy such expensive wine. What we usually drink the most is those bottles of white wine that cost 30 or 50 yuan. The 2 bottles of good wine that Ling Shintan took out were both bought with her own money. Comparing the two, Ding Yang felt a little sad and warm at the same time. Heartsweet, we're having dinner at home, there's no need to drink such nice wine? Ling Shintan shook her head without hesitation and said seriously, Brother Ding Yang, as long as you want to drink it, I'm willing to buy it no matter how expensive it is. Only by devoting yourself wholeheartedly to your husband can you be qualified to gain his recognition. Besides, today is a special day and it deserves to be celebrated with some good wine. Okay, don't feel bad. I ranked 2nd in the province this time and received a lot of bonuses. I can cover all your alcohol consumption for the rest of your life. Ding Yang felt a little warm in his heart and nodded, okay, then let's open the red wine bar and have a drink with me. Yeah, I'll pour the wine. Ling Shintan happily opened the wine, decanted it, and poured it out, and was busy picking up food for Ding Yang. While eating and drinking, the two chatted about interesting things in their student days. The atmosphere was joyful and warm. Ling Shintan was in a good mood, a little tipsy, and talked a lot more than before. Most of the time, she was the one talking and confiding, while Ding Yang listened with a smile. He discovered that throughout high school, his original self didn't care much about many things, or his memories were vague. That socially anxious kid, his head full of childish games and comics, was immersed in his own world and ignored many people around him. But Ling Shintan clearly remembers everything related to him. Realizing this, Ding Yang's eyes turned gentler when he looked at Ling Shintan. Before I knew it, the meal was over. The two of them drank a whole bottle of red wine. Ding Yang didn't feel anything, but Ling Shintian's pretty face flushed and her eyes were a little hazy. Obviously she was a little drunk again. She wanted to get up to clear the dishes, but her footing was unstable and she stumbled and almost fell. Careful! Ding Yang exclaimed and subconsciously stretched out his arms to hug her around the waist. She sat in Ding Yang's arms and said apologetically, I was a little dizzy just now. Thank you, brother Ding Yang. Ding Yang shook his head and said, I blame myself for not thinking things through. You obviously can't drink, but I let you drink so much. Come, let me help you rest on the sofa, and I'll wash the dishes tonight. When she heard that he wanted to wash the dishes, Ling Shintan quickly shook her head, No, I don't allow you to do housework. Ding Yang smiled and said, Actually, there's no need to be so clear about this kind of thing. When two people live together, they should help each other. Isn't it reasonable for whoever is uncomfortable or inconvenient to do it? No, you're so nice, I can't bear to let you suffer. Ling Shintan quietly stretched out her arms, put her arms around his neck, and shook her head in a naive manner. Looking at her rosy face and moist red lips up close, Ding Yang couldn't help but feel distracted, so he turned his head slightly and looked away. However, Ling Shintan took the opportunity to pout and bravely kissed him on the cheek. Ding Yang was stunned for a moment, and his heartbeat quickened. He didn't expect that Ling Shintan, who had always been gentle and well-behaved, would become so proactive and bold. Shintian, you are drunk. Let me help you to rest. In fact, Ling Shintian was also very shy and a little nervous. Seeing that Ding Yang was not disgusted or angry, she felt relieved and quickly stood up. Brother Ding Yang, I'm not drunk. Go and have a rest. I'll be done soon. After saying that, she ignored Ding Yang's persuasion and started to clean up the dishes. Seeing that she walked steadily and was indeed not drunk, Ding Yang felt relieved and sat on the sofa in the living room to drink tea. With nothing to do, he opened the attribute panel again and glanced at the favorability of the opposite sex. He thought that since Ling Shintian pretended to be drunk and kissed him on her own initiative, his favorability towards him must have increased a lot. As a result, he was still shocked when he saw that the favorability of the opposite sex had become 492 points. What is going on? Shintian alone helped me increase my favorability by dozens of points? Impossible, right? Fortunately, he found that behind the value of the opposite sex's favorability, there were two very small words, details. So he clicked on the details to check the source of the favorability. According to the detailed records of the increase in favorability, he found that he gained more than 20 points of favorability in the vegetable market in the afternoon. After buying groceries and returning home, Ling Shintian's favorability only increased by 6 points. And 10 minutes ago, the names of several strange women gave him 30 points of favorability. Strange, I was eating 10 minutes ago. How could a few strangers help me increase my favorability by 30 points? Ding Yang frowned and thought for a moment, suddenly remembering that in the afternoon on the subway, a girl recorded a video of him speaking and said she wanted to take it back to show her family. Only then did he suddenly realize and understand the reason. 492 points, only 8 points left to get the advancement reward. It seems I need to put some effort into XINT on tonight so I can get the reward as soon as possible. Ding Yang thought about it for a while, then got up and wandered around the house, thinking about how to continue to improve Ling Shintian's favorability. A few minutes later, he walked into the side bedroom where Ling Shintian lived. The bedroom is warmly and cutely decorated, clean and tidy, and exudes a faint girlish body fragrance. There were neatly folded quilts and a few cute dolls on the bed. There is an electric guitar hanging on the wall at the end of the bed. Chapter 14 Chapter 014 Dancing is great, we have to learn how to dance. Guitar? Ding Yang's eyes fell on the guitar and he suddenly had an idea. At this time, Ling Shintian had finished washing the dishes and just walked into the bedroom. Seeing Ding Yang in the bedroom, she was stunned for a moment, not knowing what she was thinking about, and suddenly blushed. Ding Yang gave an apologetic smile and explained, Shintian, I was just strolling around and didn't do anything. Please don't mind. Ling Shintan shook her head, took the initiative to hold his hand, and smiled sweetly. Brother Ding Yang, although this is my bedroom, it is also your home. You can go wherever you want and do whatever you want in your own home. After saying this, she suppressed her shyness and blinked playfully, as if hinting at something. Well, the room is decorated so cozy and cute. You have really good taste, sweetheart. Ding Yang pretended not to notice her hint and turned his head to look around. Seeing him deliberately avoiding her, Ling Xian pouted her lips and asked, Brother Ding Yang, I learned dancing before and I always wanted to perform for the boy I love the most. Do you want to take a look? Seeing her face full of anticipation and her eyes full of pleading, Ding Yang couldn't bear to refuse her, so he nodded and agreed. Okay, then I'll enjoy it. Ling Xian's smile became even sweeter. Brother Ding Yang, I have learned many different styles of dance. In order to give you a better immersive experience, I need to ask you a few questions first, okay? Immersive experience? Picking silk and hitting mines? That's a must. Ding Yang's eyes lit up, and he felt a little curious and expectant. Great. Brother Ding Yang didn't reject me. Here comes my chance. Ling Shintan was excited and full of joy. She then asked, Brother Ding Yang, I have learned several different styles of dance. To make the experience more realistic, I have many different ways to address you in different styles. The Emperor, the Young Master, the Master, Oniai-chan, and Baba. Brother Ding Yang, which name do you prefer? Ding Yang thought for a moment, and a smile of interest appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then call me Master? Yes, no problem, Master. Ling Shintan nodded obediently, switched the address directly, and continued asking. The clothing styles include Imperial Concubine style, Classical Fairy style, Youthful and Hot style, Japanese Schoolgirl style and Maid style. Which one does the Master like? Ding Yang touched his chin, finding it more and more interesting, and became more and more excited. Just the Maid style. Does the Master like black stockings, white stockings, or flesh-colored stockings? Ding Yang said without hesitation, I like both black and white, but white silk goes well with the maid outfit. Finally, what kind of dance style do you like? Classical dance, jazz dance, energy dance, or belly dance? Of course, edge dancing is also acceptable. When she said this, Ling Shintan felt a little shy, with tears in her eyes. Wipe it off then. Okay, my most honorable master, the investigation is over. Please wait a moment, master. I will go and prepare it. Ling Shintan had a great harvest and happily went into the bedroom to change clothes. Ding Yang looked at her back and thought to himself, Shintian is not only the school belle, but also a favored daughter of heaven. What happened to her today? I just talked to her a little more and treated her a little more gently, and she actually put down her dignity to please me? According to the original body's memory, Ling Shintian was a pure, shy, and good girl. How could she be so bold and proactive today? Is this the effect of alcohol? Or was she stimulated by something? Ding Yan thought about it and decided to watch Ling Shintian dance and observe her first. Ling Shintian's bedroom wardrobe is divided into two parts. One part is filled with normal clothes, and the other half is filled with various props and clothes for COS. There are not only pure white nun uniforms, holy wedding dresses, fairy-like gauze skirts, but also swimsuits and bikinis. She brought this with her when she moved in with Ding Yang, but she never had the chance to wear it. In just a few minutes, she changed her clothes and walked out of the bedroom. Seeing her wearing a black maid dress with white lace, Ding Yang's eyes lit up again. In the deep V neckline, two snow-capped mountains are half hidden, and a deep canyon is clearly revealed. The back is a backless style, with an oval notch extending all the way to the waist, through which the white lace panties can be vaguely seen. The maid's skirt is very short, 20 centimeters away from the knees, just enough to connect with a pair of pure white stockings. Not to mention bending over or squatting, any bigger movement while walking will bring you the breathtaking beauty of rolling snow-capped mountains and undulating ravines. My dear master, the show is about to begin. Ling Shintan walked up to Ding Yang and bowed with a sweet smile. Those shy eyes and graceful figure are truly pure and sexy. Sweetheart, wait a moment. Ding Yang was very surprised, but he quickly got up and closed the curtains in the living room. Of course, he had to enjoy such a moving beauty alone and must not let anyone else see it. Seeing him so attentive, Ling Shintan felt very warm in her heart. The originally nervous and shy mood also calmed down a lot. Then she played the music accompaniment on her mobile phone and started dancing with her waist and hips swaying. She started the performance by dancing a song called Washing the Window. Her enchanting figure and dreamy eyes, coupled with the teasing of biting her lips, were particularly captivating. Ding Yang sat on the sofa and admired her dance from close range, feeling both satisfied and amazed. As the accompaniment changed, Ling Shintan danced one popular online dance after another. As a warrior, her body flexibility and coordination are perfect, comparable to that of a professional dancer. Moreover, she is purer and more beautiful, her movements are bolder and hotter, and her visual impact is extremely strong. Ding Yang stared at Ling Shintian's enchanting dance, with a comfortable smile on his face. Dancing is good, but you have to learn how to dance. No wonder people in ancient times were able to enjoy life so much even though they didn't have television or the internet. No wonder the ancient scholars and poets all liked to listen to music in brothels. While feeling emotional, Ding Yang realized that his affection for Ling Shintian was also deepening. It's hard not to love such a gentle, well-behaved, pure and sexy school beauty. Master, come and catch me. Ling Shintian twisted her waist and danced passionately, looking at Ding Yang with seductive eyes and hooked her finger at him. Ding Yang chuckled and stood up, reached out to grab her slender hand, and hugged her slender waist. Little beauty, I caught you. 20 minutes later, Ling Shintian finished dancing a few times, breathing slightly, and her pretty face flushed. She half knelt in front of Ding Yang, held Ding Yang's palms with both hands, and kissed them gently. Dear master, are you satisfied with Tiantian's performance? Well, the needle doesn't poke. Ding Yang nodded with satisfaction and pinched her nose lovingly. Ling Shintian looked up at him, her attitude respectful and submissive, and asked with eager eyes, Dear master, can you reward me? What reward do you want? Help you take a bath. Chapter 15 Chapter 015, Owning You means owning the whole world. Take a bath? Although, after a day of getting along, Ding Yang also fell in love with Ling Shintian. But Ling Shintian's request still scared him. For a moment he couldn't tell whether he was rewarding Ling Shintian or Ling Shintian was rewarding him. He was furious after watching Ling Shintian's dance. If I go take a shower, wouldn't that be like dry wood in fire that will ignite at the slightest touch? Strictly speaking, he and Ling Shintian had only been together for a few hours. Wasn't this too fast? After taking a deep breath, Ding Yang suppressed the thoughts in his heart and said with a smile, Shintian, I'm afraid this won't work. Let's change to another reward. Ling Shintian seemed to have anticipated his refusal. She tilted her head in thought for a moment, then said with a sweet smile, Then let's sleep together tonight. Even though Ding Yang has lived two lives, his heart still beats faster because of her clumsy words and ways of teasing him. Girl, you have to take the highway tonight, right? Brother Ding Yang, what does it mean to get on the highway? Ling Shintian blinked her big, kiss-me eyes, looking pure and innocent. Forget it, you'll know later. Ding Yang waved his hand, got up from the sofa and walked towards her bedroom. I can't be bothered with her anymore. If he continued to pull like this, he was afraid that he would lose control, and his heart would soften and then harden, and he would really eat her. Brother Ding Yang, where are you going? Sit still on the sofa. I'll get you your reward. Ling Shintian was very obedient. She sat on the sofa and waited, wondering in her heart, what reward would Brother Ding Yang give her? Why did you come into my bedroom? Could it be that he wants to reward himself to me? Thinking of this, Ling Shintian's pretty face flushed, her breathing became rapid, and she felt a little dizzy. But a few seconds later, Ding Yang returned to the living room carrying a guitar. She bought that guitar when she was learning a talent. Thinking it might come in handy, she brought it with her when she moved in. Brother Ding Yang, what are you doing? Ling Shintian turned her head to look at Ding Yang, somewhat puzzled. Ding Yang sat down on the sofa holding his guitar and said with a smile, You just performed a talent show for me, and I really enjoyed it. Now I will also perform for you as a gift in return, okay? He had just looked at the attribute table. After Ling Shintian finished dancing, her favorability towards him increased by a few points. The favorability level with the opposite sex is now 497 points, and I am only one step away from getting the advanced reward. So, he decided to use his guitar to help. Brother Ding Yang, you can also play the guitar? How come I didn't know that? Ling Shintian was very surprised. She knew Ding Yang very well. In her impression, Ding Yang only liked playing games and reading novels, and had no other hobbies or talents. There are still many things you don't know. Ding Yang smiled and thought to himself that he would receive many rewards in the future and would definitely become more versatile. Showing off your skills to Ling Shintan from time to time will definitely help to continuously improve her favorability. Ling Shintan quickly sat down, supporting her chin with both hands, and looked at Ding Yang expectantly. Brother Ding Yang, I'm ready, you start playing. Ding Yang nodded and plucked the strings a few times to adjust the pitch. Then, he plucked the strings with his fingers deftly and immediately played a beautiful piece of music. As soon as the unfamiliar melody and beautiful music came out, Ling Shintian's eyes widened and she looked incredulous. She can also play the guitar, but she knew as soon as she listened that Ding Yang's level was very high and he was more than qualified to be her teacher. Just as she was astonished by Ding Yang's guitar skills, Ding Yang suddenly started singing. Beside the Seine, on the left bank, I hold a cup of coffee, savoring your beauty. His voice is magnetic and gentle, full of affection and romance. Although he doesn't have any advanced singing skills or techniques, his pronunciation is even a bit unclear. But Ling Shintian was already attracted by him the moment he opened his mouth. Especially the affectionate and moving lyrics, which made her heart beat faster and her eyes brighter and brighter. My dear, I fell in love with you from that day on. Darling, don't be willful, your eyes are saying I am willing. Thanks to his talent for mastering popular instruments, Ding Yang played the song from memory with ease and mellowness. The only regret is that the voice of this body is average. Although he is not tone deaf, his singing is not particularly good either. He does not have much singing talent. Fortunately, Ding Yang has certain singing skills. This song is also his favorite and his signature song that he has sung countless times. When he plays and sings by himself, his voice and eyes are very affectionate, which is also a very prominent plus point. At least in Ling Shintian's eyes, he seemed like a singing god at this moment. Not only was he proficient in guitar, but he also sang very well. Especially his unique temperament, which made her eyes sparkle with stars and she couldn't help but shout out in her heart. Brother Ding Yang is the most handsome. Brother Ding Yang is the most charming. I must marry Brother Ding Yang, and I will marry him for the rest of my life. After a while, the song reached the second half. Ling Shintian's mood gradually changed from surprise, excitement and admiration to being moved. When she heard Love Diary, Memories of Perfume, A Whole Bottle of Dreams, All With You, her heartstrings were suddenly pulled. She has liked Ding Yang since her freshman year of high school. Over the past 3 years, she took the initiative to ask the school to be in the same class with Ding Yang. Just to see Ding Yang every day. Although Ding Yang always avoided her and rarely communicated with her. But she has always had the habit of writing a diary, recording every little thing about Ding Yang in her ordinary life. She also folded a whole bottle of stars for Ding Yang. Each star contained a sentence, which was basically related to Ding Yang. She had had many dreams in the past 3 years, most of which were related to Ding Yang. So, that line of lyrics instantly touched her heart and brought back her memories. When Ling Shintian heard the words from that day on, everything was sweet and easy, she immediately thought of today's experience. She had liked Ding Yang for 3 years, and even after living together for 2 months during internship, there was no obvious progress in their relationship. But today, in just a few hours, Ding Yang brought her a lot of shock, touching and sweetness. She was sure that today was the happiest day of her life. She was even happier than when she won second place in the province in the college entrance examination. She is a warrior and has a strong physique. Even if she has never drunk alcohol before, she would not get drunk after drinking half a bottle of red wine. It's simply because she is too happy. Even without the wine, she is drunk by herself. And the words "to have you" is to have the whole world touched her heart. This is also what she most wants to say to Ding Yang. My dear, I love you. Your eyes say I do. Finally, Ding Yang sang the last sentence affectionately, and the sound of the guitar gradually stopped. Ling Shintian was already moved to tears, and her whole heart was melted by him. Brother Ding Yang, it turns out you know everything. You know I have loved you for 3 years, and you also know how much I love you. Chapter 16 Chapter 016 Upgraded to a Miracle Doctor? At this moment, Ling Shintian burst into tears. But her pretty face was full of happy and joyful smile. For her, it was all worth it. Brother Ding Yang understands her and knows her feelings better. However, the laws of the country stipulate that boys are prohibited from having any form of love before the age of 18. So Brother Ding Yang is silent and keeps everything in his heart. Until tonight, Brother Ding Yang explained everything to her with this soulful song. She was so moved that she felt dizzy with happiness. The entire person's spirit and soul have fallen without reservation. Whether she can eventually marry Ding Yang doesn't seem to be that important anymore. She only loves Ding Yang in her life, and she is loyal to him until death, and will never change. Silly girl, you should be happy today, why are you crying? Ding Yang quickly put down the guitar, took out a tissue, and helped Ling Shintan wipe away her tears. Ling Shintan held his hand and asked with a choked voice, "Brother Ding Yang, what's the name of this song?" "Confession Balloon." "How come I've never heard of it? Did you compose it for us?" Ding Yang was stunned for a moment, wondering how to explain this. "No matter what you say to her about Jay Cho, she won't know." Ding Yang simply stopped explaining and responded vaguely. "Brother Ding Yang, thank you, I do. I love you." Ling Shintan was so moved that she burst into tears. She raised her legs and sat on his lap, holding his face with both hands and kissed him without hesitation. Ding Yang's mouth was blocked by 2 warm petals, and his cheeks were wet with drops of hot tears. He didn't expect that just by playing and singing a song on the guitar and trying to improve Ling Shintian's favorability, he could make her fall for him. Her favorability also saw a critical hit, increasing by 20 points. His favorability towards the opposite sex reached 517 points, and a system prompt sounded in his mind. But he didn't have time to check the advanced rewards for the time being. Ling Shintian was very proactive and brave, and seemed determined to go all out. She closed her eyes and kissed him passionately and affectionately, but she was so nervous that she didn't take a breath for a whole minute. Ding Yang was thinking about how to resolve the embarrassment caused by this impulse. Unexpectedly, Ling Shintian was even more shy than him. She stood up with a blushing face and walked towards the bedroom with her guitar. "Brother Ding Yang, take a rest for a while. I'll call you later." Obviously, she also needed to calm down a little and relieve her impulsiveness and excitement. Ding Yang nodded and turned on the TV and pretended to watch a movie. In fact, he opened the attribute panel and checked the system rewards with great anticipation. "Congratulations to the host for breaking through 500 points of opposite sex favorability. You will receive the following advanced rewards. 1. Reward 5 points of free attributes. 2nd, reward talent and mastery of general medical skills. 3. Bonus skill, 13 ghost needles. Friendly reminder, when the host's favorability with the opposite sex reaches 2000 points, they will receive a silver level achievement gift pack." Although Ding Yang was mentally prepared and guessed that the content of the advanced rewards would definitely be more generous than the novice gift package. But after reading the content of the advanced rewards, I still felt surprised and delighted. The novice gift package only rewards 2 points of free attributes, but this time it rewards 5 points. What surprised him even more was that the system actually rewarded him with the talent of being proficient in general medical skills. These 6 words may seem simple, but they actually contain so much, it's amazing. First of all, there is a distinction between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Secondly, medicine has many categories and subjects. A normal tertiary hospital has at least a dozen departments. For example, internal medicine, surgery, orthopedics, digestion, endocrinology, dermatology, otolaryngology, and so on. Most doctors may not be able to make much achievement even if they work in a single subject for their entire life. Ding Yang is proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine. In reality, this is simply impossible to accomplish. Most importantly, the proficiency mentioned by the system is equivalent to the level of an experienced chief physician. Chief physician is the highest level professional title in the medical system. Of course, many hospitals will subdivide this level and create titles of special grade in grades 1 to 4. But even becoming a level 4 chief physician is a goal that many doctors cannot achieve in their lifetime. Ding Yang knew all this, so he was surprised and praised the system for its generosity. But what shocked him the most was the skill of 13 ghost needles. This was a needle technique created by BNK, a legendary doctor in the Warring States period in his previous life. It was a miraculous acupuncture technique that has long been lost in modern times. It is said that this acupuncture method is specially used to treat difficult and complicated diseases. Its techniques are strange and dangerous, but the effect is incredible. In the field of traditional Chinese medicine, this acupuncture method is a supreme treasure and its value is immeasurable. Ding Yang accepted the system reward with great excitement. His attribute list changed immediately, with general medical proficiency added to the talent column and 13 ghost needles added to the skill column. At the same time, a vast amount of medical memories and acupuncture essence appeared in his mind. Good guy. It only took me 1 afternoon to do some talking. So he suddenly transformed himself into a miracle doctor? With his comprehensive medical skills, coupled with the 13 Ghost Gate needles, he is fully qualified to be called a miracle doctor in today's Dragon Kingdom. If I want to practice medicine and save lives in the future, I'll be the one with the best medical skills in any well-known hospital. But I'm too young, so I guess no hospital would dare to admit me. Ding Yang muttered a few words to himself and was in a very good mood. Even though these two abilities are not useful for the time being, he understands that it is always good to have many skills. Mastering one more skill will provide you with one more path and increase your own value. After looking at the talents and skills, he began to think about how to allocate the 5 attribute points. Appearance 7 points, Charm 8 points, Constitution 6.1 points. Charm is enough for now. If you add some appearance first, you will be able to gain the favor of the opposite sex more easily in the future. The main thing is to improve your physical fitness. This body is too weak. I need to improve my physical fitness to 10 points as soon as possible, so that I can become a warrior. After making up his mind, Ding Yang added 3.9 points to his physical fitness, bringing it to 10 points. The remaining 1.1 points were all added to appearance. Suddenly, he felt obvious changes in himself. The muscles all over the body are quietly solidifying and growing bigger, and the excess fat and flesh are also disappearing. An extremely powerful force was brewing within him, making him feel extremely confident. Previously, his physique of 6.1 points had reached its limit, and he could only lift 50 kilograms with one hand. But now, he is absolutely sure that he can lift 200 kilograms of things with one hand. Although his size hadn't changed much, he was noticeably more solid and stronger. Not only does his body have smooth muscles, but his soft abdomen also has 8 strong abdominal muscles. It is no exaggeration to say that even if he covers his face and only shows his abdominal muscles and body, many women will go crazy for him. Chapter 17 Chapter 017 Mutual Affection, Two-Way Running. After checking the changes in his body, Ding Yang took out his mobile phone to take a picture of his face. The appearance value has increased by 1.1 points, which seems to be just a few subtle changes. For example, the eyes have become a little bigger, the nose bridge is higher, and the eyebrows are more heroic. People who are not familiar with him cannot notice the changes at all. But it is these subtle little changes that make him more handsome, more masculine, and more manly. The system's evaluation of his appearance reached a very handsome level. But he estimated that he was about the same as Brother Hu, Yu Yan, and Yen Quan in his previous life. It also reached the average level of tomato readers. With his current figure, looks and charm, he is definitely a male god for the women of Chixing. Whenever he meets the opposite sex in the future, he will definitely be invincible, and improving his favorability will be a piece of cake. The advanced reward of 500 points of favorability with the opposite sex is already so impressive. I really want to know, how amazing is the reward for the 2000-point silver gift package? Ding Yang muttered expectantly and closed the property panel. At this moment, Ling Shintan's voice came from the bedroom. Brother Ding Yang, the bath water is ready, come and take a bath. Here I come. Ding Yang responded and walked into the bathroom and the bedroom happily. In the spacious and tidy bathroom, the white bathtub is filled with bathwater of suitable temperature. Ling Shintan, still wearing her maid outfit, had her hair tied up and put on a shower cap. She was holding a bath towel in her arms and standing next to the bathtub with a smile on her face. Brother Ding Yang, come on. Ding Yang paused, his expression a little strange. Shintian, what are you doing? You still want to take a shower with me, right? If two people really take a bath together, in the bathtub, who can control themselves? We'll be on the highway in minutes. Ling Shintan smiled and shook her head. It's not about washing together, but I'll help you wash. Ding Yang looked directly into her eyes and asked, Shintian, before we take a shower, I have a question for you. I hope you can answer me truthfully from your heart. Seeing him so serious, Ling Shintan nodded quickly, okay. Do you like me as I was before, or as I am now? Ling Shintan said without hesitation, of course I like you more now. Brother Ding Yang, I just had a crush on you before. But from today on, I will truly and completely fall in love with you. Okay, I'm very satisfied with your answer, so I'll reward you once. After saying that, Ding Yang took off his clothes with a smile. Oh. Ling Shintan was startled and quickly turned to face the wall, covering her eyes in a cute way. Ding Yang teased her with a smile, didn't you insist on helping me wash? Why are you still shy? I was just not mentally prepared, that's why I got scared. Ling Shintan explained hesitantly, suppressed her embarrassment, turned around stubbornly, and slowly opened her eyes. Then she stared with her eyes wide open, her face full of surprise. Wow! Brother Ding Yang, you actually have 8-pack abs? A moment later, Ling Shintan suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Perhaps because she was too surprised and delighted, her voice trembled a little. Oh my god! You have such a great figure, right? But I've never seen you exercise or do fitness. Silly girl, I am gifted. Yeah, Brother Ding Yang is the best. He's so handsome and charming. So, what's so good about it? Everywhere is beautiful, I like it everywhere. Another burst of splashing water sound was heard, mixed with Ling Shintian's exclamation. 20 minutes later. Ding Yang was wrapped in a bath towel and Ling Shintian was helping him blow dry his hair. Her movements were gentle and her eyes were full of tenderness. Not only did her eyes become increasingly blurred, but she couldn't help but pursed her lips. The determination I made before has become even more firm and unwavering. Okay, sweetheart, thank you. After Ding Yang dried his hair, he walked out of the bathroom. Brother Ding Yang, you should rest first. I'm going to take a shower too. Ling Shintian smiled and waved, then left the master bedroom. After the door closed, Ding Yang sighed with mixed feelings. Ling Shintian is so nice. After spending half a day together, he has already fallen in love with Ling Shintian. When he first came here, he wanted to observe and understand the specific situation of this world before deciding whether to accept Ling Shintian. But now, he has recognized and accepted Ling Shintian from the bottom of his heart. Since Ling Shintian is completely devoted to him, he will just eat Ling Shintian as it comes naturally. It can be considered as a mutual affection and a two-way relationship. He thought to himself that after Ling Shintian finished taking a shower, it would be necessary to go find her and have an in-depth conversation with her. The prerequisite for marriage is to have a deep understanding of each other. He wanted to understand Ling Shintian's strengths and weaknesses, and also let Ling Shintian know his strengths and weaknesses. He lay on the bed, thinking and playing with his phone absent-mindedly. Before I knew it, more than 10 minutes had passed. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Ling Shintian, wrapped only in a white bath towel, walked into the bedroom with a blushing face and closed the door behind her. Under the dim light, her beautiful eyes were slightly closed and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. A few drops of water remained faintly in the crystal clavicle. Brother Ding Yang, I'm here. Ling Shintian called out softly and slowly walked towards Ding Yang. Although she was extremely embarrassed, she walked with determination. When she reached the bed, she slowly loosened her hands. The white bath towel naturally slid to the feet. Sweetheart, you. A few seconds later, Ding Yang came back to his senses. His throat moved and he asked in a low voice, have you really thought it through? Ling Xian nodded sweetly and said firmly, Brother Ding Yang, today is the happiest, most touching, and happiest day of my life. You are my whole world. I want to be with you forever. At this point, Ding Yang stopped being pretentious, reached out and embraced Ling Shintian in his arms, then turned off the lights. Chapter 18, Chapter 018 triggers achievement rewards? The early morning sunlight shines through the gap in the curtains, casting a white line on the bedroom floor. Ding Yang opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling in a daze, feeling a little emotional. This was the second day since he traveled to Red Star, and it had only been 20 hours at most. But it was this short period of time that brought about a huge change in his mentality. Ling Shintian, who is simple, kind, gentle and considerate, believes that he brings her a lot of touching, happiness and sweetness. But he felt that it was Ling Shintian's wholehearted love that moved him and made him feel the feeling of being loved. From the moment he and Ling Shintian became one, he made up his mind to say goodbye to his previous life. God gave him a chance to live again, and also gave him a powerful charmer system, the treatment of the son of the Virgin, and a devoted school beauty wife. Of course he wants to live a wonderful and more enjoyable life. He also felt a sense of belonging to this world. From now on, he is the young man, the male god, and the heartthrob Ding Yang. After traveling for half a lifetime and going through so many hardships, I still feel like a young man when I return. As these words flashed through his mind, Ding Yang smiled expectantly. At this moment, he remembered that when he and Ling Shintian were having an in-depth conversation last night, a system prompt sounded in his mind. At that time, he was completely focused on Ling Shintian and had no time to check. So, he called the system in his mind and opened the attribute panel. In the light blue curtain of light, a gift box tied with a pink ribbon was suspended. He chose to open it without hesitation, and the gift box immediately burst into colorful fireworks. The effect was very festive and gorgeous. The system prompt sounded again. It was detected that the host had obtained a goddess-level beauty, triggering the achievement reward and receiving a pink achievement gift package. The contents of the gift package are as follows. 1. Reward 2 points of free attribute. Second, the reward skill is Eye of Insight. Third, a random skill upgrade card will be awarded. After reading the reward content, Ding Yang was stunned for a moment, feeling very surprised and unexpected. Can merging with a beautiful woman trigger achievement rewards? And the rewards are so generous? He thought to himself that the system was guiding and encouraging him. The more beauties the better, and he should never stop collecting girls. However, Ding Yang noticed that the system mentioned the words goddess level. In other words, he needs to capture a goddess level beauty to get the reward. For beauties with a score of 8 or above, no matter how attractive they are, if they have not reached the goddess level, it may not trigger the achievement reward if you accept them. Is the system reminding me that it's better to have nothing than to have something of poor quality, and that quality wives and concubines are more important than quantity? But how does the system determine whether a beauty has reached the goddess level? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he thought of the skill rewarded in the gift package, Eye of Insight. So he quickly checked the introduction of the Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight, an active skill that instantly scans the target's detailed information after use. No CD. Ding Yang was shocked again and was very surprised. Just by looking at someone, can you know their detailed information? And there are no restrictions on its use. Isn't this skill too incredible? Thinking of this, he looked at Ling Shintan in his arms and quietly used the Eye of Insight. A property table that only he could see immediately appeared before his eyes. Ling Shintan gender, female age, 18. Height, 172 centimeters weight, 56 kilograms size, 35 c. Appearance, 9.2 figure, 9.2. Status, freshman at Qingshan University. Wealth, 120,000 star coins. Strength, second rank warrior. HP, 27. Charging times, original newly open charger quantity, 1 host. Overall rating, 9.1 goddess level. Favorability towards the host, 145 no upper limit. After reading Ling Shintian's detailed information, Ding Yang was very happy. The skill of Eye of Insight is really powerful. Moreover, the attributes and data provided by the system are definitely accurate. At the same time, he also understood that the system's rating of girls was similar to what he thought. A girl with an overall evaluation of 7 points is considered a beauty, a girl with 8 points is considered a great beauty, and only a girl with 9 points can be called a goddess. Ling Shintian's appearance and figure both reached 9.2 points. Ding Yang had experienced it last night and agreed with it very much. But Ling Shintian's overall rating is only 9.1 points. He thought about it and thought that it might be Ling Shintian's wealth, strength, and other attributes that held him back. In addition, what makes him most satisfied with the Eye of Insight skill is being able to see the target's charge count and his favorability towards him. In the future, whenever he meets a beautiful woman he is interested in, he only needs to scan her to see whether she is pure and clean, and what her true attitude towards him is. This way, no woman could deceive him. No matter how good your acting skills are or how scheming you are, it's useless. After understanding the effects of the Eye of Insight, Ding Yang looked at the third reward. Random skill upgrade card. After use, it will randomly upgrade one of the host's skills by 1 level. This skill upgrade card is interesting. Ding Yang now has 3 skills, Strengthened Weapons, 13 Ghost Needles and Eye of Insight, all of which are very effective skills. He had no doubt that if these skills were upgraded to a higher level, their effectiveness would become even more incredible. However, the 13 Ghost Needles is a special skill and cannot be upgraded. Once he uses a random skill upgrade card, the system can only choose one between Enhanced Weapons and Eye of Insight. For him, these 2 skills are enough for now, and there seems no need to waste upgrade cards to increase the level. After thinking about it, he decided to keep the skill upgrade card for the time being. He will use them later when he has more skills. Next, it's time to allocate the 2 free attribute points. He raised his physical fitness to 10 points last night, which has reached the limit of ordinary people. Currently, the Constitution column shows max, and the next stage is yet to be opened. He had looked up information online before and knew that when an ordinary person's physical fitness reaches 10 points, they can be considered a quasi-warrior. Next, you need to practice martial arts techniques to mobilize your own chi and blood and continuously strengthen your chi and blood values. Once your chi and blood value is strengthened to 10 points, you will officially become a first-grade warrior. Therefore, Ding Yang can only add appearance and charm now. He added 1 point to each without hesitation, and the attribute table changed immediately. His appearance score has become 9.1 male god level, full score 10. Charm also became 9 points male god level, full score 10. Ding Yang could feel that his face shape had changed subtly without looking in the mirror. Even the system has determined that my looks and charm have both reached the level of a male god. Doesn't that mean I'm better than the white version of Louis Koo and the young version of Daniel Wu? In this world, I already possess a stunning beauty that can charm thousands of girls? Hee, at this rate, I'll soon be a heartthrob. Just when Ding Yang was secretly happy, Ling Shintan, who was curled up in his arms and lying on his arm, shook her head gently. She was sleeping soundly, as if she was having a good dream. She was mumbling and called out husband twice. Chapter 19 Chapter 019 Wife or concubine? Looking at her fair and tender cheeks, shoulders and back as smooth as mutton fat jade, Ding Yang turned off the system panel. He put his arms around Ling Shintian's slender waist, a happy smile on his face. Last night, he and Ling Shintian completed their growth and transformation together. Ling Shintian's frowning and screaming in pain made him feel pity. But her strong physique as a warrior also surprised and delighted him. Although, men are naturally weaker than women. But Ding Yang's physique has also reached the level of a quasi-warrior, so the two are a good match. Just as Ding Yang was recalling to himself, Ling Shintian opened her eyes drowsily and twisted her body. Brother Ding Yang, your phone is poking me. She was still sleepy and muttered subconsciously. But then, there was silence and quiet for 5 seconds. Sudden. Ling Shintian's cheeks turned red, and even her earlobes turned red. Brother Ding Yang, you are bad. Ling Shintian let out a coquettish cry, shyly huddled in Ding Yang's arms, burying her head in his chest. Ding Yang gently stroked her cheek and asked softly, Tian, what did you call me? Brother Ding Yang. Ling Shintian answered without hesitation. No, think about it again. Husband? Ling Shintian was stunned for a moment and called out in a sweet voice. Well, that's right. Ding Yang smiled with satisfaction. Ling Shintian looked at him tenderly, her clear big eyes full of surprise and curiosity. Hubby, why do I feel like you become so handsome again after just one night? You are really beautiful and charming. Even the top handsome male stars in Dragon Country can't be compared with you. There is no doubt that Ding Yang's appearance and charm have increased by 1 point each, and the effect is very significant. Even though Ling Shintian was already married to him, she was still completely captivated by him when she looked at him. Yeah. Now that we're married, I've become even more handsome. Why do you think that is? Ding Yang asked her back deliberately with a mischievous smile on his face. Have no idea. Ling Shintian looked confused and shook her head subconsciously. Ding Yang smiled wickedly and said, Little fool, of course it's because of you and love that I'm so happy. Ling Shintian's pretty face suddenly turned red with shyness. Ding Yang hugged her and continued to tease, this incident shows that we both need to be diligent gardeners. Like a sapling, it needs to be watered regularly to grow into a big tree. We also need to be more diligent to look better. Ling Shintian's pretty face flushed with embarrassment, but she still nodded obediently. Well, I listened to my husband in everything. Ding Yang was very satisfied and happy. He reached out and patted her, then asked, Tian, does it still hurt? Ling Shintian didn't answer, but just shook her head slightly. Thank you, husband. You stayed up late last night, so you must be tired. You can sleep a little longer. I will go make breakfast and call you when it is ready. After saying that, Ling Shintian was about to get up and get dressed. But Ding Yang pushed her back into the bed, reached out and pinched her chin, and said with a playful smile, There's no rush to eat. It's still early. I want to eat you first. Humph. Bad husband. Ling Shintian punched him with her little fist and crawled under the quilt. Going to be naughty. After a long time. Ling Shintian got up, washed, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Ding Yang rested for a while before slowly getting dressed and getting up. Half an hour later, Ling Shintian prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The two chatted while eating breakfast. After breaking through that barrier and officially confirming their relationship, the two became even sweeter and more loving. Ling Shintian was no longer worried or anxious. She looked radiant and became more beautiful and attractive. Ding Yang wanted to tease her, so he deliberately asked her, Tian, why were you so brave and anxious last night? Ling Shintian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but she still explained while suppressing her shame. Tomorrow we will register at the university. Qingshan University is one of the top 10 universities in the country, so there must be many outstanding girls there. When you go to college, there will definitely be many outstanding girls who will be madly infatuated with and pursue you. They are prettier than me, come from better off families, and are more effective at pursuing boys. I'm afraid that by then, you'll dislike me and no longer want me. Ding Yang looked at her lovingly and raised his hand to scratch her nose. Silly girl, although I have the version advantage, my image is also very good. But I'm not a heartthrob, so how could I possibly be as exaggerated as you say? Ling Shintan said without hesitation, my husband is not a heartthrob, but you are the perfect man. In my eyes, you are the most handsome, charming, and attractive. No other man can compare to you. Ding Yang smiled and stopped arguing with her. After the two finished breakfast, it was already past 9 in the morning. Seeing Ling Shintan get up to clean up the dishes, Ding Yang raised his hand to stop her. Tian, don't wash the dishes yet. Let's go change clothes and go out to do something. Okay, husband, what can I do? No matter what Ding Yang wanted to do, Ling Shintan would subconsciously agree and then ask. Ding Yang held her in his arms, stroked her head with his hand, and chuckled, of course, we have to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register. Silly girl, congratulations on completing your internship. Really? Ling Shintian's eyes lit up and her face was full of surprise. That's great. Thank you, husband. Love you, love you. She jumped up excitedly, put her arms around his neck, and hung on him like a sloth. Then, Ding Yang carried her into the room to change clothes. During this time, the two of them inevitably had some fun. Ling Shintan was out of breath and almost lay down on the bed, not wanting to go out. 20 minutes later. The two of them changed into more formal white shirts, fixed their hairstyles, and went out hand in hand. The Civil Affairs Bureau is very deserted, with only a few couples registering in a day. When Ding Yang and Ling Shintan entered the hall, the eyes of more than a dozen staff members lit up, and they all showed looks of surprise, envy, and blessings. Nowadays, young, handsome, and charming boys like Ding Yang are becoming increasingly rare. The staff warmly welcomed Ding Yang and Ling Shintan. After helping them take photos and register their information, they came to the most critical step. Excuse me, two newlyweds, under what identity will the woman register with the man? The wife or the concubine? Chapter 20 Chapter 020 Perfect Love and Marriage. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, each man can marry up to 9 wives and 90 concubines. Although, when a wife and concubine marry a man, they need to pay a betrothal gift and assets such as cars and houses. But after marriage, the status of the wife and concubine in the family is very different. When the wife and the man get married, a grand wedding is often held. After marriage, she has been living with her husband and has the right to arrange and make suggestions on household affairs. Generally speaking, the wife is the husband's main source of income and support. As long as the divorce does not violate the dozens of laws stipulated by the state and the hundreds of rules stipulated in the husband-wife union, the husband will generally not divorce his wife. A wife with excellent comprehensive abilities is more likely to gain the love and trust of her husband. The status of a concubine is very low, and generally she only needs to register for marriage and does not need to hold a wedding. After marriage, she may not be able to live with her husband and has no say or weight in the family. Not only does a concubine have to hand over her income to her husband, she also has to serve him like a slave without any complaints. As long as there is a legitimate reason or excuse, the husband can dissolve the marriage with the concubine at any time, make her leave the house with nothing, and does not have to bear any responsibility. In short, the wife is considered an important family member, but the concubine is not. Concubines often do not stay in the position for long and are easily replaced by their husbands due to reasons such as aging and loss of beauty or declining income. Ding Yang had read about the difference between a wife and a concubine when he was searching online yesterday. He was about to answer the staff member, but Ling Shintan took the lead and said in a straightforward tone, "Concubine." Ding Yang was stunned for a moment and looked at her in confusion. "Shintian, why do you want to be a concubine?" Ling Shintan smiled sweetly and explained, "Husband, if you are willing to accept me and give me the place of a concubine, I will be satisfied. In the future we will go to college and enter society. You will definitely become better and better, more dazzling, and come into contact with more and better women. You should reserve the positions of the 9 legal wives for the most outstanding women. As long as I can be with you, as long as you have me in your heart, I don't care about my status." She has always firmly believed that Ding Yang will definitely become a male god that is popular among thousands of beauties. Only the daughters of wealthy families and the ladies of noble families are qualified to be his wife. She didn't want to take up the position of the legal wife, otherwise Ding Yang would have regrets when he met the real daughter of destiny in the future. Because she knew that those truly noble ladies would not easily become concubines of men. Silly girl, you really are. Ding Yang was a little amused and helpless, feeling both moved and distressed for her. This girl is so considerate and sensible. Mr. Ding, Ms. Ling, then I will register you as a concubine. The staff was not surprised by Ling Shintan's choice and asked about the final result with a smile. But no one expected that Ding Yang shook his head and said firmly, she is not a concubine, but the legal wife. Husband, you. Ling Shintan was stunned, feeling both moved and incredulous. Dear husband, I don't need to be the legal wife. I will take good care of you in the future, and I will also help you take care of the other sisters. Before she could finish, Ding Yang took her hand and said gently, Tian Tian, we have known each other for 3 years, and I know everything you have done for me. We chose each other at the most innocent and beautiful age, and became each other's first time. No matter how many confidants I have in the future or how many wives and concubines I marry, your place in my heart is irreplaceable. Therefore, you must be the legal wife, you deserve it. Ling Shintan was stunned, gazing at Ding Yang with deep affection in her eyes, her heart melted by him again. Unconsciously, her eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and 2 crystal tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. Hubby, I. Her voice was a little choked. She had 1,000 words in her heart, but at the moment she couldn't say a word. In the end, she could only throw herself into Ding Yang's arms, bury her pretty face in his chest, and sob with happiness and excitement. The dozen or so staff members in the hall all looked at Ding Yang and Ling Shintan. Everyone's expressions and eyes showed emotion and blessings, as well as envy and jealousy. What a loving boy. So touching. He's only 18, yet he's so good at teasing people. Just a few words can make people fall in love with him and fall in love with him to the point of being unable to extricate themselves. He is not only affectionate, but also very innocent. The most beautiful age, the 2 people who love each other most sincerely. This is simply perfect love and marriage. Such a handsome and charming boy, yet so gentle, he is a national treasure. That girl is so lucky, it must be a blessing from her past life. The staff witnessed a perfect love and a happy marriage with their own eyes, and couldn't help but applaud after exclaiming in amazement. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Ding Yang and Ling Shintan completed the registration and each received a big red marriage certificate. Ling Shintan was overjoyed. She held the marriage certificate to her heart, closed her eyes and remained silent for a few seconds. Ding Yang put his arm around her slender waist and asked jokingly, Tian Tian, what did you wish for? Ling Shintan solemnly put away the marriage certificate and smiled playfully, I can't tell you, it won't work if I tell you. Ding Yang leaned close to her ear and whispered, did you make a wish to God that you could take a bath and sleep with me every night? Ah, bad husband, don't tell me, there's someone else next to us. Ling Shintan was suddenly overwhelmed with shame and her pretty face flushed red. Ha, there's nothing to be ashamed of. This is how it should be between husband and wife. Ding Yang laughed happily and left the Civil Affairs Bureau with his arm around Ling Shintan. He had just said those words in the hall and made Ling Shintan his legal wife, which earned him dozens of favorability points. Most of the favorability comes from the staff. And Ling Shintan triggered a critical hit again, just like when they merged last night, providing 20 points of favorability again. Now, Ding Yang's favorability among the opposite sex has reached 600 points. He has thoroughly studied the rules for systematically collecting and counting the favorability of the opposite sex. For girls he likes and has intentions of dating, there is no upper limit on their favorability towards him, and the points are also provided to him at a 1-to-1 ratio. The upper limit of favorability for other opposite sexes is 100 points. During the statistical process, the system will provide him with a discounted price using fixed formulas and algorithms. For example, the dozen or so staff members just now were moved by his words and actions, and their favorability towards him increased sharply. But after the system conversion, it only gave him a few dozen points of favorability. The system is designed this way, obviously for the sake of fairness, and also to highlight the importance of his girlfriend and spouse. Ding Yang didn't care too much about this. Anyway, with his appearance, temperament and emotional intelligence, it is not difficult for him to win the favor of the opposite sex in this world. Chapter 21 Chapter 021 Official Announcement and Celebration. After Ding Yang and Ling Shintan left the Civil Affairs Bureau, they took a taxi home. Ling Shintan couldn't wait to take a photo of the marriage certificate and send it to her mother. As for her Fishin profile picture, it had long been changed to a sweet photo of her and Ding Yang in the kitchen. The background picture of her moments was also changed to a photo of her and Ding Yang on the subway. Of course, in order to protect Ding Yang's privacy and portrait, she made some processing on the photos. She covered Ding Yang's face in the Fishin profile picture with a cartoon character handsome. And Ding Yang in the background picture had his cheeks covered by a beam of sunlight. After this change, Ding Yang's appearance cannot be seen in the picture, but it has a more hazy and mysterious feeling, making it more attractive. After sending the photo of the marriage certificate to her mother, Ling Shintan took another photo of the cover of the marriage certificate, added 2 short sentences, and posted it on her moments visible to everyone. Having you means having the whole world. You are my life, my present life, and my entire life. This is undoubtedly an official announcement. Ling Shintan had just finished posting on WeChat moments when her mother called. As soon as the call was connected, my mother's voice, trembling with excitement and choking with joy, came from the receiver. Tian, have you and Ding Yang registered your marriage? Very good. Congratulations, Mom, you finally realized your dream. Mom is so happy and proud of you. Where are you and Ding Yang? Mom will pick you up right now. We are so happy today. Let's go out for a big dinner as a family to celebrate. Hearing my mother's excited tone, it was obvious that a burden was lifted from my heart. Ling Shintan felt a little sad and guilty. She knew that her mother ran a martial arts massage parlor on her own, but business was usually not very good and the income was not high. In order to help her pursue Ding Yang, her mother took out all her savings and borrowed money from relatives and friends to make up the 880,000 yuan gift money and the down payment for the car and house. My mother worked hard for half her life and gave everything to raise and support her. Now that she and Ding Yang have finally gotten married, it is the greatest affirmation and gain for her mother. All the hard work of half a lifetime is worth it, and my mother must be as happy as she is. Mom, my brother Ding Yang and I just left the Civil Affairs Bureau and are getting on the bus to go home. If you come to pick us up for a big meal, will the store close down? Ling Shintan held Ding Yang's arm, and the tone of their conversation was gentler and more relaxed than before. You silly girl, it doesn't matter if you lose a day's business, the most important thing is that you two register your marriage. Don't go home and cook, Mom will book a restaurant now. Ling Shintan smiled again and said, okay, then wait a moment, I'll ask brother Ding Yang for his opinion first. Mom was stunned for a moment, then immediately blamed herself. Oh, Mom was too excited, my mind is confused. Tian, you did a great job. Now that you are married to Ding Yang, you should listen to him from now on. No matter what you do or what you decide, you must consult him first and respect and obey his decision. Ding Yang also heard the voice coming from the receiver and a smile appeared on his lips. He was no stranger to Ling Shintian's mother, Ling Yun. Ling Yun is a very strong and opinionated woman, and also a low-level warrior. She is warm and kind to her family and friends, but when it comes to business, she is tenacious and unyielding. The fact that she was able to raise such an outstanding girl like Ling Shintan is enough to show that she is very attentive and patient in her dealings with others. Ding Yang naturally would not refuse his mother-in-law's proposal to celebrate. But he had different ideas, so he said, Tian, tell Auntie that there's no need to book a restaurant. I called my mother and had lunch at her house, which was more cozy. We will go directly to my mother's house later and ask my aunt to come over as well. The two parents should get together. Today is our big day, and tomorrow we will report to school. So, let us celebrate together today. After receiving Ding Yang's reply, Ling Shintan was both happy and touched, and she snuggled in his arms. Ling Yun heard Ding Yang's answer without her having to repeat it. She was very surprised and astonished, and thought to herself that her daughter had found a national treasure. In her impression, Ding Yang has always been taciturn, a boy who doesn't care about anything and has no emotional intelligence. But this cannot be blamed on Ding Yang, this is the current social situation. The vast majority of boys don't have to worry about anything and don't need to have any emotional intelligence. Anyway, all you have to do is stretch out your hand for clothes and open your mouth for food, and wait to be served by women. But now it seems that Tian did not lie to her yesterday, and Ding Yang has really changed. It's so rare for someone to be so steady and organized at only 18 years old. Thinking of this, Ling Yun smiled and nodded in agreement. Yang is right, this arrangement is indeed the most appropriate. This child has really grown up and is good at worrying and arranging things. Tian, let us just listen to Yang. Mom will go prepare things now and go out later. On the way home, you must protect Yang and be careful. The mother and daughter chatted for a few more words and then hung up the phone. Ding Yang said to the taxi driver, "Driver, we've changed our destination to Indu Garden." Indu Garden is one of the high-end residential areas in Donyang City. Although it is in the downtown area, the floors are not high and the environment is very comfortable. Old employees of several major banks in Donyang City bought houses there at a discount based on their work contributions. That is also the welfare benefit given to old employees by the state and the bank. Ding Yang's mother, Ding Wonlan, has been working in a bank since graduating from university. She has outstanding business capabilities, made great contributions to her work, and gave birth to a son, Ding Yang, so she was promoted continuously by her superiors. As early as 10 years ago, she became the branch president and became a winner in life that countless women envied. She got a large flat in Indu Garden for basically no money. The house is about 200 square meters and is worth more than 5 million star coins. The decoration alone cost more than 1 million. Most of these are thanks to Ding Yang. Because of national regulations, families with sons can enjoy a one-time 10% discount when purchasing a house. Therefore, Ding Wonlan is very fond of Ding Yang. If Ding Yang had not turned 18 and matched with Ling Shintan, and could only live in the house awarded to him by the state, she would not have been willing to separate from Ding Yang. While taking a taxi to Indu Garden, Ding Yang called his mother. Although Ding Wonlan was at work, she answered the phone immediately after it rang once. "Baby Yang, is there anything you need to call your mother for? Mom didn't want to disturb you in Tian, so she hasn't talked to you for 2 days. Mom misses you so much. If you don't call me today, I'll go see you after get off work." 20 minutes later, the taxi arrived at Indu Garden. The fare was clearly more than 30 yuan, but the middle-aged female driver gave Ding Yang a free fare. The reason was that she had been driving a taxi for more than 10 years, and this was the first time she had seen such a handsome and charming boy like Ding Yang. If Ding Yang and Ling Shintan hadn't arrived at their destination, she could have taken Ding Yang around the city for free. After all, being able to see Ding Yang's stunning beauty up close is a great fortune and blessing. Chapter 22 Chapter 022 You didn't have plastic surgery secretly, did you? Ding Yang and Ling Shintan were about to enter the community gate when Ling Shintan suddenly stopped. "Honey, I'm going to the supermarket to buy some things. Can you wait here for me for a while? If you feel it's too hot here, you can go to the milk tea shop next door and enjoy the air conditioning for a while." Ling Shintan took Ding Yang's arm and asked for his opinion obediently. Ding Yang tilted his head and asked, "What are we going to buy at the supermarket? My mom just said we have all kinds of vegetables at home." Ling Shintan chuckled and said, "Of course I'm buying a gift for my mother-in-law. This is my first time visiting my mother-in-law's house, I can't come empty-handed, right? That would be so rude." Ding Yang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded, "Okay, I'll go with you." The two walked into the supermarket hand in hand. Without exception, Ding Yang once again became the focus of the audience and amazed all the women in the supermarket. Wherever he and Ling Shintan went, many women would gather around and pretend to pick out goods. In fact, they had been observing and admiring him. No matter if they were girls in their 20s, single young women, or charming mature women, they all drooled over him and looked for opportunities to flirt with him. Even some bold and hot ladies and young women deliberately unbuttoned their necklines, raised their skirts, and walked around him to show their affection. There were also 2 pretty girls with looks above 8 who mustered up the courage to talk to him and humbly wanted to add him as their friend. Ding Yang looked at the women who were trying desperately to seduce him, and finally realized how terrifying the lethality of a man with both good looks and charm could be to women. He didn't have to do anything, the favorability of the opposite sex in the attribute panel was already rising. It seems that no matter what time and space, appearance is justice. Ding Yang felt a little emotional and as usual rejected the advances of the 2 8-point beauties, using the excuse that his friend list was full. If he were plain looking, this would be a lame excuse. But he is a double-role male god, so this excuse is very credible and particularly convincing. 10 minutes later, Ling Shintan bought cigarettes, alcohol and skin care products worth tens of thousands of yuan, and also wanted to buy some nutritional supplements for her mother-in-law. But Ding Yang interrupted her, pulled her to check out, and then quickly left the supermarket. There was no way around it. The women in the supermarket were looking at him with increasingly passionate eyes. He didn't dare stay too long, fearing that the women would get carried away and their desires would overcome their rationality. That would be too dangerous. When the two entered the community and returned to the large flat on the 8th floor of Building 8, Ding Wonlan had just arrived at her doorstep. After the two sides met, Ding Wonlan excitedly opened her arms and gave Ding Yang a big hug. "My dear son, mommy misses you so much." Come on, let me see, have you lost weight recently? Have you had enough rest? Ding Wanlan, wearing a black OL suit, has a gentle and virtuous temperament and looks at Ding Yang with doting eyes. After seeing Ding Yang's handsome face, she widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed in disbelief. Oh my god! Yang Yang, how come you've become so handsome after not seeing you for a few days? You didn't hide it from your mother and secretly had plastic surgery, did you? The original body was just a handsome boy with a score of 7, but now Ding Yang is a double-role male god. Ling Shintan at least had some time to adapt, but Ding Wanlan was shocked. Ding Yang couldn't explain the reason, but he had already thought of an excuse. Mom, if you say that, I'll be sad. Do you think I was ugly before? People feel happy when they are happy. Tian Tian and I got our marriage certificate today. You see, we are both in a good mood and look radiant. We must look better than before. Besides, Tian Tian helped me match my clothes and style my hair, so of course I look better. This trick really worked. Ding Wanlan, who had always doted on her son, immediately dispelled her doubts and nodded in agreement with a smile. Yes, my baby Yang Yang is the most handsome, he has always been handsome. By the way, you just said, you and Tian Tian got married? Ding Wanlan's attention was diverted and she looked at Ling Shintan with burning eyes. Ling Shintan suppressed her inner anxiety and quickly bowed and greeted with a sweet smile. Hello, Grandma. My brother Ding Yang and I got our marriage certificate and came to visit you right away. The reason I didn't tell you when I called was to give you a surprise. This is a small token of my appreciation, I hope that mother-in-law will not despise it. In front of Ding Wanlan, Ling Shintan had no confidence at all, and behaved extremely well-behaved and sensible, even with a bit of flattering intent. There's no way around it. Ding Yang's family is well off and he's considered middle class. He's also handsome and charming enough. Under normal circumstances, only the daughters of wealthy or powerful families can be a good match for him. Ling Shintan is marrying above her station by marrying him. Of course, she served Ding Yang and Ding Wanlan carefully. Whether for herself or for Ding Yang, she had to make Ding Wanlan happy. Ding Wanlan looked at her with a kind smile and nodded gently and gracefully. Tian Tian, you two have been classmates for 3 years, and I can be said to have watched you grow up. I am happy for you that you have been recognized by Yang Yang. I wish you a happy and loving life together. Although Ding Wanlan is a leader, she is not arrogant or harsh. In her opinion, Ling Shintan is excellent in every way except her ordinary family background. Anyway, my son will definitely marry many wives in the future, so it's okay to give Ling Shintan a position. Okay, Mom, let's go inside. Ding Yang greeted him, scanned his face for verification, opened the door, and went into the house first. Ding Wanlan and Ling Shintan carried a bunch of gifts. After entering the house, they put the things down and served Ding Yang first. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law settled him on the sofa, letting him enjoy the air conditioning, TV and watermelon, and then went into the kitchen to prepare lunch together. 10 minutes later, Ling Yun also arrived. She also entered the house happily, carrying large and small bags of valuable gifts. Seeing that Ding Yang had become exceptionally handsome, she was also very surprised and uttered a series of exclamations and praises. After chatting with Ding Yang for a while, she went to help in the kitchen. The 3 women were all good cooks and they prepared a large table of delicious food in just 1 hour. Lunch officially begins. After everyone sat down, Ding Wanlan brought out a few bottles of drinks for everyone. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun took out 2 bottles of Mauzi wrapped in red paper from the gift box he brought. Mother-in-law, Yan Yan, this is the wine I bought and sealed when Tian Tian was born, waiting to be drunk on Tian Tian's wedding day. Today we are having a family gathering, let us drink this to celebrate. Those 2 bottles of Mauzi cost more than 6,000 yuan back then. Now, after being stored for 18 years, their value has long exceeded 30,000 yuan. Given Ling Yun's frugal character, she was actually willing to spend such expensive wine to drink, which shows how satisfied she is with Ding Yang and how happy she is. Ding Wanlan felt a little warm in her heart and nodded in agreement. Since it's a big day for the 2 children and my mother-in-law is happy, I'll drink a couple of glasses with you. 1 bottle is enough for the 2 of us. Ling Yun was stunned for a moment and looked at Ding Yang cautiously. Ding Yang immediately smiled and said, Mom, Tian Tian and I want to drink too. You 2 still have to go to school, you're still children. But we're both married. Okay, then you 2 should drink less. Chapter 23 Chapter 023 Don't run the bath water, I want to take a shower. Ling Yun opened the bottle himself and poured wine for Ding Yang and Ding Wanlan attentively. During the meal, the three women surrounded Ding Yang and served him gently and attentively. He doesn't have to peel the shrimp himself, pick out the bones from the fish, and they help him remove the bones from the ribs and chicken feet. In fact, Ling Yun was more attentive than Ling Shintan. Not only did he put his wine glass lower, he also took the initiative to add more wine for Ding Yang and said many compliments to Ding Yang and Ding Wenlan. On the one hand, she was happy, but the main reason was that she was very satisfied with Ding Yang and was proud that her daughter could marry Ding Yang. In this world, mothers-in-law are expected to pamper their sons-in-law and obey their moods. After all, a daughter is not like spilled water, but is the lifelong responsibility and guarantee of her parents. Whenever the man is dissatisfied with his wives, no matter if he punishes them or beats or scolds them, the mother-in-law has to come to the house to apologize, coax, and beg the man for forgiveness. Almost all mothers-in-law serve their sons-in-law very carefully, for fear that their sons-in-law will be dissatisfied and take their anger out on their daughters. It is very common to be scolded by the son-in-law. It is also common to light cigarettes and pour wine for the son-in-law, give gifts and money, or even kneel down to plead for the daughter. A son-in-law like Ding Yang, who is handsome, gentle, and kind, is something countless mothers-in-law would not even dream of. After the meal, Ding Yang was full and drank 8 taels of Mauzi by himself. Ding Wenlan was very surprised at his alcohol tolerance, and found it incredible that he was still sober. After all, she knew that Ding Yang never drank. Seeing that the atmosphere was harmonious, Ling Yin quickly took out a few gift boxes, opened them one by one, and handed them to Ding Yang and Ding Wenlan. Yang Yang, mother-in-law, our family conditions are not very good. I originally thought that I would be satisfied if Tian Tian could be Yang Yan's concubine. We didn't expect Yang Yan to be so good to Tian Tian and even make her his legal wife. We are so ashamed. This is the gift money we prepared, 880,000 yuan is in the bank card. This is the down payment of 1.08 million for the house. You can choose any house you want, and I will pay off the mortgage. Here is the pickup form for the E-Class Mercedes-Benz. I have already paid the money and you can pick up the car at any 4S store. Here are 300 grams of gold I prepared to make gold jewelry for Yang Yang. While Ling Yin introduced the contents of each gift box, he carefully observed Ding Yang's expression. Seeing that Ding Yang did not show any disgust, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and felt even more guilty. Yang Yang, mother-in-law, I'm so sorry. I know this little bit is not worthy of being Yang Yang's wife. But this is all I have at the moment. I will work hard to make money and double up on Yang Yang later. Ling Shintan also solemnly promised Ding Wenlan, mother-in-law, I will do my best to take care of brother Ding Yang in the future, and listen to him in everything. When I graduate and start working, I will give all my income to him. I will work hard to become an excellent warrior, help Yang Yang make a lot of money, and let him live a better life. Please rest assured and entrust him to me, mother-in-law. I will definitely not let you down. Although, the gift money and assets such as cars and houses given by Ling Yin were just average in Ding Wenlan's opinion, and indeed a bit unworthy of her beloved son. But she did not express her opinion, and everything was based on Ding Yang's opinion. Ding Yang smiled and nodded, Auntie Ling, Tian Tian, money is not about the amount, but sincerity. If a woman has 1,000 yuan and spends 500 yuan on you, it has a different meaning than if she has 100 yuan and spends 99 yuan on you. Since you are so sincere, I will accept these things first. I believe Tian Tian will become more and more outstanding and will definitely be worthy of being my wife in the future. After receiving his reply, Ling Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He was so happy and grateful that tears welled up in his eyes. Very good. Yang Yang, you are so kind, generous and considerate. It is a blessing that our Ling family has accumulated over several lifetimes for Tian Tian to marry you. Don't worry, Auntie will do her best to support you too, no matter if she is 70 or 80 years old, until she can no longer earn money. Then, Ding Wenlan asked, Yang Yang, Tian Tian, since you have already obtained your marriage certificate, when are you planning to hold the wedding? If Ling Shintan is a concubine, there will be no wedding. Since she has become Ding Yang's legal wife, the wedding must take place. Ling Shintan smiled and replied, Mother-in-law, brother Ding Yang and I have already discussed this matter. We plan to hold the wedding after we graduate from university. I will try my best to become better. When the time comes, I will give brother Ding Yang a grand wedding. Ding Wenlan nodded and asked, You will be registering for school tomorrow. Have you packed your luggage? With her upbringing and care, Ding Yang doesn't have to worry about any trivial matters in life. Now that Ding Yang and Ling Shintan are married, these trivial matters are naturally left to Ling Shintan. Ling Shintan nodded and said, Don't worry, mother-in-law, I will pack it up when I get home in the afternoon. We can buy some things that are inconvenient to carry when we get to school, and I will take care of them. Ding Wenlan is confident in her execution ability. The family chatted for a while and the celebratory lunch ended successfully. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Ding Yang and Ling Shintan returned home. After Ling Shintan got home, she cooked a soup for Ding Yang to sober him up and nourish his stomach and liver. After serving him the drink, I let him take a nap. Then she started packing the luggage for 2 people, filling up just 2 suitcases. In the evening, after dinner, the two watched a movie together and enjoyed a sweet time together. After watching the movie, Ling Shintan went to run a bath for Ding Yang. But this time, Ding Yang held her back and said with a smile, "Tian Tian, don't run the bathwater. I want to take a shower." "Okay, husband." Ling Shintan nodded subconsciously and agreed. But then she realized, how could she help Ding Yang take a bath? Suddenly, her pretty face turned red and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Although the two have become husband and wife, she is shy, easily embarrassed, and a little restrained. Ding Yang reached out and stroked her cheek, and said in a low and gentle voice, "If you don't want to, you don't have to help me. But tomorrow we go to school, and in the next few months, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything as conveniently as we do now." Ling Shintan was stunned for a moment, feeling a strong sense of reluctance and anxiety in her heart. Ding Yang's gentleness and dominance had already made her deeply infatuated and fallen for him. She felt very uncomfortable when she thought about having to live apart from him for the next few months. So, she stopped being shy and hesitant and hugged Ding Yang with her backhand. "Hubby, let me help you." "That's more like it." Ding Yang grinned. Chapter 24 Chapter 024 I long for knowledge and progress. Ling Shintan was very worried because she would be separated from Ding Yang after school started. Although the two can see each other every day, they cannot live together. If that were the case, she wouldn't be able to take care of Ding Yang in a considerate manner. "It is very inconvenient to fulfill my wife's duties." So, she worked overtime until the early morning and completed all the tasks for the next few days in advance. The next morning, Ding Yang looked at Ling Shintan and chuckled, "Tian Tian, are you feeling well?" Ling Shintan shook her head and smiled sweetly. "Hubby, it will be very inconvenient to be in school for the next few months, so I have to cherish the opportunity one have now." Ding Yang raised the corner of his mouth and whispered in her ear, "Silly girl, I forgot to tell you. We are now a legal couple with a marriage certificate, and we can apply to live together when we go to school." It was because he had learned about the relevant rules in advance that he took Ling Shintan to register for the marriage certificate before school started. This way, when they go to college, they won't have to live separately all the time. Living together every day is not only more convenient, but also more fun. Ling Shintan was stunned for a moment before she realized what was happening. She felt embarrassed and angry at the same time. "Damn you, wicked husband. Why didn't you tell me earlier? And you even deliberately misled me." The two played around for a while before getting up, getting dressed and washing up. Ling Shintan made another hearty breakfast to replenish Ding Yang's strength and protein. After the two finished breakfast, Ling Shintan cleaned up the place, dragged out 2 suitcases, and went out with Ding Yang. Qingshan University is located in Qingshan City in the neighboring Sichuan province, thousands of kilometers away from Donyang City. Even by high-speed rail, it takes several hours. After the two arrived at the high-speed rail station, they just got in to board the train. Ling Shintan had booked the train ticket long ago. It was not a seat in an ordinary carriage, but a double sleeper compartment. Although the price is several times more expensive than a seat ticket, the sleeper compartment has better privacy, is quieter, and has better configuration and service. The main reason is that boys must be well protected when they go out. Especially a guy as godlike as Ding Yang must not show his face in public, let alone sit in a carriage with hundreds of people. When shopping in the supermarket yesterday, Ling Shintan saw those women and tried every means to seduce Ding Yang. Luckily, it was short enough that the women didn't do anything rude. If Ding Yang sat in the carriage for a few hours, there was no guarantee that some women would not do something to infringe upon his rights. Finally, the two of them successfully entered the spacious and tidy sleeper compartment. There are only 2 beds in the private room, which is equipped with a separate bathroom, refrigerator, dryer, and other equipment. After closing and locking the door, Ling Shintan put down the 2 suitcases, took out slippers from under the bed, and gently helped Ding Yang change his shoes. "Hubby, no one will bother you now, you can take off your mask and sunglasses." When packing yesterday, Ling Shintan prepared a mask and big sunglasses for Ding Yang. "After all, you will meet a lot of people along the way.
Although these two things cannot conceal Ding Yang's outstanding temperament, they can cover up his handsome appearance.
Overall, the effect is very good and can save him from most of the harassment. Ding Yang took off his sunglasses and mask and lay comfortably on the bed playing with his mobile phone. Ling Shintan hurried to the refrigerator and looked for Ding Yang's favorite drinks and fruits among the wide variety of drinks, fruits, and snacks. She quickly picked out 3 drinks, 4 kinds of fruits and snacks, put them on a tray, and turned back to Ding Yang's bed. Then she half knelt like a maid, holding the tray in both hands, with a sweet smile on her pretty face.
"Hubby, come and have some fruit."
Ding Yang nodded and leaned against the headboard to watch videos. Ling Shintan sat by the bed, peeled the grapes, and fed them to him one by one.
After finishing a bunch of grapes, Ling Shintan asked again, "Husband, what would you like to drink?"
Ding Yang reached out and pinched her pretty face twice, then said with a smile, "I want a drink, milk."
"Ah? Here?"
Ling Shintan was stunned for a moment, 2 blushes appeared on her pretty face, and she lowered her eyes in embarrassment. We were on a train, and even though the door to the private room was locked, people were constantly walking around outside.
If someone outside hears this. Thinking of this, Ling Shintan became even more shy.
Seeing her blushing face, Ding Yang held a bottle of yogurt and looked at her with a mischievous smile.
Tian, what are you doing? We are on the train here. Are you imagining random things in broad daylight? Do you want to change your environment and find something new and exciting?
Ling Shintan reacted instantly, letting out a moan, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly covered her face with her hands.
Husband, you are so mean. Damn big bad guy.
Ling Shintan, overwhelmed with shame, threw herself into Ding Yang's arms, biting his cheeks and neck like a kitten.
Ding Yang was not to be outdone.
He tickled her and teased her at the same time. I never expected that some innocent and lovely girls not only coveted my beauty, but also had their minds full of different ways to eat me out.
So scary. School is about to start. I want to go to school. I am eager for knowledge and progress. Humph, bad husband, you are not allowed to say that. Hey, if you can do it, why can't I say it?
Just don't say it. If you keep saying it, I'll shut your mouth. The two played for a while before stopping to rest. Ling Shintan was sweating profusely from the torture. She had no choice but to go to the bathroom to wash her face and calm herself down. When she returned to Ding Yang, she quickly changed the subject and offered to give Ding Yang a massage.
Chapter 25 Chapter 025 Is this idea too advanced?
P.S. If you jumped here after watching Ding Yang and Ling Shintan walk out of the bathroom, please read Chapter 24 first.
The order of Chapters 24 and 25 is messed up here. It's a system bug. Sorry. Hubby, lie down. I'll give you a massage to relax and take care of your muscles, okay?
I learned how to massage muscles and bones and activate blood circulation from my mother when I was young, and I'm quite skilled at it.
Okay, let's see your craftsmanship. Ding Yang nodded and lay down with a comfortable look on his face.
Ling Shintan stretched out her white and tender hands and massaged his head first, then his limbs and chest and abdomen. She wasn't lying, her technique was indeed superb and her strength was just right, making him relax all over and feel very comfortable.
While enjoying Ling Shintian's service, he was thinking in his heart.
Although I am already a quasi-warrior, I have not yet opened up my chi and blood values, and my physique is not strong enough. Even though I am young and strong with plenty of energy, every time I am with Tian, I can do it for a full hour, and 3 to 5 times a day is no problem. But this is not a long-term solution. If you continue doing this for a few more days, your body will definitely become tired and exhausted. After all, she is also a warrior, and her physique is much stronger than mine. I only have one wife now, but if I have more wives and concubines in the future, this physique will definitely not be enough. I hope that the next time I get a system reward, it will allow me to open up my chi and blood values and further strengthen my physique. I already have enhanced weapons, but that's not enough, I also need a more powerful engine. I hope the system can give me a skill or talent to strengthen my kidneys, so that I can be sexually happy forever. Thinking of this, Ding Yang became even more excited about the silver level achievement gift package. The desire to increase the favorability of the opposite sex to 2,000 points as soon as possible has become more urgent. Just then, the clear voice of the train announcer rang out from the door of the compartment.
Good morning, dear passengers and friends, we are now reporting an emergency announcement.
In carriage number 8 of this train, a passenger suddenly fell ill and is currently in a convulsive and semi-comatose state, and his condition is critical. If there are any passengers who have relevant medical experience, please come to carriage 8 to help with the treatment.
Thank you very much. Ding Yang and Ling Shintan both heard the broadcast. Ling Shintan didn't care and continued to massage Ding Yang. Anyone who takes the train regularly knows that this kind of thing is quite common. Generally speaking, there are more than 1,000 passengers on a train, and there is a high probability that there are medical personnel among them. Ding Yang raised his eyebrows and fell into deep thought after listening to the broadcast. Seeing his reaction, Ling Shintan quickly comforted him. Husband, don't worry, there is a medical room on the train, equipped with appropriate first aid tools and medicines. There are so many passengers on this train, there must be medical personnel. Yeah. Ding Yang nodded without saying anything more. Ling Shintan held his cheek and gave him a sweet kiss. Hubby, you are so kind. You even care about strangers you don't even know. Ding Yang smiled and said nothing. Before I knew it, 10 minutes had passed. The sound of the train announcement was heard again at the door of the private room. Hello, dear passengers, we are now interrupting with an emergency announcement. There is a passenger in carriage number 8 of this train, currently in the medical treatment room. Please ask a doctor with relevant treatment experience to rush to the infirmary to help treat the patient as soon as possible. After hearing this broadcast, Ding Yang and Ling Shintan both frowned, realizing that something was wrong. Honey, it looks like some medical staff just went to help with the treatment. But the condition may be very difficult and the medical staff may not be able to handle it. Ding Yang nodded. Sudden illness, convulsions and coma, there are probably only a few types. But no matter which one it is difficult to deal with on the train. By the way, are we very close to the infirmary, only 1 car away? As he spoke, Ding Yang stood up and put on his shoes. Seeing that he was about to go out, Ling Shintan hurriedly followed him and asked with concern, Husband, where are you going? This excitement is not fun to watch. There are too many people outside, and it would be dangerous for you to show up. Ling Shintan never thought that Ding Yang would be of any help and just thought he was there to watch the fun. After all, it is human nature to watch the fun and listen to gossip. But Ding Yang put on a mask, thought for a moment, and then asked her, Tian, do you have a white coat or medical uniform with you? He had seen it yesterday. There were many cosplay costumes in Ling Shintan's wardrobe, including a pink little nurse series and a white coat. Ling Shintan was stunned for a moment, her eyes full of surprise. I do have clothes, but they're a little small. But, what are you doing, husband? Pretending to be a doctor, watching the fun? Isn't your idea a bit too advanced? In fact, what she wanted to say was, isn't it unethical to do so? But she held back and used a more euphemistic approach. What the hell is this pretending to be a doctor and just watching the fun? I think you have a wild imagination. Ding Yang slapped her in annoyance. Ling Shintan rubbed her head in frustration and asked with concern, then why are you wearing a white coat? Of course it's to save people. Ding Yang said without hesitation. Can you heal illnesses and save lives? Ling Shintan opened her eyes wide, her mouth opened wide, and her face was full of disbelief. She believed that Ding Yang could loot and sniper, and could play jungle and steal bases, but she believed that Ding Yang could save people? I guess they will just do artificial respiration, right? It's hard for me to explain this to you now. All you have to do is trust me and find me a white coat. Ding Yang held her pretty face and said seriously. Ling Shintan rarely saw him so serious and solemn. She was immediately mesmerized by his eyes and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Okay, husband, wait a moment. She quickly opened her oversized suitcase and took out a white coat from it. Although this was bought by her for cosplay, the size was a bit small for Ding Yang. Moreover, this white coat is different from the ones in the hospital. It has some patterns and lace, which adds a bit of playfulness and sexiness. Never mind, just make do with it. Ding Yang looked very unhappy, but he could only grit his teeth and put it on. Then he pushed open the door of the private room and strode towards the infirmary. Ling Shintan was full of curiosity and a little worried, so she quickly followed him. As the two men walked through carriage number 7, there were hundreds of women in the entire carriage, ranging in age from teenagers to people in their 60s. Almost everyone turned their heads and stared at Ding Yang in unison, with expressions of surprise, disbelief, scrutiny, and admiration. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see what was happening in the infirmary, and were whispering to each other. No one expected that a doctor in a white coat would suddenly appear here. He is a tall and thin young male doctor with a unique temperament, handsome and charming. That energetic hairstyle, the slender white neck, the broad and strong shoulders and chest, and the sexy Adam's apple. His slender arms and long legs attracted the attention of many young women,
making them look amazed. It's a pity that this long-legged male doctor was wearing a mask and his appearance could not be seen.
But many women have the same idea. For a boy with this kind of figure and temperament, is it still necessary to consider his appearance? But what's with that white coat that's obviously a few sizes too small and has white lace? Which hospital customizes such interesting work clothes for male doctors? Chapter 26 Chapter 026 What kind of fairy little rich woman is this?
Ling Shintan followed Ding Yang closely, feeling a little worried and nervous.
Fortunately, the women in the carriage just looked at Ding Yang with complicated eyes.
Everyone knew that he was rushing to the infirmary to save someone, so no one bothered or talked to him. The two of them quickly passed through the carriage that was filled with the scent of cosmetics and arrived at the door of the infirmary. There were 3 women standing outside the door, whispering about something. Among them was a tall female conductor and a slim and beautiful train attendant. There was also a young woman in her 30s wearing a blue dress, who was both a passenger and a doctor. However, her expertise was not suitable and she was helpless in dealing with the passenger's sudden illness. When Ding Yang, wearing a white coat, walked through the carriage, he was very conspicuous. The 3 women turned their heads in unison and their eyes fell on Ding Yang.
Great, another doctor is here. It's actually a young male doctor?
Although they couldn't see Ding Yang's appearance, his figure and temperament still caught the 3 people's attention. The young and beautiful conductor came forward and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, doctor, did you hear the announcement and come to help save people?"
The passenger's sudden illness is a bit complicated. Dr. Yang said it might be a brain disease. Are you an expert in brain medicine? The Dr. Yang she was talking about was the young woman in the blue dress. Ding Yang lowered his voice and responded in a deep voice.
Very good. The train attendant was overjoyed, and the female conductor and Dr. Yang also breathed a sigh of relief.
The female conductor asked, "Excuse me, what is the doctor's name?" "My last name is Ding." Ding Yang's answer was still brief and his voice was low. The female conductor and the train attendant did not doubt him and quickly made way for the infirmary door. "Dr. Ding, please come in." Ding Yang nodded and stepped into the small infirmary.
I saw a circle of cabinets on the wall of the infirmary, which contained first aid kits and various medical equipment.
There was only a table, a chair, and a bed in the room.
Lying on the simple and tidy hospital bed was a young woman in her early 20s, wearing a moon-white cheongsam, with a perfect figure and temperament and amazing appearance. Ding Yang only took a glance and was very sure that this tall and fair cheongsam beauty must have reached the goddess level of 9 points. At this moment, the cheongsam beauty had a painful expression on her face, her fair face was covered in cold sweat, and her lips were bloodless. She closed her eyes tightly and her consciousness was in a daze. Not only was his whole body shaking, but his hands and feet were also twitching uncontrollably. He looked in very bad condition. With Ding Yang's mastery of general medicine, he guessed the cause of the disease after just a quick look at her symptoms.
Ruling out stroke, encephalitis, and meningitis, there's only one answer.
Although Ding Yang already had the answer in his mind, this was his first time practicing medicine and saving lives. To be on the safe side, he quickly used his eye of insight on the cheongsam beauty. A light blue screen that only he could see appeared, and a data sheet appeared before him.
Jiang Xini gender, female age, 23 years old.
Height, 173 centimeters weight, 55 kilograms size, 36D.
Appearance, 9.1 out of 10 figure, 9.2 out of 10.
Identity, President of Tianmao Group Wealth, approximately 5.2 billion star coins.
Martial arts realm, 5th rank warrior chi in health value, 58.
Number of charges, original unopened chargers, 0. Overall score, 9.2. Favorability towards the host, 0.
Current status, epilepsy attack.
The data and scores given by the system are similar to Ding Yang's estimates, or even a little stricter. Even the condition identified by the system was the same as he expected. However, the information about the cheongsam beauty's identity, wealth, and strength shocked him.
A 5th rank warrior? A 23-year-old with a net worth of 5.2 billion? What kind of rich woman is this?
No. Girls with this level of wealth usually travel first class, don't they?
At this time, Dr. Yang walked into the infirmary.
Seeing that Ding Yang had been staring at Jiang Xini without saying anything, she asked, "Dr. Ding, do you want to check the patient's condition?"
"I'm not good at brain science, so I can't deal with it."
"My suggestion is to wait until the train arrives at the next station, contact an ambulance in advance, and send them to the hospital for emergency treatment." Not only was she confused, Ling Shintan, the female conductor and the train attendant also looked at Ding Yang curiously. Ding Yang said in a deep voice, "I will treat her immediately. Please wait outside the door and don't disturb me." After saying that, he raised his hand and closed the door of the infirmary. Except for Dr. Yang, who stayed in the infirmary, everyone else could only wait outside the door and pray silently that Ding Yang could really cure the patient.
The infirmary was so quiet that one could even hear Jiang Sini's rapid breathing. Dr. Yang frowned and asked in a low voice, "Dr. Ding, are you going to treat her now?" But her illness is most likely acute meningitis. With the crude tools and instruments in the infirmary, they can't even do a head examination, so how can they treat it?
Ding Yang's eyes swept across the cabinets on the wall, searching for silver needles among a pile of first aid kits and medical equipment. At the same time, he said in a low voice and briefly, "It's not acute meningitis, but sudden epilepsy."
Epilepsy? Dr. Yang was stunned for a moment, obviously unwilling to believe this answer. That's not right. When I arrived, she had just fallen ill and could still speak. I also considered epilepsy and asked her about it.
But she has a physical examination every year and has never had this disease. Ding Yang finally found a box of silver needles, took it out of the cabinet and examined it carefully. This should be her first attack, and there are many possible causes. In her case, it's probably hereditary.
Seeing Ding Yang's firm tone and calm and steady reaction, Dr. Yang had more trust in him.
However, when he saw him holding a box of silver needles, Dr. Yang frowned again with a strange expression.
"Dr. Ding, please don't tell me you're going to use this box of silver needles to treat her?" Ding Yang glanced at her and asked, "What's the problem?" Dr. Yang smiled bitterly and said, "I am also a Chinese medicine practitioner and I also know acupuncture.
But everyone knows that for mental illnesses like epilepsy, Western medicine is more effective in both examination and treatment. It's too dangerous for you to give her an injection rashly."
"Not necessarily."
Ding Yang didn't want to explain to her, and was too lazy to waste words. But when Dr. Yang saw him disinfecting the silver needles and about to give the patient acupuncture, he anxiously advised, "Dr. Ding, you have to think it through. If you happen to encounter someone who suddenly falls ill on the train, it is a favor to help them, but it is also your duty to turn a blind eye. If you cure her, you may not get any benefit. But if it cannot be cured, you will definitely be implicated, even sued in court and bear legal responsibility. This is the current state of society. Don't risk your reputation in future for a stranger." Chapter 27 Chapter 027 successfully completed the first acupuncture. Dr. Yang knows very well that studying medicine is hard. The delicate and weak boys are born noble and can lie down and enjoy their lives without doing anything. Boys who choose to study medicine in this era are as precious as angels, and their character and perseverance are admirable. In addition, Ding Yang's figure and temperament are outstanding. She didn't want such a young and outstanding male doctor to do such a thankless job and risk ruining his reputation. Ding Yang disinfected the silver needles and prepared to give the acupuncture. "Dr. Yang, thank you for your reminder, but I am confident that I can cure her, so you don't need to say more. I'll need your help taking off her clothes while I give her the acupuncture treatment later."
"That's okay." Seeing that Ding Yang was confident and stubborn, Dr. Yang had said everything he needed to say and could only nod and agree.
For all kinds of diseases caused by evil spirits and madness, there are 13 acupuncture points that must be recognized. When acupuncture is applied to the ghost palace first, then the ghost heart, and it will respond. Men start from the left, women from the right, one needle in the philtrum and stop at the ghost palace. Ding Yang silently recited the acupuncture song of the 13 ghost gate needles in his mind and immediately used this skill. In an instant, his temperament became as steady as a rock, and his eyes became deep and focused. It was as if he was no longer a teenager, but a miraculous doctor who had been practicing medicine for decades. Under Dr. Yang's surprised and curious gaze, he twisted a silver needle in his right hand and inserted it into Jiang Sini's Rinzhong acupoint quickly and accurately. He used a diagonal stabbing technique from bottom to top, with moderate force and extremely precise angle. Originally, it was very painful when a silver needle was inserted into the Rinzhong acupoint. But Dr. Yang could tell at a glance that Ding Yang's acupuncture technique was very special. It was not only steady, accurate, and fast, but also could minimize the patient's pain. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. Based on this one injection alone, Dr. Yang could conclude that Ding Yang's acupuncture skills were better than hers. At this time, Ding Yang held Jiang Sini's right wrist with his left hand, and twisted a silver needle with his right hand, inserting it directly into the Shaoshang point on her thumb.
The acupuncture technique is still very special, and it embodies the essence of fast, accurate, and steady. Dr. Yang had more confidence in Ding Yang's medical skills and felt more expectant. The next third needle will be inserted into the Inbai point on the inside of Jiang Sini's right toe. But under Jiang Sini's moon-white cheongsam, there is a pair of straight and flawless long legs, wrapped in black stockings with letters on them. The long black stockings went over the knees and reached the thighs. In addition, she was wearing a pair of luxurious black high heels. Dr. Yang, please take off her shoes and stockings. Ding Yang did not rush to give the acupuncture, but spoke calmly. Dr. Yang did as he was told without giving it much thought or having any distracting thoughts. She is also a woman, so it is most appropriate for her to take off the patient's clothes. Although Ding Yang is a man, he is a doctor. In the eyes of doctors, there is no gender distinction, only patience. As long as it is necessary for medical treatment, there is nothing that cannot be taken off. Moreover, in Dr. Yang's opinion, even if the patient took off all his clothes, the patient would be taking advantage of Ding Yang. Dr. Yang immediately took off Jiang Sini's 2 pairs of stockings. A pair of slender and delicate feet and 2 long legs as white and tender as peeled lychees, exposed to the air, are breathtakingly beautiful. Ding Yang held her right ankle and inserted a needle steadily into the Inbai acupoint. Dr. Yang discovered that Jiang Sini's right foot stopped shaking immediately. His acupuncture method really works. Dr. Yang was delighted and felt much more at ease. Afterwards, Ding Yang took out the needles one after another and inserted several silver needles into Jiang Sini's body. There are the Daling point on the wrist, the Shenmai point on the foot, as well as the Fingfu, Cheek Cart, and Laogong points. Just now, Jiang Sini was trembling all over and her limbs were twitching. At this moment, her body actually calmed down. The limbs are no longer cold and the body temperature has returned to normal. Even the painful expression on her pretty face disappeared without a trace. Although she was still in a coma, Dr. Yang knew that her condition was temporarily stable. Dr. Ding, your medical skills are amazing. What kind of acupuncture is this? Can it actually relieve and suppress epilepsy? Dr. Yang was a little excited, exclaimed, and asked the doubts in his mind. Ding Yang said calmly, this is the 13 ghost gate needles, specially used to treat various mental illnesses. 13 ghost gate needles? I'm also a Chinese medicine practitioner, how come I've never heard of it? Is this the medical skill passed down in your family? Ding Yang couldn't explain to her the origin of this acupuncture technique, so he responded vaguely. Well, the treatment is not yet complete, it's just temporarily stabilizing the condition. There are still 3 most important injections. Only after all of them are administered can she be completely out of danger and resume normal activities. Dr. Yang didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and said without hesitation, what are you waiting for? Just continue with the acupuncture. She is now very curious about the 13 ghost needles. Even if she can't learn it, it is a pleasure and opportunity to watch Ding Yang perform acupuncture with her own eyes. Ding Yang explained, the next 3 needles will be inserted into the Tanzhong, Guanyuan, and other acupoints. Do you understand what I mean? Ah, this. Dr. Yang was stunned for a moment, and a blush appeared on his face. Those 3 acupoints are more private than each other. If you pierce all of them, it means the patient will not have any covering. Although, as a doctor, she often encounters this situation. But Ding Yang is a male doctor and the patient is in a coma. This was the first time she encountered such a complicated and delicate situation. Ding Yang's face was expressionless, and he spoke in a low voice, my acupuncture method is quite special. The interval between each needle cannot exceed 2 minutes, otherwise the acupuncture method will be ineffective. I'm sorry, Dr. Ding, I'll help her remove it now. Doctors are like caring parents to their patients. Everything we do is to save her life. When she wakes up, I will explain everything to her to avoid any misunderstanding. Dr. Yang quickly apologized to Ding Yang, cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, and began to work. After a rustling sound, her mission was completed. Ding Yang looked at Jiang Sini and couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up in his heart. Tonzi was indeed fair and impartial, and the key data he provided was not exaggerated at all. With the endless beauty before his eyes, Ding Yang couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster, with a hint of appreciation and amazement flashing in his eyes. But he was only stunned for a few seconds, quickly gathered his thoughts and continued with the acupuncture treatment. He twisted the silver needle 3 times in a row, and inserted it into the corresponding position steadily and accurately without any shaking. The 13 ghost gate needles were thus performed. Ding Yang breathed a sigh of relief, a relieved smile on his face. This was the first time he used the miraculous ancient acupuncture technique. Although, Jiang Sini's excessive beauty made his heart beat wildly. But overall, he completed the acupuncture successfully without any mistakes. This gave him a sense of accomplishment. At the same time, as the last needle was inserted, Jiang Sini's body trembled, as if all the meridians in her body were opened up. In an instant, her warrior's qi and blood were unblocked and began to circulate automatically. Not only did the limbs regain mobility, but the peripheral nerves throughout the body also quickly regained consciousness. Just as Ding Yang said, with the 13 Ghost Gate needles, all kinds of evil and madness can be cured, and the effect is really immediate. Chapter 28 Chapter 028 A Miracle that Subverts Common Sense. Seeing that Ding Yang had finished the acupuncture, Dr. Yang was full of anticipation and waited patiently for Jiang Sini to wake up. A minute later, Jiang Sini's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and her expression became calm and peaceful. Then her fingers and feet moved, and she was obviously out of danger. Her breathing and heart rate returned to normal, and it looked like she would wake up soon. Dr. Yang showed an expression of disbelief and exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my God! She is out of danger and back to normal. Dr. Ding, you actually cured epilepsy with 13 silver needles. This is simply a miracle in medical history. You are a treasure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, filling the gap in acupuncture treatment of mental illnesses." Although, Dr. Yang deliberately suppressed his voice and did not scream. But she was so excited and shocked. As an excellent doctor, she knew better than anyone that this was an earth-shattering miracle that overturned medical common sense. Ding Yang was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, "Before, I was only concerned with checking the customs and social status of this world, but forgot to investigate the situation in the medical field. Now it seems that the medical level of Chixing. No, it should be said that traditional Chinese medicine is completely incomparable to Blue Star." But he thought about it again and it was normal. After all, the University of Tokyo on Blue Star had a brilliant civilization with a history of about 5,000 years. The heritage accumulated by countless sages is truly vast and no existing civilization can compare with it. Dr. Yang looked at him with burning eyes and said earnestly, "Dr. Ding, which hospital do you work for?" Ding Yang shook his head and didn't want to discuss this topic. But Dr. Yang misunderstood his meaning, his eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly said, "Dr. Ding, is it convenient for you to come to our hospital to work? We are a grade 3 hospital in the provincial capital. If you are willing to join us, I can recommend you to the hospital. At least let you start as department director, and then be promoted based on your ability." Dr. Yang was attracted by the talent. She felt that Ding Yang's acupuncture skills were superb and that he would be highly valued if he came to their hospital. Even more, if Ding Yang can promote this acupuncture method, it will benefit society and make a huge contribution to the medical community. "No need, Dr. Yang, I don't want to go to work in the hospital. Also, I hope you can keep today's matter a secret for me and not leak it out. I am a lazy person and don't like being constrained or having trouble." Ding Yang rejected Dr. Yang's invitation without hesitation. After all, he is still a student and just wants to enjoy a good and comfortable life. Even if he had extraordinary medical skills, he could not become a doctor. If you travel through time and still have to work as a slave, wouldn't that be a waste of time? What a pity. Dr. Yang sighed, feeling a huge sense of loss and regret in his heart. But she appreciated and admired Ding Yang's character even more. "Dr. Ding, you took enormous risks to treat patients and save lives, not only for no reward, but also to keep the secret and not publicize it. You are the real angel in white, the real compassionate doctor." Thinking of what he said to dissuade Ding Yang, Dr. Yang felt deeply ashamed. Ding Yang just smiled and didn't say much. He had been observing Jiang Sini's reaction to make sure nothing unexpected happened to her. After all, this was his first time taking action, so of course he had to be cautious. It's definitely not because of Jiang Sini's beauty, which is presented without reservation. At this moment, Jiang Sini, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly moaned and slowly opened her eyes. She subconsciously moved her hands and feet, and when she felt her body getting slightly cold, she immediately tried to sit up. Dr. Yang quickly held her shoulders and reminded her, "Miss, the needles in your body have not been removed yet. Please don't move. Just lie down." "But my clothes?" Jiang Sini's pretty face was burning with embarrassment, and her forehead and neck turned crimson. Even the crystal earlobes were covered with a layer of pink. Dr. Yang quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I helped you take it off, and Dr. Ding was just giving you acupuncture treatment. Moreover, doctors are like parents. In our eyes, you are just a patient with life-threatening conditions. So, you understand what we're doing, right?
Jiang Sini closed her eyes in shame, her whole body trembling. She hummed softly, "Thank you both doctors for saving my life, I understand.
However, I feel completely well again. When can the needles be removed?"
Dr. Yang was unable to answer, so he turned to look at Ding Yang.
Ding Yang said calmly, "Observe for another 2 minutes. If there are no abnormal reactions, you can remove it."
Jiang Sini murmured him again, then pursed her lips and remained silent. She was so embarrassed that she felt powerless all over and could only blame herself for waking up. If she had known the treatment process would be so embarrassing, she might as well have remained in a coma. After the treatment was over, Dr. Yang helped her put on her clothes and she woke up. Even though she had her eyes closed, the infirmary was very quiet. But her mind was blank, and an incomparable sense of shame swept over her mind and drowned her consciousness. It was only 2 minutes, but it felt so long to her.
Finally, the 2 agonizing minutes passed.
Ding Yang held the needle box and removed the silver needles from her body one by one.
Okay.
Finally able to move, Jiang Sini grabbed the clothes beside her like lightning and hurriedly covered herself with them the moment he finished speaking. Ding Yang's mouth twitched and he turned around silently.
Dr. Yang was also a little embarrassed and prepared to turn around and leave.
Jiang Sini suddenly said, "Dr. Ding, wait a minute, don't leave yet."
"Dr. Yang, could you please close the door for me?" "Thank you."
Dr. Yang responded, opened the door, walked out of the infirmary, and closed the door behind him.
Only Ding Yang and Jiang Sini were left in the infirmary.
After a rustling sound, Jiang Sini was dressed neatly.
"Dr. Ding, it's okay. Please turn over."
Ding Yang turned around and looked at her leisurely to see what she wanted to do. Although she was so ashamed that she was about to explode, Jiang Sini still mustered up the courage and looked up at Ding Yang.
"Dr. Ding, thank you very much for saving my life. But I have a request.
In your eyes, I no longer have any secrets, but I haven't seen what you look like yet.
Could you please take off your mask so I can take a look?"
Seeing Ding Yang frown slightly, her heart trembled, and she quickly explained, "Dr. Ding, I'm sorry, I know this request is a bit excessive.
But I really want to know who my savior is and what he looks like. Don't worry, no matter what you look like, I will be grateful to you and will spend my whole life repaying you. Just think of it as me begging you, okay?"
She looked sincere, with a pleading look in her eyes. Ding Yang said calmly, "I rescued you just by chance.
I never thought of asking for anything in return."
Hearing this, Jiang Sini felt a sudden sense of respect in her heart, her eyes lit up a little more, and she had a better impression of him.
Chapter 29 Chapter 029 Can you give me a chance?
Dr. Ding, you risked your life to save me, but asked for nothing in return.
Your character is so noble that I really admire you.
If I can't remember the face of my lifesaver, I will regret it for the rest of my life.
Please.
Jiang Sini begged with her hands clasped together, her attitude both sincere and persistent. Seeing that she had said so much, Ding Yang naturally couldn't refuse anymore. He slowly raised his hand and took off the mask on his face. An extraordinarily handsome face, under the light, seemed to emit a holy light. When Jiang Sini saw his appearance clearly, her pupils suddenly trembled and her eyes widened involuntarily.
So handsome. So young. Such beauty and temperament are so rare.
Jiang Sini had guessed before that based on Ding Yang's appearance and temperament, he must be a young and handsome man. But she didn't expect that Ding Yang was so handsome. Those handsome cheeks, three-dimensional facial features, deep and clear eyes.
They all exude charming charm.
She forgot her previous shame and embarrassment, and was left with only wonder at Shangshi's beauty and admiration for Ding Yang's noble character. Although she was still very shy, her heart was beating like a drum and her pretty face was flushed. But she no longer hesitated or felt embarrassed, and had already made a decision in her heart. Ding Yang saw her reaction clearly and couldn't help but smile in his heart.
The power of the double-agent male god is indeed strong.
After she woke up, her favorability towards me gradually increased to 40 points. Now, as soon as I show my face, her favorability rating increases by 20 points. At this time, Jiang Sini's favorability towards him had reached 60 points. This has gone beyond the scope of friends, I kind of like him. Jiang Sini took a deep breath, suppressed her chaotic thoughts, and took the initiative to say, "Dr. Ding, let me introduce myself first. My name is Jiang Sini, I'm 23 years old, from Qingshan City, Shanchuan Province, and I'm the new president of Tianma Group."
Ding Yang nodded and said, "My name is Ding Yang, I'm 18 years old, and I'm on my way to Qingshan University to enroll." Jiang Sini was stunned for a moment, then she smiled with unexpected joy. "You're going to Qingshan City too? That's such a coincidence. Fortunately, I met you today, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. It seems that I am not destined to die. Thank God for arranging this fate for me." Ding Yang smiled and nodded. "That's right, meeting is fate." The atmosphere was no longer awkward and became much more relaxed and pleasant. Jiang Seni stood up and bowed deeply to Ding Yang. "Ding Yang, thank you for saving me. I will always remember your life-saving grace and will repay you double. Please give me the chance to repay you." "Miss Jiang, you don't have to be so polite."
Ding Yang naturally stretched out his hands, held her wrists, and stopped her from bowing. Jiang Sini's body stiffened, her heart skipped a beat, and a hint of shame flashed in her eyes. No matter how much contact the two had before, it was all for medical treatment, and they were strangers to each other. But now it's different. The two not only know each other, but also become friends. Contact under such circumstances proves that Ding Yang has a certain liking for her. Realizing this, she couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster, and the thought in her heart became stronger and stronger. Ding Yang quietly scanned her information and found that her favorability towards him had risen to 80 points. When he had just crossed over and activated the system, Ling Shintan's favorability towards him was only 72 points. This is enough to prove that Jiang Sini has fallen in love with him. He also believed that what happened today would definitely be remembered by Jiang Sini for the rest of her life. After Jiang Sini calmed down, she looked at him gently and said with courage, "Ding Yang, this is the first time in my life that I have had physical contact with a boy. There has never been a situation like the one before. What happened between the two of us in the infirmary today was also forced upon us." Ding Yang understood what she meant and nodded. "I understand. This is a secret between you and me. I won't let anyone else know." After receiving his affirmative answer, Jiang Sini felt much more at ease, trusted him more, and had a better impression of him. "There's one more thing I need to explain. Ding Yang, I am not that kind of casual woman, and I have no emotional experience. If my life wasn't in danger and I wasn't in a coma, I wouldn't have been able to receive that level of treatment. If it wasn't you, I wouldn't accept it if it was anyone else. So, what I mean is..." Ding Yang raised a smile and asked playfully, "So, you want me to be responsible?" Jiang Sini shook her head, her eyes filled with tears, a hint of shyness and expectation. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to take responsibility. But, you saved my life, and I want to repay your kindness with my whole life. Because my heart tells me that I have fallen in love with you. Please, could you give me a chance? I want to date you. I want to be your girlfriend, repay you, take care of you, and cherish you wholeheartedly." After mustering up the courage to confess her feelings, Jiang Sini stared closely at Ding Yang's reaction. Seeing that he looked calm and didn't express his opinion, she felt uneasy and a little worried. Unlike other women in today's society, she can't walk when she sees a man, and she seems particularly bold and covetous. Born into a wealthy family, Jiang Sini has lived a life of luxury since childhood and has received high-end elite education. Her views on marriage and husband and wife tend to be conservative and loyal. With her identity, wealth and status, ordinary men are not worthy of her. Only a young, handsome, and noble-minded man like Ding Yang can make her heart beat faster, let go of her reserve and pride, and pursue him sincerely. Once she set her mind on Ding Yang, there would be no room for anyone else in her eyes or heart. The acupuncture treatment just now had already broken through her psychological bottom line and defeated her sense of shame. Except Ding Yang, she doesn't want to date any man in her life. As the old saying goes, once you meet Ding Yang, your life will be determined. If you don't meet Ding Yang, your life will be wrong. Ding Yang did not answer immediately. With a smile on his face, he looked at Jiang Sini with interest. It would be a lie to say that I am not tempted by this outstanding, beautiful, goddess-like rich woman. But he is now the son of the Virgin. Even if you meet a beautiful goddess, there is no need to actively approach and please her. On the contrary, the goddesses are attracted by his charm and will cry and beg to pursue him. Tian Tian still has vision and foresight. I know that once I enter society, I will be pursued and obsessed with by many goddesses. However, I am now a national treasure level male god, so I can't just agree to it and let these goddesses get away with it. As these thoughts flashed through Ding Yang's mind, a mischievous smile flashed in his eyes. Ms. Jiang, we just met and have only been together for more than 10 minutes. We don't know each other very well. You say you love me, but it's just because you're attracted by my beauty.
You girls who have entered society are good at using sweet words to deceive me, a pure and kind-hearted male college student. How do I know if you are greedy for my body? Seeing that Ding Yang did not refuse, Jiang Sini secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, he started to weigh the pros and cons and even tease me, which proves that I have a good chance. Thinking of this, she decided to launch an offensive against Ding Yang, gradually revealing her cards and advantages. From now on, she will officially pursue Ding Yang. Chapter 30 Chapter 030 How about promising yourself to me? Ding Yang, you've already seen my figure and appearance. It's not top tier, but it should satisfy you. And after we start dating, I will learn how to serve and take care of you, and I guarantee that you will enjoy it. In addition, I inherited a family business, own a company with a market value of tens of billions, and am also a warrior. I have never dated a boy and don't know how to pursue him, but I will learn. As long as you agree to be my boyfriend, I will give you a villa in Qingshan City, a supercar, and 20 million star coins. I know it's not much, but don't be quick to complain. If you are willing to take me as your concubine, I will give you another 800 million star coins and 10 million pocket money every month. If you don't mind and are willing to marry me as your wife, please forgive my unreasonable wishes. I am willing to give you another 40% of the shares and introduce you to a few women with similar conditions to me as concubines. After saying that, Jiang Sini was afraid that Ding Yang would disagree, so she added 2 more sentences. I only own 50% of the company's shares, and the other half is in my mother's hands. If my mother is satisfied with you, I will persuade her to give you half of her shares. Ding Yang, please don't be so hasty to reject me. You can think about it and give me a chance. Although, Ding Yang appeared calm on the surface and showed no emotion. But in fact, he was already very happy and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Sini's earnest attitude, the string of numbers and the various gifts were enough to stun any male college student. Everyone is still discussing the bride price and dowry in units of tens of thousands. When he opens his mouth, he talks about supercars and villas, and when he closes his mouth, he talks about billions. This is the life of rich people. Although Ding Yang is confident that with his own abilities, he will be able to own assets worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions in the future. But Jiang Sini's attitude was so sincere that it not only satisfied his vanity, but also provided him with extremely high emotional value. Who can refuse such a rich lady? Ahem, Miss Jiang, I can give you a chance to pursue me. But I want to make it clear that I am not doing this for the money, and you should not treat me as a gold digger or a scoundrel. I'm just moved by your sincerity and can't bear to refuse you. As for when I will become your boyfriend, and whether I will marry you as a concubine or my wife, it all depends on your sincerity and performance in the future. Of course, I would rather be alone than be with someone of poor quality, so I hope you won't let me down. Finally getting Ding Yang's consent, Jiang Sini was very happy and relieved. Although, Ding Yang only gave her a chance to pursue him. But for her, this is great encouragement and affirmation. She had full confidence and certainty that she could pursue Ding Yang and make him her girlfriend. Then she continued to improve and became his concubine. She even dared to fight for the extremely precious position of the first wife. Thinking of this, she hurriedly held Ding Yang's hand and gave him a hug. Ding Yang, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm so happy. Ding Yang nodded and asked, now, feel your body carefully to see if there are any problems. Jiang Sini twisted her waist, stretched her body, and smiled. I feel like everything is normal now. It makes me feel relaxed both physically and mentally, and I feel lighter and more comfortable than ever before. Hearing this, Ding Yang suddenly remembered that in Jiang Sini's attribute table, not only did her favorability soar, but her health value also increased by 1 point. He smiled and said, my acupuncture method can not only treat various mental illnesses, but also dispel all kinds of evil spirits. It can also stimulate vitality, promote blood circulation, and help warriors improve their strength. When you have time, you can check your qi and blood values. Jiang Sini's beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she exclaimed in disbelief. Your acupuncture technique can actually improve qi and blood? Is there such a magical acupuncture technique in the world? No wonder I felt relaxed all over, with my energy surging, as if all my illnesses had disappeared. Ding Yang, you really are a miracle doctor, a young miracle doctor. In this world, if a warrior wants to improve his strength, he must practice hard and strengthen his qi and blood value bit by bit. A 5th-grade warrior like Jiang Sini often needs to practice for a month to increase his qi and blood by 0.2 to 0.3. Even with high-tech qi and blood medicines, it is possible to quickly increase qi and blood values. However, it can only increase qi and blood by 1 point when taken for the first time. The effect will decrease by 10% each time it is taken thereafter. Moreover, that kind of medicine is very expensive, costing millions per tube, which is unaffordable for ordinary people. In addition, those qi and blood medicines should not be taken frequently, as they will have strong side effects. Acupuncture methods like Ding Yang's, which can enhance qi and blood, are definitely the magical skills that countless warriors dream of. If others knew that Ding Yang's acupuncture method could increase qi and blood values, I'm afraid that all the warriors in the Dragon Kingdom will offer exorbitant fees and line up to beg Ding Yang to give them acupuncture. Oh my god! What kind of rare treasure did I pick up? This thought flashed through Jiang Sini's mind, and she was almost overwhelmed by happiness and felt dizzy with excitement. Ding Yang, you are so amazing, I love you so much. Jiang Sini hugged Ding Yang excitedly and kissed him hard on the face several times. Anyway, she was already pursuing Ding Yang and considered him her boyfriend. At this moment, she was so shocked and excited that she was not so shy anymore. Ding Yang reached out and patted her. Now you understand how difficult it is for me to give you acupuncture treatment, right? You were resisting the acupuncture before, as if I was taking advantage of you. Jiang Sini hugged his neck, breathing softly and charmingly, and said, Ding Yang, I was blind and didn't know the ability of you, a little genius doctor. I was wrong. I took advantage of you. You not only saved my life, but also helped me improve my qi and blood. Let me think about it. How should I thank you? I can never repay you for saving my life. Then, will you pledge your love to me? At this moment, Jiang Sini has returned to normal, her temperament has become bright and radiant, and she is confident and calm. No longer as weak and helpless as when one is dying and in great pain. In response to her teasing, Ding Yang just smiled faintly. I once saw a joke about a hero who saved a young girl's life. Seeing that the hero was ugly, the girl said that she would repay him for saving her life by working like a slave in the next life. If the hero is young and handsome, the girl will say, I have no way to repay you for saving my life, I can only repay you with my body. At this point, he raised his hand to lift Jiang Sini's chin, and said with a playful smile, You confessed yourself, didn't you? You still don't admit that you are greedy for my body? Chapter 31, A Good Time to Cultivate Feelings. Seeing that Ding Yang was only 18 years old, but so calm and experienced, and was not affected by her aura at all, Jiang Sini had a better impression of him. Although he is young, he possesses superb medical skills and magical acupuncture techniques, and he is calm and composed. This is definitely a treasure boy who will become a great man in the future. Other boys, at the age of 18, still treat themselves like babies, just eating and waiting to die all day long, and even secretly reward themselves when they have nothing to do. Comparing the two, Jiang Sini felt more and more that she had picked up a treasure. Ding Yang, since you've seen through me, I won't be polite. Jiang Sini giggled, caressing his chest with her palm, moving slowly downwards. She was very curious. Was Ding Yang's calmness and sophistication, which was obviously inconsistent with his age, just a pretense of being mature and calm? It would be interesting to remove this mask and see his true reaction, right? But she was obviously disappointed. Ding Yang had a smile on his face and was not shy or retreating. Jiang Sini was unwilling to be outdone and wanted to take the initiative. She held Ding Yang's cheeks with both hands and mustered up the courage to kiss him. There is no doubt that she is also an inexperienced newbie. He has courage and enthusiasm, but little skill. Ding Yang acted as a teacher again and guided her with practical actions. But at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ling Shintan, the conductor, the train attendant and Dr. Yang waited at the door of the infirmary for 20 minutes. As time passed, there was still no movement in the infirmary, and everyone was worried. However, after Dr. Yang came out, he told them that the patient was out of danger and had been cured by Ding Yang. Ling Shintan, the conductor and the train attendant all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. But Dr. Yang had been out for 10 minutes, and the infirmary was still quiet. Ding Yang and Jiang Sini still hadn't come out. This made everyone start to worry again and their mood became nervous. The conductor frowned and said, It's been so long, and they haven't come out yet. Could something have gone wrong again? Dr. Yang thought for a moment and analyzed carefully, although, I saw with my own eyes that Dr. Ding cured the patient's epilepsy. However, this disease theoretically has the possibility of continuous and multiple attacks. The conductor nodded and said, Dr. Yang, I suggest you go in and take another look at the situation. If the patient's condition recurs, you can also help. Dr. Yang had the same idea. When she saw the conductor make a suggestion and the train attendant expressed support, she nodded in agreement. Good. Seeing that she was about to open the door,
Ling Shintan quickly raised her hand to stop her.
Please wait a moment, Dr. Yang.
Since Dr. Ding has already cured the patient, it proves that he can solve the problem.
There must be a reason why he hasn't come out yet. Please don't disturb him unless he asks us for help. If it affects him and causes bad consequences, who will take responsibility?
Although, Ling Shintan was also very surprised and unbelievable when she heard that Ding Yang had cured the patient. But she trusted Ding Yang unconditionally, listened to Ding Yang at all times, and tried every means to help him. Dr. Yang looked at Ling Shintan and said with a smile, "Little sister, of course I believe in Dr. Ding's ability and medical skills. I was just worried that something might happen and he wouldn't be able to handle it alone, so I wanted to help him." The female conductor also persuaded her, "Little sister, it's not that we don't trust Dr. Ding, but we have to be responsible for the safety of the passengers.
If there is an emergency and Dr. Ding can't handle it, we can still contact the next station and prepare an ambulance in advance."
Ling Shintan remained unmoved by the two's persuasion and said firmly, "I believe in Dr. Ding.
Please be patient and wait for a moment."
Seeing her blocking the door, the conductor felt helpless and had to resort to a compromise.
"Little sister, why don't we go in and disturb Dr. Ding? We can just knock on the door and ask about the situation. Is that okay?"
Ling Shintan had no way to refuse this proposal and could only agree to it.
So the flight attendant knocked on the door and shouted, "Dr. Ding, what's going on? Do you need our help?" There was silence in the infirmary for a few seconds.
Then, Ding Yang's voice was heard.
"No need, everything is fine, just wait a moment."
After hearing this, everyone finally felt relieved.
Ling Shintan also showed a proud smile on her pretty face and asked, "How is it?"
"I told you that Dr. Ding will definitely be fine, so don't worry, he's the best."
Both Dr. Yang and the flight attendant were a little embarrassed and could only apologize with a smile. "Sorry, little sister, we don't mean to distrust Dr. Ding, don't be angry."
"Yes, little sister, we are just worried about the safety of that passenger. Now that the passengers are out of danger, it proves that you are right.
Dr. Ding is really amazing." Ling Shintan was immersed in pride and joy. Seeing them apologize, she nodded and said no more.
Then, the door of the infirmary opened.
Ding Yang, wearing a white coat and a mask, came out first.
Jiang Xini followed him, carrying a luxury handbag and wearing high heels.
Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Xini, and they all showed an expression of disbelief.
She moved freely, looked very healthy and had rosy lips. Not only was there a faint smile between her eyebrows, but her temperament was also exceptionally dignified and charming.
How could he look like he was sick or almost died?
Although, Dr. Yang had said before that the patient had been cured by Dr. Ding. But when the train attendants and conductors saw the changes in Jiang Xini with their own eyes, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement.
"Oh my God! That was a life-threatening illness, and Dr. Ding actually cured her? Looking at her complexion, not only are all her illnesses gone, but she's even healthier than a normal person? What kind of medical skills did Dr. Ding use to achieve such miraculous results?"
Jiang Xini smiled and bowed to the three of them, saying sincerely, "Thank you, three sisters, for your help. I will remember this kindness and will repay you handsomely someday." She has always been grateful and has memorized Dr. Yang's name and work unit, as well as the work numbers of the train police and conductor. When she returns to the company, she will send someone to the three people's workplaces to present them with banners and thank you gifts.
All three of them looked ashamed and responded with a smile. "You are so kind, young lady. Saving lives and healing the wounded is my duty as a doctor. Miss, you're too polite. Your recovery is all thanks to Dr. Ding's treatment.
We were just doing our part." At this time, Ding Yang nodded to Ling Shintan and said, "It's okay, let's go."
"Yeah."
Ling Shintan nodded obediently, turned around and left with Ding Yang. However, when the two returned to the sleeper compartment and Ling Shintan was about to close the door, Jiang Xini appeared at the door.
After nodding to Ling Shintan, she looked at Ding Yang and asked with a smile, "Ding Yang, do you mind if I take a seat with you guys for a while?" Although, just now in the infirmary, she was interrupted while teasing Ding Yang. But she has already decided to pursue Ding Yang, so how could she give up such a great opportunity?
There were only three of them in the quiet and comfortable sleeper compartment, so they didn't have to worry about being disturbed by others.
Isn't this a good time to cultivate feelings and build closer relationships? Chapter 32 Chapter 032 The Master is indeed an expert.
Ling Shintan is very smart.
She could tell at a glance that Jiang Xini must have come for Ding Yang.
After all, Jiang Xini couldn't hide her admiration and love for Ding Yang in her eyes.
We just left home today and we're on our way to register at school, and my husband already met his romantic partner?
And she is such a beautiful lady with extraordinary temperament.
My husband's charm really exceeded my expectations.
This thought flashed through Ling Shintan's mind, and she felt a little complicated.
This fully proves that Ding Yang is very outstanding. He will attract attention wherever he goes and will definitely be fascinated by beautiful women.
At the same time, it also made her realize that she cannot slack off and must work hard to improve herself.
I can't embarrass my husband.
Having made up her mind, Ling Shintan turned to look at Ding Yang and asked for his opinion.
Ding Yang glanced at Zhang Sini and chuckled, "Come in if you want.
The private room is so spacious, and you won't be too many."
"Thank you." Zhang Sini chuckled and walked into the private room.
Ding Yang took off his white coat and mask and lay on the bed to rest. Ling Shintan quickly helped him take off his shoes and put his white coat back into the suitcase. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Sini sat down on the edge of the bed, picked up Ding Yang's legs, put them in her arms, and massaged Ding Yang's legs. Ding Yang glanced at her, saw through her thoughts, and wanted to laugh a little, but said nothing. When Ling Shintan saw this scene, she couldn't help but be stunned. Zhang Sini noticed her expression and explained with a smile.
"Sister, Ding Yang saved my life, so I should repay him in any way I can, don't you think?" "Sister, what you said makes sense."
Ling Shintan smiled and nodded without exposing her.
Although brother Ding Yang saved her, they had only known each other for more than 20 minutes, how could they be so intimate?
Seeing how active she is, I'm afraid she is determined to win over brother Ding Yang.
I just don't know what her character and personality are like.
These girls who have entered society are more shrewd in scheming. I have to be careful not to let her hurt brother Ding Yang. Thinking of this, Ling Shintan also sat down on the edge of the bed, picked up drinks and fruits and fed them to Ding Yang. Even such a beautiful and elegant lady is so attentive to Ding Yang.
What reason does she have not to serve Ding Yang well?
Ding Yang was playing with his phone while observing the micro-expressions of Ling Shintan and Zhang Sini. There is no sign of jealousy at the moment, it can only be seen that they are both working very hard.
"So," he said, Tian, this is the president of Tian Mao Group, Miss Zhang Sini." "Miss Zhang, this is my childhood sweetheart and my wife, Ling Shintan."
Ling Shintan nodded to Zhang Sini and said with a smile, "Hello, Miss Zhang." Even though she knew that Zhang Sini was a billionaire CEO with a high status and position, she still behaved in a graceful and composed manner without any stage fright. She doesn't look very old, but she has a good appearance and temperament, and she is a good match for Ding Yang.
Who would have thought that she was not only Ding Yang's childhood sweetheart, but also married him and became his legal wife?
Zhang Sini was a little surprised, but remained calm and responded politely.
"Hello, sweet sister, please don't call me Miss Zhang, it's too distant. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Sini."
Her goal is to become Ding Yang's girlfriend, then upgrade to a concubine, and the ultimate goal is to become his legal wife. Ling Shintan, her legal wife, is someone she absolutely cannot afford to offend.
Just then, Ding Yang's cell phone suddenly rang, and 3 messages came in succession.
He picked up the phone and looked at it, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Your savings card with the last number 6669 received a cash transfer of 20 million star coins, with a balance of 20,100,000 star coins. The transferor is Zhang Sini, and the note reads, 'Voluntary gift, will not be taken back.' The Dragon Life app reminds you that you have received a property title for a 360 square meter house located in Banshan Villa District, Jingshan City. The relevant formalities and transfer taxes have been paid. The transferee is Zhang Sini, and the note is, 'Voluntary gift.'
The traffic management app reminds you that you have received a vehicle title.
This is the latest Lamborghini model, fully equipped in black and gold. The relevant procedures and registration fees have been paid, and the transferee is Zhang Sini." Ding Yang turned his phone screen towards Zhang Sini, raised his eyebrows and asked, "When did you do this?" The procedures for transferring property were a bit complicated, and when he and Ling Shintan returned to the private room, Zhang Sini followed them. No matter how you look at it, Zhang Sini doesn't have time to handle this matter. Zhang Sini chuckled and said, "I called my secretary and she will naturally help me with it."
"How about it, do you like it? Didn't you say you would give me those 3 things after I became your boyfriend? Why did you give them to me in advance?"
Zhang Sini explained with a smile while massaging his legs.
"These 3 things are just a preliminary token of my gratitude for saving your life and a token of my sincerity. Next, I will pursue you seriously and hard, so you must be mentally prepared. After becoming your girlfriend and concubine, I will give you more gifts and surprises." Please believe in my sincerity and affection.
Ding Yang opened his mouth and ate the grapes Ling Shintan fed him. He asked with interest, why don't you take a plane when you go out, but take the high-speed rail?
He had been a little curious about this question before.
Jiang Sini raised her hand to tidy up her hair and said solemnly, a few days ago, I met a feng shui master who told me a fortune.
He said that my trip today must be a great blessing.
When I suddenly fell ill, I was still thinking that the master was a liar.
I'm almost losing my life, how can I have any good fortune? It wasn't until you saved me just now that I understood and believed. The master is indeed an expert.
Puff. Ding Yang was drinking a drink and immediately sprayed out a stream of liquid, splashing on Jiang Sini's pretty face. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself.
Ding Yang coughed and gave Jiang Sini an apologetic look.
Jiang Sini was not angry, she smiled and said, you are my blessing, no need to apologize.
Excuse me, I'm going to go wash up.
Even with the drink on her face, she remained dignified and elegant as she stood up and went into the bathroom.
Ling Shintan wiped Ding Yang's mouth with a tissue and said, Sister Sini is very outstanding and very generous.
Ding Yang chuckled and said, don't be envious, your family background and origin are not something you can decide. But I believe that as long as you work hard, you can become a billionaire in the future. Ling Shintan felt warm in her heart and nodded quickly, I will work hard and never let my husband down.
However, I won't have any wealth in the future. Everything I have belongs to my husband.
For her, no matter how much money she earns, she will give it to Ding Yang. As long as she can be with Ding Yang, she doesn't want anything else. After a while, Jiang Sini walked out of the bathroom.
She held the phone in her hand, walked quickly to Ding Yang, and said in surprise, Ding Yang, you really are a miracle doctor.
I just called my mom and asked her, my disease is indeed hereditary.
Chapter 33 Chapter 033 You have no idea about your own appearance and charm. Just now in the infirmary, Jiang Sini asked Ding Yang why she had epilepsy.
Ding Yang explained it to her, but she didn't believe it, so she found an opportunity to call her mother to ask about the situation.
Unexpectedly, Ding Yang was right. Ding Yang almost blurted out, does your mother also have epilepsy?
Fortunately, he braked and changed his words to be more tactful.
Who did you inherit it from?
My father. Jiang Sini explained, when my mother was still pregnant with me, my father was traveling abroad and suddenly fell ill.
He didn't receive timely treatment and passed away.
My father had more than 60 wives and concubines, and my mother was just one of his legal wives. So after my father died, my mother did not remarry and raised me with my grandmother.
I have no impression of my father since I was a child.
If I hadn't called my mother just now to ask her, I wouldn't have known about this at all. After saying this, Jiang Sini once again expressed her sincere admiration. It's amazing that you can tell I have the disease just by looking at my symptoms. My little miracle doctor, meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me in my life. Ding Yang smiled and nodded, and warned, this genetic disease is relatively hidden, and there are basically no signs before it breaks out. Although I cured you today, the root of the disease has not been removed.
Jiang Sini's eyes suddenly lit up and she showed an expression of disbelief. Can you help me eliminate the root cause of the disease and completely solve this problem?
I thought that I would have to take long-term medication to relieve and suppress the symptoms.
Ding Yang chuckled and said, since you say I'm a miracle doctor, is there any disease that a miracle doctor can't cure?
The method is actually very simple. Just give it an acupuncture treatment once a week and it will be completely cured in a month at most. It was only today that he realized that this acupuncture method could improve qi and blood after he had performed the 13 ghost gate needles. He thought to himself that when he got to school, he would try it on Ling Shintan tonight.
Great!
My dear little miracle doctor, from now on, I entrust my life to you. Jiang Sini immediately felt relieved and relieved. Recalling the charming and embarrassing scene of the acupuncture, her cheeks began to feel hot again. But not only did she not resist, she even looked forward to the next injection. After all, it would not only bring her and Ding Yang closer together, but also enhance her qi and blood value and improve her strength. Other women would never dream of receiving such treatment. Then, the three of them started chatting. Ling Shintan listened silently and rarely interrupted. But after Jiang Sini became familiar with the two of them, she did not ignore her and took the initiative to chat with her a lot. In short, the atmosphere among the three of them was quite harmonious and pleasant. Before I knew it, several hours had passed.
Afternoon.
Jiang Sini sat on the bed and let Ding Yang lie in her arms. While massaging Ding Yang's head, she asked, Ding Yang, we'll be at Qingshan Station soon.
Do you want me to arrange for a driver to pick you up at the station and take you to Qingshan University to register?
Ling Shintan obediently massaged Ding Yang's legs and feet and offered some suggestions.
Hubby, just listen to Sister Cindy. We can't take the bus or subway, it's too crowded.
Nowadays, the chances of women committing crimes are getting higher and higher, which is very dangerous for you. Ding Yang didn't care about the means of transportation, but Jiang Xini wanted to be considerate of him, and Ling Shintan also felt it was dangerous, so he nodded in agreement.
Okay, but don't make the car too flashy. I don't want to attract too much attention. Jiang Xini was a little amused and said, Ding Yang, you really don't know anything about your own looks and charm. No matter where you go, you are a charming male god, just like the stars in the night. It doesn't matter what kind of car you ride. Even if you ride a shared bike, there will be a lot of women around you. Even if you go to a remote place, there will definitely be many women who will take the risk and force you onto the boat.
Qingshan City High-Speed Railway Station. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Qingshan Station. The female announcer's voice echoed on the platform, and a surging stream of people, wrapped in heat waves, rushed towards the exit.
Ding Yang was wearing sunglasses and a mask, walking in front with his hands in his pockets.
Jiang Xini and Ling Shintan each carried a suitcase and followed him closely, their eyes alert and vigilant about their surroundings. Although, Ding Yang wore sunglasses and a mask, covering up his beautiful face. But his figure and temperament are still like a firefly in the dark night and a little white dragon in the crowd. As the three of them walked, a group of women quickly surrounded them. There are 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and it is completely surrounded. The women ranged from 17 or 18 years old to 30 or 40 years old, and all of them were dressed coolly.
The fragrance is dazzling.
They pretended to be in a hurry, but in fact they deliberately slowed down their pace and looked at Ding Yang greedily. There were also some more superficial women, with undisguised greed on their faces, sniffing Ding Yang's scent with a hissing sound, looking intoxicated by the sex.
Hubby, it's a good thing you wore a mask and sunglasses, otherwise these women would probably go crazy.
Ling Shintan said in a low voice with a worried look on her face.
Although, she and Jiang Xini protected Ding Yang tightly and prevented those women from contacting Ding Yang and taking advantage of him.
But there were women crowded around them, and there were always some who pretended to be unintentional and reached out their dirty hands to Ding Yang, so the two of them were simply too busy to handle it. After walking only 100 meters, more than 30 women wanted to take advantage of Ding Yang. Fortunately, Ding Yang hid in time, and the women did not dare to go too far in public.
Otherwise, he might not even be able to keep the bitter tea seeds.
Anyway, there are so many people around them that even if they break the law, they can still argue that it was unintentional. After all, the law does not punish everyone. If you can successfully get the favor of the male god, it is still a huge profit even if you are criticized and educated. As we were only 20 meters away from the exit, the crowd nearby became even more crowded, almost to the point of being shoulder to shoulder.
The women around could no longer hold back and stretched out their evil hands towards Ding Yang.
At the critical moment, Jiang Xini and Ling Shintan quickly raised their suitcases to block those dirty hands.
Jiang Xini sank into his dantian and shouted, "Stop! Everyone, step back 1 meter and keep a safe distance. Otherwise, I will sue you for molesting boys in public." The sudden cold shout was like a thunderclap. The women around were shocked.
They withdrew their dirty hands and looked away as if nothing had happened.
It is impossible to retreat. You can't lose it. Once you lose it, you can't get it back. Anyone who is timid is a fool.
Seeing that they were not giving up, Ling Shintan quickly took out her cell phone, turned on the camera, and aimed it at the women around her.
If anyone dares to touch my husband again, I will record it and hand it over to the police.
You'd better know your place.
There is no doubt that this move is a killer.
The women around him who were drunk suddenly became much more sober and stepped back, keeping a distance of 1 meter from Ding Yang. At this time, 2 tall and strong railway security guards in uniform came over with electric batons.
Ladies, what happened?
Both female security guards were nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and surging blood. They were obviously powerful warriors. The intimidation and oppression they gave off were so strong that the crowd immediately made way for them.
Chapter 34 Chapter 034 Entering the Kingdom of Daughters? Hello, security officer. It's crowded here.
Some shameless and vulgar people are trying to take advantage of the situation and molest my boyfriend. Facing the 2 security guards, Jiang Xini's aura was not weak at all, and she explained the situation concisely and clearly. She was very smart and didn't start a general attack, calling all the women around her vulgar and hooligans. That won't solve the problem, the women around you won't admit it, and it will only cause public outrage. And when she criticized some of the obscene people, the women around her were unable to refute her. Whoever speaks out or refutes is incriminating himself. The two security guards' eyes immediately fell on Ding Yang. Although they couldn't see Ding Yang's appearance, the two security guards were dazzled and shocked by his figure and temperament.
What a handsome boy! This aura, he must be a male god. Maybe he's some top male star?
Without Jiang Sini saying anything more, the two security guards immediately stood on Ding Yang's left and right, and their voices became much gentler. Sir, please follow us. With the two of them leading the way, the women around them, no matter how unwilling they were, had to obediently make way and watch Ding Yang and the others leave. Everyone stood on tiptoe, staring at Ding Yang as he left the station, before reluctantly looking away. It is a great fortune that I can meet a handsome guy at the high-speed rail station today.
I don't know when I will have such a good thing again.
As soon as the two security guards escorted Ding Yang and others out of the station, four strong female bodyguards in black suits came to greet them.
Hello, Mr. Jiang.
The four bodyguards stood in a row and bowed in unison.
Jiang Sini nodded and pointed to Ding Yang beside her and said, "This is Mr. Ding Yang."
Hello, Mr. Ding. The four bodyguards bowed again in unison. Although Ding Yang has a unique temperament, they dare not look at him too much. Obviously he has a high level of professionalism.
Jiang Sini looked at Ding Yang and asked with a smile, "Ding Yang, do you need me to accompany you to register at school?"
Ding Yang shook his head.
No, go and do your thing. Jiang Sini nodded, put her arm around his, and asked gently, "Okay, then I'll ask the driver to take you to school. Once you've settled in, I'll arrange a welcome dinner for you tonight, is that okay? Let's talk about it later. I'll call you when the time comes." Ding Yang smiled and said nothing.
Jiang Sini was not only not angry, but also very happy and expectant. After all, Ding Yang didn't refuse, so she thought there was hope.
Afterwards, four bodyguards escorted Ding Yang and the other two into the car.
A bodyguard acted as a driver, driving a Maybach, taking Ding Yang and Ling Shintan to Qingshan University. The other three bodyguards protected Jiang Sini and got into a Cullinan and rushed to Tianmao Group.
The Maybach was driving on a wide and clean street.
Ding Yang looked through the car window at the tall buildings and the hustle and bustle of traffic outside. Qingshan City is the capital of Zhenjiang Province and one of the top 10 first-tier cities in Longhua. This city has a population of over 20 million. Aside from the huge disparity in the ratio of men to women and the presence of warriors in Chixing, everything else is similar to the first-tier cities in Ding Yang's previous life. This can basically be seen as a parallel world. Looking at the bustling city outside the window, then looking at the pure school beauty beside him and the Maybach under his feet, Ding Yang smiled. Entering university, it's a brand new environment in life. It's really exciting. At this moment, a delicate and boneless hand quietly grasped Ding Yang's palm and interlocked their fingers. He turned his head to look at Ling Shintan beside him, with a questioning look in his eyes. Ling Shintan looked at him with a determined look. "Husband, I will definitely become a martial arts expert and gain higher status and wealth. Don't worry, I will never let you suffer any injustice in the future." Her voice was low, but her tone was confident and serious, like a promise.
Question mark. Ding Yang's eyes became even more puzzled, and he thought to himself, what's wrong with this silly little girl? Is she stimulated by Jiang Sini's financial resources?
Half an hour later, a Maybach worth more than 3 million yuan stopped at the gate of Qingshan University. There were crowded crowds of people and traffic all around, not only the roar of cars and the noise of people, but also the heat waves. The female bodyguard in a black suit and white gloves got out of the car and respectfully opened the back door. Ding Yang got out of the car and looked up at the tall and imposing school gate and the four words Qingshan University written in a flamboyant style. He couldn't help but feel a little dazed. After more than 10 years, I can go to university again. This time, my college life should be very interesting, right? His eyes swept around, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everywhere you look, you see young girls full of youth. There is a wide variety of belly-bearing vests, miniskirts that reach the hips, and all kinds of hot pants and stockings, with white and pink beauty everywhere. This made him sigh. How great it is to be young. University is good, you have to go to university. It's like entering a country of women. Mr. Ding, Ms. Ling, here are your luggage. The diligent bodyguard took the luggage out of the trunk and handed it respectfully to Ding Yang and Ling Shintan. Yes, thank you very much. Ding Yang took the luggage and casually said thank you. The female bodyguard was shocked and very touched.
She quickly and cautiously asked, "Mr. Ding, do you need me to help you deliver your suitcase to the dormitory?" "Thank you, but no thanks." Without waiting for Ding Yang to answer, Ling Shintan refused on his behalf and took the initiative to carry their suitcases. Ding Yang put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the school gate with Ling Shintan. Only then did he realize that there were nearly 200 young and beautiful girls standing on both sides of the gate, neatly arranged in rows. They are all around 19 to 20 years old and over 165 centimeters tall. Not only do they have curvaceous figures, but their looks are also above 8 points. They are all natural beauties. The 100 girls on the left side of the gate, all wearing red vests, shorts and sneakers, are as energetic as cheerleaders. Looking around, you can see a sea of white arms and long legs, which are dazzling in the sunlight. The 100 girls on the right side of the gate were all wearing light pink cheongsams embroidered with lotus flowers, with the slits almost reaching their waists. Compared to the youthful and passionate girls on the left, the girls on the right are more dignified and graceful, while revealing a charming temperament. At this moment, 200 young girls were staring at Ding Yang with fiery and ardent eyes. This. Ding Yang paused, feeling guilty and running a chill down his spine as the girls stared at him. The next moment, the 200 girls bowed to him in unison, shouting in unison, "Hello, junior brother, welcome to Qingshan University." Seeing so many girls bowing at the same time, all with smiles and enthusiasm, made Ding Yang a little dazed. At this time, a tall girl with a ponytail came up to him with a smile on her face. "Hello, junior. I am the leader of the freshman welcome team. On behalf of our school, I warmly welcome you." The girl with a ponytail is about 19 years old and nearly 1.8 meters tall. She stands out among the other girls. Moreover, she was dressed differently from the other 200 girls. She wore a white sports vest on the upper body and light gray yoga pants on the lower body, which perfectly outlined her slim and charming curves. Ding Yang looked at her and asked doubtfully, "Freshman welcome team?" The girl with a ponytail nodded and said, "That's right. This is the annual welcome event organized by our student union. We carefully selected 200 senior students who can represent the image of our school from more than 3,000 applicants. We are here to welcome the new students and provide them with guidance services." Ding Yang raised his eyebrows. "Every freshman gets this treatment? Qingshan University is pretty good." The girl with a ponytail shook her head and said with a smile, "No, junior, we only serve the new boys who have just entered the school. As for girls, our school encourages them to be self-reliant and independent in everything. Only in this way can they grow into the pillars of the country and society. A good girl should be self-reliant and take care of herself." Ding Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The girl with a single ponytail smiled slightly and said, "Young man, please choose a few senior students now. They will guide you to the school and the dormitory." As soon as her voice fell, there was an immediate commotion among the girls on both sides of the gate. All the girls were looking forward to it, staring at Ding Yang with fiery eyes. Despite the discipline, they were not allowed to move around without permission, and it was even more impossible for them to approach Ding Yang without permission. But they all flirted with Ding Yang, or threw him a wink, or blew him a kiss with a pout. Some bolder girls not only made a heart shape with their hands to Ding Yang, but also quietly unbuttoned their collars and bent over to Ding Yang. Suddenly, many large-scale car lights sparkled in the sun, dazzling Ding Yang. Even though his mental age was much older than everyone else present, it was difficult for him to remain calm at this moment. Chapter 35 Chapter 035 Agatas Senior with a score of 9.5? Is this something I can watch for free? Shock. In broad daylight, 200 girls actually did such a thing collectively? Ding Yang was shocked and a little embarrassed. There were at least a few hundred people coming and going around. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on him. And those 200 girls were not shy at all, their eyes were filled with desire and eagerness to try. This was no longer a pleasure, he felt like he was going to die. So, Ding Yang directly said to the girl with a ponytail, "Just help me choose a few people." The girl with a ponytail's eyes lit up, and she was secretly delighted. She turned her head to look at the cheerleading team and quickly pointed at a few girls. "Yan Yan, Tong Tong, Xiaojiang, Xiaoli, come with me to escort our junior." The 4 girls whose names were called suddenly widened their eyes with expressions of ecstasy. "Yeah. Great, I was chosen. Thank you, Sister Jing." "No, thank you, stepmother." The 4 girls were extremely excited, even more excited than if they had won the lottery. They rushed out of the crowd like a whirlwind, and came to Ding Yang skipping and jumping. Among them was a girl with a queen-like face.
She was probably so happy that she was short of oxygen. As soon as she ran in front of Ding Yang, she stumbled and fell to the ground. She fell right at Ding Yang's feet, hugged Ding Yang's calves with both hands, and breathed hard with a hissing sound. Seeing this scene, no one laughed at her. Many girls were envious and jealous, their eyes red like rabbits. Many girls also complained that she was scheming and actually took advantage of her junior in public. Feeling a pair of small hands pinching his ankles and calves, Ding Yang's mouth twitched and he silently took a step back. Afterwards, 5 girls surrounded Ding Yang and greeted him enthusiastically. "What a charming young man! Welcome to Qingdao University. Handsome Junior, it's a great honor to serve you. Which department are you from, Junior? I'll take you to the dormitory right now." Hiss. "Xiao Jiang, be more reserved and wipe your saliva." "That's right. Junior students should check in first and then go to the dormitory." "Xiao Jiang, are you crazy?" Among the 5 girls, 4 were quite polite and attentive, with sweet and attentive smiles. But the girl with a queen-like face named Xiao Jiang not only had shining eyes, but also drooled from her mouth, looking like a crazy fan. Ding Yang subconsciously took a step back and kept a distance from her. Although, these 200 girls at the gate were carefully selected by the student union. They all have slim figures, fair skin, and beautiful looks, and are absolute beauties. But Ding Yang is now a male god. To him, anyone below 9 points is just a passerby. At this time, the leading girl with a ponytail said, "Junior, there are too many people here, let's go into the school gate first." "Which department are you from? We will take you to register." "I'm from the Martial Arts Support Department." "Where do I register?" "Martial Arts Support Department?" "No problem, come with me, Junior." The girl with the ponytail took Ding Yang's suitcase and took the initiative to lead Ding Yang. The other 4 girls quickly followed and surrounded Ding Yang in the middle, acting like bodyguards. Excuse me, where do I report to the Martial Arts Combat Department?" Ling Shintan carried her suitcase and watched Ding Yang being carried away, and hurriedly followed. Several girls waved at her without even turning their heads. "It's the first tent on the right after you enter the school gate." Ding Yang, who had been pushed a few steps forward, stopped immediately. "Wait a minute, that's my wife." The 5 girls stopped at the same time and gave Ding Yang an apologetic smile. "Junior, I'm so sorry." "I'm sorry, Junior, please don't be angry." "Xiao Jiang, Xiao Li, you two take your junior's wife to register and help her choose a dormitory." The girl with a ponytail apologized to Ding Yang and sent 2 girls to lead the way for Ling Shintan. Ling Shintan was a little worried about Ding Yang, afraid that he would suffer a loss, so she followed him closely and was unwilling to leave. Ding Yang smiled and said, Tian, give me your luggage. Go register first, and then come see me after you've completed the cohabitation procedures. Although the school is considerate of boys, spouses who have registered their marriage can live with their husbands. But you have to follow the corresponding procedures and take your marriage certificate to the school office to register. Okay, husband. I'll get it done as soon as possible and then come find you. Ling Shintan nodded obediently and agreed. Just as Ding Yang was about to take her suitcase, a girl with a Lolita face quickly snatched it away and gave Ding Yang a flattering smile. Handsome Junior, how could we possibly let you carry things when the seniors are here? Leave these trivial matters to us, and you can rest assured. Ding Yang nodded to the girl with a Lolita face and said thank you. The lowly-faced girl's pretty face suddenly turned red with excitement, and her eyes were watery. Good student, my name is Yen Yen. Before Yen Yen could finish her words, she was interrupted by Ling Shintan. Hubby, be careful. Call me if anything happens. As soon as she finished speaking, she was pulled away by Xiao Jiang and Xiao Li. 2 girls took her to register, their attitudes were enthusiastic and eager. Ding Yang waved to Ling Shintan and followed the girl with a ponytail into the school gate. He just noticed that the girl with a ponytail was the most conspicuous among the many girls. No matter her appearance, figure, or temperament, she is the best and is definitely a goddess with a score of more than 9. The white sports vest on her upper body was wrapped around 2 towering snow-capped mountains, revealing her tight waist, cute belly button, and eye-catching vest line. The light gray yoga pants wrapped around 2 straight and well-proportioned long legs and the amazing curve of the back. In addition, she is extremely beautiful and has a capable and efficient personality, making it hard not to like her. Ding Yang followed behind her and quietly opened the Eye of Insight. A data sheet immediately appeared in front of him. Shangwan Jing, gender, female, age, 19.
Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 64 kilograms. Size, 36E. Appearance, 9.2. Figure, 9.5. Status, sophomore at Qingshan University. Wealth, 2.6 billion star coins. Realm, 5th rank warrior. Qi in health value, 59. Number of charges, 0. Number of chargers, 0. Overall score, 9.5. Host favorability, 45. After reading Shangguan Jing's information, Ding Yang was a little surprised. Her overall score is higher than Ling Shintan and Jiang Sini, reaching 9.5 points. It seems that the basic scores for height and figure are high enough, and he level Thunder in wealth also add points. He's just about to enter his sophomore year, and he already has 2.6 billion in wealth. Is he also a second generation rich? Favorability 45? She had a very good impression of me and really wanted to be friends with me. Ding Yang thought to himself that even with a mask and sunglasses on, he still looked outstanding. If he reveals his true face, won't Shangguan Jing's favorability increase dramatically? At this time, Shangguan Jing led him into the tent and walked to a desk. Hello, seniors. This junior is a freshman in the martial arts support department. I'm here to register. Shangguan Jing greeted the two girls sitting behind the table. When the two girls heard the word junior, they immediately looked at Ding Yang with shining eyes. Wow! We have such a handsome junior student in our martial arts support department? Please take a seat, junior, and have a bottle of iced colada. It's so hot out here. Let's take our time to register. They were listless due to the heat just now, but now they are full of energy, enthusiastic and attentive. One of them was still infatuated and looked at Ding Yang with a smile on his face. Another girl with a bun hairstyle had already taken out a bottle of iced cola, opened it with her own hands and handed it to Ding Yang. Thank you, senior. Although, the two girls' looks and figures are just at the 7-point level. But Ding Yang still accepted their kindness and casually said thank you. Just this polite remark made the two girls feel as sweet as if they had eaten honey. Junior, what's your name and where are you from? What's your favorite color? What kind of milk tea do you like to drink? What games do you usually play? Do you have a girlfriend? The girl with a bun hair who had just given Ding Yang Binkwell asked excitedly, holding a pen and a data sheet. Chapter 36. Chapter 036. In just 2 minutes, more than 20 girls had gathered outside the tent. However, most of them were not new students who came to register, but came to watch Ding Yang. The two girls glanced at Shangguan Jing and felt very unhappy, but did not dare to show it. There's no way around it. Shangguan Jing became famous in last year's freshman competition. Her style of doing things is capable and domineering, and most importantly, her background is quite strong. After a year, she became the big sister of the martial arts combat department. Except for those girls in the senior year, no one dared to mess with her. Junior, please tell me your name, age, and place of origin. The two girls started to go through the normal process and finished the registration in just 2 minutes. But the girl with the bun hair didn't give up and asked another question. Junior Ding Yang, can I add you on Fission? Don't get me wrong, I'm just trying to make it easier to communicate. I'll send the student ID to your dormitory tomorrow so you don't have to go there in person. It's quite hot out here. No thanks. I don't want any special treatment. I'll just pick it up myself like everyone else. Ding Yang hesitated for a moment and politely declined the other party's kindness. It's not that he is so noble, but it's boring to stay in the dormitory. Living his life over again and being able to attend a top 10 university in the country, he would of course want to move around more and feel the breath of youth. His past life experience made him understand that the happiest and most carefree time in a person's life is the years in college. The girl with the bun refused to give up and still wanted to persuade Ding Yang. But at this time, Shangguan Jing said, he has a wife, don't be delusional, and left with Ding Yang. Seeing her escorting Ding Yang away, the girl with the bun hair murmured to herself with a look of grievance. So what if you have a wife? Can't you have me as well? Don't overthink it. That gentle and elegant junior student is obviously being targeted by Shangguan Jing. Can't you see it? The girl next to her whispered a reminder, seeming to be very afraid of Shangguan Jing. After leaving the school gate, Shangguan Jing and the other two surrounded Ding Yang and walked on the main road lined with green willows. Shangguan Jing took the initiative to introduce Ding Yang. Junior Ding Yang, our Qingdao University's main campus is a bit large, and the distance between the cafeteria, dormitory, teaching building, and library is a bit far. Usually everyone rides shared bikes to and from school, but you can also rent a car on campus. If you need one, you can go to the rental point to go through the formalities.
Your boys' dormitory is on the shore of Qingping Lake, about 2 kilometers away from here.
If you don't mind, I can drive you there. From the time we met until now, Shangguan Jing has always been like a decisive sister.
Even though she looked at Ding Yang several times, she never showed any staring, greedy, or ambiguous eyes, nor did she take the initiative to make physical contact with him. This alone makes Ding Yang look at her with a higher regard.
Thank you, senior. Thank you for your help. It's a small matter.
It's natural for the elders to guide the younger ones, and it's only natural for girls to take care of boys.
Shangguan Jing smiled generously, waved to the two girls and said, Yen Yen, Tong Tong, you two go and drive my car over here. Okay, Sister Jing. The two girls nodded and left quickly.
Only Ding Yang and Shangguan Jing were left under the big willow tree, and no one was passing by for the time being.
Shangguan Jing then extended her hand to Ding Yang and said with a smile, Junior Ding Yang, you haven't introduced yourself yet. My name is Shangguan Jing, and I'm a grade above you. I am a local.
If you have any problems or needs at school or in Qingshan City, you can come to me. As long as it is within my ability, I can help you. Ding Yang nodded, stretched out his hand to half shake hers, and said with a smile, Thank you, Senior Shangguan, your help today has saved me a lot of trouble. I'm new here, so I might have to trouble you often in the future.
I hope you don't mind, Senior?
He had been gentle and polite before, without any arrogance. Shangguan Jing only thought of him as a well-mannered and good boy, and had a very high opinion of him in her heart. But at this moment, she was not a fool, and she immediately understood that Ding Yang was satisfied with her performance and had a good impression of her. She felt a little secretly happy, and quickly held Ding Yang's hands with both hands, smiling even more warmly.
You are so polite, Junior. As long as you ask, I will satisfy you any time. Let us add Fishan for easy communication.
Ding Yang just tried it out casually and came to the conclusion. As long as he shows a little kindness, almost no girl can refuse to be close to him.
Even a rich second-generation and high-scoring goddess like Shangguan Jing. Even though he was wearing sunglasses and a mask. It seems I underestimated the power of charm 9.1. If I show off my stunning beauty and dress up carefully, won't all the girls on campus be bewitched into becoming idiots?
With this thought flashing through his mind, Ding Yang took out his cell phone and showed his friend code. Seeing Shangguan Jing take out her cell phone from the ravine on her chest, scan the code and add her as a friend, he smiled and teased.
Senior Shangguan took the initiative to add me as a friend. Does she want to seduce me too? Ah.
Shangguan Jing was stunned for a moment, her eyes a little panicked, and she quickly lowered her head to hide it.
Ha ha ha. Junior, don't get me wrong, I just admire your refinement and composure. You're not as arrogant and rude as other boys. I haven't even seen what you look like, how can I possibly seduce you? I'm not such a superficial girl. Ding Yang laughed inwardly, your favorability has already increased by 5 points, and you're still trying to explain yourself to me?
Seeing that there was no one around, he decided to tease Shangguan Jing, wanting to see what interesting reaction this seemingly straightforward and capable senior sister would have.
So, he slowly leaned close to Shangguan Jing's ear and asked in a magnetic voice, Senior, do you want to see what I look like?
Shangguan Jing stood there in a daze, neither dodging nor taking the opportunity to get close to him. She remained silent, but her rapidly red ears betrayed her inner nervousness and excitement. Chapter 37 Chapter 037 just grew on her heart.
Is this, really, okay? 2 seconds later, Shangguan Jing came back to her senses and asked hesitantly.
She didn't want to see if it was fake, she had been curious for a long time. But if she showed any eagerness, she was afraid that Ding Yang would think she was frivolous. The point is, she just said that she is not a superficial person, she can't just slap herself in the face, right?
Okay, forget it if you don't want to watch it.
Ding Yang suddenly returned to normal, looking listless. Shangguan Jing panicked for a moment and quickly apologized with a smile. Don't be angry, Junior, I didn't say I didn't want to watch it.
I want to see it, I really want to see it, really. With her status and family background, she has naturally met many outstanding boys.
But for those boys, at most she just had some admiration for them, not even a good impression of them. But the strange thing is that she didn't know what happened today.
After meeting Ding Yang, she couldn't be as calm as usual.
It seemed that there was some magic in Ding Yang that attracted her deeply. Ding Yang just played hard to get, and she immediately lost her composure. Seeing that the favorability level in Shangguan Jing's profile had increased by another 3 points, Ding Yang had an idea. It turns out she's a little girl who's cold on the outside but warm on the inside, a little girl who appears decisive on the outside but is actually very sensitive on the inside.
Ding Yang deliberately frowned and asked, "Do you really want to see it?" "Really? It's realer than real gold." Shang Guanjing nodded quickly. "But you just said that you are not a superficial woman."
I would never judge a person by their appearance."
Shang Guanjing's mind raced as she tried to find an excuse for herself. Ding Yang smiled mischievously. "You mean, even if I look a little sorry, you won't become cold?" "Of course, I must." "Okay, then close your eyes and open them in 5 seconds."
Shang Guanjing obediently closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and twisted her fingers continuously, her inner anticipation soaring. Her intuition told her that with Ding Yang's figure and temperament, he could not be an ugly man. Even without looking at his face, he can still charm thousands of girls. But she was also a little worried. What if Ding Yang was ugly or had some flaws on his face? Can they continue to develop and take their relationship to the next level? She really didn't care that much about her appearance, but her identity and family background meant that she couldn't possibly find an ugly, mediocre man as a partner. Soon, 5 seconds were up. Shang Guanjing opened her eyes and turned to look behind her. What comes into view is a fair and handsome face. He has sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and a handsome and masculine face. This is a face that is more handsome than the top male stars. However, there was a hint of regret in his clear eyes. Shang Guanjing was stunned on the spot. Not only did her heartbeat and breathing stop, but her brain also went blank. She thought that Ding Yang might be a handsome guy. But she never expected that Ding Yang would be so handsome. In today's world, many male stars, in order to please capital and women, will take the route of feminine and pretty boys, looking delicate and weak. Shang Guanjing doesn't like pretentious men. Ding Yang's facial features and temperament just happened to be in her heart. 3 full seconds passed and Shang Guanjing was still in a daze. Ding Yang waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Senior Shangguan, are you okay?"
It's okay.
Shang Guanjing came back to her senses, her pretty face blushed for a rare moment, and her eyes were a little evasive. Her heart was beating fast and she felt inexplicably guilty.
Ding Yang asked again, "I walked very quietly, how did you know I was behind you?" Shang Guanjing chuckled and said, "I'm a 5th rank warrior. Identifying a target by sound is just basic training, okay?
You warriors are such scoundrels. I wanted to tease you a little, but it's so boring." Ding Yang curled his lips, seeming a little regretful. Shang Guanjing found him more and more interesting and started chatting with him naturally.
"Why don't you apply for the combat department?
Men hold up half the sky, and you can also practice martial arts."
Ding Yang waved his hand. "Forget it.
With my poor physique and martial arts performance, I was able to enter the auxiliary department of this school because of my gender. At present, he is not very interested in practicing martial arts."
"How can practicing martial arts be as interesting as picking up girls?"
"Practicing martial arts requires hard work, but he is here to enjoy the benefits of the version." Shang Guanjing refused to give up persuading him, and patiently said, "As long as you take high-level physical fitness potions, it is not difficult to improve your physical fitness. As long as your physical fitness exceeds 10 points, martial arts performance is not important, and it is also okay to switch to the combat system.
Think about it, if you have this plan, I can help you."
The Martial Arts Auxiliary Department is a civilian position that specializes in researching the medicines, materials, and equipment needed by warriors and providing services to them. No matter how great your achievements are, you are still an ordinary person with a limited lifespan. You will experience birth, old age, sickness and death just like ordinary people. Only by becoming a warrior can one prolong his life, and the strong can even maintain eternal youth and live a long and healthy life. In Shang Guanjing's opinion, it would be a pity that Ding Yang, who is so handsome and gentle, cannot become a warrior.
"Well, thank you, senior. I will consider it in the future." Ding Yang nodded and did not reject Shang Guanjing's kindness.
Just the moment he showed his face, Shang Guanjing was greatly shocked, and his favorability level soared by 10 points, reaching 63. To put it bluntly, Shang Guanjing's affection for him has gone beyond friendship and reached the level of liking him very much.
This has already reached the standard of becoming a couple.
Of course, the two of them were only in contact for more than 10 minutes, and were only alone for 3 minutes. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before she becomes obsessed with Ding Yang and falls for him.
Drop.
At this time, a black Bentley drove over and stopped next to Ding Yang and Shang Guanjing. After the car door opened, Tong Tong hurriedly got out and diligently helped Shangguan Jing and Ding Yang open the back door. Sister Jing, Junior Ding Yang, please get in the car.
Wow! My junior is so handsome.
Halfway through her words, Tong Tong froze for a moment, then let out a sharp explosion. Yan Yan, who had a loli-like face, also stared at Ding Yang, her eyes sparkling and her face flushed with excitement. There was no need for any reason, just based on the word handsome, their hearts had already fallen for him. If Shangguan Jing had not been there, the two of them would have thrown themselves into Ding Yang's arms and pursued him desperately. Fortunately, Shangguan Jing suppressed them. Although the two girls were excited, they did not do anything out of line. The two cheered and exclaimed for a long time before they calmed down and begged Shangguan Jing to add Ding Yang on Feishan. This made Shangguan Jing speechless, and she glared at them both fiercely. What are you telling me? Ding Yang also rubbed his nose. If you want to add me on Feishan, shouldn't you ask me? Is that okay? Junior Ding Yang, do you agree? The two girls were surprised and screamed with excitement, and quickly handed the friend code to Ding Yang. Ding Yang shook his head and said, I didn't agree. The two women were silent for a moment, feeling hurt. At this moment, two girls happened to pass by and heard the conversation clearly. After seeing Ding Yang's appearance clearly, both of them were amazed and their eyes lit up. Then he looked at Yan Yan and Tong Tong again, and couldn't help but laugh and talk. Look at those two girls, they really have no self-awareness. I just met that junior and I'm already eager to add him as a friend. Yeah, that junior is so handsome, it's a blessing to be able to look at him a few more times. They've only just met him once, and they're already dreaming of becoming his best friend. They're like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. The two left talking and laughing. Yan Yan and Tong Tong's faces suddenly turned red, feeling embarrassed and ashamed. Junior Ding Yang, I'm so sorry, we were so rude. Please don't be angry, we sincerely apologize to you. Junior Ding Yang, we are very sorry, we know we were wrong. I was shocked by your appearance just now, which is why I got carried away. Don't worry, we won't make this mistake again. Chapter 38 Chapter 038 You call this a little bit of preferential treatment? Ding Yang didn't mean to care or blame anyone, he just nodded calmly. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Shangguan Jing quickly tried to smooth things over. Yan Yan, Tong Tong, I always tell you two to be steady and calm, but you never listen. Fortunately, you met your junior classmate Ding Yang today. He is gentle and magnanimous and doesn't bother with you too. It is your blessing. If you really want to admire him, you should work hard to improve yourself and become better. Only then will Junior Ding Yang consider adding you as his friend. Yeah, I understand Sister Jing. Sister Jing is right. I know what to do now. Yan Yan and Tong Tong nodded quickly, admitting their mistakes humbly. Shangguan Jing added, okay, don't waste time, let's send the junior to the dormitory. Everyone got into the car, Yan Yan started the car, and drove slowly into the depths of the campus. A few minutes later, the car stopped outside a row of two-story villas. The environment here is quiet and peaceful. In front of it is the rippling Qingping Lake, and behind it is a small hill with a bamboo forest on the hillside. More than a dozen small villas with unique shapes are lined up in a row. Each villa covers an area of more than 200 square meters and is very luxurious and comfortable. The villa in front of everyone has many beautiful trees planted in the front yard. There is a flower viewing corridor wrapped with vines and branches, and there is a flower stand and swing in the corner of the yard. The backyard not only has rockery and water landscaping, but also is equipped with a sunroom and a barbecue kitchen counter. What's more thoughtful is that there are 2 parking spaces in front of the villa. Building 7, Flower Viewing Courtyard. Junior Ding Yang, this is your dormitory now. After the 4 people got out of the car, Shangguan Jing pointed at the villa in front of them and said to Ding Yang. Me? Alone? Living in that whole villa? Ding Yang looked at the exquisite villa and felt incredible. Shangguan Jing explained, our school enrolls about 10,000 new students every year, but there are basically no more than 10 male students. I've inquired and found out that there are only 9 boys among the 10,000 freshmen this year. The school is not short of money, so it's only natural that they give boys a little more preferential treatment. Yan Yan and Tong Tong also agreed with a smile. Yeah. You boys are pampered, so it's only natural that you live better. Junior Ding Yang, if you think the villa is too big and you're afraid to live alone, the sisters can accompany you. Ding Yang ignored Tong Tong's teasing and asked, what about your girls' dormitory? Yan Yan pointed at a dozen tall buildings in the distance and said with a pout, 6 people in one dormitory, with an old air conditioner that's over a decade old, and we share one broadband connection. Unlike your boys' villas, central air conditioning, a washer-dryer, gigabit broadband, and a robot vacuum are all standard features. You call this a little bit of preferential treatment? Ding Yang widened his eyes in disbelief. He knew that the world favored boys, but he didn't expect that even universities treated boys and girls differently, and to such a serious extent. So exaggerated, so straightforward, and so cool. Tong Tong also started complaining, there's nothing we can do, the school says we women should endure hardships. We have suffered enough, and the boys won't have to suffer anymore. Moreover, as warriors, we should endure more hardships in order to strengthen our bodies and temper our will. Sigh, it's all tears if I talk too much. That makes sense. Ding Yang looked like he had learned something and nodded in agreement. Seeing that Yan Yan and Tong Tong still wanted to complain and gain sympathy, Shang Guanjing glared at them. Put aside your little thoughts, the school does not allow girls and boys to live together on campus. Even if you two are babysitters for your junior, you can't stay overnight. Unless you become his legally registered wife or concubine. Of course we know the rules. We are working hard to become a concubine. Even if I can't be his concubine, if you become his concubine, we can become his maids. Yan Yan and Tong Tong were chirping quietly. Shang Guanjing glared at them again, warning them with her eyes not to talk nonsense. Then she took Ding Yang to the villa gate. Come on, Junior, we'll take you in and help you get settled in. Yan Yan and Tong Tong said no more, picked up Ding Yang and Ling Shintan's suitcases and hurried to follow. But just as the four of them walked to the gate of the villa, a strong middle-aged female security guard came riding over on a balance bike. Stop! This is the boys' dormitory, girls are not allowed to enter without permission. What are you three doing? Do you want to be punished? The middle-aged female security guard, who was also the dormitory manager, had a ferocious look on her face and looked at Shang Guanjing and the other two with great vigilance. Yan Yan and Tong Tong were a little afraid of her and quickly hid behind Shang Guanjing. Ding Yang stepped forward and said with a smile, Sister, you misunderstood. They are my friends. I'm a new student who's about to move in, and I invited them to help me tidy up. When the female security guard saw the handsome Ding Yang, her eyes lit up. Not only did her anger disappear, but her expression changed in a second. The originally stern face immediately turned into a kind smile. Since you invited me, it's okay, go in. But we still have to abide by the school rules and let them leave before dark. Thank you, big sister. With just two simple words, Ding Yang coaxed the female security guard into becoming in ecstasy, and she left humming a little tune. Yan Yan and Tong Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Ding Yang with admiration. Junior, you're amazing. You convinced Old Song with just 2 sentences. Old Song has been the male dormitory manager for over 10 years and has never been nice to anyone. Especially us girls, she would scold us whenever she wanted. I don't know how many girls have cried because of her scolding. Ding Yang smiled and said, maybe she is kind to begin with? You just haven't noticed it yet. Yan Yan and Tong Tong curled their lips and were too lazy to refute. The corners of Shang Guanjing's mouth twitched as she thought to herself, even a fool would know that it's because you're so handsome that Old Song let you off the hook. You guys don't say anything, right? I won't tell you either. Afterwards, Ding Yang entered his student ID and face number into the electronic lock at the gate and unlocked the gate. The 3 girls followed him into the villa yard, looking around curiously. After entering the living room on the first floor, Yan Yan and Tong Tong ran around the house, touching the leather sofa and visiting the kitchen and bathroom. After a while, she went upstairs to see the bedroom and study, which was even more exaggerated than Granny Lu entering the grand view garden. It took a full 20 minutes for Yan Yan and Tong Tong to calm down. Back in the living room on the first floor, the 2 of them squatted there to study the sweeping robot again. Ding Yang frowned, a little confused. You've never been to the boys' villa? Yan Yan and Tong Tong quickly shook their heads. We've never had a boyfriend, how could we possibly get in? Those boys were so proud, they all looked down on us and wouldn't let us visit at all. Is that so? Ding Yang gave a wicked smile, crossed his arms, and said, why don't you 3 thank me and pay the admission fee? Shang Guanjing had already made tea, poured a cup for Ding Yang and herself, and sat next to Ding Yang drinking tea very relaxedly. She noticed that Ding Yang was teasing Yan Yan and Tong Tong, and with a faint smile on his face, he did not respond. Yan Yan was stunned for a moment, pouted with a wronged look, and started rubbing Ding Yang's legs. Good Junior, handsome Junior, you are the most handsome and kind, but I don't have any money.
Tong Tong was even bolder. She lifted up her suspender skirt with one hand and grabbed Ding Yang's hand with the other, trying to stuff it into the hem of her skirt, begging in a coquettish voice. "Good fellow student, please be kind. I don't have any money, can I pay it back in 10 days? If it really doesn't work, one day will do." Chapter 39 Chapter 039 Do you think someone like me has a chance?
Yan Yan and Tong Tong are both natural beauties with a score of over 8. In her previous life, with a little makeup and beauty filter, she would have been a true goddess.
Anyone with a bit of talent will surely become a big internet celebrity with millions of fans and countless bootlickers. But now, the two girls want to be Ding Yang's lickers but cannot get him. Whether you want to throw yourself into his arms and offer your loyalty depends on his mood. Seeing that they were thinking that way again, Ding Yang's smile turned teasing. "It's okay if you don't have money, then repay it with actions."
Yan Yan and Tong Tong were stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up with surprise.
"Really? Junior? You figured it out? Then I figured it out too. Tong Tong, go close the door and draw the curtains. Junior, do you really want to reward us? Long live my junior fellow student. Shall we do it in the living room or upstairs in the bedroom? Do you want me to prepare your bath water first?" Yan Yan and Tong Tong never expected that they hadn't even added Ding Yang as a friend, but suddenly they got lucky and received Ding Yang's gift.
Both of them were so excited that their faces flushed, they were more surprised than winning a multi-million jackpot. They held Ding Yang's arms, one on each side, and just wanted to carry him upstairs and eat him immediately.
Shang Guanjing still sat steadily on the sofa watching the show.
With one hand supporting his chin and the other gently shaking the teacup, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth that seemed to show that he had seen through everything.
"What were you two thinking about? If I cut open your heads, all that's left is yellow in color."
Ding Yang pulled his arms out from their full breasts and slapped them each on the forehead. Although Yan Yan and Tong Tong are rare beauties with good figures.
But for him, girls with scores below 9 are not even considered.
Not to mention formally marrying a wife or taking a concubine, even having a girlfriend requires a score of 9 or above. When I say repayment in action, it means you two help me clean and do housework. Although, the school arranged for cleaning staff to clean the villa in advance before school started. But after a few days, it was inevitable that some dust would accumulate.
So that's how it is. Yan Yan and Tong Tong felt a little lost, with regret written in their eyes.
However, they soon cheered up and started cleaning. They first cleaned the first floor, then brought clean water and towels to wipe the furniture and cabinets. The two of them even knelt on the floor and carefully wiped the ground inch by inch.
"I won't stop until the floor is shiny and spotless."
Seeing how hard they were working, Ding Yang advised them, "There's no need to clean the floor so clean.
It's going to get dirty anyway." Yan Yan and Tong Tong quickly shook their heads to explain. "Junior Ding Yang, this is where you live, so of course we have to clean it up. Not to mention dust, even bacteria cannot be allowed. Junior, we just want to do something for you, we love cleaning. If you don't mind, we will take care of the hygiene here from now on. Whenever you need us, we are always there for you." Ding Yang waved his hand and said, "It's up to you. Now that you've cleaned the first floor, don't forget the second floor."
He thought to himself, since Yan Yan and Tong Tong like cleaning and asked for it, he would just leave it to them. The two of them come to clean every few days, so Ling Shintan can relax a lot and spend more time on her studies and martial arts.
Seeing that Ding Yang acquiesced to their request, Yan Yan and Tong Tong were very surprised and excited.
After the two of them cleaned the first floor thoroughly, they went upstairs to work.
In the living room on the first floor, only Ding Yang and Shang Guanjing were left.
I don't know whether Shang Guanjing is just a generous and casual person, or if she did it on purpose. She took off her shoes, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and drank tea and chatted with Ding Yang. The two were so close that they could smell the faint fragrance of each other.
Shang Guanjing took the initiative to talk to Ding Yang to deepen their understanding of each other.
Ding Yang responded with a smile, making some jokes from time to time, which made Shang Guanjing giggle.
After chatting for 10 minutes, Shang Guanjing raised her wrist, glanced at her expensive watch, and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "Junior, how about I go upstairs and take a look?"
It's been half an hour, they should have finished cleaning. She knew Yan Yan and Tong Tong, and knew that they had been bewitched by Ding Yang and had become mentally retarded. She was a little worried, what if the two of them were hiding in the bedroom and bathroom upstairs, secretly rewarding themselves?
It would be so embarrassing if Ding Yang found out later. However, just as she was about to stand up, Ding Yang waved his hand nonchalantly.
They are just two greedy girls.
Don't bother with them.
Shang Guanjing narrowed her eyes slightly, a teasing smile appearing at the corner of her mouth.
Junior, aren't you afraid that they might make mistakes in the heat of the moment?
Ding Yang shook his head calmly. The upstairs is empty, there's nothing there, it's not that serious.
Shang Guanjing thought about it and realized that this was the truth.
After all, Ding Yang hadn't gone upstairs yet, and the suitcase was in the living room.
Junior, you are so kind-hearted and generous. I admire you more and more. Although Yan Yan and Tong Tong are a little impulsive, they are clean, simple, and kind-hearted. But in the future at school, don't be too kind and generous to everyone, it's easy to get hurt. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I know what's going on now.
Shang Guanjing had been laying the groundwork for so long and was already very familiar with Ding Yang, so she carefully asked the questions that concerned her most.
Junior, you have such a great figure and good looks, you must have many wives and concubines, right?
There is only one wife at the moment, whom you just met.
Shang Guanjing was delighted and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Isn't this possible?
With your abilities, you must have been targeted by many girls since puberty. Once you reach 18 and can legally marry or take concubines, I guess many girls will confess their love to you that day. Boys can only fall in love and do things that adults like to do when they are at least 18 years old.
This is an iron rule of law and also a protection for boys. Shang Guanjing has seen many good-looking boys who marry many wives and concubines on the day they turn 18.
After all, every good-looking boy is a rare commodity and has already been reserved by many women. Ding Yang smiled and said perfunctorily, I am a law-abiding citizen. Before I was 18, I kept my distance from girls. Besides, although I am easy to get along with, I pay more attention to the connotation and spiritual resonance, so I would rather have nothing than something less than the wrong person. After saying that, Ding Yang glanced at Shang Guanjing inadvertently. Shang Guanjing's heart suddenly shook, her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, and a slight palpitation arose in her heart.
So what are your criteria for choosing a partner? Do you think someone like me has a chance? Chapter 40 Chapter 040 Senior Sister, you are really great. Shang Guanjing is not the kind of superficial and impatient girl, but she is definitely not shy or pretentious either.
Since she was sure that she had a good impression of Ding Yang, she asked naturally. It doesn't matter if you get rejected.
She is good enough anyway. Just spend more time and effort and keep pursuing her.
Seeing Shang Guanjing hesitate and obviously nervous, Ding Yang smiled knowingly. He took a sip of tea and said in a relaxed tone, I think you're pretty good. You have a good-looking figure, and a cool personality. You should be quite loyal. Even if we don't talk about relationships between men and women, just being friends is fine. If I'm not mistaken, you have a lot of friends in school, so you're quite popular, right? Ding Yang just made a casual comment, his tone as relaxed as a chat.
Junior, you are really good at judging people and your words are so nice. I really like you more and more. Shang Guanjing's pretty face turned slightly red after being praised. She was pleasantly surprised and a little proud arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. But she forgot that what she was clearly asking was whether she met Ding Yang's standards for choosing a partner.
But Ding Yang avoided the core of the issue and diverted the topic. But she was so excited that not only did she not react, she also spoke the truth. Ding Yang suddenly revealed a teasing smile.
Oh. Senior, you finally revealed your true colors, and you still said you didn't want to seduce me?
Shang Guanjing felt guilty for only a second, then she immediately took the initiative and made a righteous defense.
I'm a normal girl, what's wrong with liking a handsome guy like you? This is nature, it's instinct, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If I don't like a handsome guy like you, should I like a woman? But you, Junior, are you willing to give me a chance to make friends?
After saying that, she slowly approached Ding Yang, pointed the headlights of her E-Class luxury car at him, and asked in a soft and charming voice, Junior, my cat can do backflips.
Why don't you come to my house tonight and take a look? Ding Yang inexplicably felt that the line was very familiar and couldn't help laughing. Senpai, I'm not interested in real cats. Sexy little wildcats and the like are worth a try. Shang Guanjing didn't understand the subtext for the time being and asked again. My dog can dance after drinking. How about you come home with me tonight and let it show you a talent? As speaking of dancing, I actually quite like watching it. Senior sister, you have such a good figure, you should be able to dance, right? I can learn.
Don't worry, I'm a warrior, I have a high level of understanding and strong body coordination.
Shang Guanjing has been energetic and heroic since she was a child, and she has never learned to dance. But Ding Yang clearly expressed his interest, so of course she was unwilling to give up this opportunity. Ding Yang stretched his arms, leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Senior sister, words are not enough. I'll teach you 2 simple moves. Practice them and let me see if you really have the comprehension ability. How do you dance? Tell me. Shang Wanjing has a spirit of not admitting defeat in her bones. Even if she guessed that Ding Yang was teasing her, she still wanted to prove herself. It's very simple, just raise your hands, cup the back of your head, and grab your ponytail. Then just twist your waist left and right and shake your body rhythmically. After Ding Yang finished speaking, he picked up the teacup on the table and showed an expectant look. Shang Wanjing did not realize the seriousness of the problem and did as he said. She was a little awkward and slow in the first few swings. But she did have a high level of understanding and excellent physical coordination, and she grasped the essence of it in a few seconds. Ding Yang was feasting his eyes and couldn't help but applaud her. Great! Senior, you are really great. Come on, turn around, face away from me, and continue shaking. When Shang Wanjing turned around, her perfect and graceful curves were extremely visually impactful. Ding Yang couldn't help but stand up and salute her after taking a few sips of tea. He had to change his sitting position to avoid being noticed. Fortunately, Shang Wanjing had only been dancing for about 3 minutes when 2 footsteps were heard at the entrance of the spiral staircase. Yan Yan and Tong Tong came downstairs chattering with excitement on their faces. They were both stunned when they suddenly saw Shang Wanjing holding her head and twisting her waist in the living room. Not only was his mouth open, but his pupils were also shaking. Am I dazzled? Sister Jing is actually dancing for her junior? Tong Tong, could it be that Sister Jing has been possessed by someone else? When did Sister Jing learn to dance? And she's only dancing this kind of borderline dance? As expected, she is Sister Jing. It's really burning. It's really too burning. Yan Yan and Tong Tong's exclamations startled Shang Wanjing and Ding Yang. Ding Yang was very calm. He bent down inconspicuously and pretended to pick up the teapot to add water. Shang Wanjing's pretty face turned red, and she was so embarrassed that she almost dug her toes out of the 4-bedroom apartment. But she returned to the sofa and sat down expressionlessly, picked up the teacup and lowered her head to drink the water, as if nothing had happened. Ding Yang looked at his teacup, which she snatched away and drank from, and couldn't help but have a lot of questions in his mind. Tell me the truth, both of you. What did you do upstairs for so long? Shang Wanjing asked with a stern face and a dignified tone. Yan Yan and Tong Tong were shocked and ran to her quickly, lowered their heads obediently, and twisted their fingers together. Sister Jing, we didn't do anything excessive, we just dawdled for a few times. Yes. If you don't believe me, go up and see. The bedroom and bathroom are clean. We even made up the sheets and quilts. Shang Wanjing glanced at the 2 of them fiercely and said in a deep voice, you still dare to quibble, right? I punish you 2 by making you clean the dormitory tonight and not coming to see Junior Ding Yang before tomorrow morning. Follow me. Yan Yan and Tong Tong immediately turned into bitter faces. Ah? Are you leaving now? Sister Jing, we were wrong. Can you let us stay a little longer? Shang Wanjing glared at them both and said, no, follow me. After saying that, she waved goodbye to Ding Yang, then stood up and walked towards the door. Whoa whoa. Junior, we can only see each other tomorrow. Good Junior, see you tomorrow. I will miss you dearly tonight. Yan Yan and Tong Tong waved goodbye reluctantly, looking back every step they took. Ding Yang felt a little sympathetic towards them and couldn't help laughing. Shang Wanjing is someone with such a strong personality. She finally found an opportunity where no one would bother her and wanted to develop a relationship with me, but you 2 came here to act as a second wheel. Not only did she disturb us, but she also dared to say she was burning. Can she spare you 2? Ding Yang thought to himself that if the 2 of them didn't pay more attention, they would probably be punished if they stepped through the door with their left foot first tomorrow. Soon, Ding Yang sent Shang Wanjing and the other 2 to the gate of the villa. Shang Wanjing whispered in Ding Yang's ear, next time you want to see dancing, come to me, and then gave him a look that said, you know what I mean. Chapter 41 Chapter 041 Other boys are too scary. Yan Yan and Tong Tong said goodbye to Ding Yang reluctantly, and found various topics to delay time. At this moment, a noisy sound came from the door of the villa next door. Ding Yang, Shang Wanjing and others turned their heads to look at villa number 6 on the left. I saw several young and beautiful girls surrounding a tall and thin boy,
vying with each other to show their courtesy. "Brother Chow Koen, your 2 suitcases are a bit heavy. Can we help you get them to the dormitory?" "Handsome Junior, the weather is so hot and you are sweating. Come here, senior sister will help you wipe the sweat off." "Brother Chow Koen, this is some iced milk tea I brought for you. Have a couple of sips to cool down." "Wow. Junior, you're so handsome and charming. Can I take a photo with you?" "Brother Chow Koen, I'm a member of the student union. If you need anything, you can come to me. I promise to satisfy you." "Hello, Junior, can I add you as my Fishin friend?" "Don't worry, I won't harass you. If you need any help running errands in the future, I'll be there whenever you call." Those attractive girls were all wearing cheongsams or cheerleading outfits, and were obviously part of the freshman welcome team. Today, whether on the train, at the station, or on campus, Ding Yang saw only women. This was the first time he saw someone of the same kind, so he subconsciously took a few more glances. The boy named Chow Koen was obviously also a new student who had just registered. He is about 175 centimeters tall, thin, with fair skin and a thin face that makes him look a little handsome. But he dyed his hair in various colors and wore a few earrings, which made him look feminine and barely cool. In Ding Yang's eyes, this kind of boy was the kind of energetic young man who rode a ghost fire and brought a little girl with him in his previous life. But in this world, it has become a rarity and a favorite in the eyes of women. Ding Yang was summarizing his first impression of Chow Koen, but he saw that Chow Koen looked arrogant and obviously impatient. When a girl with bangs held up her phone and approached him to add him on Fishin, he immediately rolled his eyes. He looked the girl with bangs from head to toe, not hiding the disgust on his face. "Who are you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Don't you know what you look like? And you still have the nerve to add me as your friend?" The girl suddenly became quiet. "You." The girl with bangs was struck by lightning. She burst into tears out of embarrassment and frustration, and turned and ran away, covering her face. Chow Koen looked at a girl with an oval face, frowned and scolded, "I am very handsome and very elegant. I have known it since I was a child. Do I need you to tell me? Who are you? Why do you want to take a photo with me when we meet for the first time today? The key is $10 a pair, do you have a copy?" Junior, don't be angry. It was my fault for being impolite and rude." Although the girl with the oval face was embarrassed, she still apologized with a smile. Chow Koen pointed at the remaining girls and scolded them arrogantly, "I allowed you to lead the way for me and deliver my suitcase here. That's a reward for you. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. Do you want to get close to me just by doing a little favor, giving me some milk tea, buying me some small gifts, and saying a few sweet words? What a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. I, Chow Koen, am not a simple boy who has never seen the world. Please put away your cheap admiration for me. Want to get close to me and add me as a friend? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. My shoes are a little dirty, whoever kneels down and licks them clean for me, I will give her a friend status." After these words were spoken, several girls felt aggrieved and humiliated, and their faces turned blue and white with anger. Although Chow Koen's words were as poisonous as poison, they did not dare to confront him. After whispering to each other for a few words, they all began to think of retreating. However, when 3 people go together, there must be a master among them. A cute girl wearing glasses knelt on the ground without hesitation, held Chow Koen's sneakers in her hands, and licked them seriously. She quickly licked Chow Koen's shoes clean. Then, with the complicated looks of several girls, I successfully added Chow Koen as my Fishin friend. However, Chow Koen warned her on the spot. "Because of your sincerity, I'm giving you friend status. But you have to know your own limitations. If I don't look for you, you are not allowed to send me messages. Otherwise, I will block you directly." The cute girl was filled with joy and kept bowing to express her gratitude. Seeing Chow Koen waving his hand to send him away, she left as if she had found a treasure. The other girls also dispersed. 2 of the girls beat their chests and stamped their feet, regretting that they had hesitated and missed the opportunity. This scene shocked Ding Yang. He knew that boys were rare and were spoiled like babies by women. Yen Yen and Tong Tong also told him that boys are always arrogant and proud. But he didn't expect that a boy with a little bit of good looks could be so arrogant. Girls are eager to do such humiliating things and are happy to do them. It's totally off the mark. Shangguan Jing, Yen Yen and Tong Tong also witnessed what happened and their faces looked unhappy. Shangguan Jing was fine, with a blank expression on her face, and she wasn't even interested in looking at Chow Koen anymore. Yan Yan and Tong Tong sympathized with the girls who were humiliated and thought Chao Kuan was hateful, but they dared not speak out. The two looked at Ding Yang lovingly, thinking to themselves that Junior Ding Yang was the most gentle and kind. He was simply a living bodhisattva. Compared to him, other boys are so scary. Chao Kuan had already seen Ding Yang. After sending the group of girls away, he took the initiative to walk towards Ding Yang. "Hi, Ji Shuai, you're a freshman too? What's your name?" Chao Kuan came to Ding Yang with a kind smile on his face, took out a pack of slim cigarettes worth over 100 yuan, and handed one to Ding Yang. "Ding Yang, thank you, I don't smoke." "Hello Ding Yang, my name is Chao Kuan, and we will be neighbors from now on." Chao Kuan lit a cigarette in a casual manner, raised his index finger, and puffed out smoke in an elegant manner. "By the way, Ding Yang, I'm from the art department." "Which department are you from?" "Martial Arts Support Department." After a simple greeting, the two knew each other. Chao Kuan pinched the cigarette in one hand and glanced at Shang Wanjing, Yan Yan, and Tong Tong with arrogance. His gaze lingered on Shang Wanjing for a moment, and then he patted Ding Yang on the shoulder and imparted his experience earnestly. "Ji Shuai, how come you don't have any sense of self-preservation? Some girls are ordinary and confident, and very thick-skinned. They will take advantage of you whenever they get the chance. They are so shameless. Don't be fooled by their sweet words, or you'll regret it later when you suffer the consequences." Having said that, Chao Kuan glanced at Yan Yan and Tong Tong seemingly unintentionally. After being insulted by him in such a roundabout way, both of them blushed with embarrassment. But they didn't dare to refute Chao Kuan, and quickly hid behind Shang Wanjing, lowering their heads in shame. A hint of disgust flashed in Shang Wanjing's eyes. She didn't want to see Chao Kuan again, and even more so, she didn't want to hear his voice. Chapter 42 Chapter 042 Ding Yang is too naive? "Brother Ding Yang, we have something else to do. We'll be leaving first. See you tomorrow." Shang Wanjing gave Ding Yang a smile as warm as the spring breeze. "Okay, take care, seniors." Ding Yang waved and watched Shang Wanjing get into the car. Yan Yan quickly started the car and fled with Tong Tong and Shang Wanjing. Chao Kuan looked at the Bentley going away, raised his eyebrows and sneered. "Student Ding Yang, did you see that? Those two Puxin girls were obviously guilty. As for tall girls, they rely on their beauty to be arrogant and don't even have basic social etiquette. They have no manners at all." He believed that only a top-notch goddess like Shang Wanjing was worthy of him. But the prerequisite is that Shang Wanjing has to take the initiative to curry favor with him, and then he will give Shang Wanjing the opportunity to pursue him. But Shang Wanjing not only didn't say hello to him, she also ignored him with a cold face the whole time, which made him very unhappy. Ding Yang didn't respond. He knew what Chao Kuan was thinking at a glance and found it funny. He is young, but he has a bad temper. Shang Wanjing is not that superficial and brainless girl, how could she possibly be interested in a little brat like you? Chao Kuan didn't notice Ding Yang's mood change at all and continued to talk about his life experience. "If you ask me, those girls are bitches. Can't you be nice to them? Otherwise they will get ahead of you. Their minds are full of dirty thoughts, and they spend all day thinking about how to knock you down. You have to be reserved and let them back off. Don't let them take advantage of you. These poor girls on campus can neither provide material conditions, nor have good figures and temperaments, and they can't even provide much emotional value. Why are you wasting your energy on them?" Hearing what Chao Kuan said, Ding Yang shook his head. "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Chao. But I think that Qingdao University is one of the top 10 universities in the country after all, and the students there are all talented people. When people get along with each other, they don't necessarily have to focus on sexual matters between men and women. It's nice to make friends with a girl who has similar interests, temperament, and personality. We are all in the prime of our lives, so we should enjoy the good times of our youth." Before he could finish, Chao Kuan couldn't help laughing. "Ah, this is so funny, Ding Yang, how can you be so naive? I'm dying of laughter cough cough cough." Chao Kuan laughed so exaggeratedly that smoke came out of his mouth and nose. He soon choked and started coughing uncontrollably. Ding Yang glanced at him and shook his head secretly. At this moment, a low and magnetic voice came over. "Student Ding Yang, what student Chao Kuan said just now is correct, I heard it all. You are indeed kind and tolerant, but you take society too lightly." Ding Yang turned his head when he heard the sound and saw the door of Villa number 8 opened and a boy in a shirt and trousers walked out. He is about 1.8 meters tall, with a sturdy build, short hair, and a handsome appearance. The clothes, belt, and leather shoes he wore were all luxury brands, and he also wore a watch on his wrist worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. He exudes calmness, sophistication, and nobility, and it is obvious that he comes from a well-off family.
Hello, classmates. I am your neighbor Du Tianming. Du Tianming walked over with a smile on his face, introduced himself confidently and calmly, and took the initiative to shake hands with Ding Yang and Chao Kuan. In a trance, Ding Yang felt that he did not look like an 18-year-old student, but more like those young and promising cadres. After the three of them greeted each other, Du Tianming looked at Ding Yang and persuaded him with a smile. Ding Yang, maybe your family is good and they protect you very well. It is also possible that you did not learn about our school in advance.
Qingdao University has tens of thousands of freshmen every year, but the number of boys has always been around 10.
Do you understand what this concept is? Even on campus, if you want to make a girlfriend, it is equivalent to an ancient emperor choosing a concubine.
What's more, there are many outstanding and beautiful women outside the school who are lining up to get close to you. Therefore, we must take a long-term view and not be fooled by the immediate benefits and make decisions easily. After all, we have a fixed number of wives and concubines, so how to arrange them and make the best use of them requires careful consideration. Although, Du Tianming and Chao Kuan said the same thing. After all, they are both indigenous people who grew up in this world and many of their concepts are deeply rooted. But Du Tianming has a higher emotional intelligence and speaks in a more tactful way, which makes him easier for people to accept. Ding Yang has a system in place, his own style of doing things and his own goals, so he is naturally different from the other two.
However, he was too lazy to say anything more and just made a casual polite remark. Thank you both for sharing your experience with me. Chao Kuan waved his hand and said, why are you being polite?
I'm just afraid that you'll get taken advantage of by those bad girls, so I'm giving you a few reminders. Besides, we are all Ji Shui, boys help boys.
Du Tianming also smiled and said, we are classmates and neighbors.
We will not only live together for 4 years, but also become long-term friends. Since we boys are few in number, we should unite and help each other, share resources, and make progress together. I created a fishing group today and have invited several other Ji Shui to join. I was just about to go out to look for you too, but I ran into you at the door. As he spoke, Du Tianming took out his mobile phone, added Ding Yang and Chao Kuan as friends, and invited them to join the group. After Ding Yang joined the group, he found that there were 8 people in the group including him, and Du Tianming was the group owner. Most people didn't say anything, only 2 boys sent out emoticons to welcome the newcomers. Ding Yang casually clicked on the profiles and friend circles of several boys and found that most of the boys were overweight, and there were even 2 fat otakus. At this time, Chao Kuan opened the photo album on his mobile phone, took out some photos of beautiful women, and raised his eyebrows at Ding Yang. Student Ding Yang, you're not picky about food, and all these country girls on campus like you.
Don't say anything more.
I happen to be attending a cocktail party tonight, so I'll take you with me to broaden your horizons. The women at the party were all extremely beautiful. Either they have a super hot figure or they have a net worth of over 100 million.
They are all young rich women.
Those are called high-quality resources. With your looks and appearance, if you want to find a girlfriend, I can arrange a dozen for you tonight, and you can choose whatever you want.
Although Chao Kuan seemed to be showing off a bit, his invitation was sincere.
Du Tianming immediately became interested and looked at the photos with him, commenting on the women in the photos with a look of great interest. Ding Yang looked at the photos and found that most of the women had a score close to 9, but they were all around 25 to 30 years old. Although they were dressed up very delicately with makeup, his eyes were not impressed by their bare faces, figures, and skin conditions. These women were able to score close to 9 points mainly because of their financial resources and background. Ding Yang had no interest in women of this level and age for the time being, so he politely declined Chao Kuan's invitation. Seeing that he was not being polite and was indeed not interested, Chao Kuan and Du Tianming stopped trying to persuade him. The 2 men walked into the villa, arm in arm, smoking cigarettes and discussing how to select high-quality women for the cocktail party tonight. Which women have good financial conditions, which women have backgrounds, or which women have potential.
Chapter 43 Chapter 043 No comparison, no harm.
In the setting sun, the figures of Chao Kuan and Du Tianming gradually disappeared into the distance. Ding Yang withdrew his gaze and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. These 2 guys also have to rely on their vision, experience, and information to screen out targets they think are high quality. He has a keen eye, and when he meets a girl he's interested in, he can get to know her details with just a glance.
It's so cool and convenient.
Just as Ding Yang was about to turn around and go back into the villa,
he saw a slim figure walking towards him on the path not far away. That was Ling Shintan. She was towing a foldable camper filled with all sorts of odds and ends. Husband. Seeing Ding Yang standing alone outside the villa gate, not looking like he had been bullied, Ling Shintan felt much more at ease. In the previous 2 hours, she was very worried that Ding Yang would be bullied by the girls when she was not with him. So, she completed the registration and the registration procedures for living together as quickly as possible. I bought a camper and a bunch of daily necessities and hurried over here. With her physique, she was so busy that beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. You can imagine how anxious she was and how quickly she handled things. Tian, are the formalities completed? Ding Yang asked with a smile, his eyes falling on the camper van again. Yes, it's already registered. Ling Xian nodded sweetly, pointing to the things in the camper van and said, Honey, I've bought almost all the daily necessities we need. If there is not enough, I can buy more at any time if I think of it last minute. Also, I was worried that you wouldn't be used to the food in the school cafeteria, so I bought some rice, flour, seasonings, and vegetables, and I'll cook for you every day from now on. Only villas where boys live have very convenient and comfortable conditions. The kitchen is not only large and clean, but also divided into Chinese and Western kitchens, and is fully equipped. In the girls' dormitory with 6 people in a room, let alone cooking, they dare not even use high-power electrical appliances. They have to hide from the dormitory manager even to cook instant noodles. Okay, I trust you to do the job. Ding Yang smiled and nodded, thinking to himself that the university cafeteria is good because it is cheap and has a wide variety of dishes, but it would be boring to eat there more than once. With Ling Shintan as the little cook, the number of times he will have to go to the cafeteria in the future will probably be very few. Hubby, it's getting late, let's go in. Ling Shintan dragged the cart and followed Ding Yang into the courtyard of the villa. She looked around happily and found that the yard was relatively empty and lacked decoration and furnishings. So she came up with a lot of ideas and planned to buy some green plants, bonsai and decorations when she had time to decorate the yard. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, she and Ding Yang will live in this villa for 4 years. This should have been her and Ding Yang's home throughout their college years. After the two entered the living room on the first floor, Ling Shintan changed into slippers and an apron, packed 2 suitcases, and sorted out various daily necessities. Ding Yang sat on the sofa and played with his mobile phone to learn more about the customs and culture of Longhua. Not long after, Ling Shintan packed her luggage and daily necessities, and moved rice, flour, seasonings and vegetables into the kitchen. Seeing the spacious and clean kitchen with complete equipment and kitchenware, she couldn't help but exclaim with joy. Hubby, the school treats boys so well. Such a big kitchen, with more appliances and tableware than ours. I love this kitchen so much. I can make delicious meals for you every day. Ling Shintan happily came to the living room and gave Ding Yang a big hug and a sweet kiss. Hubby, if I hadn't married you, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy this kind of luxury house. I asked the female classmates, and they said the conditions in the girls' dormitory were really too harsh. If it weren't for you, I would have to live in a dormitory. Husband, thank you, love you, muah. There is no harm without comparison. Knowing how difficult the living conditions of other girls are, Ling Shintan cherishes her current happiness even more. Ding Yang stroked her head with his palm and smiled, thank you for the benefits provided by the country and the school. School officially starts tomorrow, so you don't have to waste time on trivial matters in life. Put more energy into studies and martial arts training, and strive to make a big splash. Yes, please don't worry, husband. I won't let you down. Ling Shintan nodded quickly, thinking to herself, look how broad-minded my husband is. This is the man who is destined to achieve great things. I am not like other boys who are delicate and weak, who are vain and narcissistic all day long and only seek enjoyment. Thinking of this, Ling Shintan felt a strong sense of pride in her heart. At the same time, she is more convinced that with Ding Yang's character and charm, he will soon become popular throughout the campus and become the male god in the hearts of all girls. The two of them stayed together for a while, and Ling Shintan took out a newly prepared menu and asked Ding Yang to order. After Ding Yang selected 4 dishes and a soup, she went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. At this time, Ding Yang's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and heard Jiang Xinyi's pleasant voice. Dear, have you settled in at school? I have booked a private room in Linjiang building. Are you free tonight? If possible, I will drive over to pick you up right now. Jiang Xinyi's tone was bright, with a hint of anticipation. In fact, she was sitting in the Cullinan at the moment, and the car was parked outside the gate of Qingdao University.
Lin Jianglu is the most luxurious and top-class restaurant in Qingshan City, and those who come and go are either rich or noble. If an ordinary person wants to go in for a meal, even if he has saved up several months' salary, he still has to make a reservation a month in advance to get a table. Only the wealthy and powerful who become VIP members of Linjiang Building can reserve a table on the same day.
Jiang Sini has arranged everything and prepared a surprise for Ding Yang.
She just needs to wait for Ding Yang to nod. However, Ding Yang said lazily, "Sini, thank you. But I just arrived at the school, so I need to adapt to the environment first, and then we can talk about it in a few days." Jiang Sini felt a little disappointed, but she also understood that haste makes waste. Pursuing Ding Yang is the most important thing in her life, and she cannot rush into it. So, she smiled and replied, "I was inconsiderate, I'm sorry, dear. You must be a little tired after traveling so long today, so just have a good rest in the dormitory.
I asked the restaurant staff to prepare the dishes and send them to your dormitory.
Don't worry, they are very fast.
In addition, my phone is open to you 24 hours a day. If you need anything, you can call me at any time. I promise to be there whenever you call me." Ding Yang couldn't help but smile and asked with a chuckle, "What if I want to see you at 2 or 3 in the morning? I can't get into the school."
Jiang Sini said playfully, "Dear, as long as you want to see me, I will definitely be there."
"Which dormitory do you live in? Do you want me to perform a parachute jump for you tonight?"
Ding Yang was amused by her and couldn't help but tease her a few more times before hanging up the phone. He looked at Ling Shintan, who was busy in the kitchen, called out to her and told her not to cook anymore.
Although Ling Shintan was puzzled, she nodded and agreed obediently.
On the other side, after Jiang Sini hung up the phone, she gave orders to the female assistant in the driver's seat.
"Contact Lin Jianglu and have the dishes I ordered prepared as soon as possible and have them delivered to Qingshan University." Given the level and style of Lin Jianglu, they basically do not deliver dishes. Unless you are a top-notch dignitary and are willing to spend a lot of money. But this is not a problem for Jiang Sini.
Chapter 44 Chapter 040 For the rich enjoy the world first, and there are also junior students.
Evening.
Ding Yang was lying on the sofa watching videos, with fruits and tea prepared for him by Ling Shintan beside him. Ling Shintan found 2 spacious and luxurious training rooms and a well-equipped gym in the basement of the villa. Before dinner, she practiced in the training room for an hour. After marrying Ding Yang, she not only did not relax at all, but instead felt more pressure and motivation to become stronger and better. After finishing her practice, she took a shower and returned to the living room. Just after chatting with Ding Yang for a few words, a woman's voice suddenly came from outside the villa gate.
"Excuse me, is Mr. Ding Yang here?" "Wait a minute, husband. I'll go see who it is." Ling Shintan quickly turned around and left, walking quickly out of the villa.
I saw a refrigerated food truck that had driven into the campus at some point and stopped outside the gate of the flower viewing garden. 4 female chefs wearing chef hats and neat uniforms were pushing 2 food carts and standing at the door waiting.
Seeing Ling Shintan appear, the leading female chef asked again, "Hello, miss, is Mr. Ding Yang here?" "Yes, you are." Ling Shintan looked at the 4 chefs and 2 food carts in confusion. The female chef smiled and explained, "Hello, we are the chefs from Lin Jianglu, and we are here to deliver dinner to Mr. Ding Yang." "Linjiang Tower? Delivering dinner?"
Ling Shintan was stunned for a moment, and then she understood why Ding Yang didn't let her cook dinner.
Ding Yang happened to walk to the door of the living room. When he heard the words Linjiang Building, he immediately understood what was going on. "Did Miss Jiang order the meal?" The female chef nodded and said, "Yes." "Then come in." After confirming that it was Jiang Sini who ordered the dinner, Ding Yang nodded in agreement.
4 chefs hurriedly pushed a dining cart into the villa, took out more than a dozen dishes with quick and decisive movements, and placed them on the dining table.
The mouth-watering aroma immediately filled the restaurant.
Ling Shintan looked at the dozen or so exquisite and luxurious dishes, and recognized the logos on the clothes of the 4 chefs, and couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Before reporting for school, she had learned about Aoyama University and Aoyama City. As the capital of Qianchuan Province, Qingshan City has many high-end restaurants and hotels.
Linjiang Building is undoubtedly the first and is synonymous with high-end luxury and celebrities.
There, it is common for a single meal to cost an average person a year's salary. At this time, the 4 chefs bowed in unison and said, "Mr. Ding Yang, please have dinner." Ding Yang pulled Ling Shintan to sit down and started eating.
The 4 chefs also got busy.
A chef took out a bottle of valuable red wine that had been decanted long ago, poured it for Ding Yang and Ling Shintan, and introduced the wine's origin, year, and craftsmanship. The other three chefs, each holding a different kind of knife, sliced the steaming hot roast duck, roast lamb, and roast suckling pig on the spot. At the same time, they also took turns introducing the characteristics of various dishes and how to pair them together to make them more delicious. It was the first time for Ling Shintan to eat such an expensive meal, and she silently estimated the price in her mind. This feast plus the bottle of red wine would cost at least hundreds of thousands. Considering the level of Lin Jianglu, and the fact that the dishes are delivered, the price may be doubled. Thinking of this, Ling Shintan couldn't help but feel a little restrained and a little pressured in her heart. I also gained a better understanding of Jiang Sini's identity and financial resources. She didn't eat much and spent most of her time serving Ding Yang. Ding Yang was more casual, tasting the various dishes calmly and feeding her from time to time. Ding Yang only took a small bite of black truffles, caviar, and foie gras, and stuffed the rest into her mouth. If there were no outsiders present, Ling Shintan would have been moved to tears. Ding Yang was so good to her, and she could only keep it all in her heart and repay him tenfold or 100-fold in the future. An hour later, Ding Yang was full of food and drink and stretched contentedly. Ling Shintan gently wiped his mouth, made him a cup of tea, and let him rest on the sofa. The four chefs finished their service, collected the tableware and knives, and left with the food cart. Through the observation just now, they recorded a lot of details and basically grasped Ding Yang's taste. When they return to the restaurant, they need to report this information. After all, this was something that Miss Jiang, the sponsor, had specifically instructed. After the four chefs got on the car, the dining car started immediately and slowly drove away from the flower viewing garden. When the dining cart passed by the door of Villa number 6, Chao Koan and Du Tianming had just walked into the yard. The two were about to go out to attend the cocktail party that Chao Koan mentioned. Chao Koan was on the phone and didn't notice the dining cart. But Du Tianming paused and stared at the dining car until it disappeared around the corner. "Brother Du, what's wrong?" After finishing the call, Chao Koan asked doubtfully. Du Tianming frowned and muttered, "Lin Jianglu? That's the most high-end and luxurious restaurant in the area, why would they deliver food? This is impossible." Chao Koan was even more confused. What restaurant, what delivery? "Brother Du, Sister Ing has already driven into the campus and will pick us up for the cocktail party later." Du Tianming was still struggling, wondering what kind of big shot could make Linjiang Tower change its rules. The fact that the food truck appeared near the boys' dormitory meant. Among the new boys who enrolled today, are there any wealthy and powerful people? If that's the case, then he needs to pay more attention. "Okay, Brother Du, stop worrying about that crappy food truck. Sister Ing is a wealthy woman worth over 100 million yuan. She came to pick us up in a luxury car today. Cheer up and try to make a good impression on her." Chao Koan poked Du Tianming's arm and reminded him in a low voice. "Okay, I will." Du Tianming finally came back to his senses and nodded with a smile. A minute later, a black G-Class drove up quickly and stopped at the gate of Villa number 6. After the car window was lowered, a young woman with delicate makeup and wearing gold and jade looked at Chao Koan and Du Tianming with a smile, and licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue. "Brother Akan, long time no see, you're finally 18. Oh no, you finally came to Qingshan City. Come on, get in the car. I'll take you to a fun place. I promise you'll be so happy tonight that you won't be able to breathe. Sister Ing, I haven't seen you for a few months. Your skin is whiter and your complexion is better." Chao Koan greeted the young woman with a smile, gave her a casual compliment, and then took Du Tianming into the car. The big G roared dully and left, quickly going away. Under the shade of the trees on the roadside, there were several girls in cool clothes standing. They held flowers in their arms and milk tea and drinks in their hands, and watched the G-Class go away with a look of loss on their faces. "What a pity. We were a little too late, and both of our junior students were picked up by the rich woman. Damn it. Not only do rich people get to enjoy the world first, they also get to enjoy their juniors first. There are so many rich people in this world, why can't there be one more like me? I also want to drive a luxury car and sleep with my junior classmates. Junior Chao Koan is so handsome, exactly my favorite type. Did you see how charming he is when he smiles? Don't blame me for not reminding you, several girls in the orientation team were scolded and cried by him this afternoon. Don't be fooled by how cute and obedient he is in front of the rich ladies outside the school. When he scolds us, his mouth is like poison." Chapter 45 Chapter 045 Junior Ding Yang likes big ones. As the sun sets, the air becomes less hot. A cool breeze blew by the Qingping Lake, making the willows on the roadside dance in the wind. Ding Yang sat on the sofa, drank a few sips of tea, rubbed his bulging belly, stood up and called Ling Shintan.
Tian Tian, I'm a little full from my dinner. Come with me to help with the digestion. Shall we take a walk around the lake?
Ling Shintan was wearing an apron and cleaning the dishes in the kitchen. There was still a lot of that luxurious meal left, and she wanted to save it and not waste it. Hearing Ding Yang's call, she responded apologetically, "Honey, I'm sorry, I still have a lot of things to do." Or, "Just take a walk nearby, don't go too far." I also entered the campus and knew that the school was very safe and nothing would happen. Otherwise, she would definitely not be comfortable letting Ding Yang act alone.
Okay, then take your time, there's no rush. Ding Yang waved and walked out of the villa alone.
As soon as he walked out of the yard, he was stunned by the scene before him. I saw that there were hundreds of girls gathered on the tree-lined road outside the villa gate. They were all wearing cool and sexy dresses, looking youthful and beautiful, and standing in 2 rows on the roadside. Many girls were holding flowers, or carrying various gifts, fruits and drinks, looking at the boys' villas with anticipation. Although the roadside was crowded with people, the air was filled with the scent of perfume and cosmetics. But the order at the scene was not chaotic, and the girls did not dare to make loud noises. They all spoke in low voices. Ding Yang probably guessed what they were going to do, so he quickly took out a mask from his pocket and put it on. As for the sunglasses, he left them in the house and was too lazy to go back to get them. As soon as he walked out of the door, hundreds of girls nearby looked at him in unison. Everyone's eyes were shining, and their pretty faces showed deep surprise and joy.
Who is this junior and what's his name? He's so tall and has a great figure. I've asked around. He's Ding Yang from the Martial Arts Support Department. He just started school today. I heard he has a very gentle personality. Such a great figure, such a charming temperament, and a rather gentle personality? Is this true? Although I can't see his face, my intuition tells me that he is definitely a super handsome guy. Of the 9 boys in this class, he must be the most handsome. Hundreds of girls around were looking at and observing Ding Yang, while whispering to each other. Hearing that he had a good personality, dozens of girls gathered around him, blocking the main entrance. They all wanted to chat with Ding Yang and take the opportunity to give him gifts and leave a good impression on him. If you perform well and can be added as Ding Yang's friend, that would be a super surprise. However, when they saw a tall girl with a ponytail and yoga pants waiting outside the door, they suddenly became much more reserved. Not only did they slow down their pace, but their voices also became much quieter. There is no way, the girl who stands out from the crowd is Shangguan Jing, the big sister of the martial arts department and one of the top 10 beauties in school. Ding Yang also saw Shangguan Jing. They looked at each other and smiled. Junior, are you out for a walk too? What a coincidence. Shangguan Jing took the initiative to wave and greeted with a smile.
Ding Yang looked her up and down and found that she had changed into a light blue short-sleeved shirt and light brown yoga pants. She is still wearing white sneakers on her feet, and her overall style is still youthful and energetic. However, this combination highlights the skin tone, figure and cleavage more eye-catching.
How long have you been waiting?
Ding Yang raised his eyebrows.
Shangguan Jing chuckled and said, not long ago, just arrived a while ago.
In fact, she arrived half an hour ago.
Have you eaten yet? Ding Yang asked casually, as if chatting with a friend.
But Shangguan Jing felt a little moved by herself after hearing this, and quickly nodded and said, I have eaten. In fact, after she returned home, she was busy choosing a gift for Ding Yang and hesitated for a long time. Afterwards, I ate something to fill my stomach, took a quick shower and changed clothes, and then went to wait at the entrance of the flower viewing garden. Ding Yang saw that her eyes were a little evasive, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, so he asked again.
I'm going out for a walk, do you want to come with me?
Yeah, sure.
Shangguan Jing nodded and agreed without hesitation.
This was her original purpose, otherwise she would not have prepared in advance.
Ding Yang, this is for you. Shangguan Jing took out an exquisite gift box from behind her back and handed it to Ding Yang with both hands. Ding Yang looked down and saw 2 things in the gift box. A burgundy tie and a black belt. They are all high-end luxury brands, both beautiful and expensive. Ding Yang didn't answer, but looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Why are you giving me a gift all of a sudden? Meeting his deep eyes, Shangguan Jing felt a little guilty and blushed. I'm very happy to meet you today. I'm giving you a small gift to express my gratitude and as a souvenir.
Shang Wanjing avoided his gaze and spoke in a pretended calm manner. Ding Yang secretly used the Eye of Insight and found that her favorability had reached 70 points. This has upgraded from liking to love. A hint of teasing flashed in Ding Yang's eyes, and he pointed at the girls around him who were eager to try. That's not a good reason. If I accept your gift and they say the same thing, should I accept it? Hearing these words, the girls around them suddenly brightened up and became excited. The dozen or so girls closest to him had already held up flowers and gifts, ready to give to Ding Yang. At the same time, there was a burst of discussion and exclamations from the crowd. Wow! Junior Ding Yang's voice is so nice, both charming and gentle. Listening to him talk makes my ears feel pregnant. Junior Ding Yang, we also want to get to know you. We have gifts and something special to give you. Please give us a chance. Junior Ding Yang, we are all classmates. If you accept Shang Wanjing's gift, you have to accept ours too. You can't show favoritism. If it weren't for Shang Wanjing's status and aura, those girls would have rushed over and drowned Ding Yang. Shang Wanjing also became anxious and turned her head to glare at the girls. Shut up. Don't scare the juniors. Stand back 3 steps. The girls were indeed frightened by her aura, and many of them subconsciously stepped back. But there were also a few stubborn ones who refused to give up and couldn't help but speak up to refute. Shang Wanjing, my junior is everyone's, and everyone can compete fairly. How can you be so overbearing? That's right. You're being so coy and wasting everyone's time. Shang Wanjing, if you're not sincere, please get out of the way. We also want to get to know our junior. These words irritated Shang Wanjing. She turned around and looked at the girls, narrowed her eyes, and curled the corners of her mouth into a sneer. To tell you the truth, although Ding Yang is handsome, gentle, tolerant, elegant and profound, he can be called the #1 male god in this school. But he is not a bodhisattva who gives alms to everyone, and he would rather have few friends than have bad ones. Please have some self-awareness and don't waste his time. Many girls were silent. Since Shang Wanjing publicly called Ding Yang the #1 male god, she must have seen Ding Yang's face to be so sure. Most of the girls felt ashamed of themselves and began to back off. But there were also a few girls who were close to 9 points or even reached 9 points. Not only did they not back down, but they became even more excited. Shang Wanjing, even if you're the campus beauty, so what? We're not necessarily any worse than you. It's his own business how many girlfriends he wants to have. No one can monopolize him. Seeing that those girls refused to back down, Shang Wanjing crossed her arms, held up the ultra-luxurious headlights on her chest, and said with her head held high, Junior Ding Yang likes big ones. Are you as big as me? No? Then why don't you step down? He doesn't even have an E, how dare you pursue him? Chapter 46 Chapter 046 Shang Wanjing reaches the pinnacle of life. The whole place was silent. Hundreds of girls outside the gate of the flower viewing garden looked at Shang Wanjing's super big thunder, then looked at their own Wangzai, and felt ashamed. Originally, there were dozens of girls nearby who were also attracted by Ding Yang's figure and temperament and wanted to come over to watch. But when they heard Shang Wanjing's words AoE all over the field, indiscriminate attacks, they immediately stopped. Of course, there were a few girls in the crowd, and Delay was as big as Shang Wanjing. But they are fat and have bad figures, and are not comparable to Shang Wanjing at all. Senior, please don't ruin my reputation. Just when Shang Wanjing was looking majestic and dominating the whole audience, Ding Yang reached out and poked her in the lower back. Shang Wanjing's body stiffened, and she slowly turned around to look at Ding Yang, giving him an awkward but polite smile. Ding Yang, I'm sorry. I also want them to give up so as not to disturb you. I had no choice, I'm sorry. Later when there's no one around, you can punish me however you want. Can you please give me some face now, please? Shang Wanjing, who has always been decisive and heroic, feels guilty and uneasy at this moment. She lowered her voice, rubbed her hands like a fly, and quietly apologized to Ding Yang and begged for mercy. Ding Yang was a little amused and didn't say much, just nodded. Shang Wanjing felt relieved and was very grateful. Anyway, she had already given it her all and successfully shocked most of the girls. Moreover, Ding Yang's attitude towards her also gave her more courage. Ding Yang, I admire and like you very much, and I want to be your girlfriend. Please give me a chance to pursue you, okay? Amidst the strange looks from many girls, Shang Wanjing knelt on one knee, grabbed the flowers that had been prepared long ago from beside her, and handed them to Ding Yang with both hands. She tilted her head, looked at Ding Yang sincerely, pursed her lips slightly, and felt very nervous. The private contact in the afternoon made her feel that Ding Yang should also have a good impression of her. She was very sure that she was attracted to Ding Yang. Ever since she met Ding Yang, her mind was full of him. She really wanted to date Ding Yang and didn't want to miss him. Moreover, today is Ding Yang's first day at school. She was lucky enough to be in contact with Ding Yang first, which gave her the upper hand. If she hesitated any longer, there would definitely be many girls pursuing Ding Yang. Even several other school beauties who are as famous as her might notice Ding Yang. By then, if she continued to pursue Ding Yang, she would definitely lose her advantage and become more passive. So, she took this opportunity to confess her feelings to Ding Yang on the spot. As for what would happen if the confession failed, she didn't think about it too much for the time being. Ding Yang is worth her giving it a try, just for once. The girls around were stunned for a moment, then all looked surprised and started talking among themselves. Wow! Isn't Shangguan Jing so brave? You actually confessed your feelings to your junior in front of so many people? The junior student has only been enrolled for a few hours and certainly doesn't understand the situation yet. Even though Shangguan Jing is one of the campus beauties, she and her junior student don't know each other well. Isn't she afraid of being rejected by her junior student? Ha ha ha. Shangguan Jing, she's the school beauty and top student. How come she's such a naivete in relationships? This is not the right way to pursue a boy. It's neither gentle nor gradual. She will definitely be rejected. I think this is in line with her personality. Hasn't she always been this fierce and domineering? To the girls present, Shangguan Jing had many halos and was too outstanding to look down on and suppress them. But Shangguan Jing's personality is carefree, generous and enthusiastic, direct and domineering. This is a big taboo in relationships between men and women, and the timing of her confession was also wrong. Many girls were gloating, waiting to see her being rejected by Ding Yang and losing face in public. However, a scene that no one expected occurred. Ding Yang looked around, taking in everyone's reactions. Then he took the flowers from Shangguan Jing and helped her stand up. Senior, we are already friends, aren't we? As for being my girlfriend, let it be, let's just date for a while and see how it goes. When Ding Yang said this, the whole audience fell silent. Shangguan Jing, like many other girls, widened her eyes in disbelief. But unlike the stunned and surprised girls, her eyes were bright and filled with joy. Ding Yang, you promised me? Are you really willing to give me a chance? Great. Thank you. Shangguan Jing felt both relieved and very surprised. At the same time, I am very grateful to Ding Yang. In a state of excitement, she hugged Ding Yang tightly, stood on tiptoe and kissed his forehead. The girls around came to their senses, and the sound of gnashing teeth suddenly came from the crowd. Damn it! She actually got it. It's only the first day of school, and she's already hooked up with the most handsome underclassman. Damn it! If I had known that my junior was so gentle and so easy to woo, I would have bravely charged forward. Just stop it. Do you think Junior Ding Yang is so hungry that he won't be picky about food? Didn't you hear Shangguan Jing say that Junior only likes big ones? I, a Class C, didn't say anything. How ridiculous that a mere Class B dares to dream of hooking up with a junior student. Seeing the crowd's outrage and the girls' eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, Shangguan Jing did not dare to provoke them anymore and decided to call it a day. My fellow students, as you can see, from today on, I only belong to Junior Ding Yang. Also, I want to compete with you for the 8 new students. I wish all your dreams come true and that you can find your new student soon. I'm going for a walk with my junior now, so please make way. Shangguan Jing waved to everyone, pulled Ding Yang out of the villa, walked through the crowded crowd, and walked away. Although, when the girls came into close contact with Ding Yang, they were all fascinated by his masculine aura and their eyes were full of stars and their hearts were filled with joy. But everyone was still restrained. They just looked at him greedily and took a few deep breaths. No one dared to take advantage of him. After all, anyone who dares to do that will become the target of public criticism and incur public anger. The flowers and gifts sent by Shangguan Jing were placed by Ding Yang on the stone table in the yard. He put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly along the tree-lined road. After opening the system panel and taking a look, I found that Shangguan Jing's favorability had risen to 78 points. It actually increased by 8 points? It seems that my public agreement to her pursuit greatly satisfied her self-esteem and face. She is not only in love with me, but also very much in love with me. Ding Yang muttered to himself, with a smile on his lips. Shang Guanjing held his arm, her pretty face flushed with happiness, and her eyes were full of tears. The girls on both sides of the road stared at her and Ding Yang intently, gritting their teeth in jealousy and wishing they could take her place. At this moment, Shang Guanjing felt quite high-spirited and proud. It's like receiving national honors and awards and reaching the pinnacle of life. It was so refreshing that I couldn't breathe, and I couldn't calm down for a long time. After all, in the Red Star world, no matter how much assets and power you have, it is not as prestigious as having a male god. Shang Guanjing was only 19 years old, but she had already taken the first step towards success and was only a few steps away from the highest honor. Chapter 47 Chapter 047 said, "What did you do wrong?" Shang Guanjing originally wanted to be alone with Ding Yang and develop their relationship while the iron was hot. However, hundreds of girls gathered near the boys' villa area and lined up in a queue of several hundred meters on the tree-lined road. The two of them had not walked far when they were surrounded by a group of girls. They held various flowers and gifts, stared at Ding Yang with shining eyes, and tried their best to strike up a conversation with him. "Excuse me, are you the new student enrolling today? I am good at cooking, flower arranging, singing and dancing, and I am also good at doing various housework. Junior, I want to help you with housework and babysit for free, please give me a chance." "Hello, Junior, I am from the Tsui Society and sincerely invite you to join our society. I have a form here. If you fill it out truthfully, I will give you a 5090 graphics card. Junior, I'm a junior. I can help you run errands, sign in, pick up packages, and I can also do laundry, cook, and warm your bed." Several girls surrounded Ding Yang, chattering nonstop and vying to promote themselves. The purpose is simple: to get information about Ding Yang, become his friend, and even be his babysitter. In short, as long as you can get close to him, you can do anything. Ding Yang kept walking and didn't intend to pay any attention to those girls. Shang Guanjing was also annoyed by those girls, so she pulled Ding Yang away from the tree-lined path and into the bamboo forest on the side of the road. On the surface, it looks like a bamboo forest, poplar forest and flower garden, but in fact, there are many small paths hidden inside that most people are completely unaware of. Shang Guanjing took Ding Yang around in circles and soon they were far away from the boys' villa area. Ding Yang didn't know where Shang Guanjing took him. All we know is that the two of them were in a fir forest. There was no one around for dozens of meters, and it was very quiet. There happened to be a long stone bench nearby. Ding Yang walked over to the bench and sat down, looking at Shang Guanjing with a half smile. "Senior, I just agreed to your confession, and you're still in the probation period, so why are you so eager to drag me into the woods?" Shang Guanjing said without hesitation, "I'm afraid those girls will harass you, and I'm also protecting you. Besides, there is no one to disturb us here, so we can have a good talk." Ding Yang nodded slightly, squinted his eyes and stared at her, and asked, "So many people were staring at you just now, and everyone was envious and jealous of you. How did it feel? Are you very happy?" Shang Guanjing put her hands behind her back, fingers intertwined, thinking about how to fall in love with Ding Yang. Suddenly meeting Ding Yang's eyes, she felt a little guilty and smiled awkwardly. "I'm quite happy." Ding Yang frowned and was about to speak. Shang Guanjing suddenly bent down and gave him a big hug. "Ding Yang, thank you, I was impulsive just now. If you hadn't agreed to me in public, I would have been so embarrassed. You are so nice, I like you so much. Ugh, let me go." Ding Yang was suffocated and couldn't breathe at all. He could only slap Shang Guanjing twice. Shang Guanjing quickly let him go and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Ding Yang, I didn't mean it." Ding Yang glared at her and said unhappily, "Don't you know how old you are? I helped you save face, but you turned your kindness against me and tried to suffocate me?" Shang Guanjing looked down and couldn't see her toes at all. She felt a little embarrassed but secretly happy. "Are you still so happy? Stand still." Ding Yang suddenly stopped smiling, frowned, and shouted coldly. Shang Guanjing was startled and quickly stood up with her hands down, saying carefully, "Ding Yang, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong." "So, what's wrong?" Ding Yang crossed his arms and looked at her sternly. Shang Guanjing grew up on the campus of Qingdao University and is a fearless person. Not to mention teachers and counselors, she is not afraid of even the department head and vice principal. Not only did he dare to slam the table at them, he even dared to use a slingshot to hit the glass in their house. But at this moment, seeing Ding Yang so serious, her heart trembled, and she felt inexplicably guilty and scared. "I'm sorry, Ding Yang, I was wrong. Shouldn't I give you a gift in front of so many girls?"
And shouldn't you have been provoked by them and impulsively confessed your feelings on the spot? Shang Guanjing thought for a moment and answered tentatively.
Ding Yang glared at her and said, "Think about it again."
Well. Shang Guanjing secretly breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little secretly happy.
Since Ding Yang was not angry because of this, it meant that he really accepted her confession and it was not just to save her face. This made her feel at ease and excited.
I'm sorry, Ding Yang. I shouldn't have told them in public that you like big.
Shang Guanjing lowered her head and clenched her hands together, looking like a primary school student who had made a mistake.
Ding Yang asked again, what else? Shang Guanjing rolled her eyes, a little confused. Anything else? No. No more, right? Ding Yang said unhappily, although I do like it, how can you make it public and use yourself as a standard? Don't you think about it, how many girls are older than you? If there really is someone bigger than you, how fat would he be? What will my classmates think of me after the conditions you mentioned get out?
You've also blocked my future girlfriend prospects.
Hearing this, Shang Guanjing suddenly panicked, quickly squatted down, hugged Ding Yang's legs and apologized. I'm sorry, Ding Yang. At that time, I just wanted them to give up and stop bothering us. I didn't think too much about it. Please don't be angry, I apologize.
I will go find those students later and warn them not to spread the news. Shang Guanjing realized the seriousness of the matter, feeling both regretful and guilty, and tears gradually filled her eyes. She was afraid that what she said today would prevent Ding Yang from getting a girlfriend and she would become a sinner. While apologizing, her mind raced, thinking of various ways to make amends. But she didn't notice that a mischievous smile flashed in Ding Yang's eyes. You just said at the door of the villa that once we get to a place where there's no one around, I'll punish you however I want, right?
Well, as long as you can forgive me and stop being angry, you can punish me however you want. Shang Guanjing looked up at him and said sincerely.
She thought to herself that as long as Ding Yang could forgive her, it would be fine even if he asked her to kneel down and apologize. Anyway, there was no one around, so it was normal for her to kneel down in front of her boyfriend.
There was nothing shameful about it.
But Ding Yang didn't let her do that, he just patted the stone bench.
Get down.
A hint of doubt and joy flashed in Shang Guanjing's eyes, but she hurriedly did as she was told.
Bang!
Ding Yang raised his hand and slapped it, making a crisp sound. You're allowed to make your own decisions.
Bang! Another slap came down, crisp, loud and bouncy. Chapter 48 Chapter 048 I know I was wrong. Ding Yang, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Shang Guanjing couldn't help but let out a moan.
You're not allowed to talk nonsense.
Bang!
After slapping several times in a row, Ding Yang stopped. Shang Guanjing only felt a burning pain, covered it with her backhand, and quickly stood up.
I'm sorry, dear. I was wrong.
She pursed her lips and looked at Ding Yang with watery eyes, looking docile and well-behaved. Invisibly, the distance between her and Ding Yang shortened, and her liking for him increased.
Do you really know you're wrong? Will you dare to do it again next time?
Ding Yang stared at her and asked in a pretentiously majestic manner.
Shang Guanjing nodded quickly, smiling coquettishly, I know I was wrong, but I will dare to do it again next time. Ding Yang's palm froze in mid-air. He looked at her suspiciously and then used the eye of insight. The favorability column actually reached 85 points. Through this half-day contact, Ding Yang basically understood Shang Guanjing's personality.
She is carefree, impetuous, straightforward, and generous. She is a very reliable girl.
But she didn't consider the problem comprehensively enough and her ideas were not mature enough.
This wasn't a big deal, so he took the opportunity to give her a warning, hoping she would behave better in the future. It unexpectedly increased her favorability, exceeding 80 points on the spot, reaching the level of deep love. I don't know if it was the novelty or if it unlocked some little habit of hers. Ding Yang held his forehead helplessly and waved his hand, saying, Okay, it's enough that you recognize your mistake.
Be careful next time.
Yes, I remember that.
Shang Guanjing nodded quickly and asked expectantly, Ding Yang, are you still going to fight? Ding Yang was speechless. How about you hit me a few more times to vent your anger? Seeing Ding Yang remain silent, Shang Guanjing gave a teasing smile.
She hugged Ding Yang tightly, pulled off his mask, and kissed him. The wind blows gently through the quiet woods. After a full 10 minutes, the two separated reluctantly. Ding Yang, is this what it feels like to be in love? After thinking about it for a while, Shang Guanjing asked. Ding Yang put his arms around her slender waist, a smile on his face.
What does it feel like? Shangguan Jing said without hesitation, I can't explain it, but I like you so much. I just want to hold you forever and never let go. Senior, are we still going for a walk?
Seeing Shangguan Jing staying in his arms and refusing to let go for a full 10 minutes, Ding Yang asked.
No, walking is boring.
It would be nice for us to just sit here and chat for a while without being disturbed. Shangguan Jing curled up in his arms like a kitten, her cheek pressed against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Two extremely long legs were placed horizontally on the stone bench, and it was unknown when the shoes were taken off. Ding Yang put his arm around her and pinched her pretty face with the other hand. Let me make this clear first, you can chat, but please don't twist your waist around.
I didn't mean to do that. You slapped me so hard just now. I still feel a little pain now.
Senior, stop moving around.
Ding Yang's body suddenly froze and his voice became low.
Shangguan Jing didn't realize the seriousness of the matter and turned her body away in disapproval. She even rubbed her cheek against his chest and closed her eyes with a happy look on her face. Although it was not cool in the woods and the stone benches were not comfortable to sit on, they were far less comfortable than the air conditioning and sofa at home. But she would rather just sit there and watch the stars and the moon with Ding Yang, and be happy to sit there all night. 10 seconds later, she suddenly stiffened and frowned.
Honey, your phone hit me, take it out quickly.
Ding Yang said nothing and slowly raised his right hand. What he held in his hand was his cell phone.
Shangguan Jing was confused.
It took her a full 5 seconds to react, and her face turned red. She stood up suddenly and stared at Ding Yang with shame and anger.
Junior, you are so bad. Ding Yang was a little amused and said, You are the villain who was complaining first.
I told you not to move, but you didn't listen, and now you blame me.
Shangguan Jing felt a little embarrassed, but she also knew she was in the wrong, so she smiled awkwardly and said, What should we do now? Why don't we go for a walk and chat for a while? You let me go for a walk like this? You caused all the trouble, and now you don't want to take responsibility? Ding Yang glared at her unhappily. Shangguan Jing's pretty face flushed red and her heart beat like a drum.
The evening breeze started blowing again in the quiet woods. The wind was a little noisy, causing the branches to sway gently.
About half an hour later. Let's go. Ding Yang's expression returned to calm, and he stood up and walked out of the woods. Shangguan Jing followed him obediently, holding his hand and holding their fingers tightly.
For her, today's experience was so happy, like a dream. Most of the beautiful scenes she had imagined had now been realized.
The small part that has not yet been realized should not be far away.
Ding Yang's good qualities go far beyond his looks and charm, and are not limited to his outward appearance. It was far beyond her imagination and expectations. Chapter 49 Chapter 049 Ling Shintan's Wife Assessment. Only after leaving the cedar forest did Shangguan Jing calm down her excitement. By the way, Ding Yang, I forgot to remind you that the freshmen will start military training tomorrow.
You can stay in the dormitory and rest. Boys don't have to participate. Well, how long is the military training?
If you get bored staying in the dormitory for 10 days, I can take you out to play. Qingshan City has many scenic spots and historical sites, and I am very familiar with them, so I can become a qualified guide.
For Shangguan Jing, it was too inconvenient to be at school.
Even if you hide in a remote woods, you still have to worry about being discovered at any time. Therefore, she and Ding Yang could only restrain themselves. She had only had a brief taste of Ding Yang and had not yet truly experienced his charm.
If we leave school, then we can, he. Ding Yang glanced at Shangguan Jing and asked, Are you not going to class? Shangguan Jing curled her lips, How can attending class be more important than accompanying you?
In our martial arts combat department, everything is determined by strength. Even if I skip 10 days of class, as long as I can break through to the 6th rank warrior level during the month-end quiz, the department head will have to praise me as a treasure.
Ding Yang paused and turned to look at her beautiful profile. By the way, senior, you said this afternoon that if I ever want to switch to the combat department, can you help me get it done?
Under normal circumstances, the department selected when applying cannot be changed.
Shangguan Jing nodded without hesitation, of course. After a pause, she smiled and asked, What's wrong? Do you want to switch to the combat department so you can see me every day? Actually, I can come to see you every day.
You don't have to force yourself to practice martial arts.
It's too hard. Ding Yang smiled and didn't explain. I just asked casually. Let's talk about it later. Before I knew it, it was dark. The two of them walked and talked, circled Qingping Lake, and returned to the gate of the flower viewing garden. Most of the girls had left the tree-lined path outside the door. But there were still dozens of girls who were waiting by the roadside, chatting in groups of 3 or 5. There was even a group of girls gathered at the door of a villa, some singing live and some dancing seductively. And all this is just to make a fat otaku boy happy, to add him as a friend, or to develop a romantic relationship with him. Those girls really want to improve themselves. Goodbye Ding Yang, go home and have a good rest. Shang Guanjing stood at the gate, watched Ding Yang enter the villa, and waved with a smile. Call me anytime if you need anything. I'm available 24 hours a day. Hearing these familiar words, Ding Yang smiled and nodded, then turned and walked into the living room on the first floor. Seeing him enter the house, Shang Guanjing stood at the door for a long time before turning around and leaving. She secretly made up her mind to seize the opportunity, work hard to perform, become Ding Yang's concubine as soon as possible, and strive to live in the villa. I can see him every day and hang out with him anytime. The other half of your unfulfilled dream can also be realized every day. That must be a magical day. Although the lights were on the first floor of the villa, Ling Shintan was not there. Ding Yang saw her only when he went up to the second floor. She was in the brightly lit study, sitting in front of the computer with a serious look on her face, frowning as she thought about something. He walked behind Ling Shintan and asked, Tian, what are you doing? Ling Shintan turned her head to look at him and called out softly, Hubby, are you back from your walk? Are you sweating? I'll run you a bath. Ding Yang raised his hand to interrupt her, looked at the computer screen, and saw a test paper. What is this? Ling Shintan smiled bitterly and explained, the wife assessment test issued by the Husband and Wife Association today will be conducted every month since we registered our marriage. A full score of 100 is required to get 90 points to pass the test. If you fail the assessment, you will be given a serious warning. If she fails twice in a year, she will be demoted from wife to concubine. Is there such a thing? Ding Yang was stunned for a moment, as he had never known about this matter before. Ling Shintan nodded and said, this rule has always been in place. Not only the legal wife, but also the concubines have to be evaluated every month. However, the requirements for concubines are slightly lower, and 80 points is considered a pass. The husband and wife union stipulates this to protect the husband's rights and interests, so as to prevent the family from being dominated by women and the husband from being subjected to soft violence or oppression. Ding Yang found it interesting and looked at the screen intently. What should you do when your husband shows his talents and abilities, attracting the attention and admiration of many women? A. Work hard to improve your talents and abilities, prove that you are better and more suitable for the position of legal wife. B. Reveal your identity as the legal wife and prevent women of varying qualities from approaching or trying to please your husband. C. Accept everything with a calm mind, take the initiative to help your husband screen targets, and obtain your husband's consent to help him marry and take concubines. D. All of the above are correct. After reading the question and the answer, Ding Yang immediately smiled. Isn't this question easy? Why are you stuck here? According to my experience in answering questions, if there are 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest one, so it must be D. Ling Shintan hesitated, Hubby, how about I think about it again? Ding Yang waved his hand and said, no, just choose D. Ling Shintan followed his advice and moved the mouse to select D. Then, a red X appeared with red text next to it saying 5 points. No. Why is that? It doesn't make sense. Ding Yang scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Because he saw the total score in the upper right corner of the screen became 90 points. In other words, Ling Shintan had already gotten 1 question wrong, and he got another 1 wrong. Next, if Ling Shintan got 1 more question wrong, she would fail the exam. Ling Shintan probably guessed the reason, but didn't say it directly. She clicked on the error analysis next to 5 points, and several lines of text immediately appeared on the screen. Answer A is wrong. It means that the wife is competitive and has the potential risk of being jealous and bullying the weak. It is not conducive to family unity, nor is it conducive to husbands marrying wives and concubines, nor is it conducive to the expansion of the country. Answer B is wrong, which means that the wife is proud of her status, runs the risk of becoming spoiled, and is too self-centered. Only the husband has the right to judge and decide the excellence and goodness of other women, and the wife cannot interfere. Answer C is correct. The wife should keep a calm mind and prioritize respecting her husband and maintaining family unity.
And you should take the initiative to share your husband's worries and contribute to the cause of human reproduction. Please reflect deeply on your mistakes, apologize to your husband immediately, and promise to correct them.
Honey, I'm sorry. Ling Shintan looked ashamed and lowered her head to apologize to Ding Yang. Ding Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't blame you. I got the answer wrong.
Ling Shintan shook her head and explained, hubby, this is not your fault, because this is my assessment.
I didn't answer correctly and was hesitant on this question, which shows that my understanding is not deep enough.
Please rest assured, my husband, I will work hard to learn how to be a good wife and treat you wholeheartedly. After saying that, she added 2 more sentences for fear that Ding Yang would misunderstand.
Hubby, it's not that I'm reluctant to give up my position as the legal wife. I can give it up at any time. As long as I can be with you, I will be happy as a concubine.
Chapter 50 Chapter 050 What a surprise! Ding Yang pinched Ling Shintian's pretty face and smiled gently.
Since I have decided to marry you, you are the legal wife, and there is no possibility of giving up your position. However, you will have to work hard to learn more knowledge in order to pass the test.
Ling Shintian waved her fist and said firmly, don't worry, husband.
I will definitely pass. Okay, then you continue answering the questions, I won't disturb you anymore.
Ding Yang nodded and turned to leave.
Ling Shintian asked again, hubby, do you want to take a shower? I'll help you.
Ding Yang pointed at her computer screen and said, you still have 8 questions to answer, and there are only 10 minutes left in the countdown. I'll wash it myself, just focus on answering the questions. Ling Shintian had already taken a shower, so she nodded obediently, okay, husband, go ahead. Ding Yang took a shower alone, and was much faster, finishing in just a few minutes. When he returned to the master bedroom, he saw fruits and milk on the table, as well as a pot of warm wolfberry tea. This girl, I just made a few jokes this morning, and she actually took it seriously.
These past 2 days, he and Ling Xin have been very sweet and affectionate.
Not only do I have to do homework several times at night, but I also have to make up for it before getting up in the morning. He teased Ling Shintian, saying that the field would not be damaged, but he, the ox, would be exhausted. Ling Shintian was extremely embarrassed, but she obviously took these words to heart. After muttering something, Ding Yang poured a cup of wolfberry tea and drank it slowly. He had just finished his tea when Ling Shintian finished answering the questions and walked in quickly.
Honey, I got all the remaining 8 questions right. I passed. Ling Shintian was very happy.
After all, she passed the test without any major problems.
I knew that with your intelligence, you would definitely pass it. Ding Yang smiled and nodded.
In the next month, Ling Shintian doesn't have to worry about the assessment. At this time, Ling Shintian took his hand, walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, and opened the curtains. Honey, I just realized tonight that the window in our master bedroom has the best view in the whole house.
Look at the night view outside the window, isn't it beautiful? Ling Shintian took Ding Yang's arm and pointed at the night sky outside the window with surprise and curiosity.
The flower-viewing courtyard is located on a higher ground. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the two of them can not only see the courtyard downstairs and the tree-lined road outside the courtyard, but also the Qingping Lake not far away. Even most of Qingdao University campus and the city lights in the distance can be seen. Ding Yang smiled and said, the terrain and location of this villa are very good.
The night view here is really great. Tian, you have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering beautiful scenery. And I also have a talent for discovering beautiful scenery.
As he spoke, he hugged Ling Shintian from behind and held her gently in his arms.
Ling Shintian didn't understand what he was trying to do yet, and looked up in confusion and asked, Husband, what beautiful scenery have you discovered?
Of course it's you, little fool.
Ding Yang gave a wicked smile.
Ling Shintian's pretty face flushed, she looked up to meet his gentle kiss, and soon lost herself in the tenderness.
Tian, raise your hands and lie on the window.
Ling Shintian subconsciously reached out to pull the curtains, trying to cover everything.
Hubby, there's someone outside.
There were still many girls walking around on the tree-lined path outside the courtyard. Maybe she was unwilling to give up and wanted to wait for a new boy, or maybe she just wanted to try her luck. From time to time, they looked into the villas with curious and eager expressions. Ling Shintian even felt that there must be many girls looking up at and sizing up her and Ding Yang. Don't be afraid, Tian, the windows of the villa are specially made.
We can see outside, but outsiders can't see inside.
Hearing this, Ling Shintian felt relieved.
Look, the night is so beautiful tonight. The moon is big and round. The clouds are white and soft. Look at the lake, the waves are rolling and the ripples are rolling. The night wind is howling, and the larks are singing. Ding Yang's gentle voice sounded like a devil's whisper. An hour later, the two finished enjoying the beautiful night view. Ling Shintan was so tired that her whole body ached and she lay down on the bed to rest. Ding Yang just drank a glass of water, rested for a while, and became energetic again. His eyes scanned the room before landing on the bedside table. There was a long sandalwood box containing 20 silver needles. He asked Ling Shintan to buy this in the afternoon. Qingdao University focuses on martial arts, and students inevitably suffer injuries while practicing martial arts, and often need to use plasters and acupuncture for treatment. Whether it is the supermarket or the medical clinic on campus, sets of silver needles are sold. Seeing Ding Yang open the wooden box and examine the silver needle under the light, Ling Shintan looked puzzled. "Husband, what are you doing with the silver needle?" "Hee, of course I'll give you an acupuncture injection." Ding Yang looked at her with a smile, his eyes a little mischievous. Ling Shintan didn't understand what was going on and frowned, "But I'm not hurt. I have mastered a unique acupuncture technique that not only cures illnesses and saves lives, but also stimulates qi and blood, increasing qi and blood levels." Tian, don't you want to try it?" "What? Acupuncture can increase qi and blood levels? Wouldn't that be more convenient than taking qi and blood potions?" Ling Shintan was so shocked that she sat up subconsciously and no longer felt weak. Ding Yang nodded and said, "It will take a few days to digest and absorb the qi and blood medicine. But the effect of my acupuncture method is immediate. So far, I have only used it once, and I need to continue using it and summarizing it to see how effective it is. Tian, are you willing to cooperate with me in the experiment?" "Yes. Of course I'm willing to cooperate. Husband, tell me what to do, and I will follow your instructions." Ling Shintan couldn't afford the qi and blood potions that cost $1 million or more, so she relied on diligent practice to improve her strength. Now that she knows Ding Yang has such magical skills, how can she not be excited? Tian, you don't have to do anything, just lie flat on the bed." Ling Shintan did as Ding Yang said, and soon relaxed her mind and closed her eyes calmly. Ding Yang held the needle box in his left hand and slowly twisted the silver needle with his right hand. Following the order of the 13 Ghost Gate needles, silver needles were inserted into each of Ling Shintian's acupuncture points one by one. Within 5 minutes, the 13 injections were completed and the effect was explosive. She suddenly felt that the energy and blood in her body were stimulated, rushing forward like a mighty river, flowing continuously through her limbs and bones. Not only did her body become lighter, it also seemed to have generated violent power, which was constantly strengthening her meridians and flesh. This change lasted for half an hour before it stopped. Only after her qi and blood calmed down and became firm and stable did Ding Yang remove the 13 silver needles. Afterwards, he scanned Ling Shintan with the eye of insight and found that her attribute values had indeed changed. The qi and health value actually increased from 27 points to 29 points. The weight also dropped from 56 kilograms to 56.2 kilograms, and the size went from C to C+. Ding Yang was stunned for a moment and quickly observed. As expected, the system's judgment was very fair. "I didn't expect this acupuncture technique to have such an effect. What a pleasant surprise." Ding Yang put away the silver needle and smiled with relief. No wonder all other skills rewarded by the system can be upgraded and advanced, but the 13 ghost needles alone cannot be upgraded. Just based on its two functions of increasing qi and blood and increasing size, it can be called a magical skill. From now on, Ding Yang's woman will never need to feel inferior and can always hold her head high. "Hubby, I feel like my strength has obviously increased. I'm not far from becoming a third-rank warrior, and I'm sure I'll be able to break through within this month." Ling Shintan felt the changes in her body, her eyes shining with excitement and her heart pounding. She forgot to be shy and threw herself into Ding Yang's arms, hanging her whole body on him. It's late at night. After a tiring day, Ling Shintan lay in Ding Yang's arms and fell asleep peacefully. Ding Yang was not sleepy for the time being, so he opened the system panel to check his own attributes. There was no change in any of the attributes, but the favorability towards the opposite sex soared to 996 points. "When I left home this morning, my favorability rating for the opposite sex was just over 600 points, but now it's almost over 1,000? Ding Yang was a little surprised and thought to himself that Jiang Sini gave him 92 points of favorability and Shang Wanjing also provided 88 points. In addition to these 180 points, there are more than 100 points of favorability from the many girls I met today.
For example, the freshman welcome team at the school gate, and the girls waiting outside the villa in the evening, actively seeking a partner. Ding Yang was thinking, when he suddenly found that the number of the opposite sex's favorability jumped and became 999. I'm already lying in bed, how come it's still swelling? Could it be those girls? Chapter 51 Chapter 051 Qingda is really full of talents. Ding Yang was a little curious, so he stared at the attribute panel patiently. A minute later, the favorability of the opposite sex increased by another 2 points, officially exceeding 1,000. He continued to observe for a few minutes and found that the opposite sex's favorability would increase by 2-3 points every once in a while. It was not until after midnight that the favorability of the opposite sex stopped increasing frequently. At this time, the number had reached 1,042 points. Ding Yang was wondering what was going on. Suddenly, a message popped up on Feishan. It was from Shangwan Jing. Honey, are you asleep? My mind is full of you, and I can't fall asleep even if I roll around with my teddy bear. Bad Junior, I want to be able to sleep tonight. If you can't sleep either, how about we video chat? I'll hide in the bed and tell you what you want to see. The message was a bit long, and it was followed by a sexy emoticon. Ding Yang's lips curled up into a smirk and he decided to ignore the message and pretend to be asleep. Things between Shangwan Jing and him developed very quickly today, and she was deeply shocked. She must have been so excited that she couldn't sleep. At this time, you need to cool down a little and play hard to get, which will definitely make her miss you more and suffer more. When they meet again, he doesn't have to do anything and Shangwan Jing's favorability towards her will increase rapidly. After 2 minutes, seeing that Ding Yang didn't respond, Shangwan Jing changed the subject. Dear, congratulations on making the list on your first day at school and taking second place directly. There is a link attached to this message. Ding Yang didn't reply to the message, but clicked on the web link. Then, the phone screen jumped to the Aoyama University campus forum app. When he checked in the afternoon, Ding Yang had already registered a forum account, so he directly entered a post. The post was titled Shocking. A junior student from this year, who had just entered the school, was publicly. Seeing this, Ding Yang's mouth twitched and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the post used beautiful writing and wording to vividly describe a junior student who was 185 centimeters tall and was blocked at the door of a villa by a group of girls just a few hours after entering the school. Originally, everyone could have friendly exchanges with the younger students and let them feel the warm atmosphere of Qingdao University classmates. But the domineering school beauty Jing actually stopped everyone from approaching the junior. He even declared publicly that without the luxury lights of the E-class, he was not worthy of pursuing the junior. And that junior, who had a mysterious look but was super charming in height, figure and temperament, of course, did not dare to refute Jing. What is infuriating is that after Jing made those outrageous remarks, she turned around and presented flowers to her junior, kneeling on one knee to confess her love. What is even more abominable is that the junior student was so frightened by Jing's power that he actually surrendered in public and accepted Jing's confession. Afterwards, Jing forcibly took the junior away and dragged him into the woods. Many enthusiastic and righteous girls tried their best to catch up, but Jing was familiar with the terrain, insidious and cunning, and successfully kidnapped the junior. 2 hours have passed since the handsome junior fell into the clutches of Jing. I'm afraid that his innocence is in jeopardy and he has suffered humiliation. The author of this post calls on all sisters who are dedicated to justice to speak out together and jointly denounce Jing. Give me back my junior. The post was written passionately, and between the lines, it revealed dissatisfaction and resistance towards Jing, as well as desire and care for the handsome junior Gao. After writing nearly 1,000 words, he also attached a high-definition coded photo. That was the scene at the gate of the flower viewing garden, surrounded by many girls, where Jing Momo knelt on one knee, presented flowers and expressed her love. Standing in front of her is the mysterious junior with super long legs, amazing figure and temperament. Although, the handsome face of the junior was blurred, and everything above the neck was blurry. But the law prohibits taking and using a man's portrait without his consent. What the hell? After reading the content of the post, Ding Yang was shocked and speechless and amused. He was a little curious for a moment and wondered what Shangwan Jing's mood and expression would be after reading this post. So he continued reading. This post was published 3 hours ago. The poster's nickname is 98-year-old Grandma Late Night Pentakill. In just 3 hours, the number of replies reached 1,800. Ding Yang continued to read with great curiosity. A freshly minted apprentice? What long legs and great body. I'll lick you first.
Wow! Such a top-notch junior? He has 8-pack abs and his legs are longer than my life. Mark, I'm going to the bathroom first. If I'm not back in 10 minutes.
Please kindly send a roll of toilet paper to the bathroom in Building C, room 712.
Thank you. These legs, this waist, this temperament, why bother looking at the face? I'm pretty sure he could hold me in exercise for an hour without getting tired. Host, did you Photoshop the picture? The proportions of my junior's hands are off. If I were to take the photo, I would have him adjust to my proportions. I'm paying a lot of money to get this junior's contact information. I don't have a fork to eat instant noodles with, so I want him to mail a fork to me. Seeing this, Ding Yang was shocked. Hiss. Whose general is this, and why is he so brave? When he looked at the main avatar of the layer, it showed that he had been banned. You're not allowed to drive by playing with homophones. You deserve it. Ding Yang sneered in his heart and continued reading. I estimate this student's height to be around 184-185 centimeters and his weight to be between 158-162 kilograms. He has a strong and well-proportioned body. He looks thin when dressed and has muscles when undressed. He has both endurance and explosive power. He is the best among boys. The most important thing is that it won't be uncomfortable to sit on. Don't question me, my eyes are my ruler.
Ding Yang was stunned for a moment before he realized that this person's nickname was Zhang Nan Baojian and he was a campus celebrity with over 10,000 fans.
Qingda is really full of talented people. Ding Yang continued to read. She's so charming even without looking at her face. If I could see her face, wouldn't she fascinate me to death?
At the cost of my roommate being single for the rest of his life, I made a wish to God that I could be this junior's girlfriend and have a passionate love affair with her. I don't like boys who keep whining. I like this positive and optimistic junior. Seniors upstairs, please be polite. This is a comments section, not a no man's land.
Shang Wanjing wasn't even attracted to Gui Chen, the school's most popular idol, yet on the first day of school, she knelt down and confessed her love to this junior?
Handsome junior, you have successfully piqued my interest. Add everyone in Building D, room 609, 5 minutes.
I want all the information on this junior.
I have to say, based on this junior's figure and temperament alone, I think he can be ranked in the top 3 of the school idol list. I was there and saw this junior up close. I guarantee with my chastity that this junior is at least second. This junior from the same floor as above is guaranteed to be second place. He has a beautiful voice, my ears are pregnant, he must be responsible for me. It's also because this junior didn't show up that he can only be ranked second, temporarily lower than Gui Chen. But I believe that when he shows up, he will be able to compete with Gui Chen.
Campus know-it-all is here.
According to reliable sources, this mysterious student is named Ding Yang, from Dongyang City in the neighboring province, and is a student majoring in martial arts.
XX Jing, how dare you steal my idol? I will never be reconciled with you.
If you know you're wrong, then you should just invite me to fight alongside you and play landlord with my junior all night long.
Chapter 52 Chapter 052 Second on the school prince list? Ding Yang read through hundreds of comments and roughly understood what was going on. As one of the school beauties, Shang Wanjing is very well known in Qingdao University. Her confession in front of many girls in the evening was indeed big news.
What's more, he is a freshman who is a male god, which makes him very eye-catching.
Shang Wanjing's confession was successful, and the girls present were envious and jealous, so naturally someone would post a thread to discuss it. It's just that the posteress position is different, so the content and wording of the post made Ding Yang feel funny. No wonder my popularity with the opposite sex is still rising in the middle of the night.
It turned out that this post exposed Shang Wanjing and me. It seems that even if someone of the opposite sex has never seen me, or even doesn't know what I look like, as long as they have a favorable impression of me, their favorability towards me will increase. After realizing this, Ding Yang suddenly felt that there would be more ways to improve the favorability of the opposite sex in the future. At this time, a forum link popped up on the screen. He clicked subconsciously and was directed to a ranking page. Aoyama University Male Popularity Ranking. The colorful title is shining, this is the so-called school idol list. At the top of the leaderboard, there are 3 avatars arranged in a fan shape. The portrait in the middle, framed by a diamond crown, is the recognized number 1 school idol, Gui Chen. The photo on the profile picture shows a boy with long hair and a melon-shaped face. He is very handsome, but has a feminine temperament, and looks like a melancholy prince.
In Ding Yang's opinion, this boy is a bit effeminate and looks a bit, oh no, thin. But for the women in this world, this kind of boy who has a melancholy and feminine temperament and can play the role of a noble gentleman or a lazy boy is absolutely the best. Therefore, Gu Yichen firmly occupies the first place on the school idol list with an absolute advantage of 31,000 popularity points. The second place avatar has a golden frame, no photo, and only the two words Ding Yang. The popularity has exceeded 5,000 points, currently ranking second. As for the third place, the avatar with a silver frame shows a sunny and cheerful boy, probably a junior or senior. His name is Tang Qinglong. He has a handsome appearance, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his temperament is warm and friendly. Although he is not as handsome as Gu Yichen, he has the vibe of a sunny boy and a warm-hearted big brother next door. Therefore, his current popularity is more than 4,800 points, not far from Ding Yang. Ding Yang glanced back a few more times and found that there were only 30 boys registered on the list. The 4th to 10th places are all good-looking, probably a bit handsome. But after the top 10, they become very ordinary and just passers-by. The boys ranked after the 20th place don't even have an avatar, just a name, and their popularity is only around 1 or 2,000. Ding Yang took a quick glance and left the campus for him. Seeing that it was 1 a.m., Ding Yang turned off his phone, closed his eyes and went to sleep. When Ding Yang woke up, it was already 8:30 in the morning. He opened his eyes and found that Ling Shintan was gone. After putting on my clothes and going downstairs, I saw a note on the dining table. The beautiful words were Ling Shintian's handwriting. "Honey, breakfast is in the thermal box, you can take it out and eat it. I had to attend military training, so I didn't want to disturb your sleep, so I didn't wake you up. You can catch up on some sleep in the morning and wait for me to come back and cook at noon. Love you." Ding Yang smiled slightly, opened the thermal box, and saw the breakfast made by Ling Shintian. There are millet porridge, milk, soy milk and boiled eggs, as well as fried dough sticks, pancakes and steamed buns, etc. These things are not complicated, but they still take some time to do. Ding Yang selected a few breakfast items and sat at the dining table to eat. By the way, I opened the system panel to check the favorability of the opposite sex, and it reached 1120 points. He was very satisfied with the result, and even felt a little grateful to the person who posted the message 98-year-old grandmother's late-night pentakill. As long as the post is still there, the popularity will continue and his favorability among the opposite sex will continue to rise. After closing the system panel, Ding Yang took out his mobile phone and checked the Feishan messages. Shang Guanjing and Jiang Sini both sent several messages. Jiang Sini posted a selfie, wearing a small suit and trousers, sitting in a luxurious office, with the posture and expression of a cool female boss. But the text she sent was not at all cold. "Honey, I'm wearing pantyhose today. Do you want to know what color it is?" Seeing this message, Ding Yang replied without thinking. "I don't know what color the silk inside your pants is, but I know it must be a little yellow in your mind right now." Although, at this time Jiang Sini was holding a morning meeting with the group's senior executives. But she paused the meeting immediately and replied to Ding Yang's message with joy. "Good morning, dear, why didn't you sleep a little longer? Did you get enough rest last night? Do you want to go out for a walk today? The school treats boys well, and I slept well last night. By the way, have you checked your qi and blood values?" After Ding Yang gave Ling Shintan an acupuncture last night, he found that her qi and blood had increased by 2 points, and he was a little confused at the time. It was a good opportunity to ask Jiang Sini at this moment and compare it to verify his guess. "I checked last night, and my qi and blood increased by a full point. The effect is even stronger than that of a high-level qi and blood potion." Seeing Jiang Sini's answer, Ding Yang frowned and thought, the eye of insight was right, it just increased by 1 point of qi and blood. But why did Tiantian's qi and blood increase by 2 points? My acupuncture technique was clearly the same. So, he asked again, "Sini, have you taken the qi and blood potion many times?" "Yes. After I broke through to the 5th rank warrior level, I took over the Tianmao group. My training time was reduced and my progress was slow. I've taken high-level qi and blood potions 10 times this year, and any further use has no effect." After seeing this message, Ding Yang immediately guessed the answer. The function of the 13 Ghost Gate needles is to stimulate qi and blood. The essence is to stimulate the body's potential, rather than strengthening qi and blood out of thin air. Sini has taken the qi and blood potion 10 times, and her potential has been almost stimulated, so it only increased by 1 point. Tian has never taken qi and blood potions, so her strength is lower and her potential is greater, which is why her qi and blood points increased by 2 points.
Ding Yang understood the principle behind it, and his future use of the 13 ghost needles would be more planned and targeted.
After chatting with Jiang Sini for a few more words, he ended the conversation.
Then he opened Shang Guanjing's dialogue box and checked several unread messages.
Shang Guanjing also sent a selfie and a few text messages. The photo was sent at 7 a.m.
Shang Guanjing stood at the gate of the flower viewing garden, basking in the morning sun. Although she was smiling and looked in a good mood, dark circles were clearly visible under her eyes.
Ding Yang, a classmate came to give you your ID. I accepted it for you.
A few more girls came to give you flowers.
There are a lot of love letters, I accepted them all for you.
My dear, please sleep a little longer and wait until you wake up naturally before getting up. Although there was a lot of stuff and the sun was a bit strong, I had no pressure at all.
Chapter 53 Chapter 053 Senior Sister, you are here to eat and drink for free.
After reading the message, Ding Yang stood up and walked to the window of the restaurant. His eyes passed through the yard and vaguely saw a tall figure standing at the gate. The ponytail swaying in the wind, the iconic yoga pants and white sneakers, and the majestic E-Class thunder.
It was Shang Guanjing. Ding Yang was speechless. He turned around and walked out of the villa and rushed to the gate of the yard.
When he opened the door, he saw Shang Guanjing leaning against the doorpost. One hand was holding a handful of letters, which he placed on his forehead to shield himself from the sun. The other hand also held a lot of letters, which he fanned by his ears like a fan.
Even in the morning, the sun is very hot when it is directly exposed to it. Fine beads of sweat had already appeared on Shang Guanjing's forehead and nose tip, and her pretty face was flushed. Ding Yang, good morning. Seeing Ding Yang appear, Shang Guanjing greeted him with a smile. Ding Yang frowned and asked unhappily, are you stupid? It's so sunny, what are you doing standing at the gate? Are you caring about me and feeling sorry for me? Shang Guanjing's eyes lit up, and her voice and expression were filled with joy. I don't want to disturb your sleep. I want you to rest a little longer. Ding Yang was a little amused. Even if I didn't get up, Tian got up early in the morning.
You call out and explain to her, and she will open the door for you.
Wouldn't it be more comfortable for you to wait for me inside?
Shang Guanjing pointed to the open space below her feet and said, look, waves of girls are coming.
I have to help you collect them.
Ding Yang looked carefully and saw that there were at least 30 bouquets of flowers placed on the open space in front of the door. Not only are they colorful and gorgeous, they also emit a variety of fragrant floral scents. Each bouquet of flowers is packed with love and contains a card and a love letter. In addition to the dozens of love letters in Shang Guanjing's hands, the mailbox on the doorpost was also packed, and hundreds of letters were piled on the ground. Ding Yang made a rough estimate and found that there were at least 300 love letters here.
Without my contact information, they resorted to such a primitive method to contact me? It's really hard for them to still write letters in this day and age. Ding Yang smiled and waved to Shang Guanjing. Don't stand outside, come inside with me. What about these flowers and love letters? We can't just leave them here, right?
Shang Guanjing pointed to the love letters scattered all over the floor and said in a low voice, my dear, there are flowers and love letters at the door of every boy's villa, but yours has the most. This means you are the most popular among the 9 boys. Even if it's just for show, you have to accept these things, so that your popularity will increase.
Ding Yang frowned, what do I need such high popularity for? Shang Guanjing quickly explained, of course I'm competing for the #1 spot on the school idol list. You are the only male idol in this school. That pretty boy Gui Chen is not worthy of being compared with you. You must reach the top sooner, be crowned king, and take the honor that rightfully belongs to you. Ding Yang wanted to say it was boring.
But then he thought, being #1 on the school idol list would definitely earn him more favorability, so he nodded in agreement.
Okay, then help me put these things in. Shang Guanjing nodded happily and helped him collect the love letters all over the floor.
They put them in a storage box and placed it in the living room. The two of them dragged the folding cart back and forth several times, placing more than 30 bouquets of flowers in the yard and living room. After finishing all this, the two sat on the sofa in the living room to rest.
Ding Yang took out 2 cans of ice cola from the refrigerator and threw one to Shang Guanjing. The two chatted while drinking Coke. Ding Yang spoke first and asked, are you angry after reading that post on the forum? Shang Guanjing looked disapproving, it's just the helpless howling of a loser, what's there to be angry about?
If there are school beauties of the same level as me, or the type you like, and they pursue you, I will fully support them.
But those vulgar people, instead of thinking about improving themselves, dream of eating swan meat, are simply ignorant. Although what she said made sense, Ding Yang thought of the question he helped Ling Shintan answer last night and burst into laughter. If you were to be assessed by the husband union, you would definitely fail. What? The husband union assessment? Shang Wanjing almost choked on the coke and looked at Ding Yang with surprise. My dear, do you want to take me as your concubine? Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I'll start studying today and I'll definitely pass the test. Your probation period hasn't ended yet. Only after that can we become girlfriend and officially date.
As for registering to take a concubine, it all depends on how you behave after becoming my girlfriend.
Ding Yang glanced at Shang Wanjing with a teasing smile. Shang Wanjing was not disappointed. For her, developing feelings step by step is a normal process. If you can skip a step, that's a bonus. Dear, how long is the probation period?
Shang Wanjing slowly moved her position next to Ding Yang, leaned on him, and asked with a smile. Ding Yang said calmly, first, come for 10 days. After the freshman military training is over, we'll see whether you can advance or not.
Shang Wanjing held his hand and asked coquettishly, honey, can you please give me some convenience? I want to take a shortcut. Ding Yang said with a half smile, using beauty to seduce me? It's a talent. Shang Wanjing's pretty face turned red and she quickly corrected herself. What talent? Shang Wanjing said proudly, I learned 9 new dances last night, all the ones you like. Would you like to see them?
Ding Yang laughed immediately, no wonder you have dark circles under your eyes.
You're not sleeping in the middle of the night, learning to dance? Senior sister, you are really a talent. What's the matter? Shang Wanjing looked as if it was a matter of course.
I couldn't sleep last night, but I didn't waste my time. I continued to study hard and improve myself, just to give you a better viewing experience and enjoyment. Only a girl as hardworking as me is qualified to pursue you.
Honey, you're right, aren't you? Ding Yang smiled and nodded, that makes sense. Come on, show it to me.
Shang Wanjing couldn't wait any longer, so she quickly took off her shoes and danced the new dance she had learned last night in front of Ding Yang. These consecutive dances are the most popular edge dances on the internet in the past 2 years. Those girls who scored 70 or 80 points were charming and eye-catching enough when they jumped out. With Shang Wanjing's proud figure, she looks even more charming and exciting when she dances. Ding Yang opened his arms and sat on the sofa with his legs spread wide, admiring her charming dance and was very satisfied with her dancing talent.
Soon, Shang Wanjing danced to the 6th dance.
She turned her back to Ding Yang, twisting her body flexibly and flexibly.
Senior, is this also the dance you learned online last night? Ding Yang's eyes were full of admiration, and his voice became a little deeper. Shang Wanjing chuckled and said, I didn't learn it online. I created it myself, specially for you. Ding Yang suddenly laughed. Senior, I don't think you're here to show me your talent. You're here to get free food and drinks.
Chapter 54 Chapter 054 is really too exciting.
Shang Wanjing turned around and knelt in front of him again.
Her pretty face flushed and she looked at him with longing eyes. Ding Yang pinched her nose, chuckled, and asked, what a greedy girl.
Is this the shortcut you want to take? Shang Wanjing lowered her head embarrassedly.
At this moment, shouts suddenly came from the gate of the villa.
Student Ding Yang, are you home?
Ding Yang recognized that it was Chao Kuan's voice and decided not to pay attention to it for the time being.
Shang Wanjing was also a little depressed. Why would someone come to disturb her at such a critical moment?
A minute later, the voices of Chao Kuan and Du Tianming came again.
Ding Yang, we tagged you in the group chat, why didn't you say anything? Student Ding Yang, please open the door. We have something to talk to you about.
In the living room, Ding Yang picked up his mobile phone, opened Fishin, and saw that there were indeed dozens of unread messages in the Ji Shui group.
He was also tagged several times by Chao Kuan and Du Tianming.
Helplessly, he patted Shang Wanjing's cheek and said softly, Senior sister, please go upstairs for a while. Shang Wanjing was a little reluctant, but she could only nod obediently, put on her shoes and go upstairs. Then, Ding Yang picked up a pillow and held it in his arms. He also used voice control to remotely open the door of the villa. Chao Kuan and Du Tianming, who had been standing at the gate for a few minutes, hurriedly walked into the yard with umbrellas. After entering the living room, the two quickly put away their parasols and wiped the sweat from their foreheads and faces.
Student Ding Yang, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Yes. We called you several times at the door, why didn't you answer?
Seeing Ding Yang leaning on the sofa with a big pillow in his arms, Chao Kuan and Du Tianming both looked at him with confusion.
You guys can sit wherever you want. I just fell asleep and didn't hear anything.
Ding Yang pointed to the sofa next to him and made up an excuse to get away with it. After Chao Kuan and Du Tianming sat down, he pointed to the refrigerator in the restaurant.
There are drinks over there, take whatever you want, you're welcome. Du Tianming waved his hand and said, I won't drink the drink, classmate Ding Yang, we came to you to tell you something.
We boys don't have to undergo military training, and it would be boring to lie in the dormitory all the time. Therefore, Chao Kuan and I decided together that the group of people in our group should organize an outdoor activity first. Firstly, we can exercise our bodies, and secondly, we can get to know each other. Chao Kuan nodded and said, the Daqing Mountain in Qingshan City is a scenic spot that has been famous throughout the ages, and the scenery is very pleasant.
We are planning to climb Daqing Mountain together, and 6 people have already joined us. Ding Yang frowned after hearing this. When are we going to climb?
The temperature has been over 30 degrees these past few days, but I'm not afraid.
But can the other students withstand it? Du Tianming smiled and said, don't worry, we have also considered this issue, so we plan to climb Daqing Mountain at night.
We'll set off at 6 o'clock tonight and reach the summit of Daqing Mountain at night. We can also camp and watch the stars and the moon.
Ding Yang thought for a moment and said, it's not hot at night, but climbing a mountain is a physically demanding job. If you want to camp, you have to carry equipment, water, and food. Chao Kuan immediately laughed, classmate Ding Yang, we are boys. How could it be our turn to do these physical work?
To tell you the truth, as long as you participate in this event, you will not be asked to carry anything. Even if you don't want to climb the mountain, someone will carry you up so you don't have to walk a step.
Du Tianming also nodded and agreed with a smile, Ding Yang, don't worry.
An hour ago, we posted a message on the campus forum, announcing that we would go hiking Daqing Mountain at night and needed a few girls to serve us. Look, this post has received more than 1,000 replies. They were all scrambling to sign up, almost arguing and even fighting over a spot. After hearing what Du Tianming said, Ding Yang quickly opened the campus forum. Sure enough, a post marked with the word hot was pushed to the second position on the homepage. Its popularity and number of replies are second only to the hot post that exposed him and Shang Wanjing. The post was posted by Du Tianming and the content was relatively simple. Several new boys who have just entered the school want to climb Daqing Mountain at night and need a group of girls to serve them.
The number of places is limited. In addition, Du Tianming neither specified which boys were involved nor posted any photos.
But the girls' enthusiasm was beyond imagination. In just 1 hour, there were more than 1,500 replies, all of which were enthusiastic about signing up. The girls in the first few dozen floors were eager to reply and sign up, leaving only their name, age, and contact information. The girls who posted on the 100th floor and beyond were particularly attentive in their replies. Not only did he introduce his basic information in detail, but he also introduced his strengths, skills, and talents. Even the measurements and sizes are clearly stated. Then, behind a pile of information, 2 or 3 selfies were attached. There are long shots showing the figure, close shots showing the beauty and chest, and close-ups of long legs in black stockings.
In short, the text and photos on the screen are full of enthusiasm, excitement, and desire.
If I were to sum it up in 2 words, it would be, choose me.
Ding Yang quickly swiped the screen and casually browsed more than 200 floors, and found that every girl replied in this way to sign up.
Some girls even posted their martial arts certificates and membership cards of rock climbing, mountaineering, and adventure associations just to make themselves more competitive. After the reply reached the 500th floor, an even more outrageous girl appeared. After fully displaying his information and photos, he also posted his bank card balance and openly stated that he was willing to spend 100,000 to buy a spot.
This behavior was imitated by many powerful women.
One girl after another started to compete by raising prices, and even showed off their savings, luxury cars, and mansions at home. Those girls who have good conditions but lack financial strength are very angry. I started replying to posts criticizing some girls for showing off their wealth and using unfair competition methods. The girls who made the first bids also angrily criticized the girl who showed off her wealth for driving up the price. As a result, many girls questioned and attacked each other, and there was a huge quarrel in the building.
Curly.
Really too curly. Ding Yang put down his phone and sighed in his heart.
Chao Kuan raised his eyebrows at him and said with a smile, "Student Ding Yang, how is it? This is the first group activity for the boys this year, so let's have some fun together, is that okay?"
Du Tianming also tried to persuade him, Ding Yang, you have read the post.
There are so many outstanding girls in it. Are there any that you like? If you are interested in anyone, just tell me and I will help you arrange it. We guarantee you will enjoy the whole process without any fatigue.
Chapter 55 Chapter 055 The Fallen Brain Monster.
Seeing that Chao Kuan and Du Tianming invited him warmly and had made sufficient preparations, Ding Yang naturally couldn't refuse. It is indeed boring to stay in the villa.
Going out for a walk can not only relax and enjoy the scenery, but also provide more opportunities to increase the favorability of the opposite sex. So, Ding Yang nodded and said, "Okay, then count me in." Seeing that he finally agreed, Chao Kuan and Du Tianming both smiled. "By the way, Ding Yang, if you like any girls, just pick a few and write them down and tell us. At the moment, each of us has locked on 2 or 3 targets, you can also pick one. I'll post the results on the main thread at lunchtime so the girls can prepare their things in advance." Ding Yang waved his hand and chuckled, "Don't worry about me, just make your own decisions." He had just scrolled through hundreds of pages and looked at the profiles and photos of many girls. "I haven't found a girl with a score above 9 yet, so of course I want to choose one from the posts." "Okay, then take your time to look at it. Feel free to tell me when you've made up your mind." Du Tianming nodded and stopped worrying about it. After finishing the business, Chao Kuan looked around the living room, his eyes falling on the flowers and a whole box of love letters. "Ding Yang, why did you bring these things into your home? Those wishful thinking girls who come to give me flowers and love letters early in the morning are so annoying. You are so good-tempered that you actually accepted it." Du Tianming also said with concern, "Ding Yang, there is no need to waste your time dealing with those girls. I had the cleaning staff clean up the flowers and love letters they brought to my door." Ding Yang just smiled and didn't explain. Chao Kuan smiled and asked, "Ding Yang, Shang Wanjing confessed her love to you yesterday, why did you accept it? I heard that she is one of the top 10 campus beauties, has a very domineering personality, and is the big sister of the martial arts department. Are you threatened by her?" Du Tianming also patted Ding Yang on the shoulder and encouraged him, "Don't be afraid, Ding Yang. If she dares to threaten you or bully you, just speak up. Not only will we help you seek justice and protect your rights, we will also bring legal action against her and force her to pay you huge compensation." "Is she very domineering?" Ding Yang raised his eyebrows. Thinking back to Shang Wanjing's shy and timid look when she actively sought sex, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. "Apart from the protruding front and curved back, what's so domineering about it?" Chao Kuan said earnestly, "Ding Yang, Shang Wanjing is a campus beauty, she's quite pretty, but you don't know her background yet. You don't even know her family background, how can you agree to her in public? Being beautiful can't make you a meal. You have to keep her in suspense and make her show her sincerity to you. It's not too late to make a decision once you understand her family's background and financial resources." Du Tianming was also a little worried and advised, "I heard that Shang Wanjing is a 5th rank warrior. She likes fighting very much and often competes with girls from all grades in the arena. For women, they will not cherish things that are too easy to get. Ding Yang, you are indeed a little anxious. If you agree to her so easily, you will definitely be bullied by her in the future." Ding Yang smiled and nodded, "Thank you for reminding me, I know what I'm doing." Chao Kuan and Du Tianming talked a lot and their mouths were dry. Seeing that Ding Yang's reaction was indifferent and seemed not to want to discuss the matter any further, the two of them stopped talking. "All right, Ding Yang, you can figure out what we said slowly. Anyway, we, the generals, should help each other. If you need any help, just tell us." The two men gave Ding Yang a few words of advice and then said goodbye and left. After the two of them left the villa, Shang Wanjing, who had been standing in the corridor on the 2nd floor, hurried downstairs to the living room. Swish! When she was still more than 3 meters away from Ding Yang, Shang Wanjing slid to her knees and slid in front of Ding Yang like a gust of wind. She knelt at Ding Yang's feet, hugged Ding Yang's legs with both hands, and looked aggrieved. "My dear, I'm sorry, it's my fault that I didn't tell you. In the past year, I have indeed competed with many girls, and I have indeed acted a bit on my own. It's my fault that I made you lose face in front of your classmates just now. Don't worry, I will correct it in the future." Looking at Shang Wanjing, who looked so pitiful and was kneeling down to apologize to him, Ding Yang felt a little amused. "What are you doing?" Shang Wanjing said with a look of self-blame, "I was upstairs just now, I heard everything they said. I was too impulsive yesterday and confessed to you in public. In order to preserve my dignity and face, you agreed to date me and made a huge sacrifice. Ding Yang, you have given so much for me. But my reputation in school is not very good,
and it actually brought you trouble and negative influence, and made you laughed at by those two boys. And you are kind and tolerant. In order not to make me feel guilty, you said nothing and silently took on everything. Honey, you are so good to me. Ding Yang blinked and thought to himself, what the hell? Apart from yesterday evening, when I spent hundreds of millions of life factors on you, what else have I paid for you? How could I have made such a huge sacrifice, been laughed at by Chao Koan and Du Tianming, and still silently shouldered it all? Isn't this girl a bit of a fantasy person? Thinking of this, he quietly used the Eye of Insight to scan Shang Wanjing's attributes. The favorability of the opposite sex has indeed increased by 5 points and has reached 93 points. A favorability level of over 90 points has already surpassed deep love and reached the level of unwavering loyalty. It seems that what this girl said was sincere. She has been moved by herself and has fallen for her. She is indeed a greedy girl who loves to imagine things. Ding Yang found it a little funny, so he held Shang Wanjing's cheek and looked at her tenderly. Senior, Chao Koan and Du Tianming didn't laugh at me, they just heard that you are domineering and are afraid that you will bully me. I don't feel any pressure or negative impact, so you don't have to blame yourself. As for what you did in school before, I think it was quite normal. Since you are warriors, it is inevitable that you will compete with each other. You neither bully the weak nor bully your classmates, so how come you have a bad reputation? Most of them are people who are jealous of your excellence and can't do anything about it, so they deliberately spread rumors to discredit you. Hearing Ding Yang's gentle and charming voice and looking at his clear and warm eyes, Shang Wanjing was completely stunned. So gentle, so affectionate, so understanding. Not only did he silently bear all the negative emotions, he also comforted and enlightened me so warmly. How could I, Shang Wanjing, be able to date such a perfect guy? This must be a gift from God to me. Chapter 56 Chapter 056 Principle? Mother-in-law? As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Shang Wanjing's heart almost melted and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She has always been lively and cheerful since she was a child. But she never bullies others or takes advantage of the weak. In fact, most of the time, her intentions in doing things are good, and she has helped many people. It's just that she doesn't like sensationalism and doesn't say those hypocritical nice words, which gives people the impression that she acts domineeringly and has a quick-tempered personality. She doesn't think she's done anything wrong, but people around her like to label her. Over time, she got used to it and was too lazy to explain anything. Only those who spend more time with her can understand and identify with her. But at this moment, Ding Yang had known her for less than 24 hours and he had already seen through her true nature. What she said just now completely touched her heart. She was absolutely sure that Ding Yang was the person who understood her best. He is also a man who is worthy of her lifelong love and protection with everything. Thinking of this, Shang Wanjing couldn't help but shed tears of happiness and pride. Girl, you're usually so carefree and heroic, why are you crying? Ding Yang smiled slightly, reached out to hold her in his arms, and helped her wipe away her tears. Although he is 1 year younger than Shang Wanjing, his mature, steady and warm temperament makes Shang Wanjing like and be fascinated by him very much. In front of her peers, she is the big sister of the martial arts department and her word is final. Only in front of Ding Yang can she let down all her defenses and strength and be a loved and pampered girl. Honey, how can you be so perfect? How can you be so good to me? Are you the perfect husband that God tailored for me according to my wish? Shang Wanjing put her arms around Ding Yang's neck, looked at his face with a dazed look, and couldn't help but reach out to touch his forehead, nose and mouth. The obsessed eyes and expression were like admiring a perfect work of art, the most beloved treasure. Maybe. Ding Yang smiled. Then, shall we continue? Shang Wanjing looked at him shyly, with deep expectation in her eyes. Ding Yang shook his head, it's almost noon, Tian will be back soon. There's not enough time, maybe next time. All right. Shang Wanjing felt a little disappointed, but nodded obediently. She frowned and thought for a moment, then said solemnly, by the way, dear, those two boys were actually right in one thing. We have known each other for too short a time and don't know each other well enough. I originally planned to wait until we officially confirmed our relationship before telling you about my family situation to avoid any psychological pressure on you. But I just realized that I should be completely open and honest with the person I love and not hide anything. So, I have a confession to make. Ding Yang had some guesses about her identity, but if she didn't tell him, he wouldn't ask. After all, what he valued was Shang Wanjing as a person, not her identity or background. With the system in hand, he doesn't need to cling to any power.
If he were as snobbish as Zhao Kuan and Du Tianming, he would not have married Ling Shintan as his wife. Well, whether you tell it or not is entirely up to you. I won't force you. Whether you are the daughter of a powerful noble or a commoner, it is the same to me, you are my prospective girlfriend. Ding Yang looked at Shang Guanjing with a smile, his eyes calm and clear.
Shang Guanjing was deeply moved, and she admired and fell in love with him even more. The man I love is indeed different. He doesn't flatter his superiors or bully his subordinates, he has backbone and responsibility, and he's truly manly.
Shang Guanjing suddenly realized that she had been worried that Ding Yang would feel psychological pressure after learning about her identity and background. Thinking about it now, she felt a little ridiculous. My dear, there are 5 people in my family. Besides me, there are my grandmother, mother, second aunt, and youngest aunt, and they all love me very much. Please listen to me introduce each of them one by one. Shang Guanjing hugged Ding Yang's arm and asked with a smile, Dear, do you still have the admission letter our school sent you? Do you remember where the school seal is and where the principal's signature is? Ding Yang nodded and recalled, I seem to remember that the principal's name is Shang Guanqinghong. Halfway through his speech, Ding Yang suddenly froze and slowly turned his head to look at Shang Guanjing. Could it be that the principal is your?
Shang Guanjing nodded with a smile and rubbed Ding Yang's arm twice.
She's my mother, and she'll be your mother-in-law in the future. Ding Yang was stunned for a moment, a strange smile flashed in his eyes, and he began to murmur in his heart. No wonder Shang Guanjing is so familiar with the campus and seems so fearless. Her mother is the principal, so isn't she the princess of Qing University? When I marry her, the principal will become my mother-in-law? This sounds interesting. Ding Yang pinched Shang Guanjing's chin and asked with a smile, the students, teachers and leaders in the school all know you, and you still dare to confess to me in public? Afterwards, you dragged me into the woods in front of everyone? You are so greedy, aren't you afraid that someone will see us doing that one day and the news will reach the principal's ears? Will she kill me then? Shang Guanjing quickly shook her head and persuaded, Don't be afraid, dear. Although my mother is strict, you are so outstanding, she will definitely like you. You have to trust my aesthetics and vision. You are the man I have chosen and love deeply, and my mother will absolutely be very satisfied. She cares about you, loves you so much, how could she possibly hurt you? Don't worry. Ding Yang smiled mischievously and asked, What if she hates me? Then I won't recognize her as my mother. Shang Guanjing blurted out without thinking. Ding Yang smiled and said, Okay, then go on. Shang Guanjing continued the introduction. Let me start with my aunt. She works in the provincial security department and is one of the real powerful figures. Although she is young and beautiful, her figure is better than mine. But her temper is much more volatile than mine, and she can be described as someone who hates evil like a vengeance. Although she did not explicitly state her aunt's position, Ding Yang could guess that only the top 2 people in each department were qualified to be called the big boss. Therefore, it is not difficult to guess the identity and position of Shang Guanjing's aunt. My second aunt has a gentle temperament and is relatively lazy. She has never worked in her life. She spends her days either practicing at home or traveling around the country. Shang Guanjing paused, lowered her voice, and said mysteriously, Second aunt said it was a trip, but I've observed it many times since I was a child, and I guessed the truth a long time ago. She should be going everywhere to suppress the beast tide. She will travel wherever there are large-scale mutant beasts. You tell me, what normal person would travel to a dangerous area? When I was still in elementary school, she was already a famous martial arts master in Longhua. So I suspect that she may have joined a secret organization of the country. The so-called tourism should be the implementation of secret missions. Chapter 57 Chapter 057 Why are they all more powerful than each other? Ding Yang frowned, his mind was a little confused and his expression was quite complicated. A president of one of the top 10 universities, a big boss from the security department, and a martial arts master? How come these 3 sisters are each more powerful than the other? Especially the words Grandmaster and Beast Tide seem a bit far-fetched to Ding Yang. Honey, what's wrong with you? Don't worry, my second aunt and my youngest aunt are both very nice to me. They never got married and had children, so they treated me as their daughter. So, they will definitely like you very much. Shang Guanjing was afraid that Ding Yang would feel pressured, so she quickly put her arms around his neck, kissed him on the face a few times, and comforted him with a smile. Ding Yang waved his hand, Don't think too much, what kind of pressure can I have? I'm just curious, if the 3 sisters are so powerful, then your grandmother must be even more powerful, right? Well,
Shang Guanjing was stunned for a moment, hesitating whether to tell the truth. Ding Yang noticed that her expression was strange and became a little confused. Senior, what's wrong? Shang Guanjing shook her head and smiled. Nothing, my grandma is just a kind and easygoing old lady, she loves me the most. She said this, but she had made up her mind in her heart. Grandma's identity must be kept secret, so it's better not to tell Ding Yang yet, so as not to put him under psychological pressure. I will first date him and get along well with him, and after we register our marriage, I will find an opportunity to confess to him. Seeing that Shang Guanjing didn't want to continue, Ding Yang didn't ask any further questions. At the same time, he also understood that it was understandable that Shang Guanjing developed her current personality given her family background. She is not arrogant or domineering, nor does she bully others. She is kind by nature, which shows that her family has a good tradition. Honey, are you going to climb Daching Mountain with them tonight? Shang Guanjing changed the subject, her clear eyes full of desire and expectation. Can I go with you? I like sports and am good at mountain climbing and adventure. I have all kinds of equipment at home, very complete. Ding Yang raised his eyebrows. It's quite hard to climb the mountain with camping equipment and food. Aren't you afraid of getting tired? What is so hard about this? As long as I can be with you, I can carry you to the top of the mountain even if it's a cow. As Shang Guanjing spoke, she waved her arms to show off her well-proportioned muscles. Okay, then you can come with me tonight. Ding Yang thought that having Shang Guanjing by his side could indeed help him avoid a lot of harassment and trouble. Great. Thank you, dear. I'll go back and prepare things now. Shang Guanjing cheered in surprise and immediately went home to prepare. But Ding Yang reached out and held her, smiling playfully and said, "Don't worry, there's plenty of time to prepare for you in the afternoon. Chat with me for a while, and when Tian comes back, we can have lunch together at noon." Ah? This afternoon? So sudden? Shang Guanjing was stunned for a moment, a look of surprise appeared on her pretty face, and a hint of guilt flashed in her eyes. Although her relationship with Ding Yang was heating up rapidly, she had done almost everything except recharging. But after all, the two had only known each other for one day. How could she not be nervous when she had to face Ding Yang's wife so soon? The key point is that she and Ling Shintan have only met twice and have barely exchanged a few words. How could she not be worried when she suddenly had to go to dinner with Ling Shintan as Ding Yang's girlfriend? Dear, what kind of personality does my schoolmate have? What are her hobbies and specialties? What should I pay attention to when chatting with her? Are there any taboos? By the way, I need to prepare a gift quickly. Can you give me some advice? Shang Guanjing was a little nervous and asked a bunch of questions subconsciously. There is no way Ling Shintan is Ding Yang's first spouse and his legal wife. This is equivalent to the legitimate wife, the mistress of the house. Not to mention that she is still in the probation period, she is not even Ding Yang's girlfriend. Even if she becomes Ding Yang's concubine in the future, she will still be suppressed and managed by Ling Shintan, and her status and position will be far inferior to Ling Shintan. She will meet Ling Shintan formally later, and she must leave a good impression on Ling Shintan. Otherwise, it is still unknown whether she can marry Ding Yang in the future. Tian is very gentle, kind, and generous. Don't be so nervous. Seeing Shang Guanjing looking like she was about to take an exam, Ding Yang couldn't help but want to laugh. He understood what Shang Guanjing was worried about. But he believed that with Ling Shintian's personality, she would never make things difficult for Shang Guanjing. After all, Ling Shintian's favorability towards him had already exceeded 160 points. It is no exaggeration to say that if he was about to die and Ling Shintian's life could be used to save him, Ling Shintian would definitely not hesitate at all. But I don't know anything about my schoolmate, how can I get along with her? You know my personality, I'm not good at saying heartwarming words, nor do I know how to build relationships. Shang Guanjing pulled Ding Yang's arm and begged pitifully. Honey, I want to make a good impression on my schoolmate. Please help me. Ding Yang rubbed her head and said with a smile, no need to try to please me, just let it go. No matter what your personality is, just be yourself. If you deliberately disguise and change yourself, it will only make everyone uncomfortable. Really? That won't be a problem, right? Shang Guanjing was half believing and half doubting, but still worried. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Ding Yang could only wave his hand and said, forget it, when you get familiar with Tian, you will understand it yourself. Go ahead and prepare whatever you want, she won't be back for another half hour anyway. Okay, dear, wait for me. Shang Wanjing finally felt relieved and quickly left the villa to prepare a gift for Ling Shintan. Ding Yang lay on the sofa again, playing with his mobile phone, and took a look at the attribute panel.
When he found that his favorability towards the opposite sex had risen to 1680 points, he was shocked and rubbed his eyes subconsciously.
Am I dazzled? How come I suddenly gained over 500 points of favorability with the opposite sex?
He thought about it and realized that from the moment he got up until now, he had never left the villa and had not done anything.
Why did the favorability of the opposite sex increase so much? Just as he was stunned, the favorability of the opposite sex was refreshed again. The number jumped and became 1688 points. After about 10 seconds, the number jumped again and became 1695 points. Out of curiosity, he clicked on the word details after the number. A long list of prompt messages suddenly appeared on the screen. Li Yue's favorability towards the opposite sex +3. Zhang Xiaoyu's favorability towards the opposite sex +5. Lu Feifei's favorability towards the opposite sex +4. Yan Yan's favorability towards the opposite sex +3. Zhao Xiaomo's favorability towards the opposite sex +6. From.
Just as Ding Yang was checking the favorability details, the list was constantly refreshing, with prompts popping up one after another.
Each girl provided him with 6 points of favorability.
In just 3 minutes, his favorability with the opposite sex increased by 50 points. Seeing that the favorability of the opposite sex has reached more than 1,700, and if it continues at this rate, it will soon break through 2,000 points, Ding Yang was very surprised.
He probably guessed what was going on, and skillfully opened the campus forum. Chapter 58 Chapter 058 I don't love anyone except him. It was just as Ding Yang expected. Another post about him was pushed to the top 3 and was marked as hot. Shocking.
9 male freshmen received flowers and love letters at the same time, and he actually did this in private.
Seeing the familiar title, Ding Yang subconsciously glanced at the poster's nickname.
That's right, it's that 98-year-old grandma who got a pentakill late at night again. Like the style of the title, the wording and embellishment of the post content are also standard shocking style. It was originally a trivial matter, but after her description, it seemed to have become big news that shocked the entire campus. This post tells that 9 male freshmen received a lot of flowers and love letters this morning.
The smallest number is just a few dozen love letters and a few bouquets of flowers.
The largest number of them came from Ding Yang, a junior student at the Flower Appreciation Academy. I received more than 300 love letters and more than 30 bouquets of flowers. Not only was the floor at the gate filled with bouquets of flowers, but even the mailbox was packed. Among the 9 boys, he is undoubtedly the most popular male god. The other 8 boys turned a blind eye to the flowers and love letters at the gate and even called the cleaning staff to clean them up. Only Chao Cohen from Villa number 6 got angry on the spot and angrily scolded the senior students for disturbing his sleep.
There is nothing wrong with all this. All new male students have the same experience and deal with it in the same way.
After all, sending flowers and love letters are low-cost ways to chat up someone and don't show any sincerity.
It's like hitting the target regardless of whether there are any dates or not. Boys will definitely ignore you.
But Ding Yang, a junior from the Flower Appreciation Academy, handled it differently. He did not ask the cleaning staff to clean up the flowers and love letters. Instead, he braved the scorching sun and personally picked up the love letters and flowers on the ground and put them all away. He put all the love letters into a storage box and kept it in the dormitory. He also divided more than 30 bouquets of flowers into 2 parts, half of which were placed in the yard as decoration, and the other half were moved into the living room as embellishments. Ding Yang even stayed in the living room the entire morning, suspected of reading love letters. At the end of the post, there are a few photos. There are scenes of cleaners stuffing flowers and love letters into trash cans. There is also a scene where Chao Cohen stands at the gate and points angrily at many girls. There are also photos of Ding Yang bending down to pick up the love letter on the ground and carrying flowers into the living room.
Of course, the photos of Ding Yang and Chao Cohen are blurred as usual.
After reading the post, Ding Yang had to admit that the writing style of 98-year-old Tainai Late Night Pentakill was so contagious.
Such an awesome person was born to be in the news.
It is also because there is no UC in this world, otherwise this woman would definitely be able to reach the level of editor-in-chief.
Really?
Within an hour of the post being published, there were already thousands of replies. Ding Yang took a quick look and found that the girls' replies were similar, and they were even lined up.
I'm crying my eyes out. Isn't Ding Yang too kind?
Ding Yang is not only handsome and charming,
but also so gentle and considerate. He is simply my dream man. No one took those flowers and love letters seriously, except him. He is neither stupid nor lacking in love and adoration. He didn't laugh at the girls, but responded to their advances with gentleness and kindness. From today on, I will love no one except him. Hey upstairs, are you writing a rap? I can already sing it. I don't love anyone except him +1. I don't love anyone except him +2. Q +299. I used to think it was silly to send flowers and love letters to boys. No matter how carefully you designed and wrote them, they wouldn't even look at them. Your hard work and sincerity will only be thrown into the trash can, and even flies will laugh at your wishful thinking. But from today on, I will also send Ding Yang flowers and love letters. I will also fold paper cranes, fold stars, and make wind chimes for him. Because I know that he is the only one who will respect me. As long as my sincerity is deep enough, he will definitely be able to see it. Don't disrupt the formation upstairs. I don't love anyone except him +300. P.S. I also want to send flowers and love letters to Ding Yang, and I also want to pursue him boldly. I also want to pursue him boldly +1. I also want to pursue him boldly +2. Q +199. Although, Ding Yang slid the screen quickly and flipped through the posts very quickly. But there were too many new replies to the post. In just 10 minutes, there were hundreds of more replies. He believed that the girls who had sent flowers and love letters this morning would definitely click in and reply as soon as they saw this post. Girls who send flowers and love letters to other boys will feel a little disappointed when they find out that the things they gave were thrown into the trash can. And those girls who send him flowers and love letters will definitely be moved and proud, and will provide him with a lot of goodwill. In contrast, the girls who did not send flowers or love letters also empathized. They even saw hope and decided to pursue each other bravely, sending flowers and love letters. Because of this, his favorability among the opposite sex has skyrocketed, approaching 2,000 points. I really have to thank Shang Wanjing this time. She is indeed experienced and has considered everything for me. I also have to thank the 98-year-old grandma who posted this. Doesn't she have to go to class? Is she just squatting by the lake, staring at us? Although, the 98-year-old grandmother posted twice, helping Ding Yang gain hundreds of points of favorability from the opposite sex. But he had a vague feeling that the other boys might protest. After all, those boys were outshined by him. The 98-year-old grandmother is clearly biased towards him, and there is suspicion that she is deliberately helping him increase his exposure and popularity. Thinking of popularity, Ding Yang found the school idol list and took a look. The result shocked him. He is still ranked second, but his popularity has soared to 30,800 points. Moreover, the popularity value jumps every 10 seconds and is still rising, catching up with the number 1 school idol Guichen. Just 3 minutes later, his popularity reached 31,650 points, officially surpassing Guichen and becoming the number 1 on the school idol list. What the hell? Last night it was only over 5,000 popularity points, how come it's skyrocketed to over 30,000 now? I neither showed my face nor did anything. Does this mean he surpasses Guichen and becomes the new school idol? Could it be that someone has helped me increase my popularity? Although, Ding Yang didn't know what Guichen's personality was like. But a man who had always been admired by all the girls in the school and was the most handsome boy in the school suddenly fell from the altar, his halo shattered. Any normal person would feel dissatisfied, right? Of course, Ding Yang didn't care whether Guichen was angry or not. Anyway, he felt very happy when he saw the result. As a senior student, you work hard to maintain your image and create the persona of a melancholy young man. I just entered the school, haven't done anything, and haven't even exerted any effort, but you were defeated by me in seconds? At this moment, Ding Yang suddenly discovered that when he clicked on his avatar on the leaderboard, a small window popped up. Several lines of information and connections are displayed above. Ding Yang Guard Group, click the link to jump to the current members 2000. Ding Yang Guard Group, click the link to jump to the current members 2000. Ding Yang Guard Group, click the link to jump to the current members 1024-2000. Fan Guard? There are already 3 groups so soon? And 5,000 more people joining? Chapter 59, Chapter 059, being besieged by one's own fans? Ding Yang blinked, his expression a little strange. In the past, I had only heard that celebrities had fan clubs and the like. Unexpectedly, on the second day after he entered Qingdao University, he inexplicably had his own fan club. Oh no, it's the guards. What's the point of this guard group? Why are so many people added to it?
With this thought flashing through his mind, Ding Yang clicked on the link of group and jumped to Fishan.
He applied to join the group and was automatically approved.
Then he joined the group and saw that the chat box showed that everyone was muted and only administrators could speak.
What are these people doing? Why are they talking nonsense?
Ding Yang muttered something and subconsciously looked at the member list.
At the top are the group owner and 2 administrators.
The group leader's avatar is the Canyon pentakill symbol, and his nickname is 98-year-old grandmother gets a pentakill late at night. The 2 administrators are both beautiful and rich with cartoon lowly avatars, and their dreams are sweet.
And the one with a slim figure and a beautiful back. Can faking death help you avoid thunder?
This 98-year-old is so naive.
She posted 2 posts about me and even created a fan page. Is she my biggest fan?
The second administrator, although her face cannot be seen, is wearing a dance costume and is photographed from behind in the dance studio. This is obviously a beautiful lady with high scores. Why did she get this nickname?
Aren't all the people in this fan group just for fun?
Ding Yang became even more curious and decided to lurk in the group to see what these girls were going to do. At this time, the group owner suddenly spoke and sent a lot of information similar to group rules.
Welcome all sisters to join Ding Yang's fan protection team.
Although everyone doesn't know Ding Yang yet, and hasn't even seen him in person, let alone know what he looks like. But everyone has seen that Ding Yang's character, temperament and charm are the best among the boys in the school. He is absolutely worthy of our love and care, and his kindness and gentleness are also worthy of our careful protection. In the future, there will definitely be many girls giving him gifts, confessing their love to him, and even surrounding and harassing him.
I hereby solemnly declare that the original intention of establishing our guard group is to take care of, cherish and protect fellow student Ding Yang.
Later we will select the first batch of guards, who will take turns to be on duty at the flower viewing garden every day.
The first is to maintain order at the scene so as not to affect the life and study of Ding Yang.
The second is to protect the safety of fellow student Ding Yang to avoid any unexpected situations. I will release the questionnaire later. If you are interested, please fill it out truthfully and we will review it carefully. In addition, the establishment of this escort group will also make it easier for everyone to share and exchange information about the status and information of fellow student Ding Yang. But please remember that you must not violate Ding Yang's privacy, and you must not cause any adverse impact on him. Otherwise, you will be blocked forever, banned from the fan page, and handed over to the student union for disposal.
Anyone involved in illegal activities should be reported to the security department.
After the group owner sent several messages in succession, there was a few minutes interval. After ensuring that all group members had read it, another questionnaire was sent out. Ding Yang clicked on it and found that the content of the questionnaire was very detailed. Girls not only have to fill in detailed personal information, but also their measurements, talents, specialties, family background, etc. There are more than 30 items in total, most of which are required, and the level of detail is comparable to that of a civil service exam. At the end of the questionnaire, girls are required to attach a few photos, including life photos, photos without makeup, long range and close-up selfies, etc.
It shouldn't be that serious, right? How many girls would fill it out? Who designed this survey? You're not choosing fans or bodyguards, are you choosing a concubine for me? Ding Yang silently closed the questionnaire and became even more curious about the identities of the group owner and administrator.
At this moment, he suddenly noticed that there were changes in the group announcement, and the group owner had posted more than a dozen group rules. There is also a line of small text below the group rules. This group has a new survey, and currently 798 people are filling it out.
Ding Yang's face instantly turned into a black question mark. He really wanted to ask those girls, what do you think? This is not a civil service exam, why are you so enthusiastic?
Before long, the number of group members reached 2,000, officially declaring it full. The group owner also lifted the ban on everyone, and group members can speak freely. But the chat box was a little quiet, with only a dozen girls speaking.
Or feel grateful that you have finally found an organization.
Or thank the group owner for creating the fan club. Some people were so emotional that they posted several messages saying I don't love anyone else but him, which made Ding Yang feel embarrassed.
He couldn't help but type 2 lines and send them out. Ding Yang, who designed the questionnaire? Isn't it a bit harsh? It's not a good idea to collect everyone's private information like this, right?
The group was silent for about half a minute, and no one paid any attention to him. Then, the group leader 98 years old Tina got a pentakill late at night and directly at him and sent a few words. I had anticipated that there would be people with bad intentions pretending to be Ding Yang's junior to cause trouble, and even trying to cheat everyone out of their money. I didn't expect that you would be so impatient and jump out on your own. Immediately change your nickname, gender, and other information, apologize and leave the group, and I will not pursue the matter. Otherwise, I will contact the forum administrator and find out your true identity through the jump link. You know the consequences. When registering on campus forums, student ID numbers are bound to each other, which is equivalent to a real name system. However, you can set your nickname, avatar, signature, and other information at will. If you find Ding Yang's campus forum ID, you can find his student number and identity from the campus forum database. Ding Yang was a little amused and continued typing. What the hell? I am Ding Yang. I wasn't pretending or causing trouble, I was just offering a suggestion. The administrator is handsome and rich, and even his dreams are sweet, and he is also bubbling. He was also directly mocked by someone he mentioned. What liar would admit he's a liar? I know my junior Ding Yang and understand his personality. He is gentle, kind, steady, and generous. He is indifferent to fame and fortune and is low-key and humble. It is impossible for the real junior brother Ding Yang to sneak into his own fan group and show up at this time to attract everyone's attention. You are definitely an imposter, don't try to make excuses. The administrator faked his death to avoid danger and followed suit. Sent a message. Don't argue with the group owner, just apologize, change your information, and leave the group. If you are short of money, apply for school grants and scholarships. Don't come and ruin junior Ding Yang's reputation, it's disgusting. Afterwards, many girls also spoke out, denouncing Ding Yang's bad behavior. In the past 3 years, several boys have created fan groups. There are already 2 girls who pretended to be boys and sneaked into the fan group, privately added other girls as friends, and borrowed and defrauded money. They thought that since the amount of each transaction was small, the victim would not confront the man and they would not be exposed. But in the end, they were all severely punished. At Ding Yang, this is my last warning to you. If you don't follow the group leader's instructions, don't blame us for uncovering your true identity. Junior Ding Yang is so kind and warm. How could you have the heart to impersonate him and ruin his reputation? Do you still have a conscience? Why don't you just be a good person? Why do you have to do something immoral and get criticized? At Ding Yang, please apologize immediately, change your information, and leave the group. At Ding Yang, please apologize immediately. Q plus 199. Chapter 60 Chapter 060 The Reward as Desired. The screen is filled with messages and cues that are constantly refreshing, like a waterfall, which is very spectacular. Ding Yang was completely numb, muttering to himself, I haven't even debuted yet, how come I already have so many crazy fans? Before he could type an explanation, a line of words suddenly popped up on the phone screen. You have been removed from the group chat. Ding Yang's eyes suddenly widened, his expression was particularly wonderful. I'm the real owner, and I've only been in my own fan group for about 10 minutes. Not only was he attacked by fans, but he was also kicked out of the group? Is there still justice in the world? Ding Yang was completely stunned, speechless and amused. After a moment of silence, he closed the chat box of the fan group and took another look at the Jishui group. Xiao Cohen, Du Tianming and others have leaked 99 plus pieces of news. They have already finalized all the arrangements for the night climb up Daqing Mountain and selected 15 girls to provide the service. The girls who were selected were all as excited as if they had won a lottery, and they all solemnly expressed that they would take good care of each boy. Before Ding Yang finished reading the group message, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host, your favorability with the opposite sex has exceeded 2,000 points, and you have received a silver achievement gift package. Would you like to open the gift package? The crisp electronic female voice, as beautiful as the sound of heaven, made Ding Yang happy and full of expectations. Open the gift package. The system prompt sounded again. Open the silver level achievement gift pack and receive the following rewards. 1. Reward 10 free attribute points. 2nd, reward gold level skills, possessed by the god of song. 3. Reward gold level talent, super kidney. 4th, reward the host for breaking through the physical limit of ordinary people and unlocking the blood value. Please keep up the good work. When the favorability of the opposite sex reaches 20,000 points, you will receive a gold level achievement gift package. After hearing the contents of the silver achievement gift pack, Ding Yang was very surprised and excited. The 2 previous times I received awards, I only received 3, but this time I received 4. Not only does it have 10 attribute points, but it also has gold level skills and talents. Most importantly, he had the talent to strengthen his kidneys and also unlocked his chi and blood. Even if I have more girlfriends or more wives and concubines in the future, I won't be afraid that my body will not be able to bear it. Thinking of this, Ding Yang couldn't help but mutter.
Tonzi arranges whatever skills and talents I want for me. He's so considerate. The system prompt sounded immediately.
This system fully serves the host, and of course the hostess needs are its primary goal. However, the host still has a long way to go before he can become an invincible heartthrob. The goal has not yet been achieved, the host still needs to work hard.
Okay, Tonzi, I give you a 5-star rating.
The system, which had little interaction with Ding Yang before, now takes the initiative to explain and encourage him. He was also looking forward to the upcoming gold achievement gift package. Of course, what he has to do now is to check the reward he just received. Possessed by the God of Song gold level, after activating this skill, you will be possessed by the God of Song, gaining God level vocals and singing skills.
Duration, 3 hours, cooldown, 10 minutes. Super Kidney gold level, omitted.
Then he checked his property panel again. The column for physical fitness really showed the chi and blood value, 0 points. The strength column also changed to martial arts level, not yet reached.
Ding Yang holds 10 free attribute points.
He scans the attributes such as appearance, charm, blood, height and size, and weighs them silently. He can add all 10 attribute points to his chi and health values, and he will immediately become a first-class warrior.
You can also add another 10 points to the size to turn yourself into a super confident and outstanding sunny boy.
You can even add it all to your height and turn it into a little giant of 195 centimeters.
But he doesn't need to do that.
The most important attributes now are still appearance and charm. So, he spent 1.9 attribute points and maxed out his appearance and charm.
The property sheet changes immediately.
Appearance, 10 max at this stage, to be opened in the next stage. Charm, 10 max at this stage, to be unlocked in the next stage. Seeing the 2 lines of words in brackets, Ding Yang frowned and thought for a while. I thought reaching 10 points was the maximum level, but I didn't expect it was just the current max level.
There's actually a next level? Could it be that my current looks and charm are only considered the highest level among ordinary people? Tonzi, can you explain it to me? Upon hearing Ding Yang's thoughts, the system prompt sounded immediately.
The host guessed correctly, that's it. Compared to ordinary people, the host's appearance and charm have reached the limit. But the big figures and powerful people in this world have higher aesthetic standards than ordinary people. Their spirit and will are stronger, and they are less susceptible to charm and influence. In short, when the host opens the next stage of appearance and charm, there will be a big surprise.
After listening to the system's explanation, Ding Yang stopped thinking about this problem.
He added all the remaining 8.1 attribute points to his chi and health values. Suddenly, a boiling hot current surged out of his body, as if all the blood in his body was boiling. Ding Yang clearly felt that the excess fat in his body was being broken down and burned. The internal organs, meridians and bones are also strengthened. Not only did his muscle lines become firmer and smoother, but his strength also increased significantly.
The process of strengthening the body and blood lasted for 5 minutes.
He was sweating profusely, and many stains oozed out of his pores. Having read countless online novels, he immediately understood that this was a manifestation of removing hair and cleansing marrow, representing the elimination of impurities from the body. So he hurried to the bedroom on the 2nd floor to take a shower and change his clothes. After taking a shower, he felt refreshed and clear all over.
He walked to the mirror and looked at himself carefully.
Although, his features and appearance had only changed slightly. But to be fair, he was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a majestic bearing, and a handsome appearance, comparable to Panin. These words, which are only used for the protagonists of novels, are not enough to describe his perfect appearance and temperament when used on him. In addition, his body has become more muscular, and he exudes masculine charm all over his body, like a walking hormone.
The system is fair and will never be exaggerated. With his current appearance, figure and temperament, almost no normal woman can resist his charm.
Only those powerful, influential figures with strong character and firm will can be unaffected by his charm.
With my current looks and charm, I'm considered a perfect male god among ordinary people. Not to mention the Qing University campus, even the entire dragon country would be invincible, right? Ding Yang muttered a few words, put on his pajamas contentedly and went downstairs. Chapter 61 Chapter 061 Husband, why are you so shining?
As soon as he entered the living room on the first floor, the door was pushed open. Ling Shintan, wearing military training uniform, walked in with a smile on her face.
Honey, I'm back. Hubby, why are you so shiny?
Ling Shintan was halfway through her words when she suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Ding Yang in surprise. Although, in her mind, Ding Yang is already an invincible, handsome, and perfect male god. But at this moment, she could clearly see that Ding Yang's appearance and figure had become more perfect. Even his skin became crystal clear and flawless, and it seemed as if his whole body was glowing. It's perfect. He is like a masterpiece of the creator, a peerless handsome man who walked out of a story. Ling Shintan looked at Ding Yang with infatuated eyes, and was completely stunned.
Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not a light bulb, how can I shine?
Ding Yang smiled and rolled his eyes at her, then patted the sofa beside him.
Tian, come and sit down. What are you so happy about? Tell your husband about it.
Ling Shintan finally came to her senses and quickly walked over to sit next to Ding Yang, hugged his arm, and smiled proudly. Honey, I was elected as the class monitor today, and was praised by the instructor. 10 days later, I will be leading the closing ceremony of the military training, carrying the flag.
Wow! My sweetheart is amazing. Come and let your husband reward you.
Ding Yang was happy for her and couldn't help but push her down on the sofa and give her a kiss.
Boo! Honey, I'm sweating from training.
I'm going to take a shower and change clothes first.
I'll make you lunch later.
Ling Shintan took the initiative to kiss Ding Yang, then happily went upstairs to take a shower. After taking a shower, she changed her clothes, put on an apron, and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Ding Yang reminded him, Tian, there's a senior student coming to eat with us at noon, so you should cook 2 more dishes.
Okay, husband. Ling Shintan responded with a sweet smile and then concentrated on cooking.
Ding Yang didn't explain, and she wouldn't ask who the senior was or what her relationship with Ding Yang was. For her, she supports and agrees with whatever Ding Yang does. Before I knew it, more than half an hour had passed. Ling Shintan had already prepared 6 dishes, and the last dish, duck soup, was stewing in the pot. She began to serve dishes to the table, placing bowls, chopsticks, beer, drinks, etc. At this time, the door of the living room was pushed open again and Shang Guanjing walked in. Ding Yang had already told her the password to the gate so that she could come in and out at any time. When he saw her appearance, Ding Yang was stunned for a moment and his eyes widened slightly. Instead of wearing yoga pants and sneakers, she changed into a sea blue long dress, which made her look very elegant and luxurious. In the deep V neckline, a diamond necklace lay quietly, with a ruby as big as a pigeon egg hanging from it. The single ponytail was changed into a bun, with a pearl hairband and a crystal hairpin inserted. She is already tall and has long legs, and now wearing 8 cm high heels, she looks even more graceful and has long legs. Dressing like this, her temperament changes from youthful and energetic to noble princess style. Although Ding Yang wanted to laugh, there was still a flash of surprise in his eyes. He had to admit that Shang Guanjing's dressing style could arouse his desire to conquer and attack. Senior, didn't I tell you to just let nature take its course? Why did you change your clothes and shoes, and even get a new hairstyle? Ding Yang walked up to Shang Guanjing and asked with a chuckle. Shang Guanjing quickly took his arm and said in a low voice, Honey, hold on to me. I haven't worn high heels in a long time. I'm afraid I'll sprain my ankle, which would be so embarrassing. Ding Yang was a little amused and said, Actually, you really don't have to work so hard. That won't do. Shang Guanjing took his arm and walked carefully to the sofa and sat down. After all, this is the first time I meet your legal wife, how can I treat her casually? That is disrespectful to her, and also contempt and neglect to you. This is an unforgivable mistake. Never mind. It's up to you. Seeing Shang Guanjing so serious, Ding Yang didn't say much. He looked at the high-end women's bag that Shang Guanjing was holding in her right hand and saw 2 gift boxes in the bag. In just 1 hour, you not only changed your clothes but also bought 2 gifts? Shang Guanjing nodded and said, Of course, gifts are indispensable, but unfortunately time is a bit tight and I haven't prepared enough. I'll just give you my thanks today, and I'll make it up to you next time I have the chance. Us? Ding Yang raised his eyebrows and was about to ask. At this time, Ling Shintan came to the living room, saw Shang Guanjing, and took the initiative to ask. Hubby, this senior. Is this the senior sister Shang Guan who brought us into the campus yesterday? Shang Guanjing quickly stood up, a smile appeared on her pretty face, and she bowed to Ling Shintan.
Hello, schoolmate, I'm Shang Wanjing, a sophomore in the martial arts department. Yesterday, I was inconsiderate and didn't take care of you. I'm really sorry. Although Ling Shintian's clothes were not luxurious, she was wearing an apron.
But she had a smile on her face, kind eyes, and a temperament that was both pure and sweet.
This is simply the perfect image of a good wife and mother.
It is also the temperament and status that Shang Guanjing envies the most, but is difficult to possess.
Senior Shangguan, there's no need to apologize.
Yesterday you helped me take care of brother Ding Yang, brought him to the dormitory, and helped me clean the house.
I should be thanking you.
Ling Shintan responded to Shang Guanjing with a smile and bowed to her. Seeing her so gentle and virtuous, not only with a pleasant voice but also with sincere and clear eyes, Shang Guanjing immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
That's great. This sweet schoolgirl is so well educated and gentle, she shouldn't reject me, right?
With this thought flashing through her mind, Shang Guanjing quickly took Ling Shintian's hand and said cordially, Xinshan, from yesterday until now, Ding Yang has mentioned you to me many times.
They say you are pure and beautiful, gentle and kind, well educated and considerate. Now that I've met you, I know he wasn't exaggerating.
You are such a gentle and virtuous wife, so enviable. Ling Shintian felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. She glanced at Ding Yang and felt warm in her heart.
Sister Shangguan, you can become a good wife in the future. Yes, I will learn from you and love Ding Yang wholeheartedly and not let you down.
Before Shang Guanjing could finish her words, Ding Yang slapped her in the face. She touched her forehead with a puzzled look and looked at Ding Yang with grievance.
Ding Yang showed a helpless expression. Senior sister, you must have failed the reading comprehension test, right? Chapter 62 Chapter 062 Shang Guanjing's meeting gift. How do you know? No, what does it mean? Shang Guanjing hasn't reacted yet.
It wasn't until she saw Ling Shintian pursing her lips and almost unable to hold back her laughter that she came to her senses. Ling Shintian said that she could become a good wife in the future. But her mind was full of Ding Yang, and influenced by her preconceived notions, she actually understood it as Ling Shintian encouraged her to become a good wife to Ding Yang in the future.
Shang Guanjing's pretty face suddenly turned red with embarrassment, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Ling Shintian's expression. So embarrassing.
Seeing her embarrassed and humiliated look, Ling Shintian took her hand and said with a smile, Okay, Senior Shangguan, brother Ding Yang is just teasing you. Anyway, you are already his girlfriend, and we will become a family in the future, so there is no need to be shy.
Yes. After listening to Ling Shintian's advice, Shang Guanjing suddenly felt enlightened, and the shame in her heart disappeared. But then she came to her senses and asked a little uncomfortably, Junior, do you know everything?
Ling Shintian held her with one hand and Ding Yang's arm with the other, and walked towards the restaurant with the two of them. Yesterday evening, when my senior sister confessed her love to brother Ding Yang, I was watching from the window.
Senior is really domineering and brave.
Shang Guanjing blushed a little, carefully observing her expression, and tried to ask, Junior sister, I admit that I was a little impulsive yesterday.
I'm sorry, I will be more restrained and steady in the future. Ling Shintian chuckled and shook her head. Senior sister, you misunderstood, I'm not angry.
I really envy your courage and straightforward personality that dares to love and take responsibility. Moreover, brother Ding Yang is so perfect and charming. I'm afraid no girl of the right age can resist his charm. It's perfectly normal for you to like him and confess your love to him.
Isn't it the best proof that so many girls came to give him flowers and love letters today?
Shang Guanjing felt much more at ease, but there was still one last question. After hesitating for a moment, she asked nervously, Sister, before, you and Ding Yang were alone together, and you were very loving and happy.
He only belonged to you. I'm currently pursuing him, so that might take up some of his time. You really won't be angry? Hearing her ask so directly, Ding Yang couldn't help but hold his forehead. If you didn't know her character, this would definitely be mistaken for a direct provocation, right? However, Ling Shintian was not unhappy at all.
Not only was she not angry, she also patiently explained and comforted Shang Guanjing.
Senior Shangguan, brother Ding Yang and I are indeed very loving and happy.
He is gentle yet strong, and he respects and dotes on me. But it's not that I'm so good, it's just his personality. He is the best man in the world. You are wrong about one thing, he does not belong to me alone, and none of us have the right to monopolize him. There will be many outstanding girls who will fall in love with him one after another, be accepted by him, and become sisters with us.
My energy is limited, and my time will be wasted on studying and practicing. I am afraid that I can't take good care of him. For example, if I go to military training, he will be bored at home.
So, senior sister Shangguan, you came at the right time. I feel more at ease knowing you can help me take care of him.
After hearing Ling Shintian's heartfelt words, Shangguan Jing's worries and concerns were completely dispelled.
Her heart was surging with excitement, and she held Ling Shintian's hands tightly with both hands, and said with a heart full of emotion, Shintian sister, thank you so much.
You are so kind and understanding.
No wonder Ding Yang has only married you as his wife so far.
You truly deserve this position, and I admire and appreciate you from the bottom of my heart.
Without any worries, Shangguan Jing suddenly became much more lively and no longer had to deliberately maintain her dignified and elegant temperament. She quickly took out a gift box from her bag and handed it to Ling Shintian.
Sweetheart, this is our first official meeting and we're in such a rush that I haven't prepared any gifts. It's just a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Through the previous contact, Ling Shintian also understood Shangguan Jing's personality.
I know she is not good at pretending, and she is the kind of person who will be open-hearted to you once she has decided on you.
So Ling Shintian didn't refuse, smiled, and said thank you, then took the gift box. The gift box looks very luxurious, but I don't know what's inside it. Ding Yang casually asked, Tian, open it and take a look.
What gift did your senior sister give you? Ling Shintian hadn't originally planned to check on the spot.
After all, Shangguan Jing was still there, and such behavior would be impolite. But once Ding Yang spoke, she no longer hesitated and quickly opened the gift box.
I saw that the gift box was covered with a layer of bright yellow silk cloth, divided into 10 small grids, with 10 potions neatly placed inside. Each medicine is dark red in color, about the size of an oral solution, and has text and codes engraved on the bottle.
This is Advanced Qi and Blood Potion? And a complete set?
Ling Shintian held the gift box in her hands, her face full of surprise and a bit of disbelief. The set of Advanced Qi and Blood Potions given by Shangguan Jing is the best on the market, and the price of a single bottle is about 1.5 million. If you buy a whole set at one time, the price will be cheaper, but it will still be as high as 12 million. Ling Shintian was stunned on the spot. She never thought that Shangguan Jing would give her such a precious gift when they met for the first time. Just for this set of Advanced Qi and Blood medicine, her mother might not be able to earn enough even if she worked hard for decades.
Senior Shangguan, this gift is too valuable. I can't accept it.
After Ling Shintian came to her senses, she quickly closed the gift box and solemnly returned it to Shangguan Jing.
If this gift was for Ding Yang, then she could understand Shangguan Jing and think it was justified.
But if I give it to her, she definitely won't accept it easily.
Shangguan Jing was also a little anxious and quickly pushed the gift box back in front of Ling Shintian.
Sister Shintian, you have just entered our school and need to show your talents in order to get the school's attention in training.
If it were any other gift, I would understand if you refused.
But this Qi and Blood Potion is exactly what you need right now, please accept it. In fact, many potential students' families will spend a lot of money to buy Qi and Blood medicine before the college entrance examination. Students' abilities will improve, they will get better scores in the college entrance examination, and they will be able to get into better universities. A considerable number of girls who were able to be admitted to Qingshan University had taken Qi and Blood medicine before the college entrance examination.
Ling Shintian also came from an ordinary family.
It was only thanks to her own qualifications and hard work that she was able to rank second in the province. If she had taken a blood Qi potion before the college entrance examination, she would have been the top scorer in the province.
Seeing that Ling Shintian still refused to accept the gift, Shangguan Jing hurriedly looked at Ding Yang.
Dear, please help me persuade Sister Shintian.
I really want to help her. Shangguan Jing could see that Ling Shintian was completely devoted to Ding Yang, regarded Ding Yang as her heaven, and obeyed Ding Yang's orders. Instead of persuading Ling Shintian, it is better to persuade Ding Yang. Ding Yang smiled and said, Tian, I want to be your good sister and become a family with you. She gave you a gift sincerely, so just accept it. Otherwise, senior sister will inevitably overthink things and think that you are not satisfied with her.
Chapter 63 Chapter 063 You call this pocket money?
Really?
Seeing Ding Yang speak, Ling Shintian nodded in agreement and accepted the gift box.
I'll listen to my husband. Thank you, Senior Shangguan. Shangguan Jing was relieved, took her hand and said, Shintian sister, this is the right way.
If you have any questions or troubles at school in the future, feel free to tell me.
No matter who the other party is, I will help you deal with it. Don't call me senior sister anymore, it's too distant. Just call me Sister Jing.
Okay, Sister Jing, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Brother Dingyang from now on.
Ling Shintan followed suit and nodded with a smile.
Shang Guanjing immediately patted her chest and said, "Sweetheart, taking care of and protecting Ding Yang is my duty and responsibility, so you can rest assured."
Sister Jing? Sweet girl? Ding Yang glanced at the two of them and couldn't help laughing. It can be seen that Shang Guanjing really wants to improve. At this time, Shang Guanjing took out another gift box and handed it to Ding Yang with a smile. "My dear, when I confessed my love to you yesterday evening, the gift I gave you was just a formality. The gift I really want to give you is here."
"What gift?" Ding Yang took the gift box and looked at it. It was much smaller than Ling Shintian's gift box.
It looked like a box for gold jewelry and jade bracelets. Shang Guanjing smiled mysteriously. "This is a precious thing I have treasured since I was born."
Ding Yang opened the gift box with a smile and saw a golden bank card lying quietly in the gift box. Under the bank card, there is a piece of paper similar to a check.
"Money?" Ding Yang raised his eyebrows. Shang Guanjing shook her head and said, "Don't talk so vulgarly.
That was the New Year's money given to me by my grandmother, mother, second aunt and youngest aunt since I was a child. Each of them was very busy and I didn't see them often, so when I was a kid I played all over the campus. I can only reunite with them during the holidays, and that is when I am happiest. I was reluctant to spend the New Year's money they gave me, so I have been saving it until now.
Now that I have met you, I have found the meaning of struggle in life.
Of course, I have to hand over my 19 years of youth to you."
"Okay, then I'll take it and keep it for you first." Ding Yang smiled and nodded, then casually asked, "How much is the total?" "Well, probably about 100 million. Master Duo?"
Ding Yang's hand holding the bank card froze in midair, looking at Shang Guanjing with a strange expression. Ling Shintian was also stunned, her pupils were shaking.
Shang Guanjing quickly explained, "Ding Yang, I didn't lie to you, these are really pocket money and New Year's money given by my elders. This is just a token of love I give you. Although it is a bit cheesy, it is my sincerity. When we register our marriage, we can discuss the gift money and dowry." Ding Yang couldn't help but smack his lips. "You call 100 million pocket money? You call it New Year's money?" Shang Guanjing took his arm and chuckled, "I don't usually have any hobbies that cost a lot of money. Now that I'm giving it to you, please help me spend it." "Okay, then what is this?"
Ding Yang said nothing more and picked up the check-like slip again.
Shang Guanjing explained, "Since I was born, my elders have given me some gold bars every year, saying they were saving them for my dowry. I have been saving it in the bank and now it weighs about 88 kilograms. That ticket is the proof and can be withdrawn at any time." 88 pounds? Whose gold is measured by pound? Ding Yang and Ling Shintian looked at each other and were both shocked by Shang Guanjing's generosity.
Shang Guanjing leaned her head against Ding Yang's shoulder and said with a sweet smile, "Ding Yang, I brought part of the dowry here in advance. I will marry you in this life, and I can give you everything I have. It's up to you to decide what to do with it."
Okay. You're already like this, what else can I say?" Ding Yang closed the gift box and gave it to Ling Shintian to put away. "Stop talking, the food is getting cold, let's eat first."
"Yeah, okay." Then, the three of them started to eat lunch. Ling Shintian, as usual, served Ding Yang attentively, with a temperament as gentle as water.
Shang Guanjing also followed suit and served Ding Yang.
Although she is not as natural and virtuous as Ling Shintian, she is very attentive and hardworking.
The lunch ended in a warm and harmonious atmosphere.
Ding Yang sat on the sofa and drank tea to rest, while Shang Guanjing followed Ling Shintian to clean up the dishes and was busy in the kitchen.
She has never done housework since she was a child and doesn't know how to cook.
Having just tasted Ling Shintian's cooking, she was full of praise, and admired and envied Ling Shintian very much. While washing dishes in the kitchen, she made an agreement with Ling Shintian that she would learn cooking from Ling Shintian in the future. After all, when she marries Ding Yang, she will definitely have to start as a concubine. By then, Ling Shintian, the legal wife, would definitely not be allowed to cook anymore. As a concubine, she must take on this task.
After cleaning the kitchen and bathroom, Shang Guanjing left contentedly and prepared to prepare for her night climb up Daqing Mountain. Ling Shintian took out the gift box that Shang Guanjing gave her and handed it to Ding Yang.
"Hubby, this will strengthen your physique and improve your qi and blood."
Ding Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you giving it to me?" "This is a gift from my senior."
Ling Shintan smiled and explained, hubby, although you and Sister Jing are both very good, I can't deceive myself. Sister Jing gave me such an expensive gift entirely because of you. I am your wife, that is why she respects me so much. If it weren't for you, she and I would be from two different worlds. How could we have any intersection? So, this gift should be yours. Find a time to take it, and I'll give you a massage to help you absorb the medicine. Ling Shintian's eyes and tone were sincere. She was not being pretentious, but felt from the bottom of her heart that this was the truth. Ding Yang also knew that with Ling Shintian's affection for him, she could even give him her life. Ling Shintian was so sensible, which made him feel relieved and a little distressed. Little fool, it's enough that you have this intention. I don't need this, you can take it yourself. Seeing that Ling Shintian still wanted to refuse, he added a few more words. You are about to break through to the 3rd rank. Take this potion and you will be able to become a 5th rank warrior as soon as possible. Only then will your body reach the conditions for pregnancy and safely give birth to our baby. Otherwise, if your strength is insufficient, no matter how hard I work, it will not bear fruit. The virus brought by the alien race is almost unsolvable. It directly changes human genes and has extinction-level lethality to both men and women. Men have an extremely low birth rate, weak constitutions, and extremely low vitality of their life essence. A woman must strengthen her physique and chi and blood and reach the level of a 5th grade warrior in order to conceive normally and allow the fetus to develop and be born normally. If the fetus lacks the strength to produce qualified eggs, it will be impossible to conceive a life. Even if a woman below the 5th rank gets pregnant by chance, she will not be able to keep the fetus and will inevitably have a miscarriage. Therefore, girls will work hard to practice martial arts starting from junior high school. The goal of most people is to become a 5th rank warrior and be qualified to have offspring. If you give birth to a daughter, you should raise her normally and take care of her in her old age. Once a son is born, it means that your destiny has been changed and you will soar to the sky. Most women give up practicing after giving birth, focusing on raising their children and busying themselves with life. This is because long-term martial arts practice is both time-consuming and expensive. Chapter 64 Chapter 064 Help you fulfill your donation obligations. Ding Yang's words obviously touched Ling Shintian's heart. She reached out and touched her flat belly, a glimmer of longing in her eyes. Our baby. If she just imagined that she was pregnant with Ding Yang's baby, she would be extremely happy and would be so happy that she would fly away. So, she nodded quickly and said, Okay, husband, I'll listen to you. I will work hard to reach the 5th rank. Ling Shintian smiled gently, went upstairs to put the gift box away, and changed her clothes. At the same time, a medical vehicle with the logo of Qingshan City Fertility Department stopped outside the gate of the flower viewing garden. After the car door opened, a young woman in a white uniform and 2 young girls in pink nurse uniforms got out of the car together. The uniformed woman carried a briefcase and a custom-made silver safe. 2 nurses were carrying a medical equipment box and a large suitcase. The 3 of them walked to the gate of the villa and rang the doorbell. A moment later, the door was opened remotely. The 3 of them entered the villa carrying boxes and walked into the living room on the 1st floor. Ding Yang sat alone on the sofa, looking at the uniformed woman and the 2 nurses with a puzzled look. You are. The uniformed woman and the 2 nurses were stunned when they saw his appearance, looking a little dazed. So handsome. So perfect. How can there be such a handsome man in this world? I must be hallucinating. Oh my God. He's absolutely perfect, so handsome. The uniformed woman and the 2 young nurses all had eyes full of amazement and admiration, and shock written all over their faces. Ahem. 5 seconds later, Ding Yang pretended to cough, and the 3 women came back to their senses. A hint of embarrassment flashed across the uniformed woman's eyes, and she quickly bowed to Ding Yang, introducing her identity and purpose. Hello Mr. Ding Yang, I am Su Lei, the person in charge of the Qingshan City Fertility Department and the University Town area. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Reproduction, every male who reaches adulthood is required to donate his life essence once a year. After you successfully fulfill your obligations, the Ministry of Fertility will also give you corresponding compensation and rewards. We come to you to help you fulfill your obligations for the first time. Excuse me, Mr. Ding Yang, are you available now? This world treats men extremely well, even giving them a superior status and treatment. But correspondingly, men must also fulfill certain obligations after adulthood and contribute to human reproduction and genetic optimization. Ding Yang knew about this regulation, and he understood and cooperated with it. After all, it is reasonable to fulfill some obligations when enjoying a superior status and treatment.
Yeah, I'm fine. Ding Yang nodded. Su Lei opened her briefcase and took out 2 certificates and a donation agreement. Mr. Ding Yang, this is my ID card, which can prove and confirm my identity.
Please check it. If you have no objection, please sign this voluntary donation agreement. It was difficult for Su Lei to remain calm when she was in close contact with Ding Yang, and her heart was constantly rippled. But she kept taking deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down and follow normal procedures. The 2 nurses were already overjoyed, and had turned into crazy fans with stars in their eyes. They were almost suffocated by excitement. After all, it is a great fortune to be able to see such a perfect male god like man. Next, they both have another chance to help the male god and fulfill their sacred obligation of donation.
What is the difference between this and winning a multi-million jackpot?
In Ding Yang's opinion, it was just donating some seeds, not a big deal. But Su Lei personally provided service, and the process was very formal and rigorous. Even the storage and transportation of life seeds are done in special safes. Because healthy and qualified seeds are very precious in this world. The Ministry of Fertility will collect the data and distribute them reasonably to the whole society. People either have to pay a high price to buy it, or work hard and make outstanding contributions to qualify and queue up to receive it. Some criminal gangs once took risks, kidnapped young men, and forced them to produce seeds of life regularly in order to make huge profits. But it wasn't long before those criminal gangs were severely cracked down on and eradicated, and the participants were punished most severely. In recent years, the public security in Longhua has been stable and such incidents rarely occur. But every year there are still some terrible incidents of stealing the seeds of life. Therefore, the staff of the fertility department are very cautious when performing their tasks. 2 minutes later, Ding Yang looked at Su Lei's ID and signed the donation agreement. Su Lei then asked, Mr. Ding Yang, we will use scientific and humane methods to collect your life essence. Do you think it should be here, in the bedroom, or in the bathroom? Ding Yang frowned, can you help me collect it? Su Lei nodded and explained patiently, usually we will do the operation, you can also collect it yourself, but we don't recommend it. Because when you collect it yourself, your mood and state are not happy enough, and the activity of the life seeds will also become low. If the collected seeds are not up to standard, they need to be collected again, which will cause waste. After the explanation, Su Lei pointed to 2 beautiful nurses. Don't worry, Mr. Ding Yang, I am only responsible for on-site supervision and guidance. The specific operation process is carried out by these 2 nurses. The 2 nurses were already itching to try it out and couldn't help swallowing. As soon as Su Lei finished speaking, the 2 of them couldn't wait to step forward and bow to Ding Yang. Hello Mr. Ding Yang, it's an honor to serve you. Our technology is very professional and our service is very considerate and thoughtful. The 2 nurses said this with a smile on their faces, patted the large suitcase, and cast a coquettish glance at Ding Yang. Although they didn't say some of the words out loud, Ding Yang already understood them. It can be seen that the enthusiasm of these 2 nurses has long exceeded the scope of professionalism. As long as Ding Yang is willing, these 2 nurses will definitely obey and change into the shape he wants. Chapter 65 Chapter 065 Are you sure you didn't take the wrong one? However, Ding Yang shook his head calmly. I don't need your help. I have a wife who can help me. After saying that, Ding Yang stood up and walked towards the stairs to the 2nd floor. The 2 nurses stood there in a daze, as if they had been struck by lightning. Both of their faces were filled with disappointment and their eyes were filled with disbelief. That look and expression was like someone was about to win a multi-million-dollar jackpot, but was suddenly informed that it wasn't theirs and there had been a mistake. Su Lei was also stunned for a moment, but her expression immediately returned to normal. She smiled and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Ding Yang, we mistakenly thought you were single, so? Since you have your wife to help you, that is of course possible. To protect your Xiaowu documents from piracy, choose Xiaowu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. While apologizing and explaining, she hurriedly took 2 nurses and followed Ding Yang upstairs. As soon as everyone went up to the 2nd floor, they met Ling Shintan. She has changed into her military training uniform and is ready to go to the assembly. She was about to go downstairs when she suddenly saw Ding Yang coming upstairs, followed by 3 women. One of the women was wearing a uniform, and the other 2 were wearing nurse uniforms and carrying medical equipment boxes. Ling Shintan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Hubby, they are. When Su Lei and the 2 nurses saw Ling Shintan, they felt guilty and blushed. Although she forced a smile, she greeted Ling Shintan and called her Mrs. Ding. But if you look closely, you'll find that their eyes and micro-expressions are a bit awkward. After all, they had just said a lot of vicious words to Ding Yang in the living room downstairs. The two nurses, in particular, were so embarrassed that they dug their toes into the ground when they recalled what they had just said and done.
Tian, these three are from the fertility department. They came to see me for a work assignment.
Ding Yang briefly explained a few things to Ling Shintan.
Ling Shintan understood the whole story and nodded in agreement without hesitation.
Good husband, it's right to support and fulfill your donation obligations. Seeing that she was about to pull Ding Yang into the bedroom, Sule quickly opened the silver safe and took out a small measuring cup and a tool. Mr. Ding Yang, Mrs. Ding, please use these tools. Be careful in the process and don't waste it. Ling Shintan glanced at the measuring cup and tools and shook her head.
These are too small for my husband. You wait outside the door, we will bring it out after we have collected it. After saying that, Ling Shintan closed the door.
Sule and the two nurses were stunned, looking at the small measuring cup and tools, feeling a little confused.
What do you mean too small? Could it be that Mr. Ding Yang?
As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Sule's eyes showed deep surprise. The two nurses widened their eyes, revealing expressions of deep annoyance and regret.
What a pity! Just one step and they can. But now, it's too late to say anything.
The three of them could only stand at the bedroom door and wait patiently. After a while, some noises were heard in the bedroom, and the sound became louder and louder.
It's like... Is someone renovating next door? The dull sound of dong 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 was like someone hitting the wall. Are there two couples fighting?
Sule slowly closed her eyes. Her body trembled slightly, her pretty face and ears turned red, and her slender hands clenched quietly. The two nurses looked at each other with complicated expressions.
Shocked and envious, curious and excited.
They both listened attentively, breath held. After standing for a long time, the two of them were so tired that they were a little out of breath. Not only were their pretty faces flushed, but their legs were also sore from standing.
Director Su, I feel a little uncomfortable. I need to go to the bathroom. I want to go too.
Sule glanced at the two of them and said in a hoarse voice, Wait.
This is Ding Yang's home.
It is inappropriate for the two of them to enter someone else's bathroom.
Time passes silently. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the door opened. Here, what you want, I'll give it to you.
Ling Shintan held a glass canning jar and handed it to Sule.
What's this? Mrs. Ding, are you sure you didn't take the wrong one?
Sule and the two nurses' eyes almost popped out of their heads in shock. In fact, Ling Shintan was also shocked. She still felt dizzy and still found it unbelievable. But that is the fact, there is no doubt about it.
Of course you got it right. This is what you want.
Ling Shintan looked serious and emphasized in a firm tone. Then he handed the can to Sule and explained again. The bottle was clean before, you don't have to worry. After saying that, Ling Shintan didn't explain much and quickly closed the door. Sule held the heavy can in her hands, feeling dizzy and her mind was blank. The two nurses observed the bottle curiously, reached out to touch it, and gasped in shock.
Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it was true.
I have been working for so many years, but this is the first time I have encountered such an incredible and strange thing. If this is true, it is horrible. I find it hard to believe that this is the result that Mr. Ding could give.
Could this have been accumulated over many days? But that's not right.
If it was left for many days, it would have gone bad long ago. But these things are obviously fresh. Listening to the two nurses' discussion, Sule came back to her senses. She raised her hand to signal them to shut up, took a deep breath, and suppressed the shock in her heart. Then, he opened his mouth and gave orders. Don't just stand there, both of you. Get the equipment out immediately. I want to do an on-site test. Chapter 66 Chapter 066 A True National Treasure. The two nurses quickly opened the instrument box and took out special testing equipment. Sule took out the sample and started testing.
Oh my God!
10 seconds later, her eyes widened in shock.
Incredible!
This level of activity is simply incredible. Half a minute later, she couldn't help but exclaim, her face flushed with excitement. 1 minute later, the test was completed. Looking at the freshly released test results, Sule was completely numb and stunned. Seeing that she looked dazed and breathing rapidly, as if she was short of oxygen, the two nurses felt their hearts in their throats. Director Su,
What are the test results? After a few seconds, Sule finally came to her senses and gave orders with a very serious expression. This is at least an SS level life seed, super rare and precious. Don't just stand there, divide it up and refrigerate it immediately. Don't waste a single drop. Otherwise, severe punishment will be imposed. The two nurses have known Sule for 8 years, and this is the first time they have seen her expression so serious. What is the concept of SS level? The two have been working for 8 years and have never encountered life seeds of this level. They both realized that the value and significance of this jar of seeds far exceeded their imagination. Although they were extremely excited, they forced themselves to remain calm. The two men demonstrated extremely high professionalism, quickly completed the packaging, and locked it in a special safe. The seeds of life in the can were transferred cleanly, without wasting a drop. Sule personally carried the safe and went downstairs with two nurses. At the same time, she called the fertility department in a serious tone. Notify the security department immediately and send a team of guards to Qingshan University as quickly as possible. We have an important mission. After hanging up the phone, the three of them walked into the living room on the first floor. Sule stopped and signaled the two nurses to wait there. She took a deep breath, calmed her excitement, and made another call. This time, her tone was much more respectful. Minister, I'm Sule from the University Town area, and I have some very important news to report to you. The following news may be a little absurd and shocking. But please believe me, Minister, I have not been drinking and I am completely sober. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then the voice of a majestic middle-aged woman was heard. Sule, just report truthfully. Minister, we have just completed the collection work on a freshman from Qing University and obtained a can of extremely active life seeds. 1 tube? How many milliliters? Even if the activity is extremely high, this isn't really big news, right? Minister, it's not a tube, it's a can. Glass canning jars, the kind that hold 1 pound. You mean young master duo? The middle-aged woman's voice suddenly became high-pitched and shrill. Sule smiled bitterly and said, Minister, I know this is hard to believe, but it is the truth. We did collect 500 milliliters, and it was of super high quality and highly active. The middle-aged woman was silent for a long time, no one knew what she was thinking or what she was doing. Sule did not urge or ask. Because when she saw the jar of seeds, she was also shocked and dizzy, and it took her a long time to recover. About a minute later, the middle-aged woman's voice sounded again. Sule, please report your test results in detail. Reporting to the minister, the A-level factor ratio of this life seed has reached 99%. Level B factors account for about 1%, and level C and level D factors have not been found yet. According to preliminary assessment, the quality and rarity of this life seed is at least SS level. It's even very likely to be the legendary SSS level. Sule answered fluently and in a firm tone. A man's seed of life may seem like just a drop, but it actually contains tens of millions of factors. Factors are divided into 4 levels according to their activity. Maintaining the swift forward motion is the A class. Slow or sluggish forward movement is class B. Those that spin or shake in place are class C, while those that do not move at all are class D. The Red Star man has a weak constitution and the activity of his life seed is very low. 90% of the life seeds of most adult males are of grade C and D, and 7% to 9% are of grade B. Only about 1% to 3% of the factors can be rated A. Only factors of grade A have a greater probability of completing the match and giving birth to new life. Ding Yang's life seed actually contains 99% A-level factors and 1% B-level factors. In other words, all his life factors are active. When Sule observed it with a high-power microscope, she was stunned and petrified on the spot. Because the millions of factors under the microscope are as powerful as runners in a marathon race, each one more powerful than the other. Not only were they highly active, super healthy, and fast, but they also started fighting because they were too crowded. Sule swore that in her life. No, she had never seen such a magical thing in her previous life. This is simply a miracle of life. The middle-aged woman on the other end of the phone fell silent again. It was a full 2 minutes later that the middle-aged woman spoke, her voice trembling with obvious excitement. Sule, if the information you reported is true, I will give you a great credit. I have already assigned the guards you requested for support to 2 teams, and they are armed with live ammunition. We will arrive at your location within 10 minutes at the latest. You stay where you are and don't move rashly. No matter what, I will protect that seed of life at all costs.
When the escort team arrives, you will go directly to the provincial and ministerial center. I have notified the expert team to assemble and await your arrival.
Also, what's the name of that freshman from Qingshan University? His name is Ding Yang.
Okay. Inform Mr. Ding Yang immediately and ask him to keep this matter confidential. You and your colleagues will also have to sign a confidentiality agreement when you arrive at the provincial and ministerial center. Of course, don't forget to comfort Mr. Ding Yang and tell him not to worry.
He has made outstanding contributions to the country.
He is a meritorious official of the Dragon State, and the country will never treat him unfairly. Although, Su Lei had long realized that Ding Yang had done something earth-shattering. But she didn't expect that she still underestimated the preciousness of the seed of life. He was the Minister of Fertility of Qianchuan Province, and he was so excited. Before even seeing the seed of life, he directly mentioned words like outstanding contribution and meritorious contributor to the Dragon Kingdom. It is conceivable that this incident not only shocked the provincial and ministerial departments, but also shocked the entire Dragon country. However, the minister mentioned the confidentiality agreement and asked Ding Yang to keep it secret as well. Su Lei immediately realized that the seriousness of the matter and the extent of Ding Yang's contribution were far beyond her imagination. This handsome and flawless boy has become a true national treasure. Thinking of this, Su Lei took a deep breath, calmed her shocked mood, and waited patiently for Ding Yang to come downstairs.
Chapter 67 Chapter 067 Can't keep a low profile from now on? In the master bedroom on the second floor.
Ding Yang and Ling Shintan had just finished taking a shower and had blow-dried their hair. Ling Shintan handed Ding Yang a cup of wolfberry tea and asked curiously, "Husband, why have you changed so much today?"
So you have to quickly improve your strength and strengthen your physique, otherwise you won't be able to bear it. Ding Yang knew that it was the enhancement brought by the super kidney, and the effect was indeed very powerful.
The rewards the system gave him were indeed all magical skills.
Yeah, I understand, husband.
Ling Shintan nodded, but she had other thoughts in her mind.
Looks like I need to help my husband find a concubine as soon as possible. Sister Jing is stronger than me. After suppressing this thought, she helped Ding Yang put on his clothes and asked, "Husband, you are just fulfilling your obligations. Giving them a little is enough. Giving so much, I'm really worried that your body will be hurt." Ding Yang was a little embarrassed.
This was the first time he used and experienced the gift of super kidneys. The introduction of this talent is a bit exaggerated. What does it mean to have an endless supply of energy, unlimited bullets, and not age or degenerate for 80 years?
He was very curious at the time and wanted to try it out to see what was going on. Is it an exaggeration or false propaganda? Result.
It turns out that Tongzi is as reliable and fair as ever. It is what it says it is, without any water or additive. Afterwards, he made up his mind never to question Tongzi's description and introduction again. He couldn't explain these reasons to Ling Shintan, so he could only find an excuse to cover them up. Tian, I have enjoyed so many benefits and treatments from the country, so it's no big deal for me to give back a little more. Anyway, I am young and healthy, and I will be able to make up for it soon. After hearing this, Ling Shintan was relieved to see that he looked normal and showed no signs of exhaustion.
My husband is really conscious and has a broad vision.
Looking across the entire Dragon country, there aren't many men who can be compared to my husband. As this thought flashed through her mind, Ling Shintan felt both happy and proud.
At this moment, Ding Yang suddenly said, "How come it's already past 3? Tian, you're late."
Ling Shintan was not at all flustered.
She smiled and said, "My husband's business is the most important. It's okay to be late. I accept the punishment."
Okay, today is the first day after all, and you've just been elected class monitor. Don't delay, return to the team immediately. As he spoke, Ding Yang pulled Ling Shintan downstairs. When he walked into the living room on the first floor, he saw that Su Lei and the 2 nurses had not left yet, and he couldn't help but frown.
Hasn't my duty been fulfilled? Why aren't you leaving yet? Su Lei quickly put on a smile and explained in a friendly manner,
"Mr. Ding Yang, thank you very much for your great contribution to the country. I'm here waiting for my colleagues to join me, and I'm also waiting for you.
I have something to tell you in person."
Seeing her attitude suddenly become so polite, Ding Yang and Ling Shintan looked at each other and realized that things were not simple.
"Hubby, you guys chat, I'm leaving first." Ling Shintan was tactful enough to leave.
But Su Lei stopped her and said with a smile, "Mrs. Ding, I hope you can keep today's matter confidential."
This is the ministry's intention, and it's also to protect Mr. Ding Yang. Ling Shintan thought for a moment and said, I'll keep it a secret. But you drove here and stayed for so long, so many people must have seen it.
Su Lei chuckled and said, Mr. Ding Yang has fulfilled his donation obligation, so there is no need to keep this matter secret. But the quantity and quality of his donation must be kept strictly confidential.
I see. Ling Shintan nodded, waved to Ding Yang, and went out happily. After she left, Su Lei explained it in detail to Ding Yang.
After hearing this, Ding Yang suddenly understood and was shocked.
My life seed is of such unprecedented quality that it can shock the nation's top leaders? If I had known this, I would have given less. This is so shocking. Will the government force me to undergo biopsy research? Su Lei seemed to see Ding Yang's concerns and quickly took out an ID and an anonymous consumption card from her briefcase.
Mr. Ding Yang, this is the donation certificate issued to you by our fertility department after you fulfilled your obligations. Here is a consumption card with a credit limit of 100,000 yuan as compensation and encouragement for you. You can use it in any chain supermarket or online shopping app. Of course, this is just the reward that every man who fulfills his donation obligation deserves. But you are a great contributor to the country, so you need to be treated differently. The seeds of life you donated will be sent to the provincial and ministerial centers for testing. Once the test results come out, the minister will report to his superiors and then reward you handsomely. Your donation today has helped us exceed the province's 3-year target. From now on, you will be a national treasure-level noble figure, and the country will protect your safety and will never let anyone harm you. Ding Yang smiled and didn't say much. A few minutes later, 2 modified buses with special license plates arrived at the gate of the flower viewing garden at the same time. A young woman in uniform got out of the car with 20 female guards in black who were armed with live ammunition. One of the guards was guarding the main gate, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. Another team of guards followed the young woman and strode into the living room of the villa. Bang! The young woman walked up to Su Lei and saluted. Director Su Lei, I'm here on the minister's orders to escort you to the provincial and ministerial center. Please follow me. Su Lei nodded, gave Ding Yang a few more instructions, and then left the villa surrounded by guards. Afterwards, one escort car led the way, followed by another, escorting the medical vehicle off the campus. They actually made such a big scene? Looks like I won't be able to keep a low profile anymore. Ding Yang pondered for a moment, a smile forming on his lips. People should not be too strong. If they are not careful, they may easily cause a big incident and create a sensation. It might even alarm important figures. With nothing to do, he lay on the sofa in the living room and played with his mobile phone. Just at this time, my mother sent me a Feishan message, asking how he was doing at school and whether he was used to the food and accommodation. Ding Yang chatted with his mother for a while before putting away the donation certificate and consumption card. He opened the shopping app on his phone, bought a super high-end computer, and some miscellaneous items, and soon spent all the 100,000 yuan. Before I knew it, it was 5:30 in the afternoon. A black Bentley drove up and stopped at the gate of the flower viewing garden. Chapter 68 Chapter 068, Impatience can ruin a big plan. After the Bentley door opened, Yan Yan and Tong Tong got out first and opened the back door attentively. Please get out of the car, stepmother. The 2 men bowed with smiles on their faces like loyal servants. Shang Guanjing, wearing a light pink short-sleeved shirt, yoga pants and sneakers, got out of the car. Yan Yan and Tong Tong followed her on both sides and entered the flower viewing garden with excitement and anticipation. Although, they were originally Shang Guanjing's followers. But today is different. Shang Guanjing is going to climb Duqing Mountain with Ding Yang at night. After their tireless flattery and pleading, Shang Guanjing agreed to take them with her. Although they were going there to be followers and laborers, they were excited to be able to have close contact with Ding Yang, even if they had to work like slaves. They were happier than winning the lottery. Because they had read the post that Du Tianming posted on the campus forum and knew that more than 5,000 girls had registered. But in the end, only a dozen girls were selected. If they hadn't relied on Shang Guanjing and received her reward, how could they have been qualified to participate in the night climb of Duqing Mountain? Not to mention calling her stepmother, even washing Shang Guanjing's clothes and shoes for 3 years would be worth it. The 3 of them happily walked into the living room on the first floor of the villa. Honey, the gathering time is almost here, and I'm ready. Shang Guanjing looked at Ding Yang with a smile and anticipation and greeted him. Yan Yan and Tong Tong also hurriedly bowed and greeted Ding Yang. Hello, godfather. Ding Yang frowned immediately, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
What are you two doing again?
Sister Jing is our adoptive mother now, so of course you are our adoptive father.
Godfather, you see we are very serious and rigorous, right? Yan Yan and Tong Tong explained with a smile.
But when they saw Ding Yang's appearance clearly, their eyes widened and they were petrified on the spot.
The two opened their mouths silently, shock and amazement written all over their faces. Holy crap! He's so unreasonably handsome. It's only been a day since we last met, and my godfather has become so handsome? Is this the power of love?
They haven't seen Ding Yang for 24 hours. Now Ding Yang's appearance and charm are at their peak, which has a huge impact on the two of them. Ding Yang couldn't explain, so he could only frown and say, given your two potentials, if you could be more restrained and not act so infatuated with boys, maybe you could find a boyfriend. Yan Yan quickly shook her head and explained, Godfather, you misunderstood. We only become crazy about you when we see you. Ever since I saw your handsome face, all other boys have become boring to me. Don't blame us for being crazy about you, you're just too handsome. When I face a perfect male god, I have to pretend not to be amazed or in love with him. My concubine, oh no, I can't do it. Tong Tong cried with a sad face and pretended to wipe away her tears.
Shang Wanjing couldn't stand it anymore and glared at them both unhappily.
Okay, stop wasting our time. Just wait here obediently, I'll go help my junior change his clothes.
After saying that, she took the handbag from Tong Tong's hand, took Ding Yang's arm and went upstairs.
She made a special trip to the mall in the afternoon and carefully selected a set of clothes for Ding Yang. The luxury of the brand and the high price are secondary, the main thing is that it looks good and is noble. Ever since she had lunch with Ding Yang and Ling Shintan at noon and received Ling Shintan's approval, she has been rehearsing and adapting to the role of girlfriend. Since Ling Shintan was not there, she of course had to help Ding Yang change his clothes.
Change clothes?
Yan Yan and Tong Tong's eyes lit up, and they both showed expressions of great envy. But they could only wait in the living room and couldn't even go upstairs, and their pretty faces immediately fell.
Ding Yang and Shang Wanjing went up to the second floor and entered the master bedroom. Shang Wanjing closed the door and took out a set of casual clothes from a high-end luxury brand from her handbag.
Then, she looked at Ding Yang with a smile, raised her eyebrows deliberately, and showed a charming look.
Honey, please let me help you change your clothes.
Ding Yang couldn't help but smile when he saw that she had bad intentions and seemed to be greedy again.
The gathering time is almost here, and Tian will be back soon, so you'd better not cause any trouble. After all, you know that once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Once something starts, it won't be over in half an hour.
At that time, our plan to climb Daqing Mountain at night will have to be cancelled. Shang Wanjing was stunned for a moment, then quickly explained with a smile, Dear, don't get me wrong, I'm just satisfying my eyes and hands. I promise I won't do anything with my hands, but with my mouth. Of course she knew her priorities and knew it was not the right time to do those things. She only got Ling Shintian's approval at noon. If Ling Shintan saw her hesitating to Ding Yang in the master bedroom, this would inevitably make Ling Shintan feel resentful and think that she was acting too hastily. After all, the master bedroom belongs to Ding Yang and Ling Shintan. Even if she became Ding Yang's concubine, she could only sleep on her side. In addition, the night climb to Daqing Mountain must not be cancelled. She was looking forward to spending a night alone with Ding Yang on the beautiful mountain top tonight, and to naturally upgrade their relationship. She was going to eat meat and drink soup tonight, how could she give up halfway? A little lack of patience will ruin great plans. So, Shang Wanjing forced herself to suppress her inner impulse and help Ding Yang change his clothes. But 2 minutes later, her heart was almost broken and she couldn't help but scream.
Oh my god! Honey, you have 8-pack abs?
Look at those long legs, that perfect waistline, sizzle. Shang Wanjing was extremely amazed, her voice trembling with surprise, and she couldn't help swallowing.
Full of darkness.
Not only her looks, but her figure is also absolutely stunning, absolutely perfect. Shang Wanjing was grateful to God in her heart for giving her such a perfect man. At the same time, driven by the little devil in my heart, I couldn't help but stretch out my hands. Fortunately, she remained calm and restrained, and just satisfied her visual and hand urges, so Ding Yang let her do as she pleased. It was a full 10 minutes later that she helped Ding Yang change his clothes and went downstairs with him. Ding Yang's current figure is like a perfect clothes hanger, more pleasing to the eye than top models. Wearing a beige t-shirt and casual trousers chosen by Shang Wanjing, he retained his youthful and energetic style while adding a bit of elegance and nobility. When he and Shang Wanjing walked down the stairs arm in arm, Yan Yan and Tong Tong were stunned again, their eyes full of infatuation.
Oh my god! Is he a prince from a fairy tale? This is too perfect, too dreamy. I swear, I've never seen a man as handsome and charming as him in my life, whether on TV or online. Even those top male stars, with their retouched photos, can't compare to his natural look. Yan Yan and Tong Tong were exclaiming in amazement and drooling, not caring about their image at all. Seeing their reactions, Shang Wanjing could only frown and remind them. Hurry up and wipe your saliva. If you continue like this, I won't take you with me. Yan Yan and Tong Tong quickly wiped their saliva and forced themselves to retract their astonished and greedy gazes. Let's go, gather. Ding Yang said hello and was about to go out with the three of them. As they walked to the door of the living room, they happened to meet Ling Shintan. Chapter 69 Chapter 069 Shang Wanjing's girlfriend power. Husband, are you guys going out now? When she saw Ding Yang, Ling Shintian's eyes lit up. Not only did a glint of surprise flash across her eyes, but her heartbeat also quickened a bit. Ding Yang nodded and said, the gathering time is approaching, and I won't be back tonight. I have a senior sister to take care of me, so you don't have to worry. Go to bed early at night. Ling Shintian smiled and said, okay, husband, have fun. After saying that, she gave Shang Wanjing another instruction. Sister Jing, I'll trouble you tonight and take good care of brother Ding Yang. There are many mosquitoes in the mountains, so be careful when you sleep. Shang Wanjing felt like she had something else to say, and she felt inexplicably guilty. But she was determined to win tonight, so she nodded and agreed without hesitation. Don't worry, sweetie, I will take good care of him. Tomorrow morning, I will ensure that he is returned safe and sound. Ling Shintian said no more, just smiled and waved. Ding Yang, Shang Wanjing and others left the villa, got on a black Bentley, and rushed to the school gate. When everyone arrived, 5 luxury cars were already parked on the side of the road outside the gate. The prices all start at 500,000, and the most expensive one is a Panamera. Du Tianming had already arrived and was sitting in the Panamera, sandwiched between the 2 girls, being fed by them. There was also 1 boy and 2 to 3 girls in each of the other 4 cars. Those girls didn't waste any time and started showing their courtesy. Seeing the black Bentley join the fleet, Du Tianming sent a message in the Jishui group. At Ding Yang, classmate Ding Yang, is that you here? Ding Yang picked up his phone, replied casually, and continued to lie on Shang Wanjing's thighs, enjoying her head massage. Du Tianming tagged Xiao Koan in the group again, asking about the situation. Student Xiao Koan, all 6 of us are here. You're the only one missing. Come quickly. Xiao Koan was angry and directly sent a voice-to-text message. Please wait for me for a moment, I'm waiting for someone to pick me up. The girl I designated in the afternoon actually drove a broken X5 to pick me up and didn't take me seriously at all. I kicked her out, she has no part tonight. It was another girl, and she was asking her mother to send a car over. Du Tianming didn't say much, just replied with the word okay. The other group members didn't say anything either. I don't know if they weren't looking at their phones or if they found it difficult to comment. 10 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz GLS drove into the campus in a hurry. Not long after, Xiao Koan sent another message in the group. The car that picked me up is here. Although it's disappointing, the generals are waiting for me, so I can only make do with it. A few minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz GLS drove out of the campus and joined the convoy. The car door opened and a middle-aged woman in exquisite clothes and carrying an LV bag got out of the car. She was smiling from ear to ear, and she said something to the people in the car and bowed politely. Afterwards, the Benz drove to the front of the convoy and became the lead car. Several cars followed the Mercedes-Benz and drove towards Deepening. The middle-aged woman stood by the roadside, looking at the convoy going away, and waved goodbye hopefully. She didn't stop a taxi and leave until the convoy disappeared around the corner. Deepening is located in the southern suburbs, an hour's drive from Qingdao University. The Benz led several cars, speeding and swerving on the road like a wild horse. It can be seen that the girls are very excited and full of anticipation for the wonderful night that is about to come. Only the black Bentley was hanging at the end of the convoy, driving slowly and steadily, low-key. It's not that Tong Tong's driving skills are bad, but Shang Wanjing specifically reminded her that she must drive smoothly to ensure Ding Yang's comfort. Ding Yang lay sideways in Shang Wanjing's arms, using his mobile phone to check relevant information about Deepening and glancing at the group messages from time to time. Shang Wanjing brought a lot of snacks and fruits and kept feeding Ding Yang. After all, it was already dinner time, but everyone was on their way. It's okay for girls to be hungry, but the boys must not be left hungry. An hour later, the convoy arrived safely at the foot of the majestic Deepening mountain.
It is now 7:30 and the sun has already set. The light in the mountains became much dimmer and the temperature dropped accordingly. Although it was getting dark, the staff of the scenic area had already gone off work and the cable car had stopped running. But there are many people preparing to climb Deepening mountain at night, and several waves of climbers gathered at the entrance of the scenic area at the foot of the mountain. After all, Deepening has beautiful scenery and is also a holy place for camping and watching the sunrise. After the convoy arrived at the parking lot, a dozen girls got off first. They consciously opened the trunk and took out large and small bags of equipment and food. The 7 boys were all sitting in the car waiting, either accompanied by beautiful women or eating snacks and drinking milk tea. The girls were very efficient and were ready in just 5 minutes. Some girls took out 2 telescopic lifting poles and placed a foldable chair on them to form a sliding pole, like a simple sedan chair. This type of girl is relatively honest and is here purely to do hard labor and provide services. But some girls are more cunning and will bend down and squat on their own initiative, carrying the boys on their backs while walking. Although this is more tiring, it can create a greater degree of physical contact. While walking and climbing, they can not only take advantage of boys with a legitimate reason, but also quickly build closer relationships with them. Of course, the girls surrounding each boy had already agreed in advance that this good thing would take turns. As for who can capture the boy's heart tonight and develop the relationship further at the top of the mountain, it all depends on their means and abilities. After a while, the 6 boys got on the sedan chairs or were carried on the backs of the girls and left the parking lot. They drank milk tea with peace of mind, looking at the towering green mountains not far away, feeling quite comfortable. Ding Yang and Shang Guanjing were the last to get off the bus. In order to avoid causing a sensation and unnecessary trouble, Ding Yang put on a mask again.
Of course, this was also the result of Shang Guanjing's strong persuasion. Foster father, foster mother, we will carry you. Yan Yan and Tong Tong were guarding the car, each carrying 2 bags of equipment and food, but they still bent down and offered to carry Ding Yang and Shang Guanjing up the mountain.
Shang Guanjing immediately waved her hand and said, "No need, just take your things." After saying that, she turned her back to Ding Yang and squatted down.
"Come ride me, honey."
Ding Yang glared at her unhappily and said, "Stop it, I'm not that weak."
"Let's go together." "That won't do, there are so many people watching. If you walk with us, people will definitely accuse me of not being gentle with women." Shang Guanjing rejected Ding Yang's proposal without hesitation. Then, without waiting for him to react, she raised her hands and hugged him like a princess. She stretched out her long legs and walked briskly. Ding Yang's weight of 160 pounds had no effect on her. It was as easy as holding a glass of water. Yan Yan and Tong Tong were both carrying hundreds of pounds of things, and they followed Shang Guanjing as they walked quickly, and they did it with ease.
Ding Yang was speechless and simply buried his face in Shang Guanjing's arms, not wanting to see the expressions of the passers-by around him. Chapter 70 Chapter 070 Deepening Night begins. A dozen girls, carrying or lifting several boys, quickly rushed to the entrance at the foot of the mountain. The group of people advanced in a mighty procession, attracting great attention. Along the way, many women stopped and looked at the boys with fiery eyes. Any young boy with a good appearance and body shape will attract onlookers wherever he goes. What's more, there were 7 of them at once, including 3 handsome guys, which naturally caused a sensation and attracted onlookers. Many women followed the team. Even if they couldn't take pictures, they could still gain something by just looking at them. There were even some women who had just come down the mountain and were about to go home, but they immediately turned back and followed the team to climb the mountain again. When Ding Yang, Du Tianming and others arrived at the entrance to the foot of the mountain, there was a sudden commotion among the surrounding waves of climbers. Most of these climbers are young women, aged between 20 and 40. They subconsciously gathered around, looked at the boys closely, and teased them unscrupulously. There were constant whistles from the crowd, and occasional bursts of laughter. "Wow, we're so lucky today. We actually met 7 little boys at once. They all look about 18 or 19 years old, each one more delicate and tender than the other. They must taste delicious. Handsome boy, those girls who accompanied you on the mountain climbing trip are all inexperienced college students, right? Don't play with them, come climb with the older sisters, we are professionals. Hello handsome guys, don't leave in such a hurry. Come play with me for a while, I'll treat you to milk and seafood, I guarantee you'll have an unforgettable night. That handsome boy with colorful hair, I'll give you 200,000 and let you camp with the sisters tonight, okay? Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid no one dares to earn that 200,000 yuan, right?
There are 5 of you, and that handsome boy will play with you all night. You won't have to lie down and go down the mountain tomorrow, right?
Hey, that handsome guy wearing a mask, after looking at you all, I think you are the most handsome.
Come and fight me for 300 rounds. For every poke you make, I'll give you 1,000 yuan. How about that?
These women who have entered society are both bold and unrestrained. While chatting and laughing and teasing a few boys, some of them unbuttoned their collars, opened their hearts, and dazzled the boys' eyes with their bright white headlights. Some people even lifted up their skirts and twisted their waists, swung their hips, and shook their buttocks towards the boys. As for those who winked at them and blew them kisses, there were even more. For a moment, several boys were teased by their lustful words and became red in the face, feeling embarrassed and angry. You are a bunch of bad women with no manners, you are such idiots. How can you use foul language with so many people here? Do you have any shame? Seniors, hurry up, let's go up the mountain quickly and stay away from those greasy and wretched women. Several boys started yelling angrily, but their words were harmless.
Du Tianming frowned and asked the girls to speed up.
Unexpectedly, the more than 30 women who were going to climb the mountain became even more excited after hearing this and laughed even more unscrupulously.
Oh, look at those little boys, they are so coquettish, even scolding people looks like they are acting like spoiled children. Hee hee, these soft and cute boys are the most fun.
When I sit on them, they will cry for a long time.
Don't run, handsome boy. I'm going hiking too. We can have a sweet duo and exercise together.
Little handsome boy, I'm your tour guide, let me accompany you. If you don't believe me, you can check my sister's guidance certificate.
The women followed the team up the mountain, laughing.
Chao Cohen, who had been silent all this time, finally got angry and started cursing at the women around him.
Shut up. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourselves?
They are old and ugly, like wolves and tigers, they can open bottle caps with their legs together, and they can suck up dirt when they sit on the ground. With the character you have, I'm afraid of getting sty if I look at you for too long.
How dare you appear in front of me? Who gave you the confidence to tease us again and again? The women around were all gloomy and angry because of Chao Cohen's scolding. Most women consciously slowed down their pace and no longer followed the group of Chao Cohen and others.
But there were still 2 groups of young and strong women who followed the team and refused to leave.
Chao Cohen immediately took out his mobile phone, turned on the camera and pointed it at them. What are you guys trying to do? Stop right now and get away from us.
Otherwise, don't blame me for recording you and posting it online to expose you.
The leading woman in red frowned and retorted, Little man, don't go too far. There is only one way to climb the mountain, and everyone can take it. Why do you want us to stop? Chao Cohen sneered disdainfully, Stop talking nonsense. You have behaved improperly and have bad intentions.
You have harassed us many times and used obscene words and eyes to molest us.
I'm giving you one chance. If you don't get out of here, I'm going to call the police.
The 8 women who were climbing the mountain could only stop, frown and sulk. Only after Chao Cohen and others had gone far away did they continue climbing the mountain, keeping a certain distance. Along the way, they kept glancing at Chao Cohen, Ding Yang and others, talking in low voices. The person they talked about the most was naturally Chao Cohen, followed by Ding Yang.
Although Ding Yang was held in Shang Guanjing's arms, he was still wearing a mask.
Just based on his figure and temperament, he is far superior to the other 6 boys. Even if you ignore his appearance, he is the most attractive and charming among the 7 boys. The Daqing Mountain is 2,000 meters above sea level and has steep terrain. The stone steps and ramps leading up the mountain are winding and are 7 or 8 kilometers long. It took them nearly 2 hours to successfully reach the top of the mountain. During the mountain climbing process, Ding Yang also further witnessed the girls' super physique and endurance. Although the girls were carrying weights of over 100 kilograms, no one stopped to rest and their steps were always light. There was no sign of profuse sweating, at most there was a little sweat on the forehead and back. After dark, the sky is filled with stars and the moonlight is like water. The temperature on the mountain continued to drop and the night wind was quite cool. When everyone reached the top of the mountain, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. There is an excellent spot on the top of the mountain to watch the sunrise. It is at the end of a raised ridge and has no obstructions in front, behind, left or right. The area is about 200 square meters, and the ground is paved with blue bricks. There is a pavilion near the cliff, called the Sun Viewing Pavilion. Everyone rushed to the Sun Viewing Pavilion, and found that there was no one around. Several girls accompanied the boys and sat in the pavilion to rest. It is very pleasant to drink drinks, eat melon seeds, and eat fruits while enjoying the cool night breeze. The remaining girls quickly set up camping tents in the open space and took out mobile power banks and lights. 12 tents were arranged in a circle around the pavilion, leaving an open space in the middle. A few girls also took out the barbecue grills and folding tables and chairs, set them up in the open space and started barbecuing. The girl who has always been with Chao Kuan is a fresh and capable short-haired senior named Gu Ling, who has the temperament of a strong woman. She took the initiative to stand up and called on all the girls. Dear sisters, we are honored to accompany 7 new students to camp and watch the sunrise in Dakingshan. This will surely be a beautiful memory that each of us will never forget. In order to take better care of the younger students and let everyone have fun, I suggest everyone bring out the food and drinks, share, and have fun together. Chapter 71 Chapter 071 Ding Yang was targeted? After Gu Ling finished speaking, she took out a dozen beers and 4 bottles of red wine from her backpack. The wine was all chilled and the bottles were covered with water droplets. In fact, most girls brought wine, and everyone knew why. Originally they hadn't found the opportunity yet, so they planned to wait until the barbecue was ready before bringing out the wine. Since Gu Ling took the lead, all the girls readily agreed and took out drinks from their bags. Suddenly, hundreds of bottles of beer and more than a dozen bottles of red wine and white wine filled the floor of the pavilion. Everyone took out a variety of food and placed it on the stone table and several folding tables. Next, a few girls were responsible for the barbecue, while the remaining girls surrounded the 7 boys and showed their courtesy. The girls introduced themselves one after another, trying to leave a good impression in front of the boys. Girls with talents will perform a talent show on the spot. If you don't have any talent, just open the wine and take the opportunity to toast the boys to show off a little. After a few interactions, everyone quickly became familiar with each other. 6 boys sat around the stone table in the middle of the pavilion. Ding Yang sat on the long bench next to them, close to Shang Guanjing, quietly watching everyone making noise and chatting in a low voice from time to time. The other girls were celebrating and showing off, but Shang Guanjing only had eyes for Ding Yang. After Yan Yan and Tong Tong set up the tent, Ding Yang asked her to go into the tent and change into a knee-length skirt. In the cold moonlight, her 2 long, white and tender legs seemed to be shining with a bright luster. The 6 boys were so proud of being the center of attention that they started talking loudly after drinking some wine. Ding Yang was still wearing a mask, looking low-key and reserved. The cold moonlight shining on him made him look even more noble and elegant. Invisibly, his image and temperament are far better than those boys. He and Shang Guanjing sat in the corner, trying to reduce their presence and not attract attention. Perhaps the boys were drunk and flattered by the girls, so they were not sober anymore. They chatted with the girls for a while, and then the topic and attention turned to Ding Yang. Student Ding Yang, this is our first time hanging out together, so just relax like everyone else. We are all familiar with each other now, you should also get to know everyone else. Chao Kuan subconsciously handed Ding Yang a cigarette, but after he stretched out his hand, he realized that Ding Yang didn't smoke, so he retracted his hand. Seeing everyone looking at him, Ding Yang still hugged Shang Guanjing, but he had already stopped his little movements. He nodded to Chao Kuan and said, "You're welcome, Chao Kuan. I'll just sit for a while. Have fun." The boy sitting next to Chao Kuan frowned immediately and walked towards Ding Yang with a bottle of beer. His name is Tao Wei. He is tall and thin. He wears a tight short-sleeved shirt, cropped pants, and a pair of small white shoes. Her long flowing hair was parted on the side, and her thick bangs covered half of her face and eyes. Although he is not handsome enough, his appearance and posture are quite cool. Tao Wei walked straight up to Ding Yang and raised his chin. "Hey, Ding Yang, why are you still wearing a mask so late at night?" Several boys nearby also joined in the fun, saying with a smile, "Student Ding Yang, there's no one else here, are you afraid that people will see your handsome face? Didn't you read the campus forum? Ding Yang has been a big name in our school these past few days. As soon as he entered the school, he defeated the school hunk Gui Chen in seconds and became the new school hunk. The key is that he hasn't even shown his face yet, don't you think it's amazing? Looking at Ding Yang's figure and temperament, he must be a handsome guy. To say that he is more handsome than us is certain. But if you say he is more handsome than Gui Chen, I definitely don't believe it. Gui Chen has already been booked by a well-known entertainment company and will soon debut as a star. Ding Yang had just entered the school yesterday when the school beauty Shangguan confessed her love to him in public. This morning, someone braved the sun and picked up flowers and love letters himself. Moreover, he never showed his face during the whole process. This is called mystery, which is the best way to create topics. Compared to Ding Yang, we are all too young. I really should learn from him how to package and market myself. Although, the boys were all smiling while talking, their tone was joking and teasing. But everyone present could hear that they were using the alcohol to complain about and bully Ding Yang. After all, Ding Yang became famous and became the rising star and school idol of Qingdao University, and was highly sought after and admired by girls. However, as boys who entered the school at the same time as them, they became negative examples and background figures. How could they not feel resentful? Ding Yang understood this, but was too lazy to explain anything to them. The best he could do was to keep a low profile and not try to make his presence felt, which was his compensation to them. But he didn't expect that some boys were so ignorant that they insisted on bringing up this topic in person. Seeing several boys making sarcastic remarks about Ding Yang, more than a dozen girls looked at him and whispered about him. They were all selected from the campus forum, so they had naturally read the 2 posts about Ding Yang. In fact, half of them have joined Ding Yang's fan club. When they learned that Ding Yang was also on the team, they were very excited and looking forward to it. However, Ding Yang and Shang Guanjing have been hanging behind the team. Even when we reached the top of the mountain, we just sat quietly to rest, without much sense of presence. Until this moment, Ding Yang was targeted by several boys and could no longer keep a low profile. Their curiosity and anticipation towards Ding Yang also erupted again. Shang Guanjing, who was straightforward in character, immediately got angry when she saw Ding Yang being targeted. You guys, be careful with your words. You've had a few drinks and you don't know your own last name, right? What is hype, packaging and marketing? My boyfriend is a perfect man. Not only is his appearance and temperament perfect, but his personality and inner qualities are also impeccable. Your own concepts are flawed. Don't judge others by your own standards and make malicious assumptions. Several boys were used to girls' flattery and fawning, but this was the first time they were scolded in person by a girl. They were embarrassed and immediately frowned, staring at Shang Guanjing with unhappy expressions. Some of the girls around wanted to protect the boys, but they didn't dare to provoke Shang Guanjing, so they all remained silent. Ling stepped forward, frowned, and asked, Shang Guanjing, you are a senior student, how can you talk to these junior students like this? Those boys were just joking, there's no need to make a big deal out of it. Besides, you think Ding Yang is the perfect man, but that is just your psychological effect. Shang Guanjing sneered disdainfully, why do they make fun of my boyfriend? Since you are so generous, how about I play a joke on you as well? She has no control over what other girls think. Anyway, she looks down on all boys except Ding Yang. Whoever dares to bully Ding Yang, she will fight to the death. Ling was speechless and looked a little ugly. The atmosphere at the scene became even more awkward. At this time, Chao Kuan extinguished the cigarette in his hand and chuckled, Sister Gu, don't say that. Campus Belle Shangwan has a domineering personality, so just give in to her. We are classmates and friends with Ding Yang, so why do you make it seem like we're going to have a conflict? Du Tianming also quickly started to persuade him. Tao Wei, Guo Ziming, you guys should be more careful and don't talk without restraint after drinking a little. We just met and are not familiar with each other yet, so we should be careful about how we joke. Chapter 72 Chapter 072 I look like this, ordinary. The boy named Guo Ziming looks like a skinny monkey and wears a pair of high-pitched glasses. It was him just now who said sarcastically that Ding Yang was hyping and packaging himself. Seeing Chao Kuan and Du Tianming come forward to mediate, Tao Wei, Guo Ziming and others nodded and said nothing more. However, no one apologized to Ding Yang. You guys are just letting this go? Shouldn't you apologize to my boyfriend? Shang Guanjing would not give up, she immediately stood up and glared at the boys. Tao Wei, Guo Ziming and others frowned, their faces turned a little dark, and they all looked at Chao Kuan and Du Tianming. Their meaning is very clear. They have already given in, but Shang Guanjing is still aggressive. This is not giving you face. Chao Kuan and Du Tianming did not express their opinions, but looked at Ding Yang to see how he would react. Ding Yang didn't want to attack those boys, but since they were unhappy themselves, it was not his fault. So he slowly stood up and put his hand on Shang Guanjing's shoulder. Senior, don't be angry, sit down. My dear, you can't be so tolerant of them. This matter can't just be let go. Shang Guanjing frowned and was not going to swallow her anger, even though the other party was a boy. Ding Yang smiled and said, it's okay, leave it to me. Although, Shang Guanjing was still very angry and wanted to teach those boys a lesson. But Ding Yang's voice always has a magical power that makes people feel at ease and convinced. She chose to believe Ding Yang, took a step back, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked down at the boys coldly. With a smile in his eyes, Ding Yang glanced at the 6 boys and a dozen girls in the field. At this moment, he inexplicably recalled a line from his previous life. I originally planned to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was alienation.
Stop pretending, I'm the perfect man, I'm telling you my truth.
After a brief silence, Ding Yang looked up at the bright moon in the night sky at a 45-degree angle and said quietly, actually, I've always felt that judging people by appearance is superficial.
Compared to appearance, I care more about cultivation and spiritual resonance.
After saying this, he added silently in his heart.
Of course, a good figure and big thunder are also necessary.
Everyone was shocked by his words and didn't know how to respond for a moment. It is difficult to refute such remarks. Anyone who jumps out to refute them is admitting that he is superficial.
Several boys frowned, not knowing what he wanted to do.
But most of the girls nodded secretly, agreeing with what he said and having a better impression of him.
Ding Yang looked dejected again, and said in a bleak tone, I didn't want to ruin the lively and joyous atmosphere of everyone drinking and looking at the moon. But the male classmates have said so much, if I don't show my face, won't everyone think I'm aloof and unsociable?
After saying that, Ding Yang raised his hand and took off the mask, revealing his flawless face. At this moment, his whole body was bathed in the bright moonlight, his handsome cheeks seemed to be shining, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in his clear and deep eyes. His already perfect handsome face, figure and temperament look even more dreamy at this moment.
Everyone fell silent in an instant.
Not only did the girls stare at him with their eyes wide open, they were also stunned to the point of being distracted and their minds going blank. Even the 6 boys were stunned, and they all looked at it with their eyes wide open.
So handsome. Invincible handsome. No wonder Ding Yang was voted the school idol before he even showed his face.
His looks and temperament are way better than Gui Chen's.
Ah! How can Ding Yang be so handsome?
It was a wise decision for me to join his fan page.
His handsome face is as powerful as a nuclear bomb. No wonder he always wears a mask. What the hell? Am I drunk? Or am I dazzled? How could someone be so handsome from every angle, with such a perfect temperament and figure? No, buddy, the modeled faces of anime protagonists aren't as exaggerated as yours, right?
Everyone was speechless, but they were all amazed and roaring in their hearts.
Clang!
Suddenly, the beer bottle in the hand of a stunned girl fell to the ground with a crisp sound.
Everyone was awakened and came to their senses. Ouch, my pants! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
A girl was pouring wine for Gui Ziming, but when she turned around and saw Ding Yang, she was stunned. The entire bottle of beer was poured into Gui Ziming's crotch. After Gui Ziming came to his senses, he screamed and jumped away, feeling both angry and embarrassed. The girl was frightened and hurriedly helped Gui Ziming wipe it off, and apologized in an extremely embarrassed manner. But Gui Ziming scolded her a few times, saying that she did it on purpose and wanted to take advantage of him.
The girl couldn't defend herself.
She shed tears of grievance and quietly retreated to the corner of the pavilion. At this time, Ding Yang looked at Tao Wei, Gui Ziming and others with a sunny smile.
My fellow students, as you wish. I just look like this, ordinary. Puff. Du Tianming just took a sip of beer and spat it all out?
Tao Wei, who was sitting opposite him, had his face washed with beer.
But Tao Wei didn't dare to get angry, he just glared at him with resentment. Mr. Gui Ziming, do I need packaging, hype, and marketing?
Ding Yang looked at Gui Ziming, who was holding the tissue in both hands and wiping his pants with his head down, actually trying to hide his embarrassment, and asked with a smile. Everyone suddenly showed complicated expressions and looked at Gui Ziming in unison.
Gui Ziming's body trembled and he shook his head in embarrassment. Classmate Ding Yang, don't be angry, we're all boys, just be more generous.
Ding Yang walked up to him, looked down at him condescendingly, and the smile on his lips became even more intense.
I'm angry? Let me be magnanimous? I'm talking to you, why are you lowering your head? Why aren't you looking at me? Have you lost even basic social etiquette? Or are you feeling guilty? You don't even have the courage to face me? Everyone's expressions became more complicated. Many girls also began to feel disgusted with Gui Ziming.
After all, he was dancing happily before, and was the most excessive when he mocked Ding Yang. Now that he has been slapped in the face, he looks like a coward and doesn't even have the courage to face and admit his mistakes. Seeing that his face was as red as pig liver and his head was almost buried in his crotch, Ding Yang asked again.
Didn't you say you wanted to learn from me how to package and market yourself? Come, I'll teach you. Like me, smile.
After saying this, Ding Yang showed an elegant and calm smile. The girls around him were immediately mesmerized, their hearts were beating wildly, and they couldn't help but move closer to him. Guo Ziming was so embarrassed that he was about to cry and wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He regretted it immensely. If he had known that Ding Yang was so handsome, he would not have been so rude and said such sarcastic words. Now that he was being counterattacked by Ding Yang, he was completely unable to fight back and looked as ridiculous as a clown. At this time, Chao Koan kicked him and whispered, "Don't pretend to be dead.
If you don't want your image to be completely ruined, apologize to Ding Yang quickly."
Du Tianming also quickly winked at him, indicating that he should bow his head and submit, and not make things too embarrassing.
Chapter 73 Chapter 073 Beauty is Justice? He is already invincible.
Guo Ziming certainly knew that his image had been ruined. He had no advantages to begin with. In terms of physique, appearance and temperament, he ranked last among the 7 boys. The 3 girls who were originally chatting with him had been secretly observing Ding Yang. Now Ding Yang has shown up, he is extremely handsome, and his temperament is so elegant and noble that it makes people feel ashamed of themselves. The 3 girls fell in love with him on the spot and all ran to Ding Yang.
Even other girls were fascinated by Ding Yang.
No matter what Ding Yang said, the girls would agree and echo him mindlessly.
And he?
Not only is he disliked by the girls, but he is also used as a shield by Chao Koan and Du Tianming. After all, no one wants to offend Ding Yang, who is the most handsome and popular.
Between Ding Yang and him, even a fool would know who to choose.
Although Guo Ziming is ugly, he is not stupid. After some mental preparation, he endured the embarrassment and humiliation, slowly looked up at Ding Yang, and forced a smile. "Ding Yang, I'm very sorry for offending you with my words. I was just impulsive and spoke without thinking.
Don't take it personally.
I sincerely apologize to you and ask for your forgiveness." Ding Yang nodded and said with a smile, "We are all classmates, and we still have 4 years to get along with each other. Please think more before you speak or act in the future. Also, you said you were sincerely apologizing, so why was your smile so forced?"
It's as if someone forced you. You have to smile more brightly like me.
Only those with a sunny heart can remain kind and not become narrow-minded and dark, isn't that right? Ding Yang's words were not just a hidden threat, but a slap in the face. But he has a strong aura, and is calm and confident. Without saying a single dirty word, one can still make someone feel ashamed. In this world where appearance is justice, he is already invincible. The girls around were all laughing, and their liking for Ding Yang increased further.
Guo Ziming could only smile and nod in agreement. "Student Ding Yang, you are right. I was inconsiderate. I will correct my mistake in the future. I won't say anything more.
I'll just toast you as an apology." He really didn't dare let Ding Yang continue speaking. If Ding Yang insulted him a few more times, he was afraid that he would have an emotional breakdown and cry on the spot, and his image would be completely ruined. So he quickly handed Ding Yang a can of beer, picked up a bottle of beer himself, and drank it all in one gulp.
After burping, he said with a wry smile, "Classmate Ding Yang, am I sincere enough?
How about we just let this matter go?" Ding Yang ignored him and looked at Tao Wei again. Tao Wei immediately got scared and stood up quickly, saying with a smile, "Ding Yang, I was just being mean.
I drank too much and my brain isn't working well. I'm really sorry.
I won't say more, I'll show you one too, everything about us is in the line." After saying that, Tao Wei bravely drank a whole bottle of beer and smiled at Ding Yang with his teeth bared. After seeing Guo Ziming's social demise on the spot, he was also afraid that Ding Yang would speak ill of him. The 2 girls who accompanied him were carefully selected by him. They were both rich and beautiful. He didn't want to ruin his image and have Ding Yang snatch away his 2 female companions.
Ding Yang smiled and looked at the other boys.
This time, Chao Koan and Du Tianming stood up at the same time and tried to smooth things over with a smile.
"Commanders, that was just a misunderstanding. When people are drunk, it's inevitable that some people will speak without thinking. This is understandable. We are from the same class, so of course we should unite and help each other. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, don't take it personally. I met and interacted with Ding Yang yesterday. He is quite generous. I won't say more, as it would seem pretentious. Come, let's drink a toast to friendship." So, the 6 boys raised their beer bottles and toasted Ding Yang. He said they were going to have a toast together,
but in fact he was just taking this opportunity to toast and apologize to Ding Yang.
The previous conflict must be resolved, otherwise it will be useless for them to isolate Ding Yang.
Ding Yang's looks are so good that he became the school idol before he even showed his face. When he shows up, I'm afraid all the girls in the school will become his fans.
By then, their days in school will definitely not be easy.
To show their sincerity, they all gritted their teeth and drank a whole bottle of beer in one breath.
Chao Cohen is right, we must unite and help each other in the future.
Anyone who attacks or harms his brothers is a traitor. Ding Yang raised his hand to take a sip of beer with a playful smile on his face.
The matter was over.
Yan Yan and Tong Tong had been busy in front of the barbecue grill for a long time. Just when they had finished making a few plates of barbecue, they called out to Ding Yang and Shangguan Jing.
Sister Jing, brother-in-law, come and have some barbecue.
Brothers, take your time drinking.
I'm going to go eat something first. Ding Yang waved to Chao Cohen and others, and left the pavilion with Shangguan Jing.
As soon as they left, 8 girls followed them. They diligently moved stools, helped Ding Yang pour wine, got skewers, and even fanned Ding Yang and handed him tissues, taking away all the work from Yan Yan and Tong Tong. The 7 girls who were still staying in the pavilion with the boys also looked absent-minded. While drinking with Chao Cohen and others, he secretly glanced at Ding Yang, who was surrounded by girls in the open space.
Hua Ziming, what you said before was indeed a bit too much. Don't blame Ding Yang for being angry, no one can stand it. What's more, if he can become the school idol, how good-looking is he? Do we need to guess? Chao Cohen drank alone and complained about Hua Ziming. Hua Ziming was very depressed and unconvinced. Chao Cohen, you and Du Tianming met Ding Yang yesterday. You know what he looks like. Why didn't you remind me? The corners of Du Tianming's mouth twitched, and he almost laughed out of anger.
You were mocking people right in front of them, spewing those sarcastic words right out of your mouth.
Did I have time to remind you? Hua Ziming was unable to refute and remained silent.
Tao Wei rubbed his brows and said with a wry smile, why didn't you two smooth things over when Shangguan Jing lost her temper?
Do we have to wait until Ding Yang takes off his mask and reveals his true face?
Now, we are all made to look like clowns, and most of the girls are running to him. Chao Cohen was also speechless, frowning and muttering, in that situation, the boys would not argue with us for the sake of face, but would only advise their girlfriends to restrain themselves.
Who knew that Ding Yang had abnormal thoughts?
Not only did he indulge Shangguan Jing in getting angry, he also personally slapped us in the face. For a girlfriend who wasn't even a concubine, he actually got into trouble with the generals.
How can you do things this way? A fat boy with a round face nodded and said, yeah.
We guys are brothers, and girlfriends are just for fun. He actually stood up for his girlfriend, he really doesn't know what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed.
Du Tianming and Chao Cohen quickly winked at him, but it was too late.
3 more girls who were hesitant and conflicted finally made up their minds, turned around and left the pavilion and ran to Ding Yang.
Chapter 74 Chapter 074 All the girls ran to Ding Yang?
Seeing that there were only 4 girls left in the pavilion, Chao Cohen, Du Tianming and others were speechless. They glared at the fat boy with a round face, warning him with their eyes to shut up.
For similar things, everyone just needs to keep it tacit. You said that in front of so many girls, what do you think of them?
People are eager to fall in love with boys, and they are willing to be a bootlicker for the opportunity to date.
But this doesn't mean that they are shameless.
If they are told to their face that they are just a tool to be played with, will they just swallow the insult?
Moreover, since we are both bootlickers, why should they lick a fat and short guy like you and be despised by you? Wouldn't it be nice to lick that perfect male god Ding Yang?
The key point is that they are teenage female college students, not those women who have entered society and are just sitting around sucking dirt. The pavilion fell silent again, and the atmosphere was awkward. But in the open space not far away, more than a dozen girls surrounded Ding Yang, taking turns to show their courtesy to him. Everyone was eating barbecue and drinking, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very cheerful. There were even a few girls who performed their talents on the spot, singing and dancing for Ding Yang.
Not only was Shangguan Jing not jealous, she also applauded those girls and occasionally teased Ding Yang.
While enjoying the pleasure of listening to music in the brothel, Ding Yang made witty remarks and occasionally drove a car, which made Shangguan Jing and the girls laugh so hard that they fell over and laughed.
After just a few minutes, all the girls became friends with him.
Every girl had the opportunity to toast him, say a few words to him, and her face flushed with excitement.
Seeing this scene, Chao Cohen, Du Tianming, and others fell silent.
They finally realized that it was not that they could not isolate Ding Yang, but that they could not do it. But Ding Yang alone was able to isolate the 6 boys. The only 4 girls left around them were also fidgeting and feeling extremely embarrassed. Gu Ling, who had been with Chao Kuan all the time, raised her glass with a forced smile. "Fellow students, don't think about those unhappy things, I will drink with you. How about we play finger guessing?" 2 of the 3 girls who just left the pavilion were Tao Wei's female companions. He was angry and glared at Gu Ling unhappily. "How much alcohol can you drink? How dare you play finger guessing games with us?" Gu Ling smiled awkwardly and said, "I can't drink much. I got drunk after 2 bottles of beer." After saying that, she put her arm around Chao Kuan and gave him a coquettish look. The meaning is very clear. I'm drunk after 2 bottles of beer. You can do whatever you want. However, Tao Wei was so angry that he laughed. "You don't even know how to drink, why are you drinking with us?" The smile on Gu Ling's face froze, her head was buzzing, and she had no idea how to respond. It took her several seconds to come to her senses. Seeing that Chao Kuan was frowning and smoking, and had no intention of comforting her, she smiled awkwardly at everyone. "You guys chat, I drank too much water, I need to go to the bathroom." After saying that, she was about to get up and leave. Another girl quickly followed her, shouting, "Sister Ling, it's a little dark outside, I'll go with you." In fact, after she and Gu Ling left the pavilion, they didn't go to the toilet at all. The 2 of them also gathered in the open space and surrounded Ding Yang like the other girls. At this time, Ding Yang had just finished watching a girl's passionate dance and was smiling and applauding. The girl's pretty face flushed with excitement and she quickly bowed to express her gratitude. Shangguan Jing had already drunk half a bottle of red wine and was a little tipsy, so she took the lead in making a fuss. "My dear, 5 sisters have already performed for you. Why don't you show off your talent to thank everyone?" Seeing that she even cheated on her own boyfriend, Yan Yan and Tong Tong's eyes lit up and they hurried to assist her. "Brother-in-law, not only are you so handsome, but you also have talents? Oh my god, isn't Sister Jing too happy? Brother-in-law, a perfect man like you must be multi-talented. We're all having fun tonight, so just show off a little bit of your skills as a reward and a treat for us." Their words were approved and echoed by more than a dozen girls. The girls all looked at Ding Yang with shining eyes in anticipation, clapping their hands and shouting in unison, "My idol, come on." The passionate and excited shouts echoed far into the night sky. Ding Yang raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, looked up at the starry sky and smiled. "Since Sister Jing wants to listen and everyone is so supportive, I can't refuse her invitation, so I'll sing a cappella song. I think you haven't heard this song yet." Hearing this, all the girls were surprised and exclaimed in surprise. "What does it mean that we haven't heard of it? Are you going to invent your own?" "No way. Junior, you can actually create your own original songs? Brother, please start now. We can't wait any longer. Come on, Junior, and make our ears pregnant." Ding Yang smiled, stretched out a finger, and put it to his lips to make a gesture of silence. Just such a simple action, coupled with a charming smile, immediately quieted down more than a dozen girls and made them completely bewildered. Can you hear the brightest star in the night sky? The loneliness and sighs in the heart of the person looking up. Ding Yang secretly used the skills of being possessed by the god of song, and his voice was like the sound of nature as soon as he opened his mouth, which touched the hearts of the girls. More than a dozen girls widened their eyes in surprise and opened their mouths silently. They were extremely surprised and shocked. They couldn't believe that Ding Yang not only sang an original song, but also sang it so beautifully. No matter how surprised they were, they didn't dare to exclaim. For fear of disturbing Ding Yang's performance, they covered their mouths and stared at Ding Yang with infatuated eyes. I pray for a transparent heart and eyes that can shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again, to embrace you beyond the lies. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I am lost in the darkness. The brightest star in the night sky, please guide me to you. Ding Yang sang with deep emotion, smiling and with reminiscence in his eyes. Although, this song has been around for some time in the previous life. But it carries the youth and memories of many people, including Ding Yang's. Music and melody are the most touching things. As the girls listened, they became fascinated. Some had tears in their eyes, some were deeply moved, and suddenly understood some truths. Shangguan Jing held the red wine glass, her hand frozen in mid-air, a layer of mist covered her eyes, but her gaze became clearer and clearer. This song touched her heart, making her feel the same and empathize with others. At the same time, the 6 boys and 2 girls in the pavilion also listened quietly to Ding Yang singing, and were all a little intoxicated.
When Ding Yang was halfway through singing, the two girls quietly stood up and wanted to leave the pavilion. Du Tianming frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Where are you two going?" One of the girls was his only remaining female companion and his last dignity. The two girls felt a little guilty, but said in unison, "Let's go get some skewers." After saying that, the two of them quickly left the pavilion and rushed to the open space impatiently. Like the other girls, they gathered around Ding Yang, sitting cross-legged on the ground, staring at him with starry eyes. At this point, 18 girls including Shangwan Jing, Yan Yan and Tong Tong all gathered around Ding Yang and formed a circle. Chao Koan, Du Tianming, and 6 other boys sat awkwardly in the pavilion, as if a line of crows were flying overhead. The popular BGM fits the scene perfectly. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling. Chapter 75 Chapter 075 If you are wrong, you must admit it, and stand at attention when you are beaten. No. Why is this happening? Why? Chao Koan, Du Tianming and others held the wine bottles and cans tightly, their back teeth almost broken, and they wailed in their hearts. Tao Wei gulped down half a bottle of beer and laughed at himself. Those are 15 female companions we carefully selected, all of them are our favorite types. They actually left us here and went to watch Ding Yang. What the hell is this? The fat boy with a round face looked very unhappy and said angrily, "How despicable. I will block those girls and never let them get close to me again. No matter how they lick me, or how they apologize and beg for mercy, I will never forgive them." Chao Koan turned his head to look at him with a look of concern for the mentally retarded. They've all been caught by Ding Yang's black base. Will they come back to lick you? Are they crazy? Or have you drunk too much fake wine? The fat boy with a round face was speechless and his face turned purple again. Guo Ziming muttered with a depressed look on his face, "If I had known Ding Yang was so handsome, I shouldn't have let him take off his mask. Wouldn't it be better to just let him sit next to you and watch? Why do you have to provoke him? Now, all our female companions have run away. If this gets out tomorrow, we will all become a laughingstock in Qingdao. Maybe it will be passed down for many generations and laughed at by the younger students." Tao Wei glared at him angrily, "How dare you blame others? He was just sitting there, being the quiet handsome man he is, and you had to mock him to his face. Now you've lost face and dignity, do you regret it?" Guo Ziming was not convinced and retorted with his neck stiff, "Is it my fault alone? Didn't you also have resentment towards him at the beginning? I just expressed everyone's common opinion. Why do you blame me alone?" Seeing that the boys were about to quarrel, Du Tianming immediately frowned and threw the bottle of wine heavily on the stone table. "Shut up! You still don't think this is embarrassing enough? Now is not the time for finger-pointing and infighting. What we need to do is to resolve the conflict and eliminate the grudge between Ding Yang and us. If you are wrong, you must admit it. If you are beaten, you must stand at attention. How can you survive in the future if you are insincere? I'll go talk to Ding Yang. You guys wait here and reflect on yourselves." After saying that, Du Tianming stood up with a bottle of red wine and walked towards an open space not far away. After he left the pavilion, Guo Ziming muttered quietly, "He's full of jingles. Is he going to take the postgraduate entrance exam?" Tao Wei also sighed depressedly, "Among us, only Brother Du is eloquent and has some presence. I hope Ding Yang can give him some face and let this matter go, otherwise we will all be embarrassed." Chao Koan muttered speechlessly, "You're overthinking it. Do we have any relationship with Ding Yang? In front of him, how can we stand so low as to show our worth? So what do you say we should do now?" Tao Wei's brows were furrowed into a shape, and several other boys also stared at Chao Koan. Chao Koan put out his cigarette and whispered, "The decision is in Ding Yang's hands. It depends on what he does. No matter what the result is, I hope you learn a lesson. Now that we are in college, we no longer have the small piece of land you had back home. There are many hidden talents in college, so be careful next time." Tao Wei, Guo Ziming, and others were silent. What happened tonight really taught them a lesson. At this time, Ding Yang had just finished singing "The Brightest Star in the Night Sky." The girls who were fascinated by the performance gradually came to their senses and started to applaud. There were even a few excited girls who started whistling. Shangguan Jing hugged Ding Yang's arm, eyes full of admiration and love, and shouted from the bottom of her heart, "Ding Yang, you are the brightest star in the night sky that guides me. Meeting you is the greatest luck in my life." Ding Yang took her hand and asked with a smile, "Have you found the meaning of existence and the direction to move forward?" "Aha!" Shangguan Jing nodded quickly, her eyes shining as she said, "It's you. You are everything to me. No matter what the road ahead holds, I will always be with you.
Seeing them looking at each other lovingly and saying such affectionate words to each other, all the girls were envious.
Suddenly, Du Tianming quietly walked into the crowd and shouted with a smile, "Give me a kiss."
The girls were stunned for a moment, then they all started to cheer, shouting in unison, "Give me a kiss!
Give me a kiss!"
Shang Guanjing was both excited and a little shy, her pretty face flushed.
As soon as Ding Yang lowered his head, she couldn't wait to hug Ding Yang's neck and kiss him passionately.
The two of them hugged each other intimately and kissed passionately under the romantic moonlight, amidst the envious and blessing eyes of everyone.
It wasn't until 5 minutes later that the two separated.
Du Tianming had already walked through the crowd and came up to Ding Yang and Shang Guanjing, saying with a smile on his face, "What a golden boy and jade girl, a match made in heaven."
Ding Yang and Senior Shangguan, the scene just now was so romantic, so enviable.
"I wish you love and happiness, and may you achieve your goal soon. Ding Yang, congratulations on becoming the first boy in this class to find true love."
Although, Shang Guanjing is currently just Ding Yang's girlfriend.
But Du Tianming was good at speaking, and he used the word true love to describe Shang Guanjing, which made her very happy and pleased.
Several boys had bullied Ding Yang before, but Du Tianming didn't say anything excessive.
Now that he took the initiative to send his blessings again, Shang Guanjing's impression of him changed a lot.
She nodded and said thank you to him.
Du Tianming took the opportunity to raise the bottle of wine and shouted with a smile, "Dear classmates and seniors, let's raise our glasses together and bless Ding Yang and Senior Shangguan. I wish everyone can find true love soon, have a happy love, and a happy life." More than a dozen girls became Ding Yang's fans and immediately responded to Du Tianming's call, raising their glasses or bottles.
Just as everyone was about to toast, Ding Yang turned his head and glanced at the pavilion not far away.
Seeing Chao Kuan and others sitting alone in the pavilion, looking so embarrassed that they were picking their feet, he was immediately surprised.
"Wait a minute, why are all the seniors here?"
"Chao Kuan, you guys shouldn't sit in the pavilion anymore, come over and have some fun together, it'll be more lively." Ding Yang seemed to have just noticed something unusual and waved to Chao Kuan and others. Chao Kuan, Tao Wei and others suddenly felt relieved, their depressed and embarrassed expressions disappeared, and they all smiled.
"Here it comes.
Brother Ding Yang, congratulations on finding true love. I hope you and senior sister Shangguan will grow old together. Seniors, wait for me, let's play together."
Chao Kuan and others, all carrying bottles of wine, hurried to the open space and blended into the crowd.
They were very excited and thanked Ding Yang from the bottom of their hearts and wished him well. Tao Wei and Gui Ziming, in particular, were filled with shame and felt a little emotional.
We are all adults, so we naturally understand that Ding Yang is giving them a way out, and what happened tonight is over.
Ding Yang showed mercy and gave them face and dignity, so that they would not become the laughingstock of the whole school.
This is a favor, and it is also repaying evil with kindness. They should certainly remember and be grateful.
Chapter 76 Chapter 076 is a bit too powerful. Blessings to Ding Yang and Senior Shangguan.
Thank you, Brother Ding Yang. Congratulations, Junior Ding Yang. More than 20 boys and girls raised their glasses at the same time and toasted amid laughter and joy.
Afterwards, several boys surrounded Ding Yang and took turns toasting him, expressing their blessings and gratitude again. Tao Wei and Gui Ziming had learned their lesson.
When they toasted, they only said thank you and congratulations and didn't dare to say anything more. Only Du Tianming and Chao Kuan could say a few polite words when drinking with Ding Yang.
"Ding Yang, even though we've only known each other for 2 days, I honestly think you're a really good person to get along with.
In terms of appearance, temperament and talent, we are not as good as you. In terms of magnanimity, wisdom and sophistication, we are like rookies in front of you.
Ding Yang, we are all good brothers from now on, and we must help and take care of each other. You will definitely be a leading figure in Qingdao University in the future, so you should help your brothers." After what happened tonight, Chao Kuan and Du Tianming really admired Ding Yang, so they lowered themselves to make friends with him.
With them taking the lead, several other boys followed suit and took the initiative to show their goodwill to Ding Yang.
Invisibly, Ding Yang's core position among the boys was established. Moreover, he did not use money, power or other means, but impressed several boys with his personal ability and charm alone. More than a dozen girls witnessed the whole process with their own eyes, and they appreciated, admired, and loved Ding Yang's personality, charm and way of doing things even more. If Shang Guanjing hadn't been there, they would have taken turns confessing their love to Ding Yang, on the spot. Of course, even if Shang Guanjing was present, they still looked at Ding Yang lovingly. People kept winking at Ding Yang, making heart shapes with their hands, or doing some small gestures to show their love. Although, more than a dozen girls have good looks and figures. But Ding Yang didn't find any scores above 9 for the time being, so he didn't take it seriously. The atmosphere at the scene was cheerful and joyful, and everyone was happily drinking and eating skewers. By around midnight, the drinks that the girls brought were basically all gone. Most of the girls were half drunk and were still able to pack up and clean up the scene. The 6 boys were all drunk, and 5 of them were already lying down. Only Du Tianming was still able to sit, but his eyes were fixed and his speech was slurred. He put his arm around Ding Yang's shoulder, raised his thumb with his trembling right hand, and looked at him with admiration. Ding Yang, I thought I could drink quite well, and I had no rivals among the boys of my age. But when I met you today, I was completely convinced. If I remember correctly, you drank 20 bottles of beer, 2 bottles of red wine, and 1 bottle of white wine. I've blacked out, and you're still conscious? Are you still a human being? Du Tianming let out a desperate wail, then fell to the ground with a plop, closed his eyes and fell asleep. It's great to be young. You can fall asleep right away. Ding Yang smiled faintly and raised his hand to drink the last glass of red wine. Shang Guanjing, who was slightly tipsy, leaned against him with a blushing face, her body as soft as cotton. Suddenly hearing Du Tianming's words, she was almost frightened awake, and asked anxiously, "Honey, when did you drink so much? Go induce vomiting quickly, or you'll get alcohol poisoning." Ding Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, I can drink a lot, it's okay." Shang Guanjing looked at him carefully for a few times and saw that his eyes were still clear and he was indeed not drunk, so she felt much more relieved. Even if you're not drunk, you still need to go to the bathroom. You've been drinking so much and haven't urinated yet. What if your bladder gets damaged? As she spoke, Shang Guanjing put her arm around his and was about to take him to the side to urinate. Ding Yang reached out and pinched her chin, and asked with a smile, "Senior sister, you were so anxious, are you worried that my kidneys will have problems and affect your future happy life?" "Bad guy, I'm really worried about your health." Shang Guanjing looked away guiltily, not daring to look him in the eye. Ding Yang whispered, "Don't be afraid, I have a titanium alloy kidney, I can hold it steady." Shang Guanjing's heart started pounding when she heard this, and her eyes flashed with deep surprise and anticipation. "Dear, you'd better go to the bathroom, otherwise it will affect your health." Ding Yang nodded and shouted to the dazed girls, "Seniors, please carry your boys back to the tent. Don't let them sleep on the ground. Catching a cold is a minor issue, but being bitten by snakes or insects is a real problem." The girls were a little confused, and many of them were scratching their heads. "My own boy? Junior Ding Yang, we are all your fans and admirers, and you are the only boy in our family." Obviously, they have forgotten who chose them and how they got here. After what happened tonight, Ding Yang was the only one left in their hearts. Ding Yang was speechless and could only change his words. "Then please, seniors, carry those boys into the tent and help settle them down." The girls then stood up one after another and carried the 6 boys into the 3 tents. If Ding Yang wasn't there, they would definitely be happy to see those boys drunk. Not only would she take the initiative to carry boys into the tent, she would also take the opportunity to take advantage of them. But after seeing Ding Yang's perfect looks, temperament and talent, they found those boys who were drunk like dead pigs boring. Even if I secretly reward myself in the future, I will only fantasize about what Ding Yang looks like. After leaving the clearing, Ding Yang walked to the dark woods. Seeing that there was no one around, he started to release the water. Shang Guanjing waited patiently for 8 minutes before she saw Ding Yang return. "Oh my god. You're a little too powerful, aren't you?" Shang Guanjing was filled with surprise, and her heart became even more expectant and excited. Then, she took Ding Yang's arm and couldn't wait to rush back to the open space near the sun viewing pavilion. At this time, the boys were already fast asleep. More than a dozen girls were tired and sleepy, so most of them went into the tent to sleep. Only Yen Yen and Tong Tong were still awake, guarding in front of a gray tent. Seeing Ding Yang and Shang Guanjing coming over, they hurried to greet them. "Sister Jing, brother-in-law, this is the tent prepared for you. This is a large camping tent that can accommodate 4 or 5 people. You can roll around in it without getting hurt. Go ahead and build without worry. We'll be guarding outside to prevent anyone from disturbing you." Chapter 77 Chapter 077 Get another diamond level talent. Yen Yen and Tong Tong spoke with a smile, as if they were seeking credit. Shang Guanjing's pretty face turned red with shame, and she pretended to hit them both. The 2 women smiled and dodged, rubbing their hands excitedly, with an expression as if they were waiting for the show to begin. "Sister Jing, time is precious, why are you still dawdling?
Everyone is asleep, you two should hurry up too.
Under the instigation and urging of the two women, Shang Wanjing suppressed her shyness, lifted the curtain of the tent, and went in with Ding Yang.
Dear, it's getting late, let's get some rest.
The bedding had already been laid out in the spacious tent. 2 pillows were also neatly placed, and there was also a lumbar support pillow. There was even a towel and 2 bottles of mineral water at the head of the bed.
From this we can see that Yen Yen and Tong Tong were quite attentive and thoughtful when setting up the tent.
Shang Wanjing helped Ding Yang lie down, then knelt beside him and helped him take off his shoes and socks. The two chatted in low voices.
Ding Yang, you drank a lot of wine.
Let me give you a massage to sober you up and relieve your fatigue.
Well, thank you, senior.
In order to achieve better massage effects.
Senior, your foxtail is showing.
Good student, you have to believe me, I'm doing this for your own good. Although Shang Wanjing felt guilty, fortunately the light in the tent was dim and the smile on her lips could not be seen clearly. Not long after, the conversation started again.
Senior, it's a bit cold. Don't worry, honey. You're going to light up soon. Everything is in silence. Time passes silently.
Before we knew it, the sky was turning pale.
Inside the tent,
a few pieces of clothing and socks were scattered around. Ding Yang and Shang Wanjing were sleeping soundly under a silk quilt.
Shang Wanjing snuggled in Ding Yang's arms, resting her head on his arm.
One leg was exposed outside the quilt, and her long hair was loose, covering her swan-like neck and silky back. She was really too tired and too sleepy. It was like not having any rest for 2 days and 2 nights, and then I got into a fight with someone. My whole body aches and my bones feel like they're falling apart. Even in deep sleep, she still frowned, as if she was having a terrible nightmare. A pitiful expression appeared on her beautiful face, and she murmured a few words unconsciously.
Hubby, I love you so much. I love you so much.
Ding Yang, who was sleeping soundly, heard Shang Wanjing's mumbling in her sleep and slowly opened his eyes. Although he had only slept for an hour, his strength had recovered a lot. He looked down at Shang Wanjing, who was still sleeping, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As expected of a senior, her physique is much stronger than Ling Shintan's. Ever since he obtained the skills and talents rewarded by the system, Ling Shintan is no longer his opponent. The senior student's performance was obviously much better than Ling Shintan's. There is still a lot of room for improvement if you practice more and communicate with each other more often in the future.
Senior is really a talent to be cultivated, oh no, a talent to be nurtured.
This thought flashed through his mind. Ding Yang raised his hand to rub her face, and called the system in his heart. After he won his first battle last night, a system prompt sounded in his mind, telling him that he had received an achievement gift package. But at that time, he was busy and put the system reward aside. Only then did he have the time and interest to check out the rewards. The system panel appeared in front of him. In the middle of the light blue curtain, a gift box tied with a pink ribbon was suspended. Tongzi, open the gift package. Then, the gift box burst into colorful fireworks, with a gorgeous effect.
The system's electronic female voice also sounded in his mind.
It was detected that the host had obtained a goddess-level beauty and received a pink achievement gift package. The gift package rewards are as follows. 1. Reward free attribute points 3.9. Second, reward diamond level talent, a body that can withstand 100 battles. Third, a special item will be awarded, a slave card. After hearing the content of the reward, Ding Yang smiled knowingly and pondered it secretly. After merging with Tian Tian before, I only gained 2 attribute points, but now I have 3.9. I don't know if this is a random reward value or because Senior's overall score is higher than Tian Tian's? He didn't delve into this issue further. He would verify his guess when he took Jiang Sini in next time. He added all 3.9 attribute points to his chi and health values. His chi and blood value immediately became 12 points, and his strength went from being a low-level warrior to a first-level warrior. Then, he felt a surge of heat in his body, which quickly spread to every part of his body. Not only do the feelings of fatigue and sleepiness completely disappear, but the energy, blood, and strength are also greatly enhanced. His body became firmer and stronger. Next, he checked the second reward. Diamond level talent, a body that can withstand 100 battles. Just by listening to the name and level, it is obvious that it surpasses talents such as super kidneys and singing god possession. So he quickly checked the talent introduction. Battle ready body, with this talent, the host will become a dragon that is invincible in battle. Even when facing the challenge and siege of hundreds of enemies, he can fight his way out and defeat them one by one. The host's physical fitness and recovery ability are enhanced tenfold, preventing illness and significantly delaying aging. Even if you work hard day and night, your body will never have any problems. Hiss. Although Ding Yang was mentally prepared and guessed that this talent was very powerful. But after reading the talent introduction, he couldn't help but gasp. Oh my goodness, I'm already strong enough, now I'm invincible, right? Then he checked the third reward. Slave card. After selecting a target and using it, the opponent's favorability towards the host will be forcibly increased to max. They are 100% loyal and in love with the host, regard the host as their only god, and obey any instructions of the host unconditionally. Loyalty is constant and unaffected by any external forces or circumstances. Note, this is a one-time consumable item and can only be used on people of the opposite sex between the ages of 18 and 40. Isn't the effect of this prop card a bit too powerful? Ding Yang only needed to imagine for a moment before realizing how incredible the function of this prop card was. Even though she was a strange woman, she had no good feelings towards him. Even if the other party has a blood feud with him and hates him to the core, it doesn't matter. As long as he uses this prop card, the opponent will become his most loyal slave and allow him to control him. No matter how noble the other party's identity is, how high their status is, or how strong their strength is. Everyone had to kneel down, sing conquer, and tie up their hair. This is so domineering. Chapter 78 Chapter 078 Senior Sister is really ambitious. Ding Yang was very excited about the effect of the slave card. His first thought was that the current empress. If this works, he can also say I don't eat beef in the future. Remind the host that there are age restrictions for the use of prop cards. Please stop this dangerous idea. The system's voice sounded, making Ding Yang much more sober. He quickly took out his cell phone and checked it online. Well, the empress is indeed much older. But the queen, the female marshal, the female general, the richest woman, etc. As long as you are under 40 years old, it should be fine, right? Ding Yang quickly flipped through his phone and soon found some information and data. Dragon Nation's top general, the 30-year-old Jinbei general? Very fierce, good legs, good looks. Once again, host, please select your target in person before using the item card. The system's electronic female voice sounded again. Ding Yang was stunned for a moment and then closed the system panel. Okay, put it aside for now and use it when we meet again. After calming down his excitement, Ding Yang glanced outside the tent. It's already daybreak. The eastern sky is already filled with red clouds. A morning sun is about to rise. So, Ding Yang pinched Shang Wanjing and woke her up. Senior, wake up quickly, it's time to watch the sunrise. What day? What's going on? Shang Wanjing was drowsy and mumbled a few words incoherently. Ding Yang couldn't help but smile and reached out to tickle her. Xiao Pa Kai, can you do this? Bad student, you are so hateful. Shang Wanjing woke up immediately, sat up quickly, stared at Ding Yang with a blushing face, and said coquettishly. Don't be complacent, wait until I have rested and recovered my strength. Look, I'll cook you some delicious dishes. What's the good food? Ding Yang was a little curious and asked with a playful smile. Shang Wanjing gently helped him put on his clothes, saying in a teasing tone, palace-cooked chicken, candied bananas, boiled sausages, fried eggplant. 666. Ding Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said with a wicked smile, good, senior sister is really ambitious. I didn't know who it was, but I cried and begged for mercy dozens of times. I hope next time, you won't cry and call for daddy. You're so bad. Shang Wanjing's pretty face suddenly turned red, her long eyelashes were trembling, and she couldn't help but punch Ding Yang on the abdominal muscles. Soon, the two put on their clothes and walked out of the tent hand in hand. Seeing Yan Yan and Tong Tong still sitting on the ground, leaning against the tent and sleeping soundly, Shang Wanjing felt a little embarrassed. They worked so hard last night. I have to find a chance to make it up to them. Last night, the two women stayed outside the tent for 4 hours. Not until everything was over did they fall into a deep sleep. Shang Wanjing did not wake them up, but pointed to the eastern sky with an expectant smile. Look, honey, the sun is coming out. Sure enough, the morning glow in the sky became redder and redder, and a red sun could be seen faintly, about to burst out. Ding Yang took her into the sun viewing pavilion, sat on the stone bench, stared at the sky, and waited for the sunrise.
After a while, several girls woke up one after another and entered the pavilion.
They slept soundly last night, so they had the energy to get up and watch the sunrise.
Although they envied Shang Guanjing, they just looked at Ding Yang a few more times and did not come close to disturb him.
Soon, a red sun rose slowly, and the sky was filled with rosy clouds.
Shang Guanjing snuggled happily in Ding Yang's arms, holding the mobile phone in both hands, recording the rising sun.
Ding Yang put his arm around her waist, a smile on his face, feeling peaceful and warm. 10 minutes later, the sun completely jumped out of the horizon.
The golden sunshine fills the mountains and the earth.
The fresh mountain breeze blowing in your face is refreshing. Shang Guanjing put away her phone, stood up and sat on Ding Yang's legs, put her arms around his neck, and said with a smile, "Dear, thank you for watching the sunrise with me."
Ding Yang smiled teasingly, "Weren't you afraid of the sun just now? Why do you like it now? Don't say it, they'll hear it soon." Shang Guanjing looked around with a guilty look on her face.
She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the girls didn't hear or understand and didn't react.
Then, with a hint of trepidation, she asked cautiously, "Honey, is my probation period over? Am I your girlfriend now?"
Ding Yang pinched her pretty face and said, "You are asking even though you already know the answer."
"That's great. Thank you, dear." Shang Guanjing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, cheered happily, and kissed Ding Yang again.
The girls around were all envious, whispering to each other for a few minutes before laughing out loud.
Shang Guanjing was not shy at all.
She glanced at them proudly and kissed Ding Yang several times.
Ding Yang smiled teasingly, "What else can you do besides slobbering all over my face?"
"You incompetent senior sister."
"I can." Shang Guanjing was not convinced and subconsciously wanted to refute.
But her sore body made her lose confidence and look depressed.
"Stinky Jr., let you be proud for a while.
When I recover, I will ask Tian Mei for help, and then we can deal with you together."
"Ha ha ha ha. You're both defeated by me.
I'll make you both cry." The two played for a while and then left the pavilion. Not long after, the girls in the tents woke up one after another. Everyone started packing up their things and organizing their backpacks. The 6 boys were still sleeping soundly in the tent, and they didn't wake up until the girls had finished packing. A few strong girls dragged them out of the tent and carried them on their shoulders. Afterwards, everyone went down the mountain in a mighty procession. When they arrived at the parking lot at the foot of the mountain, they threw the boys into the back seat, and the 7 cars drove away from Dakingshan one after another. Shang Guanjing's black Bentley was still at the end of the convoy, driving slowly and steadily, focusing on stability and comfort. Ding Yang sat in the back seat with his eyes closed, resting, while Shang Guanjing snuggled in his arms and slept soundly. As soon as the car entered the city, Ding Yang's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was Su Lei calling.
"Good morning, Mr. Ding Yang. Are you available now? I have some very important good news to tell you, and I'll need a little of your time."
Chapter 79 Chapter 079 National Honors and Privileges. Su Lei's tone was very polite and excited, and she seemed a little excited. Ding Yang could probably guess that the test results of his seeds had come out and the Ministry of Fertility wanted to reward him. "Director Su, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly." Mr. Ding Yang and the expert team from the Provincial and Ministerial Center worked overtime last night to complete the relevant tests. It is confirmed that the life seeds you donated yesterday reached the unprecedented SSS level. The life seeds you donated have been listed as national treasures and have been urgently transported to the National Center for Life Research. In order to commend your outstanding contribution to the country, the Ministry of Fertility and Birth will issue you the following rewards. 1. You will be awarded the title of Top 10 Outstanding Young People and receive a bonus of 10 million star coins. 2nd, you are granted a unique privilege: the number of wives you can marry within the legal scope is increased to 100. The number of concubines you can legally take is adjusted to be unlimited. After hearing the content of the reward, Ding Yang was stunned for a moment. The reward of 10 million star coins is indeed amazing, but he has seen big scenes before and will not be too excited. What surprised him was the title of Top 10 Outstanding Young People. This is a national honorary title, which is awarded only once every 5 years. It is very authoritative and influential. The 10 young people selected in each session are the top elites and geniuses of Dragon Country. This honor alone will allow Ding Yang to enter the vision of the top leaders of Longwa. But what he liked and was most excited about was the second reward. 100 wives, unlimited number of concubines. This privilege granted to me by the nation comes at a perfect time and is truly wonderful. Not only does he have enhanced weapons and super kidneys, he now also has the gift of a battle-hardened body. There is absolutely no one in this world who is more suitable for this unique privilege than him. If it were someone else, even if they wanted to marry so many wives and concubines, they would not be able to do so because their body would not be able to handle it. But he had no such concerns at all. Seeing Ding Yang silent, Su Lei thought he was frightened by the privilege, and hurriedly began to comfort and persuade him. Mr. Ding Yang, as the saying goes, those who are capable should work harder. With your looks, charm and abilities in that area, it would be a waste of talent and top-notch resources if you don't marry more wives and concubines. The country grants you this privilege to encourage you to work harder and make more contributions. The choice of how many wives and concubines to marry is yours. Of course, if you feel that the quota for legal wives is insufficient, please feel free to let us know and the government can continue to increase the quota for you.
Okay, I'll contact you when I need you to thank the country for me.
Ding Yang smiled and thanked him, and felt a stronger sense of identity and belonging to this country that knows people and assigns them to the right positions. Su Lei continued, Mr. Ding Yang, there is one more very important matter, which concerns the purpose of your life seed. The probability that the seeds of ordinary men in my country contain Y chromosomes is less than 1%, so the male birth rate is around 1. The probability that your seed of life contains a Y chromosome is dozens of times that of an ordinary male. Therefore, the Ministry of Fertility selected 100 super high-quality girls of marriageable age across the country overnight and formulated the Rising Star Plan. This is a great experiment and plan, using the best combination approach, with the goal of nurturing the best life.
Rising Star Project? 100 super high-quality girls of marriageable age? The best lives?
Ding Yang raised his eyebrows, very interested in this plan. Su Lei continued, yes, the Ministry of Reproduction has already had similar plans. But we haven't found any high-grade life seeds, so it cannot be implemented. And your seed of life performs perfectly.
Once the seeds arrive at the National Center for Life Research, the team of experts will immediately implement the plan. At that time, only the fertilized eggs that formed XY chromosomes will remain. To ensure the safety and success rate of the experiment, the embryos will be cultivated in an artificial purple womb. After the fetus is born, it will be raised and taught by the state, and they will receive the best living, medical, educational, and other resources. When they grow up, they will surely become elites and leaders in various fields, serving and contributing to the country. Hearing this, Ding Yang was a little surprised and asked, use the best resources to train them, and when they grow up, let them become elites and leaders in various fields. Is this also part of the Rising Star Project?
Su Lei said without hesitation, yes, Mr. Ding Yang, the goal of the plan is to cultivate the best life. I have sent the detailed information of those 100 girls to your email.
When your sons are born, the state will give you generous rewards.
We need to keep in touch, and I will report to you frequently on the progress and latest status of the Rising Star program. Ding Yang was thinking about having children with 100 super outstanding girls, who would be taken care of and raised by the state throughout the process, without him having to spend time and energy on raising them. Moreover, the children will receive top-notch resources and will grow up to become elites and leaders in various fields.
This plan sounds good. So he asked again. Will I be able to visit the children of those girls and me in the future?
Su Lei smiled and said, of course. You are the children's father, and you can visit them anytime in the future, or live with them.
You have the right to make your own choice.
That'll do. After receiving a positive answer, Ding Yang finally felt relieved. Su Lei reminded, those 100 girls, if you want to see them at any time, you can contact me and we will send them to you as soon as possible. If you want to marry or take a concubine, the National Fertility Department also recommends that you give them priority. After all, there are 200 million girls of your age in Dragon Country, and those 100 girls were selected after comprehensive consideration and selection.
Okay, I'll consider the Fertility Department's advice.
Ding Yang chatted with Su Lei for a few words and then hung up the phone. He was very curious about what kind of fairies those 100 girls were.
The file Su Lei sent to his email was a bit large and it was not convenient to view it on his mobile phone.
Xiaohu Bo T file anti-piracy, look for books, robots choose Xiaohu, stable and reliable, no pitfalls. He couldn't wait to go home, turn on his computer, and check and taste them one by one.
Half an hour later, the convoy returned to Qingdao University campus.
The boys were sent back to their respective villas, and after settling them down, the girls left one after another. Although Shangguan Jing was very sleepy, she forced herself to wake up, sent Ding Yang to the door of the villa, and kissed him before leaving. After watching Bentley leave, Ding Yang returned to the flower viewing courtyard. Ling Shintan had already gone to military training, but left a note on the dining table.
Hubby, you camped in the mountains last night, so you must not have eaten enough. You must be hungry now, right? I made breakfast for you and put it in the insulated box. Remember to eat breakfast before going to sleep.
Chapter 80 Chapter 080 Apart from being rich, she has no other advantages. When Ding Yang saw the contents of the note, a warm feeling flowed through his heart. Ling Shintan obviously knew what he was going to experience last night. But she didn't call or send messages to disturb him. She just cared about him silently and made breakfast for him in different ways. He drank a lot of wine last night and didn't eat much food, so he was indeed a little hungry. So he took out a few breakfasts from the thermal box and ate them slowly. Just after finishing breakfast, his cell phone suddenly vibrated several times. I opened Feishan and saw that it was a message from Jiang Sini. Moreover, from yesterday afternoon until now, there are dozens of unread messages. My dear, I have something important to do today, so I flew to Donghai City. I haven't seen you for 24 hours. I miss you so much. I'm so tired after a busy day, but I'm about to board my flight back to Qingshan City.
Honey, I'm back. I really want to go find you. Without you by my side, I'm afraid I'll suffer from insomnia like last night.
Okay, it's late, have some rest dear, you don't need to reply to my message.
Good morning, honey, are you up yet? I'm already at the door of your dormitory.
After reading the messages one by one, Ding Yang smiled and turned to look at the courtyard gate outside the window. Sure enough, there was a Cullinan parked at the gate, and a slim figure was leaning next to the car, waiting quietly. Ding Yang got up and walked into the living room, opening the yard gate remotely. After a moment, Jiang Sini pushed open the door and walked into the living room. Today, she is wearing a light pink cheongsam, showing off her graceful figure to the fullest. She was wearing a pair of silver high heels and carrying a fashionable handbag. Her long, smooth, black hair was draped over her shoulders, her pretty face was lightly made up, and her clear, lively eyes were full of tenderness and affection. Compared to the last time they met on the train, Jiang Sini had obviously dressed up carefully for this meeting. The female president's capable and cold temperament is hidden, leaving only her charming and attractive demeanor. My dear, I haven't seen you for 2 days. I miss you so much. Jiang Sini quickly walked up to Ding Yang, threw herself into his arms, and kissed him on the face. Ding Yang put his arm around her slender waist, slippery tongue.
You know I live here. If you really miss me that much, you can come find me anytime. Jiang Sini sat down and kissed him again. Honey, I was wrong.
Yesterday I signed a cooperation agreement with a large company in Donghai and held a project launch conference. I flew there in the morning and was busy until midnight before flying back. But don't worry, I won't leave Qingshan City for the next week, and I'll be able to see you every day.
Ding Yang nodded and said, okay, then it depends on your performance.
Seeing that he was not angry, Jiang Sini secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Honey, I brought you a gift, see if you like it.
After saying that, she quickly took out an exquisite gift box from her bag, opened it and handed it to Ding Yang. Inside the gift box was a black watch, a limited edition Richard Miller, priced at over 15 million. Jiang Sini held the gift box in both hands, looking at Ding Yang with anticipation and tenderness in her eyes. Dear, this watch is limited to 12 pieces worldwide. I asked someone to contact the wealthy circle in Donghai City to find this watch. I think that only its low-key connotation, yet noble and luxurious style, is worthy of your temperament. In fact, rich people buy this kind of watches for collection and fun, and they want the style.
Even if someone else offers double the price, the owner may not transfer the property.
In order to get the watch, Jiang Sini not only paid double the price, but also owed the other party a favor. The favor she owed him was worth more than just 30 million.
Of course, she would do these things silently but would not tell Ding Yang. Ding Yang didn't take the watch.
He put his arms around her slender waist and made her face to face with him. He held Jiang Sini's cheek, looked at her gently, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Sini, both times we met, you gave me very expensive gifts. Do you think I'm a materialistic guy? Do you have to throw money at me to get my approval and my heart? No. I never thought about it that way, really.
Jiang Sini suddenly panicked, quickly put down the gift box, hugged Ding Yang tightly, and kissed him actively. After 5 minutes of affection, she left with a look of reluctance on her face. Her pretty face flushed, and she explained nervously, Dear, I'm sorry. I'm just too busy with work and don't have time to accompany you. But please believe me, I really didn't mean that.
I just want to give you the best I can. In my heart, you are the best man in the world, and only the best things are worthy of you. I promise you that I will focus on you from now on, try to reduce my work time and spend more time with you. In fact, Jiang Sini was also helpless. As soon as she graduated, her mother forced her to manage a company with a market value of tens of billions, saying that it was for her to gain experience first. If she doesn't work hard and adapt to the management process as soon as possible, when will she be able to help her mother share the burden? My mother has to manage 6 companies by herself, all of which are large companies with a market value of over 10 billion yuan, and a total of more than 50,000 employees. She works so hard every day, how can her daughter just stand by and watch? Therefore, Jiang Sini had more money than she could spend, but she didn't have much time and energy to date Ding Yang. Compared with the girls around Ding Yang, she has no advantage at all. How could she not be anxious? She was afraid that Ding Yang would be dissatisfied, and even more afraid of losing this lifesaver and perfect boyfriend. However, before she could finish her words, her mouth was blocked by Ding Yang's finger. Sini, I'm not angry, nor do I blame you. I just want to tell you that I can see and feel your feelings. And there are more ways to express love than just spending money. Jiang Sini was stunned for a moment, and her heart finally settled down, and a look of joy appeared on her face. Thank you for your understanding, dear. You are so considerate and kind to me. Ding Yang held her hand and pointed at her fair wrist. Actually, I'm just like you, I don't usually wear a watch. However, this watch is a gift from you, so I will accept it. I will wear it if the occasion is right. After hearing this, Jiang Sini finally felt relieved and smiled sweetly and happily. Dear husband, thank you. I don't know how to describe how good you are to me. Chapter 81 Chapter 081 Principal, Ding Yang, I congratulate you. Seeing Jiang Sini's moved look, a faint smile appeared in Ding Yang's eyes. It was Jiang Sini who gave him a watch worth more than 10 million yuan, but she was still afraid that he would be dissatisfied or angry, so she coaxed him carefully. Seeing that he was willing to accept the watch, Jiang Sini was not only relieved, but also very touched and sweet. Even without the eye of insight, he could guess that Jiang Sini's favorability towards him must have exceeded 100. It must have reached the point of total devotion. The two of them sat on the sofa hugging each other intimately, and Jiang Sini said many sweet and affectionate words. After kissing and cuddling for a while, Jiang Sini saw that the time was almost up and was about to say goodbye and leave. The company also has important matters to deal with today, and she will be late if she doesn't leave now. But she had just said that she would spend more time with Ding Yang, and now she had to leave. She was very conflicted and couldn't say it out loud. However, Ding Yang saw her embarrassment, took her hand and said, "Okay, if you have something to do, go ahead. But you must remember to come to me within 3 days and I will give you acupuncture treatment. You need to continue treatments several times to completely eradicate the root cause of the disease." Jiang Sini quickly nodded and agreed, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, husband, for your understanding." After saying that, she hugged Ding Yang again and kissed him passionately for a few minutes before leaving reluctantly. Ding Yang stood at the door of the living room and watched her get into the Cullinan and leave quickly. Just as he was about to turn around and go into the house, he saw the female security guard Lao Song, accompanied by an elegant middle-aged woman, coming to the gate of the flower viewing garden. The middle-aged woman was probably in her early 40s, but she was well-maintained and looked like a woman in her early 30s. She is tall and thin, wearing a white chiffon shirt and a black high-waisted skirt. Every move she makes reveals her dignity and nobility. Of course, there is also the majestic aura of a superior. But she has bright eyes and a kind look, is very friendly, and her temperament is not sharp. This is his residence, please come in. Old Song stood at the gate, bowed respectfully, and made a pleased gesture to the middle-aged woman. Okay, go ahead and do your work. I'll go in by myself. The middle-aged woman nodded slightly, sent Old Song away, and walked into the flower viewing courtyard alone. She didn't rush into the house, but walked slowly across the yard, looking around. Seeing that the yard was clean and elegant, but lacked embellishment and vitality, she frowned secretly and took note of it. By the time she reached the living room door, Ding Yang had been observing her for a while. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Ding Yang saw that the other person had an extraordinary temperament and identity, and was likely a school leader, so he took the initiative to ask. The middle-aged woman looked at him intently, and after examining him from head to toe, her eyes softened and a kind smile appeared on her face. "Are you Ding Yang?" "Yes, may I ask, are you?" The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "The admission letter you received was signed by me personally." "Shangwan, principal?" Ding Yang's heart skipped a beat.
Although he remained calm, he felt very surprised. He and Shang Wanjing had just gone camping in Dakingshan last night.
They had only been apart for an hour, and her mother came to the door?
Although, he felt that the principal would not cause him any trouble. After all, the relationship between him and Shang Wanjing was a mutual one and it happened naturally.
Student Ding Yang, I'm here to congratulate you. Congratulations? Ding Yang was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, congratulations on conquering Shang Wanjing. I'm about to become your son-in-law? Isn't this right? How can a mother-in-law talk like that?
Shang Wanqinghong smiled and nodded. This morning, the provincial fertility minister called me and explained what happened yesterday. Not only did she thank you on behalf of the Ministry of Fertility and the country, she also asked me to congratulate you on being selected as one of the top 10 outstanding young people. She is also deeply grateful to our school for nurturing such an outstanding student like you. After a pause, she chuckled and said, You've just enrolled, how could our school have trained you? You have been able to make outstanding contributions to the country and receive such an honor because of your extraordinary talent. The school dare not take credit for it. On the contrary, you have brought honor to our school. I not only want to congratulate you, but also thank you on behalf of the school. Shang Wanqinghong's voice is soft and his speech speed is neither fast nor slow, which makes people feel comfortable listening to him.
Ding Yang smiled modestly. Thank you, Principal.
Seeing that he was calm and not arrogant, Shang Wanqinghong's eyes lit up and he looked at him with more satisfaction.
Student Ding Yang, when the country announces the list of the top 10 outstanding young people at the end of the month, our school will also promote and celebrate for you. At that time, the corresponding news interviews will also be produced in advance. Do you have any requirements or suggestions?
Ding Yang was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, I just fulfilled my donation obligation and I broke the world record.
Not only was he named one of the top 10 outstanding young people, but he also had to do news interviews? What are they going to interview me about? What can I say? How shameful.
Ding Yang felt his scalp tingling just by imagining it, and he couldn't help digging his toes into the ground.
Principal, should we just forget about the news interviews? Shang Wanqinghong smiled and said, You are already a man, not a boy, why are you still shy? This is a great thing and a great honor.
Although the school respects your choice, I still advise you to accept the interview, which will be very beneficial to your life.
Since she had said this, Ding Yang certainly couldn't refuse, so he nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll listen to the principal. Shang Wanqinghong then revealed a satisfied smile and asked, Student Ding Yang, how is this apartment?
If you feel the area is too small, the environment is poor, or you are not satisfied with anything, I will immediately change it to a bigger one for you.
Ding Yang smiled and declined, It's fine, no need to change it for now. So what do you think of our Jingjing? Pretty good, huh?
Ding Yang didn't expect that the principal, who was just talking about business, suddenly brought up Shang Wanjing. He was a little caught off guard and scratched his head. Senior Shangwan is very warm and generous, and also very lively and cheerful.
We get along very well. Shang Wanqinghong smiled and said, She is right, you are really considerate, gentle, and kind.
As her mother, I know her personality best, so you don't have to say anything good for her. She has been used to being domineering since she was a child, doing things in a hurry and sometimes she may be a bit rash. Let me apologize to you on her behalf first, and I hope you can be more tolerant of her. After all, she is not a bad person, and she is kind and simple. In the future, when you two are together, if she dares to bully you and make you unhappy, just tell me and I'll teach her a lesson. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let you suffer any injustice.
Hearing this, Ding Yang laughed immediately. Senior is really nice to me.
She is very considerate and caring. Seeing that his eyes and tone were sincere, Shang Wanqinghong felt much more relieved. Since you and Jingjing are already dating, then you can choose a day when you are free. How about coming to our house to introduce yourself and have a meal together? Chapter 82 Chapter 082 is the special physique you like.
Shang Wanqinghong's words clearly showed her attitude.
As Ding Yang expected, his future mother-in-law was very satisfied with him.
Not only was he impeccable, he was also afraid that Shang Wanjing would not perform well and make him angry and disappointed.
Shang Wanqinghong came to talk to him for business, but most importantly, it was about him and Shang Wanjing. The fact that Shang Wanqinghong was so eager to invite him to dinner at his home and was so humble showed how sincere his attitude was.
Okay, Principal, I'll be there when the time comes. Ding Yang smiled and nodded in agreement. Shangguan Qinghong was busy with work and noticed that Ding Yang did not sleep well last night, so he told him to take care of his health and then got up to say goodbye. Ding Yang walked her out of the flower viewing garden and watched her back disappear around the bend in the road. At this moment, a burst of orderly footsteps came from the other end of the road. In a trance, Ding Yang thought that the new students for military training had arrived. He turned his head and saw a group of girls with great figures and good looks. 10 of the girls were wearing skirts and shorts of various colors, their delicate and fair skin sparkling in the sun. They lined up in a row and walked over in an orderly manner, led by a girl in a red dress. Ding Yang's gaze swept across the group of girls and landed on the girl in the red dress. She is about 165 centimeters tall, with a curvy figure, thin where she should be thin, and plump where she should be plump, which looks very pleasing to the eye. Her long hair was tied into 2 long ponytails, and her bangs and sideburns were dyed 2 strands of purple, making her look cute and playful. Most importantly, she has an exquisite, porcelain-like baby face. On her pretty face, so white and tender that you could pinch water out of it, there are a pair of clear eyes that are so big that they are disproportionate to the shape of her face, as well as an anime-style nose and cherry lips. The first time he saw her, Ding Yang could feel the youthful and lovely aura coming towards him. After seeing her appearance clearly, an idea immediately popped into his mind. What a great loli, and the key is that it's legal. Based on his aesthetic taste and ability to judge looks, he could easily determine that the loli with twin ponytails and a red dress would definitely receive a score of 9 or above. As expected. When he used the Eye of Insight, the information sheet of the loli in the red dress immediately appeared in front of him. Wenbauer gender, female age, 19. Height, 165 centimeters weight, 49 kilograms size, 35 c. Appearance, 9.2 figure, 9.2. Status, sophomore at Qingshan University. Wealth, 800,000 star coins. Strength, rank 4 warrior. HP, 45. Number of charges, 0. Number of chargers, 0. Overall score, 9.3. Special physique. Favorability towards the host, 80. After reading Wenbauer's attribute information, Ding Yang was stunned for a moment and questions popped up in his mind. Tonzi, are you mistaken? Her appearance and figure are less than 9.3, and her wealth and strength are not very high. How come the overall score has reached 9.3? The system's electronic female voice sounded in his mind. Overall score 9.3, confirmed. Ding Yang thought about it and felt that the problem must lie with that special physique. Tonzi, what kind of special physique does she have that can add so much to her overall score? Divine Beast Physique. The system's answer was concise and to the point. I've only heard of cold and damp constitution, deficiency constitution, and allergic constitution. The one who went a little too far was Asaimu. What is the physique of a divine beast? Could it be that the azure dragon in the east and the white dragon in the west? Ding Yang thought about it for a while and suddenly froze. The system confirms this. Yes, you guessed it right. It's exactly the kind you like best. Ahem. Tonzi, don't frame a good person. When did I ever say I liked you? Ding Yang's old face turned red and he quickly defended himself. But the system's voice remained calm, without any emotion. Learning that the target possesses the physique of a divine beast, the host's heart rate shot up from 60 to 100, and his hormone levels also increased. Stop. Please stop talking. Do you think I don't want to save face? Does the host still have questions? No, Tonzi, you are indeed accurate and fair. Ding Yang had to admit that the system that served him knew him better than he knew himself. Finally, the emotionally unintelligent Tonzi shut up. He looked at Wenbauer's attribute list, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes again. This loli, I don't even know her, and I've never met her. She actually has 80 points of favorability towards me? He was very skeptical. He didn't know Wenbauer, but Wenbauer probably knew him. At the same time, Wenbauer led the group of girls to the gate of the flower viewing garden. Suddenly seeing Ding Yang standing at the gate without a mask, they all stopped and stood there in a daze. Including Wenbauer, the 11 girls all widened their eyes, with expressions of shock and excitement on their pretty faces. After a few seconds, they came to their senses, their eyes lit up, and they exclaimed in unison. Oh my God! My God! No one shouted so handsome because these 2 words are too simple and vulgar. It is neither enough to describe Ding Yang's handsomeness and charm, nor does it match the status Ding Yang holds in their hearts. Ah! We actually saw the true face of our idol. We are so lucky. Wow! Joining the male God's Guard was definitely the wisest decision I ever made. The group leader didn't lie to us. There are indeed benefits to joining the Guard Corps. It's only our first day on patrol, and we've already seen the unparalleled beauty of our male god. What a surprise! My dear, could you please sign an autograph for me? The girl screamed excitedly and shouted excitedly. A senior schoolmate in white clothes with big breasts and long legs couldn't help but rush to Ding Yang and asked with a worried look in her eyes. Soon after, other girls also flocked over and surrounded Ding Yang excitedly. Everyone was very excited and praised Ding Yang, expressing their joy and admiration. Fortunately, no one tried to take advantage of Ding Yang. No matter how excited they are, they remain restrained and demonstrate exceptional quality. Ding Yang suddenly realized that these girls were all his fans. Moreover, they filled out a questionnaire and were carefully selected by the group owner and administrator to be the security team members. Today is their first time patrolling near the flower viewing garden. After knowing their identities, Ding Yang finally understood why Wen Bauer had such a high liking for him. At this time, Wen Bauer, with a blushing face, frowned and shouted a few words. Everyone be quiet, what's the mess like? We are the male God's Guard, so we must be careful about our words and actions and not embarrass the male god. If you have anything to say, please line up and tell your idol one by one. Her words really worked, and the 10 girls immediately quieted down. The senior student in white with big breasts and long legs quickly took out a pen and handed it to Ding Yang with both hands. My dear, could you please sign an autograph for me? I am your die-hard fan, please. Ding Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took the pen and asked, where should I sign? The senior student in white quickly stretched out her arms. My dear, please sign here and write exclusively for Ding Yang. After you sign it, I will find a tattoo artist to tattoo it. Ding Yang's hand holding the pen froze in mid-air. Chapter 83 Chapter 083 starts with appearance, lasts with kindness, and is loyal to character. The words of the senior girl in white not only shocked Ding Yang, but also shocked the other girls. All the girls were very surprised and cried out in surprise. Wow! Senior Zhou, you are so talented. The signature becomes a tattoo, and even showering 1 wash it off. Senior Zhou, I now believe that you are the most loyal person among us to our idol. Thank you, Senior Zhou, for the inspiration. I want some too. Then, a short-haired girl with a great figure turned her back to Ding Yang, revealing her lower back. My dear, please sign here for me. I also want to sign the 4 words exclusive for Ding Yang and get a tattoo with Senior Zhou. And me, I want one too. Another girl with a melon-shaped face raised her hand, looking eager to try. She was wearing a belly-bearing vest and a skirt, looking at Ding Yang expectantly and pointing at her flat belly. My dear man, please sign here for me, just like them. Ding Yang silently closed the pen and shook his head at the 3 girls. If you think signing is fun, I can satisfy you. Since you want to get a tattoo, forget it. In the future you may have to take the civil service exam, or join the army or the police. Don't let momentary impulses and pleasures affect your future. Although, the 3 girls all felt a little lost and regretful. But when the other girls heard this, their eyes became brighter, and they were obviously warmed and moved. Wow! He's truly worthy of being our idol, so gentle and thoughtful. I didn't expect that the male god would be so fond of his fans and would even think about us. I swear, from now on I will only love Ding Yang and will never be fans of other boys. I must tell all the sisters that our male god is really unique. I admire Ding Yang and regard him as a male god. It all started with his looks and charm, and lasted for his kindness and warmth. But from now on, there is one more thing: be loyal to your character and your vision. Ding Yang, you will always be our idol. Love you, love you, love you. Seeing the girls so excited, some of them could no longer control their emotions and wanted to reach out and hug Ding Yang, but Wen Bauer quickly spoke up to stop them. Sisters, please calm down. Don't forget the original intention of joining the male God Guard. We are here to protect him and help him reduce trouble and distress. So, we must not become a nuisance or a bother. The girls immediately calmed down and took half a step back. The 3 girls who wanted autographs also showed awkward and embarrassed smiles and stopped asking for autographs. Ding Yang gave Wen Bauer an admiring look. Although she has a gorgeous lowly face, she has a hot body. No, it's just that she has a lot of prestige among the girls. Thank you all for your love and support, but don't you have classes during the day? The 11 girls are all sophomores and juniors. Although they don't have to undergo military training, they still have to attend classes.
Wen Baoer quickly explained to Ding Yang, "My dear, our first batch of recruited guards consists of 50 people, and everyone comes in rotation.
Some classes are not held in the morning, and some are not held in the afternoon.
At night, we will decide whether to triple or quadruple the staffing, depending on the situation." Ding Yang nodded and continued, "The weather has been very hot recently, and the sun is very strong.
Everyone should pay attention to sun protection and avoid heat stroke.
If anyone feels unwell, please come inside and rest for a while. I have hot water, drinks, and medicines at home." He knew that these girls were very fanatical, and it was impossible to ask them to disband the guard team and stop them from patrolling. Instead of expressing hypocritical gratitude and concern, it is better to say something practical and useful. But when Baoer and the 10 girls were all stunned, with stunned expressions on their faces, thinking they had misheard.
"Ha? Can we go inside? Isn't this too dreamy? Someone come and pinch me to see if I'm dreaming?"
Wow, my idol not only felt bad that we were exposed to the sun, but also cared about us and reminded us, and was willing to let us into the house.
"I'm crying. Ah. I think I have a heat stroke, my dear, please save me."
"Eh? I have a heat stroke too, my man, please carry me inside."
Yes. Not only do I have heat stroke, but I'm also having trouble breathing. I need my idol to give me artificial respiration to get better."
After coming to their senses, the girls were very surprised and touched, and their liking for Ding Yang increased sharply. But those naughty and bold girls immediately started to make trouble again. They all looked so frail and as if they were about to faint, and fell delicately into Ding Yang's arms. Ding Yang raised his hand to support the 3 of them, with a sly smile on his face.
"All 3 seniors have heat stroke, right?"
The 3 girls leaned in his arms with a look of enjoyment, feeling his masculine scent happily, and nodded repeatedly like chicks pecking at rice.
"Yeah, I got it, it's serious."
"Oh, I'm dizzy, the world is spinning, my idol, please hold me. I can't breathe, my idol, please kiss me, no, please give me artificial respiration."
Ding Yang smiled and said, "I happen to have a box of Huoxiang Jingqi water at home. Since the 3 senior sisters have suffered from heat stroke, each of them can drink a cup first.
Please ask the other seniors to bring these 3 seniors in and help give them the medicine."
Young master duo? 1 cup of Huoxiang Jingqi water. My god, I'm suddenly not dizzy anymore. I'm fine. My idol hugged me and my illness was cured immediately. It's amazing. Yes, I can breathe easier now too. Thank you, my dear, for saving me."
The 3 girls were so scared that their faces turned pale. They quickly took a step back and didn't dare to pretend to be sick anymore.
"That thing can relieve the heat, but the taste is hard to describe. If you drink one, you will have to muster the courage to go to the battlefield. If you drink one tea, you feel like you are spiraling to heaven."
Seeing that Ding Yang easily cured the 3 senior students' illnesses, the girls all giggled and the air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Of course, after seeing Ding Yang's funny and humorous side, they loved and were loyal to him even more. When Baoer spoke up at the right time to remind everyone, the male god is setting this precedent because he understands and cares about everyone. "Everyone, please don't pretend to be sick and play around, as this will disturb your idol's rest. When I get back, I will also remind all members of the guard team." "Okay, the man has been in the sun for 5 minutes, it's time for us to go." Although the girls were reluctant to leave Ding Yang, they still lined up obediently and waved goodbye to Ding Yang.
Ding Yang smiled and nodded in response, then said to Wen Baoer, "Senior Baoer, let them go first. You stay here. I have something to ask you."
"Ah?" When Baoer was struck by lightning, she stood there in a daze, her pretty face flushed.
"My idol actually knows my name? How is this possible?"
"This is clearly the first time I've officially met him." The other 10 girls all showed envious expressions and eyes, and winked at Wen Baoer.
"Sister Baoer, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and agree. You useless silly girl, you finally have a chance to be alone with your idol, and you can't talk anymore? Congratulations, Junior Baoer. Remember to share your experience with us when you come back."
The girls joked around a bit and left laughing.
Chapter 84 Chapter 084 School Beauty Xia is also my fan?
The girls all walked away, but when Baoer was still standing there in a daze, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. Seeing her lowering her head shyly with her 2 little hands clenched tightly, Ding Yang couldn't help but smile.
"What's this lowly senior thinking about? It's too sunny outside, let's go inside and talk."
Ding Yang greeted him, put his hands in his pockets, and turned into the yard.
Oh, okay. When Bauer finally came to her senses, quickly suppressed her chaotic thoughts, and quickly followed. This was her first time entering the boys' villa, and she couldn't help but look around, her eyes full of curiosity and excitement. After entering the spacious and cool living room, she couldn't help but sigh. So cool. Ding Yang stopped and looked at her with a smile. When Bauer's body stiffened, and her heart, which had just calmed down, immediately became chaotic. The fair and cute baby face instantly turned red with embarrassment. No. My God, you heard me wrong, I meant, it's so cool. She seemed quite authoritative in front of those girls just now, and her speech was clear and logical. I didn't expect that I would get shy so easily when we were alone. Moreover, her shy look is so pure and cute that people can't help but want to bully her. The refrigerator is over there, just help yourself to whatever you want to drink. Ding Yang pointed to the refrigerator not far away and sat down on the sofa with his legs crossed. When Bauer responded and subconsciously asked, "My dear, what would you like to drink?" "Anything is fine." When Bauer thought for a moment, took out 2 bottles of Coke from the refrigerator, and handed one to Ding Yang. Then, she held the Coke in both hands and sat carefully next to Ding Yang. She secretly observed Ding Yang's reaction, then quietly moved her but a little closer to him. Ding Yang was drinking a drink and pretended not to notice her little action. But he noticed that when Bauer's mouth corners curled up slightly in a happy arc. My God, how do you know my name?" After a few seconds of silence, when Bauer mustered up the courage to ask. She was very nervous, her little hands tightly gripping the Coke bottle, her head lowered, not daring to look at Ding Yang's expression. "Oh, I just heard them calling your name, so I remembered it." Is that so?" When Bauer was stunned for a moment, thinking to herself, have those girls called her name before? Seeing that she was thinking, Ding Yang quickly changed the subject. "Senior Bauer, are you the owner or administrator of the fan club?" "Group leader." Ding Yang was stunned and nearly spit out his Coke. "Are you the 98-year-old grandma who got a late-night pentakill?" When Bauer opened her super innocent big eyes and looked at Ding Yang cutely, not thinking there was anything wrong at all. Originally, Ding Yang wanted to ask her why such a cute loli had such an abstract nickname. But he changed his approach and tried to ask, "Do you like playing games too?" Speaking of this, when Bauer's eyes lit up and her temperament became particularly confident and cheerful. "Well, I've been playing for several years, and in the past 2 years I've been basically at the 100-star level, and I'm better at the mid lane." "My dear, do you like playing games too? Then when you want to play, can you take me with you? I can assist you and make you an MVP." Ding Yang glanced at the neckline of the cute red dress with a half smile. "It's okay to play together, but the key is whether you have enough milk." "Certainly." When Bauer nodded subconsciously, but suddenly realized that Ding Yang's eyes were a little strange. She looked down and couldn't help but blush with shame, even her crystal earlobes were stained red. She was full of confidence just now, but suddenly she lost her confidence. "Then I won't play the nanny, I'll play Yame on you. I will protect you." When Bauer muttered weakly. Ding Yang smiled and nodded, "Okay, add me as a friend later. Let me see your strength tonight." "Great. Thank you, my dear. I will definitely try my best to perform well." When Bauer was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. Ding Yang asked again, "What about the 2 administrators of Fan Group 3? When Bauer smiled and said, "She's beautiful, rich, and has sweet dreams. She's Yen Yen from our martial arts department." It turned out to be her. Ding Yang nodded and asked, "What's the other name that's also very abstract?" "Oh, you mean Senior Xia." When Bauer chuckled and said, "She is a junior in the dance department and one of the top 10 beauties in our school. She is very good, not only in popular and classical dance, but also in composing and choreographing her own dances, and has won national dance awards." Speaking of the senior who faked her death to avoid thunder, when Bauer's eyes were bright, and her cute baby face was full of envy and admiration. "She's also my Gia fan?" Ding Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. When Bauer nodded quickly, "Yes. Although she hasn't met you yet, she admires you very much. Besides, you are the only boy that she likes." Last year, Gui Chen showed his interest in her and expressed his willingness to date her, but Senior Xia rejected him. Given the current state of the world, it is actually rare for boys to actively express their affection and willingness to date girls. Unless there is a big gap between the 2 parties' own conditions. Gui Chen is the former school idol, the former male god who was popular throughout the entire campus.
He actually put aside his pride and reserve and took the initiative to express his affection for the school beauty Xia.
It can be imagined how outstanding the school beauty Xia is.
Thinking of this, Ding Yang also became curious about Xia Xiaohua and decided to meet her when he had the chance.
Since Senior Xia is so outstanding, why does she have a nickname like that? Well.
Wen Baoer was stunned for a moment, looking a little embarrassed, and said with a wry smile, "My dear, this reason. Next time you see Senior Xia, let her explain herself." Seeing her reaction, Ding Yang realized that there was more to this story. However, Wen Baoer was unwilling to talk about it, so he did not ask any further questions and changed the subject.
By the way, Senior Baoer, how many people are there in the fan club now?
Wen Baoer was very happy and said proudly, "The 6th fan group is full, and I just opened the 7th fan group this morning. The number has just exceeded 13,000 and is expected to reach 14,000 tonight."
Ding Yang nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for helping me promote it. I've read all the posts you wrote, they're very interesting. I would also like to thank several administrators on my behalf. I would ask you to spend more time and energy to regulate everyone's words and actions. We love and protect each other, and try not to cause trouble to the school or other people." With his experience in his previous life, Ding Yang understood that the fan route is a double-edged sword. If used properly, his fame and favorability can increase rapidly without much effort. But if it is not managed properly, if the fans do something that will attract negative attention, it will easily affect him. His fan base is currently concentrated only on the Qingdao University campus and is relatively easy to manage and regulate. When his fame grows and spreads beyond the campus, we will need to pay more attention. Reminding Wen Baoer now is also to lay the foundation and cultivate her. Because Ding Yang has already decided that the fan business will be handed over to Wen Baoer for management and operation in the future. Chapter 85 Chapter 085 or, Let Us Live on Another Planet.
Wen Baoer stared at Ding Yang in a daze, her little mouth slightly open, and she didn't say anything for several seconds.
In fact, her heart was already in turmoil, filled with shock and excitement. My idol praised me. He also wants to thank me and the administrators. Oh my God.
This man is so gentle, responsible, and responsible. It turns out that the sisters in our fan club are not just wishful thinking. The male god knows our feelings and is willing to love and protect us.
Very good. I want to tell everyone this good news as soon as possible. Wen Baoer's face flushed with excitement, and her hands clenched into fists.
She admired Ding Yang even more and was proud of her own good eye for talent. Seeing that she kept her head down and distracted, her pretty face like a porcelain doll was always covered with a blush that never faded. Ding Yang gave a wicked smile, quietly approached Wen Baoer, and reached out to pinch her little face.
Senior Baoer, why do you always get distracted when you talk to me? Ah.
Wen Baoer was startled and suddenly came to her senses, only to meet Ding Yang's eyes. The two were less than 20 centimeters apart. Looking closely at Ding Yang's perfect handsome face and the mischievous smile in his eyes, Wen Baoer blushed instantly to the roots of her neck. Her heart was about to jump out of her chest, and she subconsciously lowered her head. But only then did she realize that her little face was pinched by Ding Yang and the corners of her mouth were slightly open.
My idol, actually, is this a reward for me? Wen Baoer was both surprised and embarrassed, her mind went blank and she was completely stunned.
She didn't realize it, but she subconsciously stuck out her tongue.
I couldn't help but lick Ding Yang's fingers. Ding Yang was stunned for a moment, and his fingers trembled.
After a barely perceptible smile flashed in his eyes, he calmly withdrew his hand.
Wen Baoer was confused.
His eyes were wide open, filled with horror and disbelief.
A bolt of lightning struck my already blank mind. Oh my God. What did I do? It's over, my image is completely ruined. My idol will definitely think that I am that kind of girl. Wen Baoer swore to God that she really didn't mean it. I just couldn't help myself and couldn't hold it back.
That's the tongue having its own thoughts, it's none of her business. She was so embarrassed that her whole body turned red. After a moan, she covered her cheeks with her hands and lay down on the sofa.
Wow. Do I have to transfer schools? Or, maybe we can live on another planet?
Seeing Wen Baoer so embarrassed that she became withdrawn, Ding Yang's smile became even more pronounced. I didn't expect this girl to be so open online, and her writing style is so sexy when she writes posts. In front of those girls, he was quite dignified and methodical. But she is so shy in front of me.
This contrast is quite interesting.
Since Wen Baoer reacted so strongly, it seems that I can't tease her anymore, lest she faint from shame.
Ding Yang drank Coke silently and waited for a few minutes.
Seeing Wen Bauer gradually recovering, he smiled and said, "Senior Bauer, I may need your help in many places in the future."
You're always so shy, so our communication will be very slow, right? When Bauer's attention was diverted, and her sense of shame was indeed mostly dissipated.
She slowly raised her head, showing a look of surprise, and said with a firm expression, "Don't worry, my male god, as long as you need me, I will help you no matter what."
It would be my pleasure to help you, and I am happy to do so. Ding Yang nodded slightly and asked again, "Why are there no flowers and love letters at the gate this morning? Did you help me clean it up?"
Wen Bauer nodded quickly, "Yes, we collected all the flowers and love letters and packed them in 8 boxes. I didn't want to disturb your rest at that time, so I didn't send it in. It is temporarily stored in our club's office.
Otherwise, I'll call now and ask them to send it over."
Ding Yang waved his hand and said seriously, "Just send the love letter over. Please help me deal with the flowers and give them to those in need in society."
When Bauer was stunned for a moment, seeming a little confused,
Ding Yang explained with a smile, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not disgusted, I just don't want this wasteful behavior to continue. Please also tell the senior students in the fan club not to send flowers anymore. Instead of wasting that money, you can spend it on yourself and do something more meaningful.
I appreciate their love and support for me. Please thank them for me."
Okay, I'll tell everyone."
When Bauer nodded in agreement without hesitation.
After a few seconds of silence, she asked with trepidation, "My dear male god, many female classmates are very curious about you and are very interested in you. If you don't allow them to write love letters and send flowers, then they will have no place to express their love for you. I'm afraid they will do something else that may affect your life.
I have a rather immature proposal, could you please consider it?"
"Well, tell me about it."
When Bauer said seriously, "Can you let me manage your campus forum account?
I would like to publish some snapshots of your life and daily moments to share with everyone. This will not only expand your popularity and influence, but also allow your fans to know more about you and be more loyal to you. At the same time, they can also have a place to place their longing and love. Please rest assured that you can log into the account at the same time and I will definitely not affect your use.
All photos and content sent out will also be processed when they involve your privacy."
Ding Yang thought to himself that Wen Bauer's proposal seemed feasible. Compared with the fan club, his personal social media account is undoubtedly more appealing and cohesive.
Moreover, he doesn't have to worry about anything, Wen Bauer will manage the account.
You can gain more favorability without spending too much time and energy, which is a sure win.
Seeing that he was silent, Wen Bauer became even more nervous. "My dear, if this is inconvenient, can I use my own account?"
"Don't worry, I am professional in photography, writing and account management. I managed accounts on 2 platforms myself, and within 2 years, my followers exceeded 1 million. Although her family background is ordinary, she relied on her own ability to manage the account while in school and has earned more than 1 million in 2 years. After deducting the expenses for supporting her family and going to school, she now has 800,000 yuan in savings." Ding Yang smiled and waved his hand, "Don't get me wrong, you are my #1 fan, of course I believe in your character and ability. Just do as you say, bring your phone over and log into my forum account."
"Great. Thank you for your recognition, my male god. I will definitely not let you down."
Wen Bauer was filled with surprise and quickly handed over the phone with both hands. Ding Yan logged into her campus forum account on her mobile phone. Afterwards, the two added each other as Feishan friends. Wen Bauer stared at his Feishan nickname and avatar, frowned immediately, and a look of confusion appeared on her face. "My dear, your Feishan name and profile picture look familiar to me." It would have been fine if she didn't ask, but as soon as she asked Ding Yang, she remembered that incident and immediately laughed out of anger. He stretched out his hands and rubbed her baby face, and said unhappily, "How dare you ask? You attacked me like that in the fan group, and after that, I was attacked by fans, and you even kicked me out of the group." Chapter 86 Chapter 086 Top 100 List and Information of the Rising Star Project.
Ah. That guy pretending to be you and causing trouble in the group, is he really you? When Bauer widened her eyes and looked at Ding Yang with a dazed expression.
She was so shocked that she ignored her little face being kneaded by Ding Yang and forgot to be shy.
"Would you like to listen to what you are saying?"
Ding Yang was at a loss for words and couldn't help but pinch her little nose.
My dear, I'm sorry, I thought someone was impersonating you."
"I didn't expect that person was really you. I'm really sorry, I'll pull you back into the group now."
When Bauer's pretty face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly wanted to add Ding Yang to the group.
But Ding Yang shook his head and refused. No, I was just curious about what so many girls were talking about, so I joined the group to take a look. Since you, Xia Shuejie, and Yan Yan are managing the fan group, I want to join. All right. Wen Bauer absolutely respected his opinion and decision and agreed without hesitation. Of course, another main reason is that the chat content of the girls in the group is really full of evil intentions. If I don't check the group for a while, there will be 99 plus new messages. There are many experts in the group, all of them are racing fanatics, and they always maintain a speed of 200 miles per hour. If you're not careful, you'll be run over in the face by the wheels. Wen Bauer thought that her idol was so gentle and pure that if she joined the group, she would definitely be scared by her fans. If her idol finds out that she is not only the leader of her fans but also the navigator of a racing team, her image will be even more ruined. Therefore, it is right not to let the male god join the group, and everyone can still show off their driving skills happily. After talking about the fan group, the two chatted for a while, and Ding Yang had a better understanding of Wen Bauer's situation. Seeing that the time was almost up, Wen Bauer stood up contentedly, said goodbye, and left the flower viewing garden. Walking on the tree-lined path by the lake, she was still a little dizzy and had not recovered from the happiness she had just felt. Thinking of Ding Yang's intimate actions such as rubbing her face and pinching her nose, her pretty face still flushed and her heart felt sweet. Since he believes in me so much, encourages me, and rewards me with practical actions, I must not let him down. Wen Bauer muttered to herself and decided to write a manuscript as soon as possible, attach a photo of her idol, and build momentum for him while the iron is hot. Just now, she took a few photos of Ding Yang interacting with the guards and chatting with her in the living room, all of which were excellent materials. She is confident that after her rendering and processing, she will be able to create a hot post with thousands of replies. After seeing Wen Bauer off, Ding Yang went into the study on the second floor. 3 waves of people came in the morning, which wasted a lot of time. It just so happened that the high-end computer he ordered yesterday arrived, and he was finally able to turn on the computer and receive the emails sent by Sule. 10 gigabytes of data? Just 100 girls. Isn't that too detailed? Ding Yang was a little surprised when he saw the size of the information in the email. When he received the information and opened it, he immediately smiled with appreciation. The title of the information is List of the Top 100 Rising Star Project and Detailed Information. Next is the directory, with the names of 100 girls arranged in order. Each name is followed by the province and city in brackets. What surprised Ding Yang was that the girl ranked first was actually from the same city as him, Xingshan City. The girls behind him were not far away from him. It wasn't until the 6th girl, who was from the next province, that the distance between them widened. The distance between him and the girls who came after him grew wider and wider. Ding Yang immediately realized that this must have been done intentionally by Sule, and it was also a thoughtful gesture. In addition, the 100 girls did come from all over the country and were between 18 and 25 years old. With a hint of expectation, Ding Yang clicked on the detailed information of the first girl. The first thing that caught my eye was a full-body photo. A girl in a white dress stands in front of a white wall, looking forward with a smile on her face. She was like the flawless heroines in the campus novels Ding Yang had read in his previous life. Not only does she have a stunning appearance, she also has the standard long straight black hair that falls neatly behind her head. Her eyes are like autumn water, her eyebrows are like distant mountains, her nose is straight and upturned, and her cherry lips are beautiful and rosy. Her beautiful oval face and milky white skin make her exude youth and beauty. A tall figure, slim curves, and straight and slender legs are also essential. The most eye-catching thing is her quiet and gentle temperament. Just by looking at her photo, Ding Yang couldn't help but think of an old song from his previous life. The era of fluttering white clothes. Ding Yang was very sure that this girl's overall rating must be above 9 points. So he began to scroll down to look at the girl's detailed information. The girl's name, age, height, weight, family background, education, as well as her strength, health status and growth experience were all recorded in great detail. The girl's personality, hobbies, tastes, goals and ideals, as well as her clothing style, are also recorded in detail. Even the girl's address, phone number, social media account and other contact information were recorded. While marveling at the level of detail in the official investigation, which was even more meticulous than taking a civil service exam, Ding Yang sorted out important information about the girl. Lan Yan gender, female age, 20 years old. Height, 172 centimeters weight, 46 kilograms size, 35 c. Identity, one of the top 10 campus beauties in her junior year at Aoyama University.
Family background: my mother is an academician of a national research institute, enjoys vice ministerial level treatment, and is a top academic expert in a certain field. Strength: 7th rank warrior. Emotional experience: none.
Personality: well educated, gentle, kind, knowledgeable, tolerant, knows when to advance and when to retreat, and is good at self regulating negative emotions. Major and expertise: martial arts support department, specializing in equipment design, has won 18 provincial honorary awards and 2 national honorary awards. Hobbies: reading, music, equipment and technology exhibitions, astronomy, swimming, etc.
These are relatively important contents in the information. After reading them, Ding Yang had a preliminary understanding of Lan Yuan. There is no doubt that this is a girl from a top academic family and a super academic master.
Her future achievements will definitely be comparable to her mother's. Even if I can't use the eye of insight, I can still judge her appearance and figure rating.
But Ding Yang was quite satisfied with her background.
What surprised him was that Lan Yuan was actually a junior from the same school as him.
In other words, he can see the other person anytime he wants. Then, Ding Yang slid the mouse down.
20 consecutive high-definition photos appeared before his eyes one after another. Unlike the formal photo of her in a white dress at the beginning of the profile, these 20 photos are all Lan Yuan's daily life photos and portraits. The scenes in the photos include shopping in short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, and reading in the library in a shirt and skirt. There are also photos of her swimming in a swimsuit, visiting an exhibition in a traditional long skirt, and listening to music in pajamas.
Her figure and skin are perfect.
No matter what style of clothes she wears, she can always catch people's eyes and there is no shortcoming on her body. What Ding Yang didn't expect was that at the end of the information sheet, there was a VR panoramic picture of Lan Yuan.
Chapter 87 Chapter 087 Guichen declared war on you. Lan Yuan in the picture is without makeup.
She wore no jewelry, only a set of beige underwear. Ding Yang can adjust the angle at will, zoom in and out at any time, and observe carefully from head to toe. Her figure, skin and bones are flawless and she is as stunning as a work of art. After careful identification, Ding Yang was basically certain that the girl's overall score would definitely reach 9.5. He gave a satisfied smile and continued to check the profiles of other girls. The second girl is named Ji Shuning, 24 years old, and currently works in Qingshan City. She graduated from Kyoto University, the top university in Dragon Country, and was once one of the campus beauties of the top university. In the photo at the beginning of the profile, she is wearing a white shirt and a black skirt, standing in front of a huge electronic screen.
Her sweet smile makes people's heart beat faster.
Her clear and lively eyes radiate the light of youth and confidence. On that electronic screen, there were slogans such as National Youth Entrepreneurship Forum, New Generation Economic Leaders Summit, and 100 Billion Entrepreneurs Exchange Conference. After reading Yi Shuning's detailed information, Ding Yang realized how powerful this girl was. When she was in school, she was the school belle and the top student. Her appearance, figure and temperament were all perfect goddess level. He started his business while still in school. With his strong business acumen and talent, he used only 200,000 yuan in startup capital and created 2 companies with a market value of over 10 billion yuan in just 4 years. She is not only a role model and example for college students' entrepreneurship across the country, but also a new generation of economic leader and one of the most successful young entrepreneurs. Not only is it extremely well known among young people, it also has a huge social influence. At the same time, she is also one of the top 10 outstanding young people in Longwa this year. The main company she founded is located in Qingshan City, only half an hour's drive from Qingdao University.
Of course, there is also a panoramic photo of her at the end of the information.
She was only wearing a set of black underwear, but her skin was also crystal clear and there was not a single flaw on her body. Ding Yang was deeply impressed by her amazing stats of 36D breasts and 1.1 meter long legs. Ding Yang became interested in her and thought to himself that when he was free one day, he would call her over to meet him and try to get along with her.
After reading Yi Shuning's information, Ding Yang continued to scroll down. No wonder this information is so huge. It turns out that each girl's profile comes with 20 photos and ultra-high-definition panoramic photos. The intern wives sent by the government are so good, each one is more beautiful and outstanding than the other. Dragon Country has treated me well. It's hard not to love a country like this. Ding Yang checked the girls' information one by one and couldn't help but sigh a few words. The 100 girls selected from the Rising Star program are indeed all of super high quality.
Not only are they good looking and have great figures, but their family background, academic qualifications, expertise, personal abilities, character, experience, etc. are all excellent and flawless.
Some of the girls are still studying in school.
Most of the girls are, or were, school beauties from the top 10 prestigious schools in Longwa.
After graduation, they have entered various fields of society and achieved outstanding results that their peers can only look up to.
Among these girls, there are young presidents and economic leaders like Yi Shunning, as well as scientific research experts and public officials. There are also celebrity artists, musicians, dancers, martial arts masters, etc.
No matter what type of girl Ding Yang likes, this list has it.
Just as he was happily enjoying the material, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Wen Bauer calling. "My dear, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. I sent you several Fishan messages, but you didn't reply, so I had no choice but to call you. If you have time, please take a look at the campus forum. Gui Chen has declared war on you, and our fan club and Gui Chen's fans are already arguing fiercely."
When Bauer's tone was a little anxious, with a hint of anger.
Ding Yang raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Don't worry, Senior Bauer, I'll go see what's going on."
"Okay, if you have any instructions after reading this, please let me know. I will continue to fight with them." When Bauer said a few simple words and ended the call. Ding Yang could only pause browsing the information and open the campus forum on his mobile phone.
A post in the forum was pushed to the top and was marked with a golden explosion word.
The poster was Gui Chen, and the content of the post made Ding Yang frown. Although, Gui Chen's speech was very restrained and he seemed polite.
Not only did he congratulate Ding Yang on becoming the new school idol, he also showed that he was very generous. He also found a reasonable excuse to invite Ding Yang to represent this year's freshmen and perform on stage with him at the welcome party. But after reading the content of the post, Ding Yang intuitively felt that Gui Chen had been robbed of the throne of the school's most handsome boy by him, and he felt very unhappy and unconvinced. "The reason I posted this was because I wanted to slap him in the face in public at the welcome party and embarrass him. After all, Gui Chen's appearance and talents are outstanding. He has been discovered by scouts a long time ago and is about to sign a contract with an entertainment company to make his debut. This is a well-known fact. He has never shown his face in public, so people don't know him or what talents he has." Gui Chen's post is equivalent to a trainee who is about to debut inviting an amateur to compete on the same stage. No matter how high-sounding the words are, it is bullying after all. Thinking of this, Ding Yang patiently climbed the stairs and read everyone's replies. The first few dozen messages that were replied to were basically from Gui Chen's loyal fans. When they learned that Gui Chen was going to sing at the welcome party, they were very excited and even mocked Ding Yang a few times. "A boy who I don't even know what he looks like has become the most handsome boy on campus. It's totally outrageous. I advise some people to have some shame. Does my village have internet access? I haven't been to the forum for 2 days. How come a stranger suddenly appeared and was invited by my brother to perform on the same stage? Who is Ding Yang? What qualifications does he have to be compared with Brother Yi Chen? I think he just wants to take advantage of Brother Yi Chen's popularity, so I really give him face." Gui Chen's fans were dismissive of Ding Yang, and words like these kept coming out. Then, Ding Yang saw the replies from Yan Yan, Tong Tong and others, and tried hard to refute those girls. "What right do you have to mock and slander fellow student Ding Yang? Last night we were camping on Daqing Mountain, and he sang an original song a cappella. It was so beautiful. Junior Ding Yang's musical talent is amazing. Not only does he write and sing his own songs, but his level is comparable to that of a top singer. I even cried when I heard him. Although Gui Chen's singing skills are excellent, to be fair, he is not worthy of being compared with Ding Yang." Unexpectedly, Yan Yan and several other girls' personal experiences not only failed to work, but instead stirred up a hornet's nest, and they were besieged by Gui Chen's fans. They were scolded badly and had no choice but to go to Ding Yang's fan club to ask for help. Afterwards, Ding Yang's fans flooded into the post and started to argue with Gui Chen's fans. In less than 2 hours, fans of both sides had replied tens of thousands of times and were arguing fiercely. Ding Yang did not continue to climb the stairs. After understanding the cause and process of the incident, he deleted the post and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 88 Chapter 088 Can I still spoil him? Ding Yang was not surprised that Gui Chen would declare war in disguise. After all, Gui Chen had been the school hunk for 2 years. This honor was a great gimmick when he debuted and greatly helped his star career. Now that the throne of the school hunk has been taken away,
anyone would feel resentful. But Ding Yang didn't expect that Gui Chen would be so impatient. After only 2 days, he couldn't wait to jump out. After all, he's just a spoiled college student. He's still a little naive. Ding Yang felt calm, chuckled, and called Wen Bauer. My dear, have you finished reading the post? Gui Chen, that white lotus, has no martial ethics and no good intentions. He is clearly bullying others on purpose. But don't be angry, and don't worry, our fighting ability is not weak, and we will definitely protect you. After the call was connected, Wen Bauer angrily condemned Gui Chen and comforted Ding Yang attentively. Ding Yang smiled and said calmly, if you are very beautiful and others say you are ugly, will you be angry? Moreover, his methods are so childish that I just want to laugh. Wen Bauer breathed a sigh of relief, my dear male god, you are absolutely right. Since you are so calm, I feel relieved. Just ignore him, and leave the rest to us. When it comes to online arguments, I've never been afraid of anyone. Senior Bauer, please inform everyone that there's no need to argue with Gui Chen's fans. It's meaningless. My dear male god, are you going to admit defeat and avoid Gui Chen's edge for the time being? Wen Bauer was stunned. Her heart ached when she thought of Ding Yang having to compromise. Ding Yang laughed immediately, of course not. The opponent is already attacking me, how can I still indulge him? Then you must pin him to the ground and rub him hard. After adapting to this world, Ding Yang has always had a calm attitude and just wants to enjoy a good life. But his principles have not changed. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will wipe out the root of the problem. Although, he would not destroy Gui Chen physically. But he has plenty of ways. Just one move to cut off the source of the problem can make Gui Chen live a life worse than death. My god, what are you going to do? No matter what decision you make, my fans and I will support you unconditionally. Wen Bauer became energetic again and asked with anticipation. Issue a statement for me, saying that I accept Gui Chen's invitation. Isn't he good at singing? Tell everyone that I will also sing a song at the welcome party. Wen Bauer was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood what he meant and became excited. My idol. It seems Yan Yan didn't fool us. You are indeed a low-key and hidden singing god. Compete with Gui Chen in the field he is best at and most proud of, and then defeat him with your overwhelming strength. That picture, that scene, just thinking about it makes me so excited that I can't help but suffocate. Ding Yang responded with a smile and hung up the phone. On the other side, after Wen Bauer ended the call, she quickly sent a notice to various fan groups, asking fans to withdraw from the fight. Then, she used Ding Yang's forum account to post a statement. Ding Yang didn't take this matter too seriously. He had just put down his phone when footsteps were heard outside the study. Afterwards, Ling Shintan, wearing a military training uniform, walked into the study with a flushed face and sweat all over her forehead. Honey, I'm back. Ling Shintan greeted with a sweet smile. Ding Yang's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Tian, why are you sweating so much? Is the intensity of military training so high? Ling Shintan shook her head and quickly explained, hubby, it's not the military training that caused it, it's just that your fans are too crazy. There were at least a few hundred girls gathered outside our door. It took me more than 10 minutes to squeeze through the 20-meter distance to the door, and I almost couldn't get home. Is there such a thing? Ding Yang was a little surprised. He quickly stood up and walked to the window, then raised his hand and opened the curtains. Through the window, he saw that there were indeed crowds of people outside the gate of the flower viewing garden. At least 500 girls were crowded together, surrounding the flower viewing garden. The weather was very hot at noon and the girls were very excited. Many people were sweating and their faces were red, and no one knew what they were shouting. Ding Yang's eyes swept across the crowd and saw Yan Yan and several girls from the Vanguard team. They were pushed to the side of the road, arguing with a group of girls and pushing each other a few times. What's going on? Ding Yang vaguely felt that the atmosphere in the crowd was not right. His fans would send flowers and love letters, but they would not be so crazy, and would not block the gate of the flower viewing garden for no reason. After all, he believed in the management abilities of Wen Bauer, Xia Shirlan and others. So he took out his cell phone and called Yan Yan. Although, he did not add Yan Yan and Tong Tong's Feishan. But last night on the Daqing Mountain, they both made contributions and worked hard, so he exchanged phone numbers with them as a reward. Yan Yan, what's going on outside? Why are there so many people here? After the call was connected, Ding Yang asked directly about the situation. Yan Yan gasped and explained loudly amid the noisy clamor. Brother-in-law, it's Gui Chen's fans who are causing trouble.
They were not convinced, so they surrounded your residence and wanted to help Gui Chen vent his anger.
But don't worry, they don't dare to rush into the villa and won't hurt you.
I have already notified the sisters in the fan group and asked them to come over to help.
If that doesn't work, I'll report it to the school security department. After listening to Yan Yan's explanation, Ding Yang finally understood the reason and was not surprised.
The fans of those idols in the previous life were much crazier than these girls. In comparison, they are relatively restrained. Yan Yan, there's no need to report this to the security department, and don't let the senior students from the fan club come over.
Take the guards away and leave them alone. I will handle this matter. Brother-in-law, is this okay?
Don't worry, just do as I say. After hanging up the phone, Ding Yang opened the highly soundproof window.
Suddenly, loud noises came from downstairs.
The voices of more than 500 girls sounded like the noise of thousands of ducks. Among them, there were several particularly loud voices that Ding Yang could hear clearly.
I'm standing here today, not going anywhere, just waiting for that Ding Yang to show up. I want to see what Ding Yang looks like.
Why did he steal the title of school idol from my brother Ichen?
Ding Yang, you have the nerve to vote and become the school idol, but why don't you have the courage to show up?
Ling Shintan also heard the shouts of several girls and immediately frowned, showing indignation.
Damn it! Those girls are really going too far. Hubby, don't be angry. I'll call the security department right away and have them drive these girls away.
Not only was Ding Yang not angry, he smiled and waved his hand to stop her.
Tian, no need to call, I'll handle it. Since they all want to see me, then let them see me.
After saying that, he leaned his hands on the windowsill, half of his body out of the window, and shouted to the girls outside the door.
Good afternoon, senior students downstairs.
The girls who were originally making noise suddenly heard a boy shouting and looked up at the second floor of the villa.
After just a few seconds, the noisy scene gradually quieted down. Chapter 89 Chapter 089 Give them some punishment and let them learn a lesson.
Hiss.
Ding Yang. Ding Yang actually showed up. I saw him.
Wow, what a perfect face. No wonder he's become the new school idol even though he's never shown his face in public.
I figured it out.
It must be because of my good deeds throughout my life that I am fortunate enough to see such a perfect face. I deserve this reward. This perfect face, this captivating aura, this overwhelming charm. From this moment on, you are my idol. I thought Ding Yang might be handsome, but I never imagined he could be so stunningly handsome.
I have no imagination. Ding Yang.
Senior sister loves you.
Hundreds of girls outside the gate all looked up at Ding Yang.
After a few seconds of shock and daze, the crowd erupted in deafening exclamations. Many girls became even more excited, with amazement written all over their eyes. They were all amazed by Ding Yang's perfect appearance and temperament, and even forgot the original intention of surrounding the flower viewing garden. Some girls were so excited that they not only made sharp explosions, but also held their hearts with both hands, looking as if they were possessed by sex. Ding Yang didn't need to say much, just a casual greeting, and he charmed 99% of the girls into becoming stupid. There were only a few girls left who were able to remain calm and not scream. But their will has begun to waver. The scales in their hearts gradually tilted towards Ding Yang. After all, they cannot ignore Ding Yang's unparalleled beauty, nor can they go against their conscience and say that Ding Yang is not as handsome as Gui Chen. Maybe they are a little mentally retarded, but they are not blind and their aesthetic taste is normal.
The girls' reactions were all within Ding Yang's expectations.
A playful smile flashed in his eyes, and he asked again, "Seniors, it's so hot at noon, what are you doing gathered here?" Before the crowd had quieted down, laughter and noise broke out again.
Junior Ding Yang, of course we're here to see you. Wow! Junior Ding Yang's smile is so warm and healing.
Just like everyone said, he has a beautiful voice and such a gentle personality.
Junior Ding Yang not only didn't blame us, but actually cared about us and was worried that we might get too hot. He's so kind and warm, sob. I'm crying my ass off. Junior Ding Yang is so kind, and I actually came to block his door. I am such a piece of shit. I'm sorry, Junior Ding Yang, we were wrong. I declare that from today on, I am no longer a fan of Gui Chen. My idol and my only idol is Ding Yang.
U1S1, whether it's looks, figure, or temperament, Junior Ding Yang is miles ahead of Gui Chen.
Sister, what are you thinking? How can Gu Yichen be compared with Ding Yang? You can't insult Ding Yang like that. Who is Gu Yichen? I don't know him. Only Ding Yang is my idol. I guarantee with my life that with Ding Yang's perfect looks, figure, and temperament, he will become a top idol in the future. Ding Yang. I've turned from evil to good and now I'm your die-hard fan. Junior Ding Yang, I've decided to be your only fan for the rest of my life. Can you please sign an autograph for me? I want an autograph too. Junior Ding Yang, please have some mercy and don't make me kneel down and beg you. Ding Yang asked casually, and hundreds of girls started to conquer him on their own and fell for him one after another. They cheered excitedly, exclaimed in amazement, and talked enthusiastically for a long time. Once someone takes the lead in turning from haters to fans, countless girls will follow suit. They all stopped being Gu Yichen's fans, stepped on him, and then became Ding Yang's fans. When he heard many girls asking for autographs, the smile in Ding Yang's eyes became even brighter. He smiled and shouted to the girls, "It's not impossible to sign for you. But I have something important to do and I can't get away for the time being. I can't go out. If you really want an autograph, you might as well wait patiently. When I'm done, I'll go down and sign for each of you one by one. Of course, you guys make your own choice, so if you don't want to wait, just go your separate ways." Originally, those girls just held on to a glimmer of hope and shouted a few times. No one had ever thought that a perfect man like Ding Yang would agree to their excessive requests. When they heard Ding Yang agreed, everyone was excited and screamed in surprise and excitement. Wow! Junior Ding Yang actually agreed. It's incredible. He really has a perfect personality. Look! Everyone, come and see. This is the perfect man, the flawless idol. I'm so envious of Ding Yang's fans. They're so lucky to have such a warm-hearted idol. Ding Yang. Love is just one word, and I say it once a day. Senior sister loves you, I will always love you, I will give you my life. My dear, go and do your thing, we can wait. Even if it takes forever, I will wait. Many girls understand that with Ding Yang's looks and charm, he will become a top star in the future. Before he makes his debut, I must get his autograph no matter what the cost. If they miss today, they may never have another chance in the future. Almost no girl was willing to leave, and they all stayed, waiting outside the gate under the scorching sun. Ding Yang closed the window with a smile and drew the curtains. Ling Shintan looked worried and asked quickly, "Hubby, you're not really going to go out and sign autographs for them, are you? There are so many of them and it's so hot outside, you'll get tired out." Although Ding Yang's charm was off the charts and he easily won over Gu Yichen's fans, she was both happy and proud. But she felt that Ding Yang was too kind and she didn't want to make Ding Yang so tired. "Silly girl, I'm not a bodhisattva, how can I possibly give alms everywhere?" Ding Yang smiled and scratched Ling Shintian's nose, then chuckled and said, "I haven't signed autographs for my own fans yet, so how can I give it to those fence-sitters? Didn't they surround my house to help Gu Yichen vent his anger? I used a trick to punish them by letting them stay in the sun for a few more hours, so that they could learn a lesson." Ling Shintian immediately smiled and nodded obediently. "Well, what my husband said makes a lot of sense. So, you were lying to them when you said you had something important to do." Ding Yang smiled and shook his head, "I didn't lie to them. Isn't it important to have lunch and take a nap with my wife?" When Ling Shintian heard the word wife, her heart suddenly blossomed with joy, and she felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey. "Whatever my husband says is right. You play games for a while, I'll go make lunch." Ling Shintian happily went to make lunch. Ding Yang sat back in front of the computer and continued to browse the profiles of hundreds of girls. By the time Ling Shintian called him to dinner, he had finished reading all the information and had formed a certain impression of the girls. At the same time, he also had preliminary plans and goals in mind. Chapter 90 Chapter 090 New School Rules for You. Ling Shintian only took 40 minutes to prepare 4 dishes and a soup. Of course, the soup is still Ding Yang's favorite duck soup. After finishing their lunch while chatting and laughing, they went upstairs to take a nap. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it was the hottest time of the day. Ding Yang was sleeping soundly in the bedroom with air conditioning on 24 hours a day. Ling Shintian quietly went downstairs and walked out of the villa. Hundreds of girls were still gathered outside the gate of the flower viewing garden. A small number of them can still squat in the shade of trees on the roadside, barely blocking the sun. Most girls could only stand on the street under the scorching sun, sweating profusely and their makeup was smudged. Although they were all thirsty and hungry, few left. Almost everyone has the same idea. This is a little test from our male god. If you can't even wait for a few hours, how can you be qualified to be a fan of your idol? If you can't even stand the sun or endure this little hunger, how can you be qualified to get the autograph of your idol? If you leave for a while and miss the chance to get your idol's autograph, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. In this way, more than 500 girls, each more determined than the other, stayed outside the flower viewing courtyard and refused to leave. Ding Yang's fan guard came to visit several times during this period. Finding that the girls were waiting quietly, neither disturbing Ding Yang's rest nor slandering or attacking Ding Yang, they left quietly. Before I knew it, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Seeing that many girls were still waiting outside the gate, Ding Yang found a band-aid and wrapped it around the thumb of his right hand. Then he opened the window, leaned out his upper body, and waved to the girls outside the door. "Seniors, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I accidentally cut my finger while I was busy just now, so I can't sign autographs for you for the time being. Everyone, go home and have some rest." Hundreds of girls on the boulevard were startled when they suddenly heard Ding Yang's voice. They all looked up at the second floor of the villa and locked their eyes on the lighted window. When they saw Ding Yang, they were overjoyed and smiled. The girls, who were originally listless, tired, and sleepy, suddenly became excited, as if they were revived. However, when they heard that Ding Yang was injured, they all showed worry and concern, and spoke up to comfort him. "My dear, is your hand seriously injured? Do you need us to call an ambulance and take you to the hospital for treatment? My dear, you have to take care of yourself. We will feel sad if you get even a little bit of skin broken. You even cut your finger. We are so heartbroken." The idol's hand was injured, but he explained to us that he was worried we wouldn't wait too long. "It's so heartwarming. My idol is so kind and warm, he has us in his heart. It is such an honor for us to be his fans. My dear, I know basic medical care, please let me in and help you treat your wound. If not treated properly, it may leave scars." Although, hundreds of girls went hungry and waited for several hours in vain. But no one mentioned the signature issue, and no one blamed or complained about Ding Yang. Instead, they felt that Ding Yang was concerned about them and was worried that they would suffer. While they were deeply moved, they also felt sorry for and concerned about Ding Yang. Ding Yang shook his head and said to the girls, "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. No need to go to the hospital, just rest quietly for 2 days." The girls outside the gate were quiet for a moment. Then, several girls shouted, "Did everyone hear that? The idol is injured and needs a few days of quiet rest. Starting tomorrow, no one is allowed to gather here and disturb the male god's rest and recovery. We're going to assign some people to stand guard nearby. If anyone dares to disturb the male god's rest, we'll film her and expose her, making her unable to continue in school. My dear, you should rest early and recover from your injuries. We will leave now." Led by those girls, the other girls left one after another. Within 2 minutes, the gate of the flower viewing garden became clean and quiet. The next morning, Ding Yang slept until 8:30 before getting up. Ling Shintan left him a hearty breakfast and had already gone to military training. Ding Yang was eating breakfast while looking at his phone. Only then did he notice that Shang Wanjing had sent him several messages half an hour ago. After reading the message, he looked through the window towards the gate and saw Shang Wanjing as expected. She was still wearing white sneakers, yoga pants, and a white vest, full of youthful vitality. So Ding Yang opened the gate of the yard remotely again. A moment later, Shang Wanjing hurried into the living room, dragging a large suitcase and carrying a folding wheelchair. "How are you, dear?" After seeing Ding Yang, Shang Wanjing came forward with a worried look on her face. Ding Yang asked doubtfully, "Senior, why are you carrying a suitcase? Are you going out? What are you going out for?" Shang Wanjing frowned and explained, "This box contains all the medicine I prepared for you. I heard someone say this morning that you hurt your hand last night? Let me see if the injury is serious." As she spoke, she anxiously pulled Ding Yang's hands and examined them carefully and thoroughly. Seeing her so nervous, Ding Yang smiled and said, "Senior, I'm not hurt. I was just trying to get rid of those girls last night and trick them." Seeing that there were indeed no wounds on his hands, Shang Wanjing checked him from head to toe again. "Honey, are you hurt anywhere else, or feeling uncomfortable? It's really gone." Ding Yang felt warm in his heart, but he was a little amused. Shang Wanjing finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. I thought you were really injured and was worried to death." Ding Yang asked her to put down her suitcase, pulled her to sit on the sofa,
and said with a chuckle, "Even if I really scratch my finger, it's not a big deal. What's there to worry about?"
That won't do.
Shang Wanjing shook her head and said seriously, "You are my precious husband, I don't want you to get hurt in the slightest. Not to mention cutting a finger, even if a hair falls out, I will be heartbroken."
Okay, it's not that serious.
Ding Yang smiled and waved his hand.
Shang Wanjing angrily continued, "I heard about what happened yesterday afternoon. Those girls really went too far.
Instead of doing their work, they come to block the flower viewing garden.
I think they deserve to be punished. I've already thought about it outside the gate.
I'll discuss it with my mother later and ask her to formulate some new school rules. First, install gates at both ends of the road outside the gate and assign security guards to guard them and prohibit unauthorized persons from passing through.
The second rule restricts all girls in the school from approaching this villa area unless necessary.
If you really have something to do, you can only come in during a fixed time period after registering, signing, and stating the reason. Third, girls are prohibited from gathering without proper reasons, and are not allowed to collectively criticize and slander boys.
Fourth. Chapter 91 Chapter 091 This is how the Shura field is performed?
After listening to Shang Wanjing's idea of several new school rules, Ding Yang smiled. "Senior, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the school rules you've come up with are meant to favor and protect me. This is one of the top 10 schools, and every school rule can affect tens of thousands of students.
Let's not make things difficult for the principal." Shang Wanjing retorted without hesitation, "What's so difficult about this? Even if everyone understands that this is to protect you, so what?"
"My dear, you are now an important national treasure, and even the country has to protect your safety. It's only natural for us at Qingdao University to add a few new school rules to protect you." Obviously, Shang Wanjing already knew that he was commended by the country and felt proud of him. Ding Yang stopped trying to dissuade him and nodded, "Okay, then you can talk to the principal about it later.
He will definitely make more reasonable arrangements." "Well, don't worry, dear. I will definitely take care of this for you."
Shang Wanjing made the promise confidently, then hugged Ding Yang's arm and started to act coquettishly. "My dear, I also want those things you donated to the country." Seeing her pretty face slightly red and her clear big eyes filled with strong anticipation, Ding Yang couldn't help laughing out loud.
"Senior, you've had a day's rest and you feel like you've been revived, right? This is just like martial arts. I have always been braver and stronger in the continuous battles." Shang Wanjing is full of confidence and has great confidence.
Ding Yang pinched her pretty face and asked with a smile, "You are already a 5th grade warrior, aren't you afraid of winning the prize?"
Shang Wanjing's eyes lit up, "I won the prize, great. I love babies, and my mom will be really happy too. But you're still in school. Why don't you wait until you graduate before considering the baby?"
Shang Wanjing hugged his arm, rubbing against him and acting coquettishly, "I don't want to, let's just give it a try, whether it succeeds or not, we'll just let nature take its course."
"Greedy senior, there's really nothing I can do about you." Ding Yang smiled gently and pulled her upstairs. Before I knew it, it was 11 o'clock. When Ding Yang and Shang Wanjing went downstairs and entered the living room, they saw Wen Bauer sitting on the sofa.
Wen Bauer was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a pleated skirt today, with a pair of white socks and black leather shoes on her feet. She exuded a pure and lovely girlish aura. She had sent a message to Ding Yang half an hour ago, and only after getting Ding Yang's permission did she go into the living room to wait. Originally, she was filled with joy and anticipation, and thought that she could be alone with her idol sweetly, and perhaps even receive a reward from him. But she saw Ding Yang and Shang Wanjing walking down the stairs hand in hand. Shang Wanjing's pretty face still had a blush on it, and her steps were a little unsteady. She was stunned for a moment, and immediately guessed a lot of things, and her face turned red with embarrassment.
"Wen Bauer? What are you doing here?" As one of the top 10 campus beauties, Shang Wanjing knew Wen Bauer. But she didn't understand how Wen Bauer could enter Ding Yang's villa and wait in the living room. "Shang Wanjing, you can come in, why can't I?" Unlike the shyness she showed when she was alone with Ding Yang, Wen Bauer was no less assertive and asked Shang Wanjing back without hesitation. Shang Wanjing was stunned for a moment, thinking, "Is this girl angry? Ha ha. Ding Yang is my husband, we can come in whenever we want, however we want, and at any time. What about you, Wen Bauer? You've dressed up and put on makeup, are you trying to seduce my husband?" Shang Wanjing's words seemed to be driven by suspicion, and she was deliberately showing off her relationship with Ding Yang. Wen Bauer understood, and instead of feeling guilty, she felt a little sad and jealous.
She quickly stood up, took Ding Yang's arm, and pulled him to sit on the sofa. Then, a smile appeared on the cute doll's face, and it looked at Shang Wanjing provocatively. I came to see my idol because I wanted to invite him to lunch and discuss some things. I am the leader of the idol's fan club, and I will often interact with him and keep in touch with him.
Shang Wanjing was stunned for a moment, and used her eyes to ask Ding Yang whether it was true or not.
Ding Yang nodded with a smile. Yes, Senior Bauer helps me manage my fan page and my forum account, and we do communicate frequently. She told me before she came that we were going to discuss the welcome party. Shang Wanjing suddenly realized and pointed at Wen Bauer with a teasing smile. Wen Bauer, you're the one posting to criticize my 98-year-old grandmother for her late-night pentakill. Damn, you hid so well, did I catch you today? Wen Bauer no longer hid her identity and said angrily, yes, it's me. Who made you so hateful that you kidnapped my idol on the first day of school? I was on the side of the road at the time, and I finally mustered up the courage to confess my love to my idol in public. But you actually got there before me and said it in public. If you are not as big as me, you are not qualified to pursue your idol. If you hadn't interfered, I would have been the one who confessed to my idol that day. The person who was having sex with him upstairs just now would also be me. Wow! Ding Yang was caught between the two of them, watching the Shura scene unfold, but he had no intention of stopping or mediating. Instead, he listened with great interest. Especially when Bauer's bold words made him laugh in his heart. This Bai girl was so shy when she was alone with me, but I didn't expect her to be so aggressive when facing Sister Jing. Very good, if you can speak, please speak more. Shang Wanjing hugged Ding Yang's arm tightly and gave Wen Bauer a disdainful sneer. Haha, I was the one who greeted my husband when he entered the school. I had been with him before I confessed my feelings to him. How dare you say I got there first? It's obvious that you are not resolute enough and you are scared. So victory belongs only to the brave, and my husband also belongs to me. After saying that, she put her arms around Ding Yang's neck and kissed him on the face. He then reached out and gently stroked Ding Yang's 8-pack abs, and said with a smug smile, Wen Bauer, you lost, and you can only make excuses and complain here. I've already had a perfect meal and know my husband intimately. Seeing Shang Wanjing so proud and arrogant, Wen Bauer clenched her fists in anger and almost broke her back teeth. Ding Yang pursed his lips, trying hard not to laugh out loud, and thought it was very interesting. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Wen Bauer took a deep breath and made up her mind. My dear male god, I'm sorry. She also stretched out her hands, put her arms around Ding Yang's neck, and kissed him on the face. Ding Yang was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, did the surprise come so suddenly? If you two act out the Shura field like this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Wen Bauer, you are shameless. You haven't even dated my husband yet, so why are you kissing him? Shang Wanjing was furious and glared at Wen Bauer angrily. Wen Bauer glanced at her and clung to Ding Yang. She looked up at Ding Yang with a soft gaze and asked in a soft voice, my dear, I would like to invite you to lunch today and discuss some important matters with you. Could you please do me the honor? Chapter 92 Chapter 092 We Dream of Marrying You. Wen Bauer's expression and words showed that she was pursuing Ding Yang and wanted to date him. For Shang Wanjing, this was tantamount to poaching and provocation in person. Without waiting for Ding Yang to answer, she pulled Ding Yang into her arms. Honey, let's not go. When sweet girl comes back, we can have lunch as a family of 3. The girls out there are all very scheming. If they say they're treating you to a meal, they're probably up to something bad. You are so naive, you will definitely suffer. Seeing Shang Wanjing holding Ding Yang in her arms, not only staring at her with a wary look on her face, but also making sarcastic remarks about her, Wen Bauer was so angry that her teeth were itching. Yes. My idol is just too innocent and kind-hearted. He couldn't bear to reject a scheming woman, so he was deceived by her. Shang Wanjing pretended to be weak and pitiful, leaning on Ding Yang's shoulder, and said aggrievedly, husband, a bad woman bullied me. While acting coquettishly to Ding Yang, she also gave Wen Bauer a provocative smile. No matter what Wen Bauer said, she was invincible. She has already confirmed her relationship with Ding Yang, so it's okay for her to act coquettishly and be affectionate with him, but it can make Wen Bauer so angry that she vomits blood. Wen Bauer was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do and she could only look at Ding Yang. My dear, let's go eat. I've booked a delicious private restaurant where we can eat and chat. After saying that, Wen Bauer pulled Ding Yang's arm and was about to stand up. Honey, I'm going to cook with my sweet sister at noon and make your favorite old duck soup. Shang Wanjing held Ding Yang's other arm,
looked at him with her big, sparkling eyes, and blinked at him repeatedly. It seems to be hinting at something. Wenbao's eyes were full of anticipation. My idol. Husband. Shang Wanjing blinked repeatedly and spoke in a coquettish voice.
Ding Yang was dragged back and forth by the two of them, his feet were off the ground, his arms were almost pulled off, and he couldn't break free at all. There's no way, he's just a first-grade warrior.
Shang Wanjing and Wenbao are both 5th grade, and their strength is many times greater than his.
Not to mention lifting him like a dumbbell, I can even hold him in one hand and dance the magic of love circles 10 times without even taking a breath. Seeing that the two women were in a stalemate and neither of them was willing to give in, Ding Yang had no good show to watch and could only speak up. Okay, both of you, let go first. I'm almost torn into pieces by you two. Shang Wanjing and Wenbao felt a little embarrassed. They smiled awkwardly and let go of Ding Yang's arms. Ding Yang stretched his arms and said, "It's hot, so I won't go out today. Sister Jing, go make a pot of tea, bring some snacks and drinks, and we'll talk about things here."
Shang Wanjing and Wenbao had no objection to his decision. Shang Wanjing hurried to make tea and get snacks and drinks. Wenbao took advantage of her inattention and quickly showed her courtesy to Ding Yang.
While quietly apologizing to him, I rubbed his shoulders and back. A few minutes later, the three of them sat down on the sofa, drinking tea and chatting about business. My dear, the school sent out a notice this morning confirming the program for the welcome party. There are more than 20 programs in total, and the evening party is expected to last 2 hours.
Here is the program, take a look first.
Wenbao took out her cell phone, opened a document and handed it to Ding Yang.
Ding Yang took a glance and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The program is quite rich, including songs, dances, sketches and crosstalk. But Gu Yichen's performance is scheduled for the 18th time? I'm scheduled to appear second to last? Wenbao nodded and said, "This is the school's arrangement. I guess it's to create a better atmosphere."
The welcome parties in previous years were all pretty much the same, with nothing new to offer. There are more than 40,000 teachers and students in the school, and only about half of them will be in attendance to watch. Moreover, many people will quietly leave after watching halfway. At the end of each welcome party, there are only a few thousand people left. After all, the performers on stage are all girls, so people won't be too interested. The boys in this school either have no talent or are not good looking, and basically never show up in public. But Gu Yichan is different. Not only is he good looking, he is also keen on participating in activities where he can show his face. Since he entered school, he has performed on stage at 2 consecutive welcome parties. That's why he became the most popular school idol. Shang Guanjing also nodded in agreement. Wenbao is right, compared to the talents of the girls, everyone wants to see handsome guys more. Before my husband entered school, Gu Yichan had almost no rivals among the more than 30 boys. Although his family conditions were average, he was a grassroots from a small county town. But he is good at creating his own personality and packaging his image. He also often looks for opportunities to show his face and is very good at winning the favor of girls. When he was a freshman, he attracted the school beauty Li Ruyan. After marrying Li Ruyan as his wife, he obtained the resources and power of the Li group. When he was in his sophomore year, he used some means and techniques to marry the school beauty Qin Xiaoru and gained the support of the Qin family. Not long ago, he set his sights on Xia Shilan again and expressed his affection for her. But Xia Shilan was not so superficial and didn't bother to pay any attention to him. Anyone smart can see that Gu Yichan just wants to marry high-quality girls and use their resources to achieve success for himself. After packaging himself well, he goes on to conquer more noble girls, achieves his own goals, and eventually becomes a phoenix man. After Shang Guanjing finished speaking, Wenbao quickly echoed, "Gu Yichan's purpose is too obvious, and his methods are not very sophisticated." In fact, most girls can understand his thoughts, but since many boys do the same thing, no one thinks there is anything wrong with him. He has sent signals of dating to many girls who come from wealthy families and have excellent personalities. But among the top 10 beauties in the school, only 2 girls married him. The 8 girls, including Shang Guanjing and I, were completely indifferent to him. Ding Yang was a little surprised that the 2 women, who had been at loggerheads with each other before, now held the same opinion and did not argue or fight with each other. He laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm from a small city too. Cindy and Sister Jing are both so rich. According to what you said, I have become a phoenix man, right?" Wenbao quickly stretched out her white and tender little hand and covered his mouth. "My dear, I won't allow you to insult yourself like this. How can Gu Yichan be compared with you?
Shangguan Jing also hugged his arm and said with a smile, "Husband, you are a perfect male god, how can it be the same? We are all vying for you and dream of marrying you. Since our body and mind are yours, everything we have is of course yours too." Moreover, Gui Chen approached high-quality girls deliberately with a purpose. Giving Li Ruyan and Qin Xiaoru the position of legal wife was also an attempt to seize the wealth and power of the Li and Qin families. "But you are different. The sweet girl comes from an ordinary family, but you two are each other's first love, so you marry her as your legal wife. No matter how rich Sister Cindy and I are, we are just your girlfriends. We still have to work hard and pass the test before we can become your wives or concubines. So, there is an essential difference between you and Gui Chen. What's more, in terms of appearance, figure, charm, talent and character, Gui Chen is not even worthy of carrying your shoes." Chapter 93 Chapter 093 The most grand welcome party in 10 years. Oops. I didn't drink any alcohol for breakfast, so how come I'm drunk? If you can talk, talk more. I love to listen. Ding Yang rubbed Shangguan Jing's pretty face, patted Wen Bao's little hand, and smiled happily. Wen Bao smiled and said, "My dear, we are not saying this on purpose to make you happy. This is the truth, and it is what I really think in my heart." Shangguan Jing also said confidently, "Husband, although Gui Chen entered the school 2 years earlier, he has a larger fan base. But I have absolute confidence in you. The school has arranged for you to be the last performer at this welcome party, and you will definitely be able to easily crush Gui Chen. Then I'll let all the girls in the school see what a true school idol is." Ding Yang nodded and said, "Okay, since the school has already arranged the program, let's do it this way." Shangguan Jing revealed a mysterious look on her face again. "Hubby, I have inside information." This welcome party was very grand. Not only did the teachers and students of the school attend, but the school also invited provincial leaders and more than a dozen media organizations. The provincial television station and official media accounts, as well as the school's publicity account, will broadcast the evening party live. In short, this evening party was the most grand and highest level one in the past decade. I think you need to think carefully about and plan your performance at the welcome party. Ding Yang knew that the inside information she mentioned must have been learned from the principal. Although we still don't know why the school held such a grand welcome party. But he understood that the impact of this welcome party would be very great. My dear male god, what Shangguan Jing said makes a lot of sense. Although you are just going on stage to sing a song, I suggest you choose some dancers so that the stage effect will be better. In our fan club, besides Xia Shilan, the dance goddess, there are also many sisters from the dance department. Whether you sing ancient or modern styles, you can find hundreds of excellent dancers for you to choose from. When Bauer crossed out the program list on her phone, pulled up a few lists of alternative dancers, and handed them to Ding Yang. Obviously, she had already assumed the roles of fan club leader and Ding Yang's assistant, helping Ding Yang consider and arrange various matters. Just like what she said in her fan club, a male idol just needs to be handsome. Everything else should be done by these fans. If the idol has to do everything himself, then these fans would be derelict in their duty. Senior Bauer, I'm sorry to trouble you. But I can just sing solo, I don't need a dancer. Ding Yang waved his hand and rejected Wen Bao's proposal. Wen Bao was stunned for a moment and said with some concern, "My dear male god, I believe that your strength is definitely stronger than Gui Chen. But I heard a rumor that Fanqing Entertainment, the company that Gui Chen is going to sign with, will send people to attend this welcome party. At that time, Fanqing Entertainment will bring top makeup artists, musical instruments, and dance teams. I heard that they prepared 3 sets of clothes for Gui Chen, all of which were tailor-made for him by a professional team. Before, I didn't understand why Fanqing Entertainment attached so much importance to this party. Now it seems that they must have gotten inside information." Shangguan Jing nodded and said, "Fanqing Entertainment is a local company in Qingshan City. Its founder, Mr. Yi, has a very good relationship with our school, and he's also familiar with me and the school leaders." She almost said the word "my mother," but considering that when Bauer was there, she quickly changed her words. Fortunately, when Bauer didn't notice anything unusual and continued, "It seems that Fanqing Entertainment wants to use this opportunity to let Gui Chen show his best condition. Sign him on the spot, build momentum for him, and then announce his debut. Gui Chen has a professional team to assist him, and I heard that he is already practicing intensively. We should also treat male gods with caution. Even if we don't have a professional team to help, we should make the lineup more luxurious. Otherwise, the difference in stage effects will be too great, and it will affect your performance." When Bauer's opinions were very pertinent, and she was indeed worried about Ding Yang and considered him wholeheartedly. Ding Yang nodded slightly. Fanqing Entertainment wants to use this welcome party as a springboard to help Gu Yichen take off. If their plan succeeds, both Fanqing Entertainment and Gu Yichen will make a fortune.
Seeing that he understood the seriousness of the matter, Wen Bauer quickly asked, "My dear, what about the list of dancers?"
No need, I'll be better if I sing solo. Despite understanding the situation, Ding Yang rejected her proposal. The song he was going to sing was indeed more charming and appealing when sung solo.
If there were more fancy dancers on the stage, it would not have the effect of being deeply rooted in people's hearts.
Well, my husband is confident and domineering.
When the time comes, I can sing a solo song and defeat the flashy Gu Yichen.
The effect will definitely be even more explosive. Shang Wanjing smiled happily, her eyes full of anticipation. Wen Bauer stopped persuading him and nodded, "Okay, then I won't arrange any dancers. But which song will the male god sing?
Please tell me so I can prepare the accompaniment in advance. If you need musicians to perform live, I can also select them from the fan page and get them practicing as soon as possible." Seeing Wen Bauer so serious and cautious as if facing a great enemy, Ding Yang smiled.
"I'm going to sing an original song, and I'll give you the sheet music later. You just need to find some musicians in the fan club and record the accompaniment."
In his previous life, there were many stars and hit songs. Pick any song that suits the occasion and it will be very popular in this world. In addition, he has the skill of being possessed by the god of song, so a mere Gu Yichen is not worthy of his serious attention. Even if a popular singer came to perform, it would not be worth his full effort. "Okay, my dear, I have music composition software on my phone.
You don't have to write it by hand, you can just type it in."
Wen Bauer opened the music composition software on her mobile phone and handed it to Ding Yang. After thinking for a moment, she added,
"I also have some basic knowledge of music. My dear, you dictate and I will type." Ding Yang smiled and pinched her baby face, not hiding his appreciation and encouragement for her. "Senior Bauer, you are really my caring assistant. You are afraid that I will be tired." Wen Bauer was very happy to receive his recognition and reward.
She quickly held Ding Yang's hand, revealing a cute and well-behaved expression, and said in a soft voice, "My dear, it is my honor to serve you. I will work harder, and from now on I will not only be your caring assistant, but also be able to." Before she could finish, Shang Wanjing raised her eyebrows and slapped her hand away.
"Go away, little girl, you dare to poach my girlfriend right in front of me, right?
We are discussing serious matters.
Once we are done, please leave immediately." Wen Bauer pursed her lips in grievance and glared at Shang Wanjing angrily.
She thought to herself, "Damn Shang Wanjing, just wait for me.
When I catch my idol, I'll become your sister. My position in the male god's heart will definitely surpass yours."
Seeing that the two of them started bickering and playing around again, Ding Yang smiled indifferently and began to enter the music score into the software.
10 minutes later, the music score was entered.
Wen Bauer took back her phone but refused to leave. She found topics to chat with Ding Yang.
Shang Wanjing was about to chase her away when Ling Shintan came back. Chapter 94 Chapter 094 Welcome Party is coming.
Ling Shintan pushed the door open and entered the living room. When she saw Ding Yang, she immediately smiled sweetly.
"Honey, I'm back."
She trotted over to Ding Yang, pouted and kissed him on the forehead.
Then he smiled at Shang Wanjing. "Sister Jing, you are here too?
Sweet girl, you've worked hard in training, sit down and rest for a while." Shang Wanjing responded with a smile, and pressed Ling Shintian's shoulders, asking her to sit on the other side of Ding Yang. In this way, she and Ling Shintian sandwiched Ding Yang in the middle and squeezed Wen Bauer into the corner of the sofa. Ling Shintian glanced at her, then quietly observed Ding Yang and Wen Bauer, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. She vaguely guessed something, but showed no abnormal expression and greeted Wen Bauer with a smile.
"Hello, senior sister, I'm Ling Shintan. What's your name?" Wen Bauer knew that Ding Yang had a wife named Ling Shintan. Shang Wanjing alone gave her a headache, always messing up her plans.
When she saw Ling Shintan coming back just now, her heart skipped a beat. She felt nervous and guilty, and didn't dare to say a word. She is not afraid of Shang Wanjing because Shang Wanjing has no official status. But in front of Ling Shintan, she had to be cautious. After all, she was Ding Yang's wife.
But she didn't expect that Ling Shintan was not arrogant at all.
She actually took the initiative to greet her with such a friendly attitude and tone. For a moment, she was filled with gratitude towards Ling Shintan and quickly stood up and bowed to Ling Shintan.
"Hello, schoolmate, my name is Wen Bauer, and I'm a sophomore in the martial arts and combat department.
I am now the leader of my idol's fan club, and I came to him to discuss the welcome party. Junior sister, it's our first meeting, please take care of me. Seeing her salute so solemnly, Ling Shintan quickly bowed in return. Sister Bauer, thank you for helping manage the fan club and worrying about my husband's performance. Seeing that the noble wife actually bowed in return, Wen Bauer was even more flattered and quickly bowed to her again. You're so polite, Junior. This is what I should do. It's my honor to help my idol. Ding Yang was sitting on the sofa. Seeing the two of them bowing to each other, he almost burst out laughing and quickly interrupted them. Sister Bauer, stop. Stop bowing. If you do this again, you'll send my wife away. Shang Wanjing also showed a teasing smile, crossed her arms and said, Okay, Wen Bauer, we have finished the business, you can go now. Please don't disturb our family of three while we have lunch, and please close the door when you leave. Wen Bauer was embarrassed and angry, and her little fists were hard. Ling Shintan glared at Shang Wanjing, feeling both amused and helpless. Sister Jing, Sister Bauer just insulted you with a post, so don't hold a grudge like that. I hold a grudge? Sweetie, don't accuse me. The three of us are a family, why don't you speak up for me? Shang Guanjing was stunned, her expression and eyes showing a bit of aggrieved. Ling Xintian smiled, took Wen Bauer's hand again, and comforted her, Don't mind, Sister Bauer. You and Sister Jing are in the same class, so you should know that her personality is just like that. She is actually a very good person. We are all one family from now on, so just get used to it slowly. Ah. When Bauer was stunned, her porcelain white baby face turned red, she was both shy and excited, her hands were shaking with excitement. What do you mean? What do you mean we're all family? Shang Wanjing was a little confused and stared blankly at Ling Xintian and Wen Bauer. They held hands intimately and looked more like good sisters. Oh, sweet girl, you can't do this to me. Shang Guanjing came back to her senses, looking frustrated and sad, and pretended to cry to gain sympathy. Ling Xintian said to Wen Bauer again, Sister Bauer, since you are here, how about we have lunch together at noon? Yeah, thank you sweetie, thank you so much. Wen Bauer was overjoyed and of course nodded in agreement excitedly, thanking him repeatedly. Sweetie, she is plotting against our husbands. You actually invited her to dinner? You're inviting a wolf into your house. No. Shang Guanjing fell to the ground helplessly, opened her arms and cried out in pain. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling. At this time, someone hummed a few lines softly, and thoughtfully provided a background music for Shang Guanjing. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. Ding Yang watched with great interest and felt very satisfied. He even wanted Shang Guanjing to get him a bag of popcorn and a bottle of Coke. Okay, Sister Jing, stop playing. Seeing Shang Guanjing's exaggerated acting skills, Ling Xintian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She pulled Wen Bauer, walked to Shang Guanjing, and pulled her up as well. It's getting late, my husband must be hungry. You two, stay here and come with me to the kitchen to help make lunch for your husband. Okay, I'll help you, schoolgirl. Wen Bauer certainly had no objection and was as happy as a 98-pound baby. Shang Guanjing sighed, knowing that things were irreversible, and could only agree with a smile. Okay sweetie, I just want to learn from you how to make my husband's favorite soup. Hubby, play by yourself for a while, we're going to cook. Ling Xintian greeted Ding Yang and pulled Shang Guanjing and Wen Bauer into the kitchen. Wonderful. My sweetheart is so sweet. Ding Yang smiled, looking very relieved. Half an hour later, dinner was served. The lunch was sumptuous and the atmosphere was harmonious. Wen Bauer was grateful and took the initiative to take care of Ding Yang during meals, which was very considerate. Shang Guanjing was not willing to be outdone, and rushed to show off, determined to surpass her. Only Ling Xintian always took it with a smile, serving Ding Yang calmly, gently, and naturally. After this lunch, Shang Guanjing understood Ling Xintian's attitude. This is a disguised form of acceptance and encouragement for Wen Bauer. Wen Bauer also understood this and was as happy as if she had won the lottery. She decided to visit Ding Yang more often and cultivate their relationship while the iron was hot. Of course, she will always remember Ling Xintian's kindness and be grateful. Next, Ding Yang rested in the villa for 2 days. When the weather got cooler, he and Shang Guanjing went out for fun a few times. The two of them visited several scenic spots and historical sites in Qingshan City. At night, staying in a hotel off campus, without being disturbed by anyone, the two of them studied hard and devotedly, unlocking a lot of new knowledge. Shang Guanjing is indeed a promising talent. She has changed and improved a lot and is gradually able to keep up with Ding Yang's pace. But the frequency is still not up to par, and I still need to work hard to exercise.
When Bauer worked for several days, helping Ding Yang record the accompaniment with an attitude of continuous improvement.
While managing the fan club, he also has to operate Ding Yang's forum account.
And all her efforts have paid off.
Ding Yang doesn't have to worry about anything, but his favorability towards the opposite sex is increasing rapidly every day. By the end of the freshman military training, his favorability had reached 15,000 points. The reward package for 20,000 points of favorability is not far away. In the evening, after dinner, all the teachers and students of the school rushed to the playground to enjoy this year's welcome party. Ling Shintan, Shang Wanjing, and Wen Bauer were in Ding Yang's villa, helping him with his hair and makeup. In 2 hours, Ding Yang will be on stage in front of more than 40,000 spectators for his first appearance and performance. The three women were all excited and looking forward to it, but also a little worried and nervous. But Ding Yang was calm and composed, just like usual, without any nervousness at all.
Chapter 95 Chapter 095 What a grand style!
Ding Yang sat in front of the dressing table, slowly sipping a cup of throat-soothing tea. This was specially cooked for him by Ling Shintan, with ingredients such as puffed tamarind, monk fruit, and honey.
Although Ding Yang only sang one song, she also took it seriously to ensure that Ding Yang could show his perfect voice on stage. When Bauer bent down and carefully helped Ding Yang shape his eyebrows and style his hair.
She originally brought various powders, concealers, primers, etc., but after careful observation, she found that these were of no use at all. Ding Yang's bare face is perfect, her skin is in its natural state without any blemishes. Any additional description of this natural work of art would be superfluous. Shang Wanjing brought with her more than a dozen sets of luxury brand clothes, all of which she had bought in advance when she was traveling with Ding Yang. These clothes have different styles, including noble and cool style, as well as casual, light luxury, elegant, and energetic styles. She couldn't make up her mind and thought Ding Yang looked incredibly handsome in whatever outfit he wore. Ding Yang only took a glance and chose the most simple set of clothes. A beige pattern t-shirt, a pair of blue jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. Although, the clothes Shang Wanjing bought cost over 10,000 yuan. But no matter how she looked at it, this dress didn't seem dazzling enough.
Honey, this style is fine for everyday wear, but are you sure you want to wear it on stage? Shang Wanjing was a little worried.
When Bauer also reminded Ding Yang, my dear, I heard that the outfit Guichen is wearing tonight requires the help of 2 assistants to put on.
It's extremely gorgeous. Isn't the outfit you chose a bit too casual?
Ding Yang smiled confidently. Sometimes, returning to nature is far better than dressing up gorgeously. Since it's singing, the most important thing is of course the song itself. Seeing how confident he was, the 2 women believed that he must have a reason and a deep meaning, so they stopped trying to persuade him.
10 minutes later. Ding Yang, wearing a t-shirt, jeans and sneakers, walked out of the villa surrounded by Ling Shintan, Shang Wanjing, and Wen Bauer. It is 3 kilometers from the flower viewing garden to the party venue. At the gate of the villa, Shang Wanjing's black Bentley was parked, and Yan Yan was sitting in the driver's seat waiting. Everyone left the flower viewing garden by car and arrived near the playground a few minutes later. At this time, most of the teachers and students had entered the scene and sat in the seats on the surrounding stands and playground. Even from a few hundred meters away, people could hear the bustling and noisy noise in the venue. It seems like the students are very excited and enthusiastic. After getting off the car, Ding Yang looked towards the venue with an expectant smile. Ling Shintan smiled and said, after all, my husband is very famous now, and everyone in Qingdao University knows him. Even if the students are not interested in the show, they will not miss it just to see your true face. Shang Wanjing pointed to the entrance to the playground not far away, where many teachers and students were entering one after another. There are also 10 guards of Ding Yang waiting patiently. Honey, are we going in now? Or should we wait until the leaders are about to enter and then follow them in? As everyone knows, at any such party or meeting, the leaders are always the last to enter. Ding Yang waved his hand quickly, no more waiting, let's go in first. Then husband, put on a mask to avoid causing a commotion and blocking the entrance. Ling Shintan quickly took out a mask and helped Ding Yang put it on. Then, the 3 of them surrounded Ding Yang and walked towards the entrance of the playground. The 10 guards guarding the entrance rushed forward and happily surrounded Ding Yang, adopting a vigilant and protective posture. This scene reminded Ding Yang of the stars and internet celebrities in his previous life. Although they are not big names, they are quite stylish. Sister Bauer, let them go. Don't escort me, it's too conspicuous.
After all, there were more than 40,000 teachers and students on the playground, and he was not a star, so it was a bit embarrassing for him to act in such a style.
But when Bauer, Shang Wanjing, and Ling Shintan all smiled bitterly. My dear, I know you don't like to show off. This is already the most low-key configuration.
Honey, there are so many girls here, and you have nearly 20,000 fans.
With so few people, I'm afraid the fans will be too enthusiastic and won't be able to protect you. Husband, Sister Jing, Sister Bauer, look over there. Ling Shintan pointed to another entrance to the playground not far away.
There were more than 100 girls there, all wearing the same red short-sleeved shirts and white short skirts, standing in 2 rows at the entrance, looking well-trained. They held up sparkling light signs with words like Love Life, Love Chenbao and Chenbao, Fly Bravely, Chen fans will always be with you written on them. At the same time, a tall and thin boy in white clothes, about 1.75 meters tall, walked into the playground with his head held high, surrounded by several staff members.
The boy was wearing an elegant white suit, a bow tie, and a pair of sunglasses.
His hair was dyed brown and styled in cascading waves, which made him look stylish and eye-catching. The way he put one hand in his pocket, with an expressionless face and walked like a catwalk made many girls' eyes light up and scream immediately.
Gu Chen. Gu Chen is here. Wow.
Chen Bao is so handsome today, he is simply the perfect man.
Chen Bao, I'm your die-hard fan, please sign an autograph for me.
Many girls nearby, after recognizing the boy in white, surrounded him ecstatically. As a result, when they were still 20 meters away from Guichen, they were stopped by fans in uniform holding light boards.
More than 100 fans formed 3 circles and protected Guichen tightly.
Following Guichen were 2 assistants, 2 bodyguards, and 2 school beauties in dresses, namely Li Ruyan and Qin Xiaoru. They also showed vigilance and hurried to protect Guichen. As time went by, more and more girls came in, completely blocking the entrance to the playground. At this time, Guichen raised his finger to the sky, then slowly pressed his palm down, signaling everyone to be quiet. As expected, the hundreds of girls around gradually quieted down.
Guichen then spoke in a gentle voice, Dear Chen fans, I know you are all very excited and love me very much. But please understand, I need to go to the lounge to prepare and get into shape. When I take the stage tonight, I will be able to bring you the best musical enjoyment. Dear seniors and juniors, please cooperate, thank you. After saying that, Guichen bowed very gentlemanly.
Seeing that he was as polite, gentle, and elegant as ever, the girls were so excited that they wanted to give him their hearts. However, under the persuasion of the lightboard fans, the girls remained restrained and retreated.
At this time, Guichen seemed to sense the gazes of Ding Yang and others, and turned his head to glance at Ding Yang.
He said nothing, but just curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer, and then, surrounded by the crowd, he went to the lounge behind the stage. After he left, the Qin fans who stayed behind also noticed Ding Yang and others. They all pointed at Ding Yang and laughed unrestrainedly.
Ha ha ha. Look, that's the legendary masked idol, the most popular school idol. I thought he was so popular, but he doesn't even have a bodyguard. I'm dying of laughter.
Before, I scolded his fans, saying that his popularity was fake, but they refused to admit it.
Now their true colors are revealed, right? Ding Yang. What can you compare with my Qin Bao?
You're creating topics and maliciously rigging votes right after you enrolled, trying to step on my Chen Bao to get to the top.
Do you deserve it? Chapter 96 Chapter 096 Who arranged a surprise for me?
More than a dozen girls were pointing fingers at Ding Yang and mocking him in a sarcastic tone. Although the hundreds of girls around didn't say anything, they all looked like they were gloating and watching the show. In the past few days, some radical Chen fans and Yang fans have been arguing and tearing each other apart in the forum. The fighting power of both sides was evenly matched, and after several days of fighting, they had already formed a grudge against each other. Now that they have the opportunity to ridicule and mock Ding Yang, they must vent their anger.
When Bauer and Shang Wanjing were furious at the time, and Ling Shintan was so angry that she frowned and looked sullen.
Your eyes are useless, you might as well donate them. The temperament of a perfect male god is right here, but you turn a blind eye to it.
Do you have a problem with your aesthetic sense, or are you blind? I really don't know where you got the courage to compare him with my husband. My husband is the real perfect man and singer.
Remember what you just said. After tonight, don't hit yourselves in the face and beg to join my husband's fan club.
Of course, the dozen or so girls were not convinced and started to fight back, arguing with Shang Wanjing, Wen Bauer and the other two. Ding Yang frowned and patted Shang Wanjing and Wen Bauer on the shoulders. Don't pay attention to those people with cerebellar hypoplasia. Tonight, I will use my strength to make them shut up.
As soon as he finished speaking, dense black shadows suddenly rose into the air from all around the playground.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following a dull sound of breaking wind, thousands of drones flew over the playground, arranged in an orderly manner and hovered.
Such a huge movement attracted everyone's attention. Everyone at the scene looked up at the sky with expressions of surprise and confusion, and started talking among themselves.
They're actually using over 1,000 drones for a show? This is a big deal for our school. The welcome party hasn't even started yet, so why is the drone show already on?
But I looked at the program, and the school clearly didn't prepare any drone performances.
Everyone, look! The drones are changing formations and lighting up with words.
I wish Qingdao University's welcome party a complete success.
Welcome the most handsome new student, Ding Yang? Ah, could this be a performance arranged by the school?
In the sky, thousands of drones constantly changed their formations and lit up colorful lights, forming lines of words.
Even with a mask on, I'm still the coolest. My name is Ding Yang, remember?
She has a perfect figure and looks, 8-pack abs and long legs.
Ding Yang is handsome and tall, and his singing voice is like a wave.
The charm of this man is so captivating that it makes everyone's heart flutter. Tall and handsome, Ding Yangzhan's roar shook the world. The stars are shining in the eyes of the fangirls. You are the strongest male god. I'm the best at singing. Dragon Country has a great voice.
I love Ding Yang. The dazzling drone show attracted admiration and exclamations from more than 40,000 teachers and students.
Whenever a sparkling limerick appears in the sky, thousands of girls recite it subconsciously.
Ding Yang's fans read louder and louder, feeling extremely excited and proud.
Passers-by, teachers, and staff either joined in the fun or couldn't help laughing out loud. Only some of Chen's fans looked darker and darker the more they watched, as disgusted as if they were fed flies. The drone show lasted nearly 10 minutes. Not only did it display limericks and various graphics expressing love and confessions, but it also ended with a rain of fireworks that covered the sky. Although it was just getting dark, the effect of the fireworks was somewhat reduced. But this was obviously not arranged by the school. Instead, it was Ding Yang's fans who cheered him up before the party and prepared a party for him. The fireworks show, which was extremely spectacular, lasted for 10 minutes. Countless teachers and students held up their mobile phones to record this magnificent drone and fireworks show. This is a new program that has never appeared in previous welcome parties. For the college students who love to join in the fun, this show alone is worth it for them to stand for several hours tonight. Even when the drones all over the sky landed, there was still a lot of discussion in the playground, and countless girls were still laughing. At this time, when Bauer, Shangguanjing, Ling Shintan, and Ding Yang's fans all looked at the Chen fans with teasing smiles. Haha, we don't have any fans holding up lightboards to escort us. After all, we young fans are not that shabby. But we have drone shows and fireworks. Hey, classmate, are the drone show and fireworks show fun? This is a show young fans gave to our idol, so please come and pay for the tickets. Classmates, you Chen fans are so high profile, why don't you arrange this kind of high-end performance for Gui Chen? Is it that Gui Chen doesn't like to watch it? Or is it that you can't afford that kind of money? No way, no way. You claim to have 30,000 Chen fans, you can't even come up with 1 million, right? Oh my, whose fans were so smug and mocking others just now, but now they have such a sullen look on their faces. It's so hard to guess. Gui Chen's fans were speechless and their faces became even uglier. The dozen or so girls who had mocked Ding Yang before turned pale as a pot and ran away with their faces covered in shame. Ding Yang wanted to laugh. He felt that this kind of performance was too exaggerated and the doggerel was awkward. If this happened in his previous life, he would definitely feel socially dejected and would not be able to face anyone. But in this world, the taste is just right, delicious, and not greasy. I love it. Tell me, who arranged this surprise for me? Ding Yang looked at Ling Shintan, Shangguanjing, and Wen Bauer with a smile and asked. But the three women were a little confused. They looked at each other and thought that it was arranged by the other party. Ding Yang, Ling Shintan, and Wen Bauer all felt that this must have been done by Shangguanjing. After all, arranging this drone show and fireworks show, spending millions is secondary. The key is to get permission from the school, which is not something that can be solved with money. Just when everyone was puzzled, a clear and pleasant voice came. Honey, this is a surprise I prepared for you, do you like it? Ding Yang and the three girls turned their heads and saw a girl wearing a light blue cheongsam with an elegant temperament walking towards them with a slender waist. She was tall and dressed in luxurious clothes. Her long hair was tied into a bun with a jade hairpin and she was carrying a handbag worth millions. Following behind her was an assistant wearing a black OL suit, holding a briefcase in her hand and a bouquet of flowers in her arms. There is no doubt that the Cheongsam beauty is Jiang Sini. My dear, I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you so much. Jiang Sini walked straight to Ding Yang, opened her arms like a spoiled child, and threw herself into his arms. I turned down all my social engagements and work today just to come and see your performance. Ding Yang hugged Jiang Sini tightly, scratched her nose with his fingers, and smiled gently. I like this surprise very much, Sini, you put a lot of thought into it. However, those doggerel poems are a bit cheesy. Please change to something more subtle next time. I'm used to being a quiet and low-key handsome man. If you do this, I can't keep a low profile anymore. Chapter 97 Chapter 097 The daughter of the richest man, the first daughter? Hearing Ding Yang's words, Jiang Sini, Shang Wanjing, and others laughed. Okay, dear, I'll criticize the drone team when I get back. Those doggerel poems they came up with were so careless, I'll deduct their money. Jiang Sini hugged Ding Yang's arm and coaxed him in a gentle tone. Then the assistant handed over the flowers. Jiang Sini held the flowers and gave them to Ding Yang, saying sincerely, Dear, it has been a year since I took over Tianmao Group. Seeing that I had outstanding work ability and the group's business was booming, my mother gave me another company. These days, I have been busy taking over the new company and I am really unable to get away, so I cannot accompany you. I am sorry for you, please forgive me. This bouquet of roses is for you. I wish you a complete success in tonight's performance and may you become famous overnight. Ding Yang held the flowers in his hands, looking lonely. I knew that you rich and powerful women would not cherish others after you got them. Apart from using flowery words to deceive and sweet talk to coax people, they are not willing to take any real action. Seeing Ding Yang deliberately teasing Jiang Sini, Ling Shintan, Shang Wanjing, and Wen Bauer were all laughing, feeling a little gloating. Jiang Sini hugged Ding Yang tightly and kissed him several times on his forehead and face. Honey, I was wrong, please forgive me, okay? Secretary, transfer 10% of Tianmao Group's shares to my husband immediately. However, the value of this 10% stake exceeds 1 billion. But she had just taken over a company with a market value of more than 20 billion yuan, and she still shared the shares equally with her mother. Her wealth has increased by more than 10 billion. In order to make her husband happy, it is only natural for her to give him 1 billion. I don't have time to be affectionate with my husband, but I have money. The serious human machine secretary carries out the president's orders without hesitation. She pulled her laptop from her briefcase and started typing away on the spot. Ding Yang sighed helplessly, Sini, I'm really not interested in money. I can't spend a single cent of the 20 million you gave me and the 100 million Sister Jing gave me. I am a man of dignity, I stand tall and upright, and I will never be a gigolo. But then again, you can't even give up money for the sake of dignity, right? The sudden turn almost sprained the women's waists. They all laughed with joy, but were also shocked by Jiang Sini's extravagance. Ding Yang glared at them and said unhappily, What are you laughing at? This is not my fault. The doctor said that my teeth are not good and I can only eat soft food. Moreover, Sini is always corrupting and testing me like this. Which cadre can withstand such a test? I used to hate people worshipping money, but now I only hate not being able to worship money. Jiang Sini, Ling Shintan and others laughed so hard that they fell backwards and their bodies shook. If other men say this, they will definitely do this. But Ding Yang was different, he was definitely just teasing them. If he was materialistic, he would have much more than this money now. Whenever he just waved his finger, a bunch of billionaires would line up and beg him to give them money. Everyone laughed and joked for a while. The human computer secretary closed his notebook and said expressionlessly, Mr. Jiang, the equity change procedures have been completed. As soon as she finished speaking, Ding Yang received a text message notification on his phone. However, he was too lazy to look. Jiang Sini held his hands again and said solemnly, My dear, I promise you. Once I have completely taken over Tianyu Group and things are on track, I will definitely accompany you often. Please forgive me, okay? Ding Yang nodded and said, Okay, I'll forgive you this time. However, you are too busy with work, so it doesn't matter if you don't accompany me. Anyway, you are the one who is anxious and angry, I still have Tian, Sister Jing, and Sister Bauer to accompany me. We play together every day and have a lot of fun. After saying that, he deliberately raised his eyebrows at Jiang Sini, with a playful smile on his lips. Shang Wanjing and Wen Bauer were both a little shy.
Jiang Xinyi's heart trembled, and she immediately became anxious and angry. When she thought about the girls who came after her getting to eat meat, she felt like a cat's claws were scratching her heart. So she turned her head and looked at Shang Wanjing with a malicious smile. "Xiao Jingjing, you can do it. I heard that you kidnapped my husband the day he entered school?" Shang Wanjing felt both embarrassed and guilty. But she pretended not to understand what Jiang Xinyi meant, and said with a smile, "Sister Xinyi, doesn't this just prove that we have the same aesthetic taste? Besides, we will become a family in the future, so you should come over and play often when you have time." Ding Yang raised his eyebrows. "Do you two know each other?" Shang Wanjing nodded and said, "Aunt Jiang is the richest person in Qingshan City and the province, and Sister Xinyi is the richest daughter in the city. My mom had a good relationship with Aunt Jiang and Xinyi, and I often played together when we were little." "I see." Ding Yang nodded slightly to show that he understood. Jiang Xinyi pulled Shang Wanjing's ear and said unhappily, "Little Jingjing, I gave you so many gifts before, and you actually stole my sister's girl. My sister hasn't had her meal yet, and you got it first. It hurts, it hurts." Shang Wanjing frowned and begged for mercy. After Jiang Xinyi let go of her hand, she leaned close to Jiang Xinyi's ear and whispered, "Sister Xinyi, how can this be called poaching? It's not like you don't know your husband's looks, figure, and charm. We will definitely have many sisters in the future, and no one can monopolize them all. I know his looks and charm, but his figure, I haven't had time to know yet." Jiang Xinyi's voice was a little muffled, and she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Shang Wanjing whispered again, "My husband has a perfect body, and that is also super strong. Sister, don't worry. When you are free, I will create an opportunity for you to experience it yourself. Then you'll know how much you enjoy it." As she spoke, a hint of aftertaste flashed in her eyes, and she felt a little hungry again. Jiang Xinyi also pursed her lips and secretly made up her mind. At this time, Ling Shintan pointed to the nearby playground entrance and quietly reminded everyone, "The leaders are coming in. The party is about to begin." Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of well-dressed, noble and dignified women walking into the venue. The two people at the front of the crowd were the principal Shang Wanqinghong and a middle-aged woman with a dignified appearance. The two walked side by side, talking and laughing. "Come on, we should go in too." Ding Yang called out, and the women immediately surrounded him and came in. Shang Wanjing quickly pointed to the back of the stage and reminded him, "Husband, the school has arranged a separate lounge for you, right behind the stage. You can rest and prepare there, and it will be more convenient when you go on stage." The women stopped and looked at Ding Yang, waiting for his decision. Ding Yang shook his head and chuckled, saying, "Let's watch the evening party first and then go over when the time is almost up." "Good." Shang Wanjing nodded and led everyone to the VIP area closest to the stage. That area was facing the stage, only a dozen meters away. The first and second rows are seats for leaders at all levels, and the third and fourth rows are seats for invited media and social organizations at all levels. The fifth row is for some personal VIPs, such as artists, famous alumni, etc. There were a few empty seats reserved in the middle of this row of seats, which were arranged by Shang Wanjing. Chapter 98 Chapter 098 The New Emperor of the Music World? When Ding Yang sat down in the fifth row accompanied by Shang Wanjing, Jiang Xinyi and others, it caused a commotion. Many teachers and students nearby looked at Ding Yang curiously, trying to guess his identity. Even the leaders and media personnel in the first four rows frequently turned around and examined Ding Yang. Although he wore a mask and was not dressed fancy, but his figure and temperament were too dazzling, like a firefly in the dark night, a beetle in the fields, so vivid, so outstanding. Fortunately, it was getting dark and the party was about to begin. No matter how curious the women around were, they did not move around casually, and did not dare to surround Ding Yang. After all, he was sitting in the first few rows of the VIP seats, and the girls around him were all goddess level. Even a fool can see that his identity must be extraordinary. Soon, all the leaders and guests arrived and the lights on the stage came on. The huge curtain slowly opened, revealing two tall girls with outstanding looks and temperament on the stage. They were wearing dark blue and bright red evening gowns, and both were holding microphones. "Dear leaders, distinguished guests, teachers and students, good evening. Autumn brings cool breeze, sweet osmanthus fragrance, towering green mountains, and gardens full of peaches and plums. On this night of energy and hope." The two girls hosted the show without a script. They were in high spirits and had a standard and pleasant voice that was very uplifting. The venue, which was noisy before, soon became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two hosts, and their emotions were aroused by them.
After the party started, several leaders came on stage to deliver speeches, which is a convention and tradition. Then the programs were performed one after another, including chorus, recitation, group dance, crosstalk, and sketches. Without exception, all performers on stage are girls. Many teachers and students have long been tired of watching it, so they are not very interested. Even after each performance ended, there was warm applause in the audience. But that's all human nature. But to Ding Yang, those youthful girls all looked very pleasing to the eye. Most of the shows were well thought out and looked pretty good. He particularly enjoyed several dance programs. For example, dynamic and passionate modern dance, soft and enchanting classical dance. He could honestly say to Shang Wanjing that it was definitely not because the actors' skirts were short and their legs were long. Before I knew it, more than an hour had passed. The more than 40,000 teachers and students in the conference hall were feeling a little bored after sitting for a long time. Not only were there sounds of people whispering all around, but many people were also getting up and leaving their seats, lining up to use the restroom. Only the leaders and guests in the VIP area remained patient and sat upright like a mountain. Finally, the 17th show ended. After a burst of sparse applause, the two hosts came on stage. The two of them were in high spirits, their faces full of anticipation. The girl in the red dress said excitedly, "Next, please enjoy the first male performance at this year's welcome party. He is one of the most popular boys in the school and has topped the campus popularity list for the past 2 years. He's a popular idol with a melancholic exterior and a kind heart, and a singer-songwriter highly regarded by renowned entertainment companies. I believe you have guessed who he is, please shout out his name." Gu E. Shan. As the red-dressed host finished speaking, deafening cheers rang out in the venue, echoing in the night sky. The audience who had felt bored before were now all spirited and full of anticipation. Gu Yichen's fans were so excited that their faces turned red, and they shouted and screamed at the top of their lungs. In the stands surrounding the venue, countless people held up glow sticks and fan lightboards and waved them vigorously. The atmosphere in the entire venue was ignited. It took a full minute for the venue to return to silence. The host in a blue evening gown held the microphone and said, "Yes, the next person to perform on stage is Gu Yichen. In the past 2 years, he has devoted himself to cultivation and strengthening his inner strength, and has carefully composed 12 high-quality songs. Those are the 12 swords he will use to debut and conquer the dragon language music scene. Tonight, he will bring us an original song, New Emperor. Let us wish him a smooth debut and hope he becomes the new king of the music scene, just like the song title suggests." After that, the two hosts bowed and left the stage, and the curtain on the stage slowly closed. In the surrounding stands, Gu Yichen's fans were still shouting words like "New Emperor" and "Ascend the Throne." They were quite enthusiastic, but passers-by and Ding Yang's fans felt more and more embarrassed the more they listened. "Hiss, the new emperor of the music world? You're talking big. That guy is so brave. He dares to shout out such a slogan before even debuting? Once he debuts, won't he offend all the music kings and famous singers? This is a typical case of creating hype and topics. Yes, he is a newcomer and he is not afraid of being arrogant or making a fool of himself. I'm just worried that no one will pay attention and there won't be any topics to talk about." Discussions like these were heard quietly around the stands. It would be fine if there were no Chen fans around, but once they heard it, there would be another fierce quarrel. Ding Yang, Jiang Xini, Ling Shintan and others reacted calmly and did not express their opinions. Only when Bauer frowned and muttered softly, "Grandstanding." Jiang Xini and Ling Shintan both smiled knowingly. Shang Wanjing did not refute and even gave her a thumbs up. At this time, the stage curtain slowly opened. A burst of grand and solemn music also sounded and spread throughout the venue. In just a few seconds, the audience was swept into the ancient royal background by the majestic music. The images of the majestic palace and the emperor's court automatically emerged in my mind. What an excellent music production, what a grand opening. This thought popped up in many people's minds at the same time. At this time, the stage curtain opened completely. The audience saw that the stage was decorated to look like a court hall. Dozens of girls acted as extras, dressed up as court officials in red and purple robes, standing respectfully in the hall. The emperor's throne, however, was shrouded in darkness and looked very mysterious. Suddenly, the majestic music paused. A deep and solemn male voice sang slowly. "The dragon throne bears the marks of 1,000 years of wind and frost, and the jade seal crushes the old times. The endless memorials written in cinnabar ink turned yellow in the candlelight. The blades of the royal guards were colder than autumn frost, but they could not cut off the hungry stomachs of the people outside the palace walls.
Whose cry echoes in the midnight?
I heard his voice before I saw him.
Everyone knew that it was Gu Yichen singing. He enunciates words clearly and his lyrics with rap rhythm are very rhythmic.
Whether it was neutral students, Ding Yang's fans, teachers, or media guests,
everyone has to admit that the quality of this song is very good and it is indeed qualified for debut.
After all, this was Gu Yichen's first performance before his debut, and with the help of Fanqing Entertainment, the song was produced according to high standards. The singing paused and background music of swords and horses came from the stage. Suddenly, 8 spotlights lit up at the same time, focusing on the magnificent throne. Only then did the audience see clearly that Gu Yichen was wearing a luxurious crown, a precious cloak, and a gorgeous dragon robe. He held a wolf hairbrush in his left hand and a golden sword in his right hand. One foot, wearing an antique combat boot, was placed on the table in front of the throne, with an eagle-like gaze, looking down on the world. At this moment, all the audience's eyes lit up. Chen fans even let out ear-piercing explosions, and their excited screams were like thunder, almost blowing off other people's skulls.
Chapter 99 Chapter 099 Ding Yang serves as a foil for Gu Yichen?
After seeing Gu Yichen's makeup, many viewers exclaimed that it was exquisite and shocking.
Ding Yang then understood why Gu Yichen needed 2 people's help to put on his performance costume.
With Gu Yichen's physique, it must not be easy for him to wear such heavy costumes and props and force himself to pose. As the accompanying music became more and more loud, the audience seemed to be brought into the battlefield. Gu Yichen slowly raised his sword, held it horizontally in front of him, and continued singing. The smoke of war rises from the beacon tower, and the horses at the border rush to deliver the message. Outside Tianqing Pass, the roars of millions of lions shook the sky. In front of the Golden Throne Hall, the new emperor takes control of the old country.
Swing the sword to break the dark clouds, right to embroider the universe.
Gu Yichen's fans all cheered to the melody of the music and waved their glow sticks rhythmically. Many teachers and students also listened attentively, their emotions fluctuating with the singing, and their hearts were filled with emotion. They watched the scene on the stage and the splendidly dressed Emperor Gu Yichen through the huge display screens on both sides of the stage. It feels like you have really walked into the magnificent ancient times and witnessed the new emperor ascending the throne, getting rid of the old and innovating, and carrying out great ambitions. Before I knew it, 4 minutes had passed. The high-pitched and rhythmic melody gradually slows down. Gu Yichen slowly put down his sword and red brush, changed his opera tune, and sang softly, "Don't say that the emperor has ascended to a high place. In the Yangxin Palace, a sea of lights connects thousands of households. I do not seek to record my merits and demerits in history, but to see all the people beat the drum together." Then, he put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, and ended with a sonorous and domineering voice.
"My grand plan is to expand our territory."
The nobles and the common people all bowed down to the new emperor.
The song ended and the lingering sound dissipated.
The lights on the stage gradually dimmed, but he continued to pose, showing the domineering power of the new emperor. The huge curtain slowly closed. Thunderous applause broke out in the venue, and countless teachers and students were shocked, their faces flushed and their emotions were excited. They shouted loudly, screamed and whistled, cheering for Gu Yichen. Nearly 20,000 Qin fans were jumping and waving their arms enthusiastically, shouting New Emperor," in unison. The overwhelming sound continued to echo in the night sky. The media and guests in the VIP area reacted a little calmer.
Many people nodded secretly, smiled and talked privately. Gu Yichen is so popular at Qingshan University. If he makes his debut tonight, Fanqing Entertainment will have another cash cow.
The song that Fanqing Entertainment created for him is really good, both in terms of vocals and costumes. It seems they really need to give him a big push. The lyrics and the idea are both good. You can tell they were carefully crafted. Works created by a professional team are excellent.
Isn't Gu Yichen a melancholic prince? Why didn't you sing love songs, songs about the pain of youth, etc., but instead sang this imperial epic song?
It is said that Gu Yichen is a talented singer-songwriter who is good at singing in several styles. Using rap to accompany the epic poem of the emperor, blending ancient and modern instruments, and incorporating opera singing, is a bold attempt on his part. So far, the effect is quite good and it is really eye-catching. As far as I know, among the 28 programs in the previous 2 welcome parties, Gu Yichen's program was the most popular, and it seems that this time will be no exception.
Ha! Look at the 27th performer, the finale, it's also a boy singing. Interesting. Gui Chen is clearly incredibly popular, yet the school even arranged for another boy to sing. This is to let that boy serve as a foil for Gui Chen and help him debut smoothly. Many media people and guests were discussing it curiously. While praising Gui Chen, he also felt a little sympathy and pity for Ding Yang, who had not yet played. Shang Wanjing, Ling Shintan, Wen Baoer and others frowned and looked worried after watching Gui Chen's performance. It seems that Fanqing Entertainment is really trying hard to promote Gui Chen. The stage sets and makeup are all very well done, and the vocals are also top-notch. He does have some talent and is bold in his innovations. It seems to have had a very good effect and the whole audience was stunned. Hubby, Gui Chen made such a big scene and took the initiative. We have no advantage at all. My dear man, you don't have any dancers or stage sets, how are you going to compete with Gui Chen? Several girls were worried and concerned for Ding Yang. There was no way around it, Gui Chen had made such a big fuss and the momentum was so strong. The audience's response was also very enthusiastic. No matter how much confidence they have in Ding Yang, they dare not be blindly arrogant. They really couldn't figure out how Ding Yang could surpass Gui Chen. Don't worry, I'm sure of it. Ding Yang was not anxious at all, and he comforted the girls with a smile. At this time, two hosts came on stage and praised Gui Chen enthusiastically. Titles like Genius Musical Boy, Versatile Singer-Songwriter, Rising Star, and Future Top Singer are constantly being attributed to Gui Chen. Then, the red-dressed host smiled and said, "At the beginning of this welcome party, our school's publicity account will broadcast it live on multiple platforms. The provincial television station, People's Livelihood Channel, online columns and other channels have also carried out real-time broadcasts. We have just received news that the number of online viewers on various live broadcast channels has exceeded 500,000. Please actively participate in the online voting and choose the most popular program tonight." The blue skirt host continued, "The final voting results will be announced after the party, so stay tuned. Next, please enjoy the skit." Upon hearing this, Shang Wanjing, Ling Shintan and others quickly took out their mobile phones and rushed into the school's live broadcast room to vote for Ding Yang. Wen Baoer also opened the fan group and quickly sent a voice message, calling on fans to vote for Ding Yang's program. Seeing the girls looking anxious and hurried, Ding Yang felt a little amused. "Have you ever thought that I've received so many votes before I even went on stage to perform? Isn't this just attracting hatred?" Several girls were stunned, and Wen Baoer quickly stopped sending messages. "Yeah. What my husband said makes sense. Someone will definitely accuse us of vote rigging when the time comes. Don't worry, I just looked twice, and my husband's voting option hasn't come out yet. This voting function is quite rigorous. Only shows that have been performed are given voting options. Gui Chen has finished his performance. I see his votes are skyrocketing, exceeding 50,000. There's still about an hour left before the party ends. I wonder how many votes he can get. The male idol is the last to appear, so there are only maybe 10 minutes left before the party ends and the voting results are announced. We are already at a huge disadvantage, and the voting time is so short, it's so unfair." Shang Wanjing and others became increasingly worried, their expressions and eyes filled with anxiety. Jiang Xini coughed lightly, lowered her voice, and said slowly, "Don't panic, I'm here, my husband can't lose." After she finished speaking, she instructed the secretary beside her, "Call the Galaxy team and have them on standby." Chapter 100 Invitation to the Masked Male God, Ding Yang. The so-called Galaxy team sounds very impressive. But in fact, the main business is to increase votes, increase fans, control comments, etc. To put it in a more professional way, it is packaging, operation and promotion. Shang Wanjing and Wen Baoer have both heard of it. Many celebrities and internet celebrities have worked with that team, and the effect is indeed very strong. Sister Sunny, are you planning to help your husband buy tickets? Shang Wanjing lowered her voice and asked in a low voice. Jiang Xini said with a firm expression, "Keep it on standby for now and act according to the situation. I don't care who my opponent is, my husband will never lose." The domineering attitude of Qingshan's daughter is undoubtedly demonstrated. But Ding Yang stretched out his arm, put his arm around her slender waist, and looked at her with a smile. "Why do you all think I will lose? Except for myself, it seems like you all have no confidence in me?" Jiang Xini shook her head and explained with a smile, "Husband, of course I have confidence in you. But Gui Chen has a professional team serving him, and everything is built according to the configuration of a famous singer. He has a deep fan base and has accumulated a certain amount of popularity and fame. You've only been here 10 days, and you've never been in public or performed on stage before. Your foundation is too shallow. Ding Yang smiled and said calmly, although Gui Chen's performance was brilliant, I will win him fairly and will not resort to deception. You have to understand that so-called common sense and reason do not apply to me. Occasionally, I will be willful and break the rules with my own hands, so that everyone can understand what a miracle is. Although Ding Yang is usually a bit lazy, his gentle and casual look is very charming, making them obsessed and fall for him. But only at this moment did they realize that when Ding Yang was serious, he exuded confidence and dominance from the inside out, which was even more shocking and fascinating. Several girls were infected by his aura, and their worries and anxieties disappeared for the most part, and they also had more confidence in him. Husband, we believe you can win. Come on, husband, we will win. Jiang Xini admires Ding Yang's confidence and pride very much, and is truly unable to extricate herself from his love. She held Ding Yang's hand and said sincerely, my dear, I promise you that I am just making preparations and will never actively buy tickets. In order to pave the way for Gui Chen, Fanqing Entertainment spent a lot of energy and financial resources to build momentum. They will not allow Gui Chen to lose. If you defeat him based on your strength, they may resort to dishonorable means. I do this just because I don't want you to be bullied or lose. You are my husband, no one can let you suffer any injustice. Shang Wenjing, Ling Shintan and Wen Bao all nodded in agreement and tried to persuade Ding Yang. Yes, husband, Sister Xini is right. Hubby, Sister Xini has good intentions. She's doing this for your own good. My dear man, you must be on guard against others. You are a gentleman, but you are afraid that some people will treat you like a villain. Ding Yang also understood that the entertainment industry was a big melting pot and there was no fairness or justice. Using any means to achieve the goal is the basic practice in the entertainment industry. Although Gui Chen has not made his debut yet, he has already been infected with the bad habits in the circle. Just want fame and fortune, not shame. Okay, Senny, you make the arrangements. If anything unexpected happens, just listen to me. Ding Yang no longer insisted and nodded in agreement with Jiang Xini's suggestion. But he still firmly believed that under fair and just conditions, he would be able to defeat Gui Chen. It's almost time, let's go to the lounge and get ready. Everyone quickly stood up and left, rushing to the independent lounge behind the stage. The lounge was cool and comfortable. Ding Yang sat on the sofa to rest and drank some water to moisten his throat. Shang Wenjing and Ling Shintan helped him massage his shoulders, neck, legs and feet to keep him relaxed. Wen Bao checked his hairstyle and clothes to make sure there were no flaws. Jiang Xini chatted with him and helped him regulate his emotions to avoid being nervous. The girls worked very hard, just wanting him to be on stage in the best condition. But Ding Yang was not nervous at all and was still chatting on his phone. The boys in Ji Shui's group were all watching the live broadcast of the party in the villa. After watching Gui Chen's performance, they all tagged Ding Yang in the group. Chao Kuan, I'm really impressed, Gui Chen is really good at pretending. The expression and posture he had when he sang were as if he were really an emperor. He had acted out all the pretense tonight. I think all the girls in the school are almost fascinated by him and have become mentally retarded. Du Tianming, Gui Chen's pomp and circumstance is too grand, and his aura is too strong. It's different when he has a professional team to serve him. Ding Yang, I see that the clothes you wear when you go out are too plain. You'll be at a disadvantage if you play like that, as your momentum will be completely suppressed by him. While there's still time, you should change into a dress or something to at least look presentable. Otherwise you will be suppressed by him and become his foil. Hua Ziming, come on, Ding Yang, you must win and bring honor to us freshmen. Tao Wei, Ding Yang, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Gui Chen has an entertainment company to package him, and you are just an amateur. Even if you lose, everyone will understand. Several boys in the group spoke up, cheering Ding Yang on and giving him advice. Although, they had all heard Ding Yang singing when they were camping in Dakingshan, and it was indeed very nice. But Ding Yang was singing a cappella at that time, but tonight he is performing on a stage that is the focus of everyone's attention. His opponent was Gui Chen, who had practiced for 2.5 years and had reached the debut level. No matter how you look at it, Ding Yang has no chance of winning. They didn't say it, but they all felt in their hearts that Ding Yang and Gui Chen were not on the same level at all. Thank you all for your concern and encouragement. I'll just sing a solo song. No need to go through so much trouble. Ding Yang smiled, typed a reply to them, and chatted briefly. The shows on the stage changed one after another. Before we knew it, the party was coming to an end. When the third-to-last show ended, Ding Yang, surrounded by Ling Shintan and others, left the lounge and entered the stage waiting area.
Several girls began to get nervous and took one last look at his appearance and clothes. At the same time, the voices of the two hosts sounded.
Next, please enjoy the performance of the second boy in this welcome party.
It needs to be solemnly stated that this boy is a freshman of this year and also one of the most legendary freshmen in recent years. It is said that after he entered school, he lived a secluded life and few people had seen what he looked like. But he had such a remarkable temperament and charm that he became famous in just 2 days and became a big hit on the entire campus. Many people call him the masked male god, and some people who have seen his true face insist that he is the perfect male god. I believe that everyone is very curious about this boy and wants to know what he looks like.
Let us all shout out his name.
As the host finished speaking, deafening cheers immediately erupted in the huge conference hall.
Ding! Yang! Ding yang! Ding yang! Chapter 101. Chapter 101 is another original song?
There were at least 20,000 people shouting in unison, their voices excited and high-pitched. In addition to Ding Yang's fans, there are also many female teachers and school staff. Even the media personnel and guests in the VIP area were intrigued and were talking among themselves.
The foil chosen by Qingdao University is not just an ordinary boy, but a very popular and mysterious male god?
In order to build momentum for Guichen, Qingdao has really put in a lot of effort. Of course. Only when you have a popular and outstanding supporting role can you feel more accomplished by stepping on them. As many guests and media people were discussing the matter, the leaders sitting in the first row all looked puzzled.
Ding Yang? Aren't we here for him tonight?
It seems that these media and guests are still unaware and actually dare to use him as a foil for Guichen.
It's ridiculous.
The majestic woman sitting in the middle of the first row also smiled with interest. She turned her head to look at Shangwan Xinghong beside her and asked in a low voice, "Xinghong, your precious son-in-law has never appeared in public?" Ding Yang is a kid who likes to keep a low profile and not show off. Shangwan Xinghong smiled dignifiedly and reservedly, but his tone and eyes revealed unconcealable pride and pride. The majestic woman became even more curious. "Then I want to see how perfect this guy is to make you so happy." It's mainly because Jingjing is very hardworking and has good vision.
Shangwan Xinghong smiled again, and the pride in his heart was almost written on his face.
After a while, the echoing shouts gradually stopped. The red-dressed host shouted again, "Now let's give the warmest applause to welcome the masked male god Ding Yang to the stage."
Amidst deafening applause, the two hosts bowed and left the stage.
In previous years' welcome parties, not many people could stay and sit until now, as most people left early. But at this moment, there are still 40,000 people in the venue.
Moreover, after the two hosts livened up the atmosphere, everyone was filled with curiosity and anticipation.
Even Guichen's fans stretched their necks and stared at the stage with wide eyes. They comforted themselves and silently defended themselves. "I just want to see what Ding Yang looks like and why he's called the perfect male god."
Ding Yang is good at keeping people in suspense and creating topics.
"I want to see how he is better than my Chen Bao."
"Humph.
When he shows his face later, as long as it's not perfect, we'll all shush him together." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the curtain of the stage slowly opened. A tall and thin figure walked out from the dimly lit corner and walked briskly towards the center of the stage. When he walked into the spotlight, his entire body was clearly visible to everyone and on the huge screens on both sides of the stage. The moment they saw his appearance clearly, the whole audience fell silent. Countless people opened their eyes wide, with shock written all over their eyes and faces. He is tall and handsome, with 2 long legs that are extremely eye-catching.
The most dazzling thing was his flawless face projected on the display screen, magnified dozens of times. Words like handsome and cool are simply not enough to describe his stunning looks.
Romantic, handsome, and elegant are all words that cannot describe his temperament and charm.
Although the stage was empty and there was no scenery,
his clothes were simple and casual, just the most common t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. But once he stood in the middle of the stage, he became the most eye-catching star tonight.
Perfect looks, invincible figure and temperament are enough to conquer everything.
After 5 seconds of silence, the entire venue suddenly erupted into earth-shaking exclamations and screams.
"Ding Yang! He's a perfect man. He really is the perfect man.
Oh my god, how can there be a boy in the world with perfect looks, figure and temperament? No wonder he's called the perfect male god, it's really not an exaggeration at all. Those girls who saw his true face a few days ago are so lucky.
I'm jealous. Damn it. I'm not a human being. I actually questioned him about vote manipulation in the forum and accused him of trying to scam Guichen. What a beast I am. I finally understand why he hasn't shown his face since he entered the school.
He's so handsome that if he shows up, it will cause a sensation, paralyze traffic, and affect campus order. I declare that from this moment on, Ding Yang is my male god, the only true god forever.
Hey, classmate, aren't you a die-hard fan of Gui Chen? Who is Gui Chen? I don't know him. Don't get close to me.
Whether they were Ding Yang's fans, neutral girls, or Gui Chen's fans, they all screamed in amazement. Various explosions, whistles, and horse shots combined into a deafening torrent of sound waves, echoing violently in the venue and the night sky, and lasted for 5 minutes without subsiding. Even the guests and media people at the scene showed admiration and started talking about it. Jiang Xini, Shang Wanjing, and others had already returned to their seats in the 4th row of the VIP area. They wanted to watch Ding Yang sing up close and cheer him on the spot.
When Bauer took out her mobile phone and stand and was recording the stage performance,
Ling Shintan held her phone and squatted in the live broadcast room to record the screen. Seeing the barrage of comments scrolling across the screen such as "lick the screen," "take away," "vanilla male god," and "male god check me," I felt both amused and helpless. Shang Guanjing took out her phone and checked the voting options that had just appeared. With each refresh of her feed, Ding Yang's votes kept rising like crazy.
Fuck.
My husband just showed up, didn't even say a word, and he got 50,000 votes.
Oh no, it's already 58,000 votes? Is he too invincible?
Jiang Xini glanced sideways and saw that the number of votes had risen to 60,000 again.
We are used to it and have adapted to it.
But it was his first time showing his face in public, and one could easily imagine how much of a shock it was to the girls.
It's no less than a meteorite hitting a red star.
After she finished speaking, she instructed the secretary beside her, keep a close eye on the vote counts on both sides, and investigate any anomalies immediately. At this time, Ding Yang, who had been standing on the stage for 5 minutes and remained calm, raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He has already activated the skill of being possessed by a god of song. Not only does he possess the voice and singing skills of a god of song, but he also has the stage presence and control ability of a god of song. A simple and natural gesture and a gentle smile can easily take control of the situation.
The venue quickly became quiet.
He took the microphone and said, "Hello everyone, I am Ding Yang. Next, I will sing a song called The Wind Rises for everyone here." As he finished speaking, the accompaniment came from the stage speakers. The unfamiliar melody and the song title that had never been heard before surprised everyone.
Another original song? Is he also a singer-songwriter?
Soon, to the sound of melodious music, Ding Yang raised the microphone. We stopped and started along the way, following the traces of the boys drifting.
The moment before I stepped out of the station, I hesitated.
Chapter 102. It turns out that he is the protagonist of the party.
Ding Yang's voice and tone are very natural, without deliberate articulation or bass, nor any showmanship or publicity.
Just like chatting with friends, telling everyone about his experiences.
But these few simple lyrics are extremely vivid and infectious.
Everyone's restless heart suddenly calmed down and they all listened to his story patiently. When I first encountered this world, I was fascinated by it all. Looking at the horizon as if it is right in front of me, I am willing to go through fire and water to walk through it.
Now I walk through this world, lingering in all kinds of ways.
Turning over the different sides of my face over the years, I unexpectedly burst into your smile. As Ding Yang's vocal range gradually rises, the emotions hidden in his singing also come to your face like a sudden autumn breeze. Neither the tone nor the lyrics deliberately express sadness or regret. But the hearts of all the audience seem to be grasped by invisible hands. The look in his eyes as he looked at Ding Yang also became complicated. I was once obsessed with the vastness of the world and also indulged in the dream talk within it. Don't be confused about truth or falsehood, don't struggle, and don't be afraid of being laughed at. I once turned my youth into her, and also played out the midsummer with my fingertips. Just follow your heart and go with the flow. Ding Yang stood in the middle of the stage, his posture relaxed and natural. Like a calm and elegant singer, like a confident and determined young man, and like everyone who has experienced wind and rain, stops to look back at their youth, and sighs.
His singing echoed in the venue, washing everyone's ears and hearts.
However, the audience's thoughts and emotions are flying wildly, and they are uncontrollably recalling the past.
A confident teenager, a flamboyant and lively youth, and a decadent and depressed youth. Those regrets of passing by, those days of stumbling, those people I will never see again, and that faint melancholy and nostalgia. Everyone has their own youth, regrets, sadness and memories. Even though the experiences are different,
the pictures and scenes of memories are also different. But everyone knows that Ding Yang's song has touched their hearts and awakened their truest emotions.
Everyone looks in the mirror in this song and hears their former self.
I finally returned my youth to her, along with the summer that popped up at my fingertips. Wherever your heart moves, just follow the wind.
In the name of love, are you still willing? Before I knew it, the song was over.
Ding Yang's hand holding the microphone hung at his side, his face showing no sadness or joy, only a hint of relief. The accompaniment continued to play, and all the audience were still immersed in memories, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Some people shed tears silently, some choked silently, some had faces full of nostalgia and regret, and some were annoyed and self-blamed. Of course, some people also felt relieved and regained their courage and strength. Ding Yang's eyes were clear and bright, with a smile on his lips as he looked out at the starry night sky. Although, he had many songs to choose from, all of which were suitable for this welcome party. But he still chose the song, The Wind Rises. He not only sings for the audience, but also for himself.
After a few dozen seconds, the accompaniment ended.
The venue was still quiet, and the audience was still immersed in the memories and the mood of the songs. Ding Yang raised the microphone again and shouted with a smile, "I wish you all a bright future."
Returning, still a young man.
The voices, full of vigor and energy, spread throughout the venue.
More than 40,000 spectators finally woke up from their dream.
Immediately, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, deafening. More than 30,000 people stood up at the same time, clapping loudly and shouting excitedly. Especially Yang's fans, they were so excited that their faces turned red and they screamed at the top of their lungs.
"Ding Yang, I love you. God, please give me a seed, I want to give birth to a monkey for you."
Ding Yang, the male god, the eternal god.
Ding Yang, crazy about you.
They were too excited and too in love and admiration for Ding Yang to describe the song in words. Only the most passionate and straightforward oath can express their feelings. The thunderous applause was louder and louder, lasting for a long time. Many girls' palms turned red from clapping, and many were moved to tears.
At the same time,
the expressions of the media people and guests in the VIP area became very interesting. Some were shocked, some were stunned, some laughed at themselves, and some were confused.
What's going on? Wasn't this Ding Yang arranged by the school to serve as Gui Chen's foil? How can his looks, temperament, and singing ability be so perfect? No wonder the school arranged for him to be the last performer, he is so talented. We all guessed wrong, he is not Gui Chen's foil. It turns out that he is the protagonist of this party. I used to think Gui Chen's performance was brilliant, but compared to Ding Yang, he seemed too artificial and immature. Ding Yang's song is very heartfelt and so contagious.
In just those few minutes, I recalled all the regrets of half my life. To be fair, Gui Chen's temperament is too feminine and too young. But he had to perform a grand and majestic imperial epic and combine various elements in the song.
He doesn't have enough strength and doesn't have the aura to carry the song.
Even with a professional team helping him build momentum, his performance still had flaws.
Although Ding Yang's clothes were simple, there was no stage background or dancers.
But he and the song as a whole are not pretentious, revealing a sense of sincerity and frankness, and have the power to touch the heart directly. In terms of looks, figure, temperament, singing skills and stage presence, he even crushes Gui Chen.
I suddenly don't understand. Doesn't Ti Qingda want to cooperate with Gui Chen in building momentum and help him make his debut? Why arrange for such a great god to appear? Doesn't this make Gui Chen look completely utterly bleak and dull by comparison?
Many media professionals and guests have certain professional knowledge and appreciation abilities. It would have been fine if Ding Yang didn't appear on the court, as Gui Chen's performance was already top-notch among college students.
But when the two are compared, the difference is obvious.
In the fourth row of the VIP area, Jiang Xini, Shang Wanjing, Ling Shintan and others stood up excitedly and applauded loudly.
Ding Yang's performance completely exceeded their expectations and imagination, and gave them a huge shock. They couldn't believe it. Ding Yang seemed like a different person when he was singing on the stage. He doesn't look like a freshman, but more like a king or god of singing who controls the stage and leads the music scene. His voice and that song were like the sound of nature, not only touching everyone's hearts, but also arousing everyone's emotional resonance. Even many famous singers may not be able to achieve such magical infectiousness. Only those kings of music who have created classics that have been sung for many years have this ability. Seeing the audience's reactions and hearing the cheers and applause that shook the whole place, they knew the winner had been decided. Tonight, Ding Yang became famous in one battle.
After 3 full minutes, Shang Wanjing, whose hands were red from clapping, suddenly pointed at the screen of her mobile phone and shouted excitedly.
Look, my husband's votes are skyrocketing, he's starting to overtake us. Chapter 103. This is a true talented singer. An hour has passed since Gu Yichen's performance ended.
His new emperor has received 170,000 votes, far ahead of more than 20 programs and ranking first by a large margin. But after Ding Yang made his debut, he conquered many audiences with his appearance and temperament alone, and won nearly 90,000 votes. As he sang, the number of votes was increasing, but very slowly.
Because everyone was immersed in the singing and couldn't be distracted. Only then did the audience come to their senses.
His vote count was skyrocketing like crazy, increasing by thousands with each refresh. In just a few minutes, it soared to 170,000 votes, surpassing Gu Yichen, and continued to rise, heading towards 200,000 votes.
Look, sisters, the audience in the live broadcast room are going crazy.
Ling Shintan also raised her mobile phone to show the live broadcast room to the girls. The crazy barrage of comments flooded the screen like an endless flood, almost covering the entire screen.
The screen was filled with comments such as, Ding Yang, I love you, perfect male god, don't use the knife of memories to kill me, I beg Ding Yang to debut on the spot, etc., all of which were folded into X999. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room also soared from about 500,000 to more than 800,000. Even Qingdao University's official publicity account gained more than 200,000 followers within 10 minutes.
Jiang Xini, Shang Wanjing, Ling Shintan and others were all shocked and dazed.
Has my husband's looks, charm, and talent become so powerful?
No wonder we were so nervous and worried, but my husband remained confident and calm. It turned out that he had never taken Gu Yichen seriously from the very beginning.
They've never been on the same level. My husband is hiding it too deeply.
He can conquer hundreds of thousands of audiences with just a show of his skills in this song.
If he debuts, he will definitely become a top male star and a king of pop music.
At this time, in a lounge behind the stage,
Gu Yichen was sitting on the sofa to rest, while Qin Xiaoru and Li Ruyan were massaging his shoulders and back.
There was a laptop on the table, and the screen showed the scene from the live broadcast room. When he won hundreds of thousands of votes and was overwhelmingly ahead of everyone else, he was very proud and in a good mood. After Ding Yang sang the song The Wind Rises, he realized that something was wrong. Seeing Ding Yang's votes soaring and quickly surpassing him, his face immediately turned gloomy.
Impossible. How could this bastard surpass me so easily? He is just an amateur, and I am an artist who is about to debut. He must have cheated. Gu Yichen was so angry that his face turned blue and his eyes were very gloomy.
Qin Xiaoru and Li Ruyan's expressions also changed, and they hurried to comfort him.
Yichen, don't be angry, there's still some time before the party ends. Call Sister Qi right away and have Fanqing Entertainment handle it.
That Ding Yang is no match for you in any way, he must have cheated by swiping the votes.
Tell Fanqing Entertainment to post back immediately. You're going to announce your debut tonight, and you can't let Ding Yang ruin it. Gu Yichen quickly picked up his phone and called Sister Qi.
Sister Qi is the agent assigned to him by Fanqing Entertainment, and she can help him communicate with the company's senior management.
Hey, Sister Qi, are you watching the live broadcast? My votes were surpassed by Ding Yang.
He must have resorted to despicable means.
I hope the company can help me get justice. I can't lose. After the call was connected, Gu Yichen said in a low voice.
There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then a woman's voice was heard.
Don't worry, I need to ask Mr. Yi for instructions.
The woman replied calmly and then hung up the phone. Gu Yichen felt a little relieved, and Qin Xiaoru and Li Ruyan continued to comfort him.
At the same time, in the study of a villa,
Yi Shuyun, who is about 30 years old and wears gold-rimmed glasses, is sitting at the desk, staring at the laptop with a frown. The screen was the live broadcast room of Qingdao University's publicity account, and the screen was still filled with barrages of comments.
Suddenly, the phone on the table rang.
Yi Shuyun glanced at the number and raised her hand to answer it. Sister Qi's voice came from the receiver. Boss Yi, Gu Yichen thinks Ding Yang has cheated with the votes and hopes we can help him regain first place.
What do you think? Yi Shuyun's brows furrowed even tighter, and a sarcastic sneer appeared on her pretty face. Is he crazy or is he pretending to be stupid? What is the quality of Ding Yang's song and what is the audience's reaction? Can't he see it? He wanted to use the company's resources to help him cheat on votes and regain first place, so he falsely accused others of cheating on votes?
If I had known he was this kind of person, I should have passed him up when he insisted on singing The New Emperor a few days ago. As the founder and executive president of Fancheng Entertainment, Yi Shuyun is best at discovering new talents. In the 6 years since she founded the company, she has trained hundreds of new stars, making Fancheng Entertainment flourish. A few days ago, his agent reminded Gu Yichen that for the sake of safety, he should sing his best song in his first performance at the welcome party. But Gu Yichen is both confident and stubborn, and he insists on using the new emperor to prove his versatility. He not only wants to stir up discussion, but also wants to make a declaration to someone, to the music world. But now, Gu Yichen messed up his debut performance and was defeated by Ding Yang fairly, but he asked her to help him buy tickets. Ridiculous. Does he think the company is owned by his family? The company has more than 100 artists, are they still missing him? Sister Chi's voice came from the phone receiver again. Mr. Yi, I understand what you mean. Well, let us put the matter of signing a contract with him aside for now. Also, you must immediately investigate Ding Yang's information and send it to me as soon as possible. Yi Shuyun hung up the phone and looked at Ding Yang on the screen, her eyes flashing with deep surprise. Perfect looks and temperament, impeccable voice, singing skills comparable to a superstar. This is a truly talented singer, the rising star we need most. Just then, the door of the study was pushed open. A young woman, about 24 years old, wearing a white silk nightgown, walked quickly into the study. Although the nightgown was loose, it couldn't hide her tall and slender figure and proud curves. Her face is extremely beautiful. Even without makeup, there is not a single flaw on her face, and her skin is so tender that it seems to be as delicate as a baby's. If you look closely, you will find that the pair of porcelain white, slender legs under the nightgown are an astonishing 1.1 meters long, which is absolutely flawless. Unlike Yi Shuyun's cold and elegant temperament, her eyes and temperament are more elegant and gentle. Little sister, why aren't you asleep yet? Seeing the woman in nightgown come in, Yi Shuyun quickly turned her head and asked. The woman in the nightgown glanced at the laptop screen and asked, Sister, is that Gu Yichen the new person you are about to sign? Cancel the contract immediately and revoke all the benefits and resources allocated to him. Although, Fancheng Entertainment was founded by Yi Shuyun. But 2 years ago, it was just a second-rate entertainment company. When it was facing a broken capital chain, it was Yi Shuyun's sister Yi Shunning who injected a large amount of funds to bring Fancheng Entertainment back to life. In the past 2 years, with the financial and personal support of Yi Shunning, Fancheng Entertainment has grown rapidly and has become a first-class entertainment company in the country. Although Yi Shuyun is the executive president, holds 40% of the shares and is responsible for the company's operations and management. But her younger sister Yi Shunning owns 60% of the shares, and the real decision-making power is in her hands. It's just that Yi Shunning is too busy and has many companies under her command. Her work focus and main energy are not on Fancheng Entertainment, so she rarely interferes in the company's affairs. Moreover, as a new generation of economic leader and role model for young entrepreneurs, she has a relatively gentle and introverted personality. It is very rare to be so angry as at this moment. Chapter 104 Ding Yang, don't go, let us sing another song. Little sister, I also look down on Gu Yichen's character and morality, and I will dismiss him immediately. There is absolutely no need for you to be angry about him, just calm down. Yi Shuyun showed a doting smile, hurriedly comforted her sister, and stood up to pour her a glass of water. Little sister, drink some water. Yi Shunning took the cup of water, took a sip, and then her tone returned to calm. Sister, please help me contact Ding Yang and make an appointment with him. Just say I want to visit him in person and apologize. Yi Shuyun frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. I have arranged for someone to contact Ding Yang, and I will do my best to win him over and sign him to our company. But you go to see him in person and apologize to him? Not really? We just misjudged Gu Yichen, and we didn't do anything to hurt him. Before she could finish, Yi Shunning shook her head. Sister, you don't understand, he is very important to me. Forget it, don't make an appointment for me. I will change my clothes now and go to Qingdao University in person. No matter what, I must obtain Ding Yang's forgiveness as soon as possible and must not leave a bad impression on him. After saying that, Yi Shunning was about to get up and leave. Yi Shuyun showed a look of surprise, not understanding why her sister cared so much about Ding Yang. Even if he was a superstar singer, with my sister's wealth and status, it would be impossible for her to treat it so seriously, right? Suddenly, the host's voice was heard in the live broadcast room. Thank you Ding Yang for bringing us such a beautiful voice, allowing everyone to feel the charm and baptism of music. Ding Yang, the audiences at the event and in the live broadcast room are very enthusiastic, and everyone is shouting and calling for you to sing another song. I wonder if you can fulfill everyone's wish. Hearing this, Yi Shuning paused, turned back to the desk, and stared at the screen with anticipation. She even said something because she was annoyed by the barrage of comments scrolling all over the screen. Sister, turn off the barrage. Yi Shuyun immediately understood and quickly turned off the barrage. The live broadcast image was doubled in size so that Ding Yang occupied half of the screen, making it look clearer. The corners of Yi Shuning's mouth curled up slightly, and she stared at the screen gently, not knowing what she was thinking.
Qingdao University, welcome party. The two hosts looked at Ding Yang with a smile, their eyes full of anticipation.
Ding Yang smiled in surprise. Thank you all for your kindness, but I only prepared one accompaniment. As soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of people in the field shouted at the same time, shouting at the top of their lungs.
That's not enough. We need to hear more. One more. Ding Yang, don't go. Sing one more song.
The deafening sound made people dizzy and their heads pounded. The shouts of the crowd continued for a long time.
Ding Yang thought about it, smiled and nodded.
Okay, since everyone is urging me to do so, I'll play and sing another song.
Please give me a guitar.
Seeing that he agreed, countless audiences were excited and waved and cheered excitedly.
Great!
The male god really is the one who dotes on his fans the most.
Oh my god! My idol doesn't want accompaniment, he wants to sing live? Even a superstar singer wouldn't be so arrogant, right? This man is too confident.
Ding Yang, I love you madly. In my dream tonight, I will spend the wedding night with you. Classmate, you're shouting too loudly.
You're disturbing my husband.
Who is your husband?
No, you don't have a husband. Look, he's on the stage. I think we should be moderate in our jokes. It's not okay to keep saying this is your husband and that is your husband. If he is your family member and others keep saying this, what would you think?
What's more, Ding Yang is my husband, please stop fantasizing and wanting.
Great, another crazy one.
After a while, the party staff brought a guitar and microphone stand to the stage. After the host left the stage, Ding Yang put the microphone on the stand and adjusted the guitar. After making sure the pitch was correct, he smiled and said to everyone, "The next song is one I've always liked and it has given me a lot of encouragement. I want to convey the passion and power of this song to everyone. I hope everyone can find their goals and direction, work hard, and live up to their youth."
The name of this song is I Believe.
The whole audience cheered again, and the leaders and guests in the VIP area also showed expectant smiles. The cheers and applause gradually subsided, and the dynamic and powerful sound of guitar began to sound.
Hey yeah!
As soon as Ding Yang opened his mouth, a clear and passionate high note came out, penetrating the entire venue through the speakers. Everyone immediately felt that the style of this song was completely different, which made them feel refreshed and invigorated. I want to fly to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The world is waiting for me to change it. I never worry about others seeing the dreams I want to pursue. I can achieve it here.
The three straightforward and powerful lyrics set the tone for the song's uplifting style and atmosphere.
The audience's enthusiasm and motivation were directly aroused by his highly expressive voice. Not only did the leaders and guests smile, but they also nodded in satisfaction to express their appreciation. Yang fans waved their glow sticks excitedly and swayed to the dynamic rhythm. I believe that I am who I am, I believe in tomorrow, I believe that youth has no horizon. I believe in freedom, I believe in hope, I believe I can reach out and touch the sky. As Ding Yang's singing became louder and louder, the youthful, high-spirited aura erupted like a volcano, covering the entire venue. Not only more than 40,000 students, but also many younger faculty and staff stood up. Everyone pointed at the night sky and swayed to the rhythm of the music.
The atmosphere in the entire venue was ignited.
Even the leaders were excited after listening to the speech. They nodded frequently and exchanged compliments with each other.
Shangguan Xinghan was even more delighted and made a decision on the spot. At all costs, we must buy the authorization for Ding Yang's song and use it as the school song of Qingshan University.
It's just because the lyrics and meaning of this song are so appropriate and fitting for the occasion. Although she does not know vocal music, as one of the leaders in the education field, she knows better than anyone that this song will be sung for many years and will remain popular. In fact, this song will become popular in campuses across the country and inspire generations of students and young people. At the same time, a large number of viewers also flocked into the live broadcast room of the welcome party. There are also many big V accounts, as well as popular singers and music celebrities. A few minutes ago, many people recorded the video of Ding Yang singing The Wind Rises and posted it online after blurring the video. That video not only attracted countless netizens to watch, but also attracted the attention of many musicians. After they entered the live broadcast room, they were immediately shocked by Ding Yang's high-pitched and passionate singing voice.
Another original song? And a live performance, so fitting for the occasion? Can you handle two completely different styles with ease? This voice, this singing skill, this emotional expression. How could he be an amateur? Chapter 105 Chapter 105 A freshman who received national honors and awards? Ordinary audiences only know that Ding Yang is handsome and his songs are exciting. Their emotions seem to be controlled by Ding Yang. The previous song made them emo, immersed in sentimentality and nostalgia.
This song made them feel full of energy and their blood boil, as if they were full of strength.
This is Ding Yang's charm and singing ability.
In the eyes of many musicians, celebrities and entertainment companies, Ding Yang is simply a rising star and the future king of singers. A perfect image and temperament, impeccable voice and singing skills, and amazing creative ability. All this indicates that as long as he is willing to make his debut, he will be able to sweep the entire music scene with an unrivaled attitude. While squatting in the live broadcast room to enjoy Ding Yang's singing, the phishing groups of these professionals were already buzzing with calls. They are all using their connections and intelligence to investigate Ding Yang's identity and situation. The purpose is the same, that is, find out Ding Yang's information as soon as possible and find a way to win him over. A few minutes passed quickly. When the last syllable fell, Ding Yang let go of the guitar, took 2 steps back, and bowed to the audience. This time, everyone in the audience stood up, clapped and cheered loudly. The fierce applause and loud shouts merged into a torrent of sound waves, shaking the earth and causing many people to have tinnitus and dizziness. Even the guests, media people and leaders in the VIP area couldn't help but stand up and applaud Ding Yang. The dignified middle-aged female leader applauded Ding Yang and turned to Shangwan Qinghong and said, "Qinghong, your Jingjing has really found a treasure."
Shangwan Qinghong also applauded sincerely and felt happy for Ding Yang and Shangwan Jing.
Seeing the envious looks from her old classmates, she felt very relieved and proud.
Ding Yang is truly an unexpectedly talented kid.
She secretly decided in her heart that she should notify the old lady and 2 younger sisters as soon as possible and ask them to come back for a reunion. In this way, Ding Yang can be invited to dinner at home earlier, and the whole family can get to know him and talk about his marriage with Shangwan Jing.
After bowing, Ding Yang waved to the audience, turned and left the stage.
The cheers and screams of the audience lasted for 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. The host then came on stage and announced the last program of the evening, which was a chorus of hundreds of students.
The audience's enthusiasm had not yet subsided. They didn't even listen to the chorus and were all praising and talking about Ding Yang.
He sang 2 songs tonight, either of which would become a hit on the internet and be sung for many years. This alone is enough to crush Gui Chen, and it is a height that Gui Chen has not been able to reach even after years of hard work. Young fans are extremely proud and think they have unique vision.
They are very lucky and happy to be Ding Yang's earliest fans.
A few more minutes passed and the chorus program ended.
Logically speaking, the welcome party should have ended here.
The voting function in the live broadcast room should also be suspended and the final winner should be displayed.
But for some reason, the voting function is still enabled.
Gui Chen's program has reached 172,000 votes. Ding Yang's vote count reached an astonishing 500,000 votes. And it keeps rising with each refresh. In addition, many girls logged into the campus forum, found the school idol popularity list and voted for Ding Yang. Ding Yang's votes completely crushed Gui Chen, about twice as much as his, and he truly secured the title of Qingdao University's most handsome boy. Dear leaders, teachers and students, this welcome party has come to a successful conclusion.
Next, we will enter the most grand part of this evening party.
When many people thought the party was over and they could leave, the 2 hosts came on stage again. The red-dressed host said with a smile on her face, "I am happy to tell you that a freshman from our school has made great contributions to the country and has received national honors and awards.
Everyone must be curious about who this outstanding freshman is?
Next, we invite our principal, Ms. Shangwan Qinghong, to come on stage and reveal the answer to us." Hearing this, those who were about to leave were curious and sat back down.
Everyone looked puzzled and curious, and talked among themselves.
He's already received national honors and awards while still in school.
This kind of godlike figure has a bright future. If it was a junior or senior, it would be fine, but the problem is that she's a freshman who just enrolled. It's only been 10 days since school started, and they've already won a national honor? What kind of amazing person is that freshman? That's what I was saying. No wonder this welcome party was so grand. Not only did several city-level leaders come, but even several provincial-level leaders came. It turns out there is such big news. Under the attention and expectation of the crowd, Shangwan Xinghong took the stage. After taking the microphone from the host, she smiled and gave a summary of the evening party and a speech to encourage the students. Then, she said solemnly, "I now announce that the freshman who has received national honors and awards and brought honor to our school is Ding Yang." When the name was heard, the entire venue was silent for 2 seconds. Then the whole audience was boiling with countless people screaming, whistling, and shouting. Although everyone doesn't quite understand, what did Ding Yang do? How did you receive national honors and awards? But it's not surprising that this divine figure is him. After all, he was only 18 years old, but he already had superstar-level singing skills and could produce 2 original songs that rocked the music scene in one night. This is a miracle that subverts common sense and breaks everyone's cognition. Even if he won another national honor, it would not be difficult to accept. In short, Ding Yang is invincible. A minute later, the deafening cheers and shouts gradually faded away. Shangwan Xinghong smiled and said, "Recommended by the Ministry of Birth and Childbirth and recognized by the Youth Federation, our freshman Ding Yang has been awarded the title of one of the top 10 outstanding young people in the country. Since the founding of our school, in its 100-year history, only 4 students have received this honor. Congratulations to Ding Yang for becoming the 5th outstanding student of our school to receive this honor. Please take him as an example and learn from him. Next, please invite Minister Jiang from the Qianchuan Provincial Department of Fertility to come on stage to present Ding Yang with an honorary certificate and medal. Please invite Ding Yang to come to the stage and receive the award." After hearing Shangwan Xinghong's words, not only the people in the venue were stunned. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were also confused. Even Jiang Xini and Wen Bauer were filled with shock and confusion. They both looked at Ding Yang, who had just returned to his seat, their eyes and expressions very complicated. "Husband, what earth-shattering feat have you done? When did you receive the title of one of the 10 outstanding young people? My dear, why is it the Minister of Fertility who is giving you the certificate of honor? You're not secretly doing biological research and helping the fertility department develop the latest life technology, are you?" Ling Shintan and Shangwan Jing, who knew the truth, looked at Ding Yang with a playful smile, wanting to see how he would explain. Chapter 106 sees Ding Yang at all costs. Although, Ding Yang had already learned from the principal that there would be a grand ceremony and media interviews when he was awarded the honorary certificate. But he didn't expect that the ceremony would be held at the welcome party. Not only did all the teachers and students from the school gather together, but hundreds of thousands of netizens also witnessed it together in the live broadcast room. He could only pray that when Minister Jiang presented him the award, he would not explain the reason for his award. Hearing Jiang Xini and Wen Bauer's questions, he felt a little embarrassed and could only make up an excuse. "Maybe it's because I'm so handsome that I've greatly increased women's enthusiasm for seeking mates and reproducing, which has helped the fertility department a lot." Seeing Jiang Xini's thoughtful expression, Wen Bauer nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and Ling Shintan and Shangwan Jing almost burst out laughing. Ding Yang glared at them both in anger. "Stop laughing. Don't leave tonight, both of you. Lie down side by side and watch me punish you." Ling Shintan suddenly stopped laughing and her pretty face flushed. Instead of feeling embarrassed, Shangwan Jing's eyes lit up and she looked full of anticipation. "Really, husband? This is really great. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time." When Ding Yang and Minister Jiang stepped onto the stage, 2 hosts were already waiting there, holding red certificates and a golden trophy. Minister Jiang took the microphone and spoke, first praising Qingshan University for its century-long history of cultivating talents and its many outstanding students all over the world. Then he praised Ding Yang for his good looks, ability and integrity, his dedication to the country and the people, and his rare talent. In short, all kinds of compliments kept coming out, making Ding Yang feel a little guilty. Fortunately, Minister Jiang did not explain why he was awarded the top 10 youth honors. After thanking him for his special contribution on behalf of the State and Provincial Department of Fertility, Minister Jiang presented him with the certificate and trophy in turn. Ding Yang held the trophy and certificate, took a photo with Minister Jiang and Shangwan Xinghong, and then left the stage. At this time, the 2 hosts came on stage again and announced the results of the online voting loudly. The online voting has ended and the results have been counted. Now I declare that among the 28 programs of this welcome party, the most popular program is The Wind is Rising Ding Yang. A total of 580,000 votes. As Ding Yang's name and the number of votes were announced, the whole audience was boiling again. The screams and applause were like a mountain torrent, deafening and lasted for 2 minutes.
I don't know how many times the teachers and students present here clapped, screamed, and shouted tonight. Most people's palms were still red and their voices were a little hoarse from shouting. But this was still not enough to express their excitement and shock. There was jubilation in the venue. Tens of thousands of teachers and students also left the venue one after another to the sound of melodious music. Everyone walked together, talking about Ding Yang in groups of 3 or 5, still immersed in excitement. At this moment, in a lounge, Guichen slumped on the sofa with a deathly pale face, staring blankly at the laptop screen. Even though the live broadcast has ended, the screen has turned black. But he still stared at the screen with a gloomy look in his eyes, and his whole body exuded anger and coldness. 580,000? He's a freshman, a complete novice, so what right does he have? He must have rigged the votes. This despicable guy. Just now, he called his agent's sister Chi again. Not only did she reject his request to buy tickets, she also told him in a cold tone. The company stopped training him and his debut plan was cancelled. From this moment on, he no longer has anything to do with Fanqing Entertainment. He was furious when he thought that all his hard work of more than 2 years would go to waste tonight. His attitude towards Ding Yang also changed from disgust and contempt to hatred. At this time, Qin Xiaoru held up her phone and said dejectedly, "Yi Chen, in the past 10 minutes, tens of thousands of fans have left the group." There was a lot of arguing in the various fan groups, and many people joined Ding Yang's fan group. Before she could finish, Gui Chen slapped her phone away and glared at her fiercely. "Shut up! Do I need you to remind me? Don't I know? Those girls who follow the wind are all idiots, they don't deserve to be my fans." Seeing him so angry, Qin Xiaoru pouted, feeling a little aggrieved. But she could only bear it, said nothing, and picked up the phone silently. Li Ruyan originally wanted to remind Gui Chen that his debut performance tonight was ruined and his debut plan was cancelled. He became Ding Yang's foil, and it would be very awkward for him to stay at the youth conference. I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to stay. But when she saw that Gui Chen was angry and Qin Xiaoru was scolded, she could only swallow her words. At the same time, the bosses of various entertainment companies and music celebrities began to take action after the live broadcast ended. Those who were closer to Qingshan City drove there overnight. If you live farther away, you can either go directly to the airport or take the high-speed rail. There was also a wealthy president who took a helicopter directly to Qingshan City in order to get ahead of everyone else. Executives from more than a dozen entertainment companies set out from all over the country at the same time, racing against time to get there. They have only one goal. That is to find Ding Yang as soon as possible and help him make his debut. Those 2 songs alone are enough to prove his strength and potential. As long as he is trained with all his strength, he will surely become a singing king that is popular all over the country. What is most exciting is that he even won the honorary title of Top 10 Outstanding Young People. This is a golden signboard and an officially certified amulet. After he makes his debut, this honor will not only help him improve his image and popularity, but also help him reduce most of the rumors and avoid a lot of trouble. In the eyes of various entertainment companies, Ding Yang is not only a future superstar, but also a perfect, golden cash cow. No matter what the cost, they must win Ding Yang. After the party, Ding Yang left the venue surrounded by Jiang Xini, Ling Shintan and others. But they did not return to Ding Yang's villa. Instead, they got on the Cullinan and the extended Lincoln and left the campus. Jiang Xini booked a celebratory banquet at the best hotel in Qingshan City. At this time, most hotels are closed. But money talks, and this is not a problem for Jiang Xini at all. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the hotel and walked into the carefully decorated super luxurious private room. 8 young and beautiful waiters were already waiting in the private room. Seeing Ding Yang, Jiang Xini, and the others come in, they all bowed in unison and shouted enthusiastically and respectfully, "Welcome Mr. Ding Yang. Welcome the most handsome singing god and perfect male god." After shouting, they still looked at Ding Yang with bright eyes, their faces full of surprise and admiration. That look was like a fanatical fangirl meeting her idol. It doesn't look like acting at all. Chapter 107, Miss Xini, you are very brave. The service in this hotel is pretty good.
They know how to provide emotional value.
Ding Yang turned his head to look at Jiang Sini and smiled approvingly. Jiang Sini took his arm, walked to the guest of honor seat, pulled out a chair for him to sit down, and then sat down herself.
My husband is such an outstanding person. It's their honor to serve you. Jiang Sini smiled and said proudly.
Although she paid for all these arrangements, the purpose was to make Ding Yang happy. But the enthusiasm and surprise of those waiters all came from the heart. After all the girls were seated, Jiang Sini gestured to the waiter. Several waiters immediately began to serve the dishes, lining up to bring a variety of delicacies and expensive red wine that had already been decanted. After all the dishes were served, the waiter poured wine for everyone. Everyone first raised their glasses to congratulate Ding Yang for his performance tonight, which shocked the whole audience and was a huge success, and then started to eat. Even the girls, like Ding Yang, were not very hungry.
But everyone was very happy, and the dishes on the table were indeed delicious, so they treated them as midnight snacks.
After a brief tasting of the dishes, everyone drank and chatted in a very cheerful and joyful atmosphere. Ding Yang sat in the main seat, with Ling Shintan sitting on his left and Jiang Sini sitting on his right.
To the two sides are Shang Wanjing, Wenbauer, and Jiang Sini's secretary. The girls toasted Ding Yang one by one and expressed their admiration and worship for him. Shang Wanjing and Wenbauer were more noisy, constantly pestering Ding Yang to drink and talking the most.
At their instigation, everyone drank a cup of wine with Ding Yang one by one and took advantage of him a lot. Jiang Sini can drink a lot, but she was more restrained tonight and didn't drink too much. Seeing Shang Wanjing and Wenbauer pestering Ding Yang to drink, she just looked at them with a smile in her eyes and did not stop them. If you look closely, you will find that there is a hint of expectation and desire in her eyes.
Ling Shintan's alcohol tolerance was very low.
After only 2 glasses of red wine, she was already half drunk. She spent most of her time serving Ding Yang, and the rest of the time she just supported her cheeks with her hands, looking at Ding Yang with a dazed and infatuated look in her eyes.
Jiang Sini, Shang Wanjing and others did not know the previous Ding Yang.
But she has known Ding Yang for 3 years and knows him very well. Ding Yang now seems like a different person, perfect to the point of being a dream. She often thought that she must have done great good deeds in her previous life, so God was merciful and rewarded her. She made the socially anxious and boring Ding Yang become what he is today, the perfect husband whom she admires the most, is obsessed with the most, and loves the most. These days, every time she thought of Ding Yang's goodness, she felt like she was dreaming. If this was a dream, she would rather never wake up. Before I knew it, 2 hours had passed. Everyone ate and drank their fill, and the celebration banquet ended happily. Jiang Sini had already booked a room, and everyone was staying in the hotel tonight. Shang Wanjing and Wenbauer successfully got themselves drunk, and were helped to the room by Ling Shintan and the human machine secretary to sleep. Jiang Sini was only half drunk, while Ding Yang was still slightly tipsy. With his drinking capacity, even a few girls combined would be enough to make him drunk. Dear, it's getting late. Let's go get some rest. Jiang Sini took Ding Yang's arm, left the private room, and rushed to the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. After entering the spacious and luxurious suite, she closed the door and locked it. Ding Yang looked at her with a smile on his face. What do you want to do? Jiang Sini's pretty face suddenly became hot, tears welled up in her eyes, and her body temperature rose quietly. Feeling her heartbeat quickening, Ding Yang raised his hand and pushed her against the wall. He lifted her chin with a finger and gave her a teasing smile. My dear Miss Sini, you really have planned this all along. Feeling his unique charm and aura, Jiang Sini's heart beat like a drum and her pretty face turned red. Although her thoughts were seen through, she felt extremely shy. But she had made up her mind that she had to sleep with Ding Yang tonight no matter what. After all, Shang Wanjing got what she wanted. If she doesn't be more proactive, more outstanding girls will appear around Ding Yang. Ding Yang is already very brilliant when he shows a little bit of his talent. She was afraid that as time went on, Ding Yang would become more and more perfect, and she would no longer be worthy of him. Honey, I don't want to wait any longer. Every day, every minute, every second that I am apart from you is tormenting me. Jiang Sini suppressed her shyness, hooked her arms around Ding Yang's neck, and kissed him actively. Ding Yang also hugged her waist tightly and responded to her vigorously, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Two figures entangled under the yellowish light, passionate and sincere. A few minutes later, Ding Yang picked up the limp Jiang Sini by the waist and walked towards the luxurious 2.4-meter tall bed. Jiang Sini's eyes were blurred. She buried her head in his chest, put her arms around his neck and said, Honey, the bathtub is already filled with water.
Let me help you take a bath first. Don't worry, wait until you finish your work before washing.
Ding Yang put her on the big bed and pressed on her. Jiang Sini supported his chest, reached out and stroked his cheek, and said in a soft voice, "Dear, Jingjing said you are very strong."
I want to try tonight and see how many times I can hold on. Ding Yang showed a mischievous smile. You are very brave. Okay, I will satisfy you.
I suggest you inform your secretary that you will not be able to work tomorrow. Jiang Sini was shocked and expectant after hearing this, and her whole body became even hotter. Then I'll give myself a day off, dear.
I hope you will love me without reservation.
Ding Yang's smile became even more teasing. Do you know that before he met me, Squirrel was called Jin Shu? Sister Jing and Tian Tian were originally in elementary school, but after being with me, they have been promoted to middle school. I guess in another year, they will be in college. But that is not bad, after all, college life is good.
Jiang
Sini understood immediately, her face flushed with embarrassment, and her whole body trembled. But this also aroused her curiosity and made her feel itchy.
Honey, I can't wait. Okay, then, face the wind.
Ding Yang raised his hand and threw Jiang Sini's high heels, which hit the switch and turned off the lights. Then, several pieces of clothes and stockings flew out of the bed one after another.
The night is dark.
The wind roared for half the night and did not stop until dawn.
It's a sunny morning.
The expressionless human machine secretary, carrying a briefcase, stood quietly at the door of the presidential suite. There were only 20 minutes left before the morning meeting, but Mr. Jiang had not yet gotten up. She looked at her phone again. She had sent several messages to Mr. Jiang, but there was no reply. Just as she was hesitating whether to knock on the door and wake up Mr. Jiang, the door was opened.
Ding Yang, neatly dressed and in high spirits, walked out. Good morning, Mr. Ding.
The human machine secretary bowed respectfully and greeted him. As she bent down, she glanced into the luxurious suite. Although only a corner of the bed could be seen, the messy bedding and the paper balls on the floor were enough to tell it all.
Excuse me, Mr. Ding, Ms. Jiang.
She forgot to tell you last night that all work and meetings for today are cancelled.
She's not feeling well and needs a day off. Ding Yang knew what the human machine secretary wanted to ask, so he answered directly. Chapter 108 Synthetic Diamond Level Gift Pack?
Okay.
The secretary nodded to show that he understood.
Ding Yang added, tell the driver to prepare the car and take us back to school.
Okay, please wait a moment.
The secretary nodded again and called the driver. Ding Yang didn't know the room numbers of Ling Shintan and the others, so he called her and asked her to wake Shang Wanjing and Wenbao up. Then, he saw several unread messages on Feishan, which were sent by Du Tianming.
Ding Yang, aren't you in the dormitory? Come back quickly, something big has happened. A lot of people came early in the morning and blocked the door of your dormitory. From the looks of them, they seem to be important people. Photo.jpg.
Ding Yang clicked on the photo and saw that there were indeed more than 20 women gathered at the gate of the flower viewing garden. Their ages ranged from their 20s to their 40s. They are all dressed exquisitely and elegantly, and it is obvious that they are either rich or noble.
Thanks. I'll be back soon.
Ding Yang could probably guess the purpose of those people's visit, so he casually sent a message to Du Tianming.
10 minutes later, Ling Shintan, along with the sleepy Shang Wanjing and Wenbao, reunited with Ding Yang. When everyone walked out of the hotel, an extended Lincoln was already waiting outside the door. After getting in the car, Shang Wanjing and Wenbao both dozed off.
Ling Shintan took out the breakfast she packed from the hotel and gently served Ding Yang breakfast. Ding Yang took a few bites and then opened the system panel to check what he had gained last night. Before the welcome party started, his favorability with the opposite sex had reached 15,000 points. He was thinking about how he had electrified the audience with his 2 songs last night and had received 580,000 votes. Then the favorability of the opposite sex must be off the charts, right? When the light blue screen appeared, there was indeed a big golden gift package waiting for him to open. He did not rush to open the gift package, but looked at the favorability column.
Opposite sex favorability, 450,985 points. This number exceeded Ding Yang's expectations and made him very happy. Just as he thought, performing in public and using live broadcasts are the most efficient ways to increase favorability.
Just by singing 2 songs on stage, he gained more than 400,000 points of favorability. This big gift package rewarded by the system came so easily. However, Ding Yang thought about it seriously and suddenly frowned again. Tonzi, although 450,000 points of favorability is a lot, I still feel like something is wrong.
580,000 people voted for me last night. Even if they are not my target goddesses, and only 10% is counted when calculating the favorability, it should be more than that, right? Did you give me too little? Ding Yang used his consciousness to communicate with the system and questioned it.
The system's voice was cold and calm, explaining patiently.
Only for the host's spouse and the target goddess, there is no upper limit on favorability, and no discount is made when calculating.
The upper limit of favorability for any opposite sex that the host can contact and is very close to the host is 100 points, and is counted at a ratio of 10%. For the opposite sex who develop a liking for the host remotely through the internet and other channels, the upper limit of the favorability is 50 points. Based on the distance between the opposite sex and the host, the statistics are calculated at a ratio of 1% to 5%.
This.
Only after understanding the statistical rules and proportions of online channels did Ding Yang believe that the 450,000 favorability figures were correct.
At this time, the system reminded him again.
The host also received a gold-level achievement gift package worth 20,000 points of favorability, and a platinum-level achievement gift package worth 200,000 points of favorability. The two gift packs can be combined to upgrade to a diamond-level gift pack with more generous rewards.
Would you like to combine them? Is there such a good thing? Ding Yang was secretly surprised and chose yes without hesitation. Ding.
Successfully synthesized a diamond-level achievement gift pack.
Would you like to open it?
The golden gift package on the blue light screen has turned into a dazzling diamond gift package.
Ding Yang opened the gift package with great anticipation.
Suddenly, thousands of brilliant lights bloomed on the light curtain, shining like countless diamonds. The system prompt sound also rang in his mind. Open the diamond-level achievement gift pack. The rewards are as follows. 1. Free attributes 130 points. 2. Diamond-level skill, yin-yang combination.
3. Diamond-level talent, mastery of antique appreciation. 4. Diamond-level talent, photographic memory. 5. Open new attributes, lifespan.
Please keep up the good work. When the favorability of the opposite sex reaches 2 million points, you will receive a diamond-level achievement gift package.
130 free attributes? 1 diamond-level skill, 2 diamond-level talents? Also opened new attributes?
It really is a diamond-level gift pack. The rewards are awesome.
Ding Yang was excited and quickly checked the detailed introduction of skills and talents.
Yin and Yang fusion, used when the host and a target of the opposite sex merge together, the sensory sensitivity of both parties is doubled, and the happiness is super doubled. When using this skill, the yin and yang of both parties complement each other, which can enhance qi and blood, strengthen the body, and prolong life. It is recommended that the host use it frequently, for both you and them. When he saw the name of the skill, Ding Yang guessed that it was the legendary dual cultivation skill. After reading the introduction, he couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up.
You are such a thoughtful and kind son of mine. You are just giving me a pillow when I am sleepy.
When he joins forces with Ling Shintan, Shangguan Jing and others in the future, he will be able to use this skill. Not only will your happiness be greatly doubled, but you can also strengthen yourself and take them off.
This is simply a magical skill tailor-made for him. Thank you, host, please keep up the good work. Tonzi, who has always been unemotional, was actually polite.
As for the talent of antique appreciation mastery, the introduction is also very detailed. Ding Yang summed it up as being able to appreciate all antiques and cultural relics and possessing expert-level experience and knowledge reserves. He is indeed a diamond-level talent. With this ability alone, he can become an all-round master in the world of antiques and cultural relics.
Ding Yang was very satisfied and continued to check another diamond-level talent. Photographic memory. The host can remember all the details of anything he has seen or heard without making any mistakes. Ding Yang, who has read many online articles, is no stranger to this talent. Isn't this the standard talent of many protagonists? If you can't even remember everything you see, how can you be called a genius?
The human brain has 86 billion neurons and a total capacity of approximately 2.5 quintillion bytes, which sounds astonishing. But in fact, everyone's brain development level is different, and the memory capacity varies greatly. As time goes by, about 99% of the information people receive in their lives will be filtered and forgotten. But with this talent, Ding Yang will be able to remember all the information he comes into contact with in the future, accurately and without deviation.
This is definitely a very abnormal talent. Ding Yang pondered for a moment, and suddenly a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly discovered that all the information he had come into contact with in his previous life was also clearly imprinted in his memory. For example, he had long forgotten a novel or movie he had read or a song he had heard. But at this moment, he only needed to recall it and he could remember everything. As long as he wanted, he could bring all the entertainment content he had come into contact with in his previous life to this world. If he wants to start a business to make money and improve his popularity, it is not difficult to build a huge entertainment empire. Great! Another practical and incredible talent. Chapter 109. Let us live a long life first. Ding Yang is very satisfied with his talent of having a photographic memory. He checked his property panel again and found that there was indeed an extra property column. Lifespan, 50 years optional. I'm already a warrior, and my physique is not weak, so why am I still dying so young? Ding Yang was a little surprised and muttered to himself. The system promptly explained his confusion. The host's charm is too strong, and he will surely have many wives and concubines, so he will die young. Just like the emperor who lingered in the harem and did not know how to restrain himself, so he died early. In addition, the average life expectancy of a Red Star male is 42 years old. Ding Yang complained in his mind, "You mean, the average life expectancy is 42, and I can live 8 more years, which is pretty good?" The host can add some. Nonsense, that must be added. First, live 100 years. Ding Yang didn't say anything and directly added 100 points to the lifespan attribute. The property bar changes immediately. Lifespan, 150 years. Although there were no obvious changes in his body, Ding Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This world is so wonderful, we must live longer to enjoy more. Anyway, I got 130 free attributes at once, so I have to be bold for once. He doesn't plan to increase his lifespan with the remaining 30 attribute points for the time being. A pink gift bag tied with a red ribbon was floating on the light blue system screen. The system prompt sound also rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a goddess-level beauty and a pink gift bag. Would you like to open it? Ding Yang is no stranger to the special pink gift package. For goddess-level beauties with a score of 9 or above, whose favorability towards him reaches 100 points, the system will reward them with this gift package when they merge with him for the first time. Open. Following Ding Yang's order, the pink gift package on the light curtain opened immediately. The system prompt sound also sounded. Host opens the pink gift package and receives the following rewards. 1. Free attribute 10 points. 2. Platinum level talent, Potion Mastery. Although there were only 2 rewards, one of them was a platinum level talent. Ding Yang was very interested and quickly checked the talent introduction. Potion Mastery, the host is proficient in professional knowledge related to potions, and the success rate of researching and making new potions reaches 50%. Ding Yang himself is a freshman in the Martial Arts Auxiliary Department, majoring in pharmacy. This is a very popular and promising auxiliary major. Warriors need to use various potions when practicing. The most common ones are Chi and Blood potions, which can quickly improve Chi and Blood in strength. A high-level Chi and Blood potion costs over $1 million, and the most common low-level Chi and Blood potion costs tens of thousands. In addition, common ones include painkillers, various healing potions, detoxification potions, combat power burst potions, etc. Basically, any industry related to pharmaceuticals can make money. Large pharmaceutical companies that have R&D capabilities and pharmaceutical patents are sitting on a mountain of gold and have abundant financial resources. Although developing new drugs is extremely difficult and has a very low success rate, it is both time-consuming and costly. But once a stable and effective new drug is developed, it will be like finding a treasure trove, and there will be an endless supply of wealth. The success rate of developing and producing new medicines has reached 50%. Based on this point alone, as long as I use it properly, making hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars will not be a problem. The actual value and effect of this talent should be more than platinum level. Ding Yang muttered a few words in his heart and was very satisfied with this talent. He was in a great mood after receiving 2 big gift packages at once and gaining so many practical and powerful talents and skills. Even the allocation of attribute points has become more generous. He added all the remaining 40 free attributes to his Chi and health values. His Chi and HP value immediately became 52 points, and his strength also reached that of a 5th grade warrior. Unconsciously, his bones, muscles and body shape underwent subtle changes. Not only did the body become more symmetrical and stronger, but strength, speed, endurance, etc. also increased several times. His current strength is not much different from Shang Wanjing and Zhang Sini.
Of course, if it really comes to a one-on-one fight, he will definitely not be the opponent. They were both serious martial artists who had graduated from professional schools, while he was just a quick learner. Before we knew it, the extended Lincoln drove into the Qingdao University campus and stopped outside the gate of the flower viewing garden. As soon as Ding Yang, Ling Shintan and others got off the car, they saw all kinds of luxury cars parked on the roadside. There was even a helicopter parked in an open space not far away. More than 20 women, all richly dressed and with extraordinary presence, were waiting patiently at the gate. It was obvious that they had been waiting for a long time. But no one turned a blind eye, and no one complained. When they suddenly saw Ding Yang appear, everyone was surprised and immediately surrounded him.
Hello, Ding Yang. I'm Li Qian, the chairman of Xinghua Entertainment.
Hello, Ding Yang.
I'm the vice president of Mingyang Group.
Ding Yang, I'm singer Kai Yinxing, and I'm also the founder of Yunqing Music.
The first few women who arrived in front of Ding Yang were obviously of higher status and had a stronger aura.
But they all showed kind and friendly smiles, took the initiative to greet Ding Yang, and introduced their identities and purpose of visit.
The way they looked at Ding Yang was eager and passionate.
After they finished speaking, the other dozen or so people successively announced their identities and purposes. Just as Ding Yang guessed, the women who blocked his door early in the morning were all executives of entertainment companies and big names in the music industry. Shang Wanjing and Wen Bauer, who were still sleepy just now, saw so many people staring at Ding Yang, and hurriedly protected him behind them.
After hearing everyone's identities and purpose, Ding Yang smiled.
I'm grateful to all the bosses and teachers for thinking of me and coming all the way to see me.
Thank you all for your hard work.
Your purposes are similar, but I can neither satisfy everyone nor sign contracts with several companies at the same time. Please discuss among yourselves first and see which one is more sincere, then come and talk to me.
After saying that, Ding Yang walked towards the door.
Everyone made way for him and watched him enter the flower viewing garden. He sat on the sofa in the living room and waited patiently. Ling Shintan, Shang Wanjing and Wen Bauer were worried that he would be deceived and cheated by those women, so they all stayed with him. At the same time, more than 20 women outside the gate started a heated discussion. Although everyone wants to compete for Ding Yang, there are too many competitors and most people are destined to make a wasted trip.
After 10 minutes of discussion and competition, most people had to give up recruiting Ding Yang.
Only 3 powerful companies and 2 high-ranking music celebrities were left, and they walked into the flower viewing garden with great anticipation. The living room door was pushed open. 4 women and a middle-aged man walked into the living room. Please take a seat, everyone, and have a chat over some tea. Ding Yang nodded to the 5 people and made a gesture of invitation. There was a pot of tea that Ling Shintan had just brewed on the coffee table, and Wen Bauer took the initiative to make tea for everyone. The atmosphere was quite relaxed, and the 5 CEOs and bigwigs successively quoted their lowest prices to show their sincerity. Chapter 110 Try the Power of New Skills.
Hello Ding Yang, I am Li Qian, the chairman of Xinghua Entertainment.
Our Star Entertainment is a first-class domestic entertainment company and a listed company with a market value of over 30 billion yuan.
I believe you must have heard of our company's reputation.
We have more than 200 artists under our company, covering the 3 major industries of film, television, and music. We have trained more than 30 first-line stars, and currently have 2 top artists. As long as you are willing to join us at Xinghua Entertainment, I can offer you an A-level contract. The term is 10 years, with a guaranteed 100 songs and a base salary of 50 million per year. We will provide you with first-class agents and A-level resources, and spend at least 100 million yuan on your training every year. Within 3 years, we will make you a top-tier or superstar singer, and then we will draft an S-level contract for you. Li Qian, wearing a black shirt and jeans, is a strong woman in her 40s with a smart and capable temperament.
She stated the conditions directly and painted a big rosy picture for Ding Yang with a confident tone. The threshold for star entertainment is very high, and ordinary artists cannot get in.
Even newcomers with great potential start with the lowest C-level contract. Only successful artists who have gained fame, many representative works and a high status in the circle can get a B-level contract. Li Qian offered an A-level contract right from the start and also promised to spend 100 million yuan on training every year, which was indeed a great deal.
Li Qian believes that as long as Ding Yang has the intention to make his debut, she will definitely be tempted. However, Ding Yang remained calm after hearing this and did not express his opinion. He looked away and looked at the young woman in a dress next to Li Qian. The young woman smiled and said, "Hello, Ding Yang, I am Wang Xian, the vice president of Mingyang Group."
Our Mingyang Group focuses on film and music business and is also a first-class entertainment company in China. Although our market capitalization and number of artists are not as large as Star Entertainment, we have 6 movie kings and 5 singing kings.
We really need musical talents like you.
An S-level contract, a guaranteed annual salary of 100 million yuan, and the support and guidance of the singing king, this is our sincerity.
The contract is for 8 years.
We look forward to your joining us and are confident that we can make you the youngest singing king.
Wang Xian is not as confident and assertive as Li Qian.
Her demeanor and tone are very friendly, and the conditions she offers are very generous. But Ding Yang still did not express his opinion and looked at the other 3 people. An elegant and artistic middle-aged woman said, "Hello Ding Yang, I'm Kai Yuncheng. Many students your age grew up listening to my songs. Although my Yuncheng music company is still young and its scale cannot be compared with that of first-class entertainment companies. But I have been a queen of the music world for more than 10 years, and I still have good connections and influence in the music industry. If you are willing to sign with our company, I will give you the best resources and training, and treat you as my apprentice." The gray-haired middle-aged man said with a smile, "Yun Chang, it's not enough to just treat me as a disciple. I have been singing for 30 years and have been the king of singers for 20 years.
I am willing to accept Ding Yang as my apprentice. As long as Ding Yang is willing, I can do my best to train him.
If he doesn't like being restricted, I'll let him be a freelance musician and work with various companies to sign only songs, not people." Kai Yuncheng and the middle-aged man Hu Jian are both top stars in the music scene today. A queen and a king of singers, they are still very popular after so many years in the music scene and have a very good reputation. If it were any other newcomer, being recruited by these 2 people with such courtesy would definitely make them flattered and excited to the point of losing their composure. There is even a high probability that he will kneel down and kowtow, becoming your disciple on the spot. Kai Yuncheng and Hu Jian both felt that the conditions they offered were not as high as those offered by Li Qian and Wang Xian.
But any young person who truly loves music and enjoys freedom will definitely choose them. However, Ding Yang remained calm and showed no intention of moving.
Only after the 3rd entertainment company also offered its conditions did Ding Yang begin to respond to everyone.
"Thank you to the 3 CEOs and 2 seniors for thinking so highly of me and showing your sincerity.
But I'm sorry, I'm still a student and have to focus on my studies, so I don't have time to make a debut and pursue my career." In fact, he was just looking for an excuse to politely reject everyone. After listening to the conditions offered by the 3 companies and 2 big names, he understood that the rules of the entertainment industry are there and there can be no exceptions. No matter how outstanding and top-notch an artist is, he is nothing but a beast of burden and a cash cow in front of companies and capital. Even though the contract sounds very generous, it is full of restrictions and contains various hidden pitfalls and traps. In the past, there were many cases where artists who were obviously excellent and had great potential were hidden and suppressed for various reasons. Ding Yang doesn't want to make his debut, he just doesn't want others to restrict his freedom, control his life, and work for others. Even if he makes his debut in the future, he will be his own boss and make his own rules. He has the confidence and self-confidence.
Ding Yang, we are really sincere. Please reconsider it.
Student Ding Yang, I understand your concerns, but I'm not in a hurry and I'm willing to wait for you.
This is my business card, please accept it and contact me when you have made up your mind. Ding Yang, although I am old, I still understand you young people. It doesn't matter if you don't want to take me as your master.
We can be friends regardless of age difference.
If you have any questions about music in the future, you can talk to me. Ding Yang, let's add each other's contact information. The door of Yuncheng Music is always open to you. Whenever you want to join, I'd love to hear from you. Everyone could see that Ding Yang was arrogant and could guess why he refused. But their reactions were different.
Some were disappointed, some added friends despite giving up, and some played the emotional card.
Anyway, Ding Yang is still young, so it doesn't matter if he debuts 2 years later, they can wait. The strong woman Li Qian, who looked unhappy, left first, and Ding Yang was too lazy to explain. Wang Xian has always been very friendly, making it difficult for people to feel any bad impression of her. After her repeated requests, Ding Yang added her as a friend. As for the 2 big names, Kai Yuncheng and Hu Jian, they tried to get close to Ding Yang as his elders and played the emotional card, making it difficult for Ding Yang to refuse. He had no choice but to exchange phone numbers and add them as friends. After chatting for half an hour and drinking a whole pot of tea, Kai Yuncheng and Hu Jian left one after another. Finally, I've sent them all away. I can finally have some peace and quiet.
Ding Yang sighed and threw himself back onto the sofa. The number of adult men marrying and taking concubines has further increased.
Ding.
My dear, Mr. Yi from Fanqing Entertainment is here and wants to see you for something.
Starry Entertainment?
Ding Yang raised his eyebrows, and when he remembered that it was the company that helped Gui Chen debut, he directly refused.
Tell her I'm tired and don't want to see visitors, and send her away.
Good.
When Bauer nodded, turned, and left the living room.
I said last night that I would punish you two according to the family rules, and now I am making up for it. Ding Yang hugged Ling Shintan and Shang Wanjing and hurried to the second floor.
He had just acquired the new skill Yin Yang combination and couldn't wait to try out its power and effects.